Chapter 1 Homecoming. The moonlight was serene and enchanting, gently stirring the sheer curtains. A man reclined in the sofa, his slightly closed, his own skin flushed with the remnants of alcohol, his rising gone falling in rhythm, resembling a figure lost in slumber. Iungumanal tino nelige top the sofa, the damp clothing your hand de atugraza thimonchik, her heart racing uncontrollably. Thornblow of tea overhead light softened Thimon sharp line hissing eyebrows enveloped nade lacati arrangeway rendering his deep satius both introspective and profound. The lightened the girl's eye as gradual a becamisib leaned hazy, almost clouded. She leaned in slowly, unable to resist inching closer, then closer still. The cold touch of his lips jolted Jean Tay awake, a flight hot and dan sweet voice crackling through the overhead speakers. The plain eyes descending theramade turbulence, please fasten your sat belts. John Tay took a deep breath, recalling the chaotic stolen kiss from my ears past, a memory she hadn't dreamed of onages. She glanced out the window the plane was taxiing gone the runway, the heart the thad hovered for 4 years seemed to settle firmly as the aircraft to shed down. 4 years had passed, and she was no longer hating teen-year-old girl who could not conceal her burgeoning feelings. Fearless spring garindong gang sitai corrido into fling a ring chill. Jean da wrapped her coat lie around herself and hailed a cab outside the airport, heading forth new family Sanstral home. This time she had not informed Daniel of her return just as he had not mentioned her departure 4 years ago till she was already abroad. Today marked the birthday celebration of Grandmamu, and the old residence was bustling with guests, laughter and chatter filling the air, while at the birthday matriarch sat weeping Goloni in her room. Harold's daughter, Musairong, waits other side trying to console her mom. All the guests have arrived, how can the birthday girl not make an appearance? The elderly woman huffed childishly, Tauta hasn't come back, what's the point of my birthday? Mom, Musairong sighed, exasperated by her mother's stubbornness, Tauta was so grown up now she's very busy with work. Busy ornate, she'll come home, the old ladda lamented, wiping her tears with a handkerchief. The mafamily assuringly homie what childo is return home? Musairong lie stroked her mother's back, silently sighing. John de Hadelway's been all behaved child, yet Nuninu Waisha had suddenly gone abroad 4 years Sagathian lefoundut after she was already gone. Mom, please don't Besset, after our birthday celebration, you'll personally go broad to see Tautau, alright? Having not returned in 4 years, Musairong said hurriedly for she had watched the girl grow up. Grandma, Grandma. Suddenly, a sweet, bright voice rang out from outside, Lucas back. As words fell, Chiu, dressed in a playdress, rushed in, pulling Samiani along. Jean Tay stood at the entrance, her long legs accentuated by her Janzancombe bat boots, a black sweater lay a redundant khaki coat, her short, lustrous black hair framing her face, exuding a polished and capable demeanor. Grandma, she choked out, her voice ethic with emotion. Grandmama slowly rose, her eyes reddened down momentarily. As the elder woman raised her hand, Jean Tay quickly stepped forward, allowing her grandmother to cradle her face and examine her closely. Tears streamed down the old lady's cheeks as he held Jean Tay's mouth. Seen her hands, child, you suffered. Jean Tay shook her head, gently wiping away her grandmother's tears. Grandma, in doing well. Seeing Jean Tay's slender frame, Musairong felt the area sprit with tears 4 years ago. She had been a chubby rosichi kedril, and now, while she appeared more spirited, she was far too thin. Aunt Jean Tay called softly, glancing at Musairong. Musairong's noting it with sadness, it's just good that you're back, just good. Jean Do's return brought joy to the old lady, who took her hand and led her into the living room. Before returning Jaitin, Jean Do had been preoccupied with her studies, rarely appearing in public, and being abroad for the past few years meant that many people did not recognize her. As he emerged with her grandmother, whispers began to circulate among the guests. Is this the lone girl from the Jiang family? She looks quite lovely. That Perchaldi heard her parents were both humanitarian doctors with tragic Lydia-detonator terrorist attack, and then her grandfather passed away due to illness, leaving behind him his 9-year-old granddaughter. Fortunately, the Munjian family had been close for generations. She was brought back by Mutingzhao from Kyoto. At the mention of Mutingzhou, several wealthy ladies exchanged glances, Darius Dronton Chen mother and daughter standing no far away. The Mufamuli ways among Philippine gangs at Tithalade Mr. Mu had been a figure of greater renown, with both office and Zinlaw serving ging overment. Mutingzhou, in particular, had established a publicly traded company to engage, dominating the military projects at the Porch under Jojo intelligence. Menis up to a sen thessa later be connecting with new family, yet it was shen famila thought struggled in the end. As thegwists felt up ango fenvi, their gazes were inadvertent ladronta thedal, imposing figure entering through to door. Dressed in a sharpset feman waked with festa de graso physioterapine standing against the wind, his deep sateus reflecting thematoratio phasiusinman. John Tao, holding gonto her grandmother's arm, follow wetthigist gazes, themoment theriari esmet, her breath caught in her throat as if she were transported back to thought drunkenite. He weighs even more alarming than 4 years ago. Her heart felt as though fifth had broken free from zama constraint, racing uncontrollably. She had thought 4 years would be enough for her to face in calmly. Thefren tick be it in goff her heart proved her wrong. Once her heart was stirred, it remained stirred timian lie allowed that feeling to zettle like edest within her, but thes lightest breeze could swirling uncontrollably. And, she murmured, Harry slowered. Welcome back. Muting's gaze lingered on her face, deep motion shidden within yes intensize for just a moment, his lips skirledden to a slight smile. This girl has returned from South Africa without it. His gazu was piercing liderect the tight felt as if he could see a straight thruffer of fire united within your chest, and fearing she might lose control of her emotions, Jongdo quickly responded Ned to greet Tegwists with her grandmother, not daring to glance at them again. Throughout your birthday celebration, grandmom you kept her close, as if afraid she might slip away again. After the festivity is concluded, Jiang Tao coaxed her grandmother, exhausted from the day's events, to sleep before returning to the living room. Musirang and Musaijing we're waitin' for her thera. Aunt, second aunt. Musarongs to Dan pulit here in Tosiat, affectionately ruffling her hair, why did you cute your hair, I remember you said Tobasa protective eofit. Musijing kindin with Asmul is still reckle when you ensure you worry in the second day of junior high, the shulman dated that girls could not have long hair, itwakia both taga haircuts, and before a the stylist could even begin, you worry already creating. In that end, Igwajir little uncle Hakuden Berto Sayu Upsatan personally spoke with the principal, which led to the cancellation of T-length requirement for drills. Jong Ta pursed her lips. Iwajio ungone foolish back then I caused my uncle a lot of trouble. Musaijing frowned. Child, why speak in such an outsider manner, you know your uncle cares for Yathimo Steven sure you ensure Zuan take a back see it. Jong Ta remained non-committal. Sure Zuan ensure you were Musaijing's twins, her peers, and they had grown up together. Yet she cold sense of that, Althothi called Muting Jonkle, half of a redder just a bit more. Tao Tao Telio Yaround Twathapan did so me own say something? 4 years ago, her sudden departure had thrown he family into disarray. A genuine largarded Harrison Athyron, those years she hated Pered Toba happy and carefree. Musirang Kaln Fatham Witateo had suddenly gone abroad. The only explanation she could think of being that Samion had spoken ill of her in front of the girl. Chapter 2 He has someone he likes. Jiang Tea shook her head. Aunt, please don't overthink Kit Nooney has said anything, it's me on issue. Your own issue, Tao Tao, please tell our onto what Titus. Aunt Jiang Teo interrupted Musairong. I'm no leaving this time will be working here in the country. The reason for her sudden departure 4 years ago was something she could not disclose. If they were to learn that she had developed feelings for her uncle, Mutingjo, and had Evans Stilakis, not only would her aunts be shocked, but their grandmother would like lift from the revelation. She feared that she could not hide her feelings, which was why she had hasta lifled abroad back then. Hearing that she wouldn't believing, Musarong felt a sense of relief, as for the reason if the children twano share, then so be twat mattered was tatsu was staying. After chatting Gahila longer with her two aunts, Musirang noticed Jiang de sweary expression and kindly urged her derist. Once she sended thesters, Musarong's expression turned somber. The child has been alone abroad, without to care for her look how thin she's become. Musijing nodded in agreement. Thank goodness she's not leaving otherwise, grandma would have been heartbroken. By that way where Hastings so gone, all the sires has been so absorbed in work. Now that Tata was back, has nowhere to be seen. What kindo funkalishi regressing Lakithas? Let's not speak of him. He's in a crucial phase with the military project and has been burning the midnight oil. He was sculled away again before the birthday celebration even concluded. Jiang Tair turned to Harum and Dupono penning Theodore. She was greeted BSA of blue. When she was nine, after her grandfather's death, she had Carly Dupin her blue princess roman creed. At 17, Mutings Hur had crouched before her, cradling her face, saying, Tao Tao, come with yo your uncle il create a blue princess room for you from now on, y'all be the little princess of new family. Mutingshur had kept this promise, pampering her like a princess, tough point where she had become a reckless enough to fall for him. After days of relentless busyness and long flight, Jiang Tao felt utterly exhausted, shushed up briefly and kalapsadanto herbed, drifting toward sleep. Just as Suwasabado does off, Fido or Krikitapan answer you, Kladana little yellowdock sleepwear, nimbly crawled into herd. Tao sure you said, hugging der mesuse toe, I hear Deverithingi and Momandant toward a king of Butanti living room, im so happy ori not leaving. Jiang Teoder netometer yes bright watery eyes, thesoft glow of tesmol night light casting war more in jewy over her fluffy head, resembling a brown plush katresting on her shoulder. After he left, nun would to Korgas hopping with doth federals around me and lie approached for their own guinea haven't that a true friend. Sure Swana too busy with his la study sto companim and Mikusanisa closed book, completely absorbed in his research. Sure you uft, especially militalankiel hedoisis work, and Noah Shenyen he hardly come shom. Shenyen? Jiang de Suden lyra called the ligan to a man from the birthday celebration, who exuded the grace of his southern beauty. Yeah, she's the daughter of Shen family. Half a year ago she caught Grand Mandant's attention at Longo. Mrs. Shenevans Ekretla discussed with Antabut arranging her engagement to my little uncle. My little uncle didn't Simakwen have found out, perhaps you like Shinyan after all, Manardrontogen leaned beautiful women. However, I still think Thadio and Daira theprettiest, sure you said, nuzzling her fluffy head against Jiang Tao. Jiang Taolod, tears briminjin Harry's. So, Mutingshur had Simeone liked. She was no longer the little princess of new family, or other, she was no longer Muting's house little princess. After chatting for a while, sure you fell asleep. The pain in Jean Dochiart kept her tossing and turning, unable to findrest, finally she got up, grabbed her coat, and stepped into the courtyard. The moonlight was faint, and scattered stars den behind the clouds. Leaning against a tree, Jiang Do pulled out a lighter and lit a cigarette. Just as Suwasabado teki drag, she heard steady footsteps approaching. Her heart raced, and she quickly extinguished the cigarette against the tree. In the next moment, Adel figure appeared beneath the dim streetlight. Shekwi had light-turned, concealing herself in the shadows beneath the tree. Silence enveloped her, and she instinctively held her breath. After a moment, the footsteps drew nearer. Tao. Fesidin voice made Jiang Teashart's capabia. Did Mutings how a venig vision, how else could has both are hidden in the darkness? Reluctantly, she stepped out from behind the tree. Uncle, you're back. Mutings's gaze fell upon her delicate face shrouded in shadow. Why aren't you asleep? Shekajuali lead, I suppose it's the time difference. Mutings how shouldn't lie reacted out, and Jiang down instinctively went at a retreat. Beautears off a bit kept their it in place. Hega therred her coat closer around her, effortlessly enveloping her in his embrace. Its skilly let shed inside. Jiang Damavid forward under his guidance, the living room dim lit biasmal nightlight. Mutings oppressed Duranto is so fahil he's a tildathi tiatable line front offer, fairness nearly touching. The familiar, crisp scent of Sadar filled the air, causing Jiang Teasharteris, she wanted topple away Butharuus nowhere to retreat. Tao. Look up. His eyes swarty up and dinviding, and just a glance a threatened to drone hair within their depths. Why are you smoking? Jiang Tao froze a forament. Did it detect Thesentov smoky and realize a share? His voice was low yet not stern, rather, it carried a hint of cocoaxing. Why Vashishking hair Weishes moat, shouldn't he be inquiring when she had started? If he knew that she had picked up smoking during her first year in England, he would surely be upset. His little princess had turned into a smoker, would he be disappointed? Every only round me smokes, and a pick a day toop without realizing it. John de casually fabricate an excuse, expecting Mutings how to scold her, but instead, he shifted the conversation. The winter photograph exhibition was quite good. She suddenly realized, Harry's widening. Did you go to the photograph exhibition? Earlier this year, her work had been displayed at the winter photograph exhibition in London. Mutings answered her with silence. John de felt to lump in her throat the hajona to London, seen her work, Boothan seen her. Come with me to festity. Mutings how suddenly took her hand and led her away. John do glanced down at her intertwined fingers. His palm was warm, melting away the chill off her fingers. She curled her fingers as lightly, averting her gaze. His room weighs at the corner of Tisakan floor, adjoining festity. As the studielight flicked in, the familiar layout greet her. Her gaze fell upon white letters that spelled out Princess Reading Corner. This was a special new meeting Sora had created for here in his study, complete with sofa with a window, a fluffy white rug beneath, and dismal desk for her snacks and drinks. Every weekend, Shwood Karlupanthe sofa tabuk, snacking gone sipping juicy until everything was gone without a virtuning. When the reading became unbearable, her attention woldreft o Mutingjo, and Shwood gradual leados off to the sound of a stiping. Each time she goke, he would always look at her with a gentle smile, as if he had thibakofished, watching her sleepy, bewildered expression. Chapter 3, What qualifications do you have? Jiang Tao withdrew her thoughts as Mu Tingzhou released her and approached the desk. He retrieved a moderately sized box from within and placed it on the table. Gesturing for her to come over and take a look, Jiang Tao cast a puzzled glance at him and lifted the lid of the box, revealing a complete set of DSLR equipment. It was from a new series of a brand she had recently contemplated acquiring. A gift from abroad. His eyes were gentle, reminiscent of the warm sun in winter, subtle yet enough to evoke a sense of longing. During her 4 years abroad, regardless of her birthday or festive occasions, he had sent her numerous gifts through intermediaries, but this was the first time he had gifted her a camera. Whether you pursue a career as a freelance photographer or establish a studio, Tao, do what you love. Your uncle will always be your support. Despite having a solid backing in her life, Jiang Tao secretly wished to be the one walking hand in hand with him into old age. Yet she felt she lacked the qualification to do so. Her fingers brushed against the camera's body, and she paused momentarily. Uncle, a magazine has already sent me an offer letter, and I will officially start next week. Which magazine? Fashion People. Fashion People is among the top 3 fashion magazines in the country, focusing on women's fashion lifestyle and influential figures. Upon hearing this, Mu Tingzhou ruffled her hair gently, his long fingers weaving through the ends of her short hair. His gaze lingered for a moment. Tao, that's wonderful. The familiar sensation of having her head patted made Jiang Tao lower her eyes, waiting for him to retract his hand before embracing the box. It's quite late, Uncle, you should rest early. Good night, Tao. As Jiang Tao reached the door of the study, she suddenly turned around. Uncle, do you think you could? I know. Mutingzhou's gaze was calm. Rest assured, your uncle won't interfere. But if you encounter any difficulties, you must let me know. Good night, Uncle. Jiang Tao spent a few days at the old residence with the elderly lady, while Mu Tingzhou occasionally returned for dinner, during a weekend dinner. Amidst the presence of the elders, Jiang Tao mentioned her new job. Mu Sirong expressed some concern, noting that while the magazine was reputable, it was rather far from the old residence, making commuting inconvenient. And I plan to rent a place near the magazine office once I start working to make commuting easier. Matriarch Mu was displeased upon hearing this, but that means Grandma won't get to see you for a long time. That won't do. Tao has already been away from Grandma for 4 years, and they cannot be separated again. How about this? The Grandma will arrange for a driver to pick you up and drop you off every day. Alright, Jiang Tao found the situation somewhat amusing. Grandma, I'm going to work. I promise to return every week, at the latest every half month, after some coaxing from Mu Sirong and Mu Sijing. The elderly lady finally relented. Mu Sirong added, Tao, and we'll buy you a flat near your workplace. You can go and choose one in the next few days. Suddenly Mu Tingzhou, who had been silent, interjected, no need. The magazine is not far from my company, and I happen to have an unoccupied apartment nearby where Tao can stay. On Monday, Mu Tingzhou dropped Jiang Tao off at the entrance of the Fashion People magazine office. After she said her goodbyes and exited the car, Mu Tingzhou pressed the car window down to call out to her, let me know before you finish work tonight. I'll come and take you to the apartment. Jiang Tao nodded before walking into the building without looking back. That day, she completed her onboarding procedures. The editor-in-chief, Suan, was a decisive and efficient woman known for her discerning eye and sharp critiques, earning her the title of the Ice Queen in the fashion industry. During a business trip to England in the winter before the new year, she had come across Jiang Tao's work at a photography exhibition and subsequently recruited her from a prestigious foreign magazine where she was working part-time. After a brief introduction to everyone, Suan called for a meeting. It was the beginning of the month, and she meticulously outlined the tasks for each group. Suan, Ade, you will be responsible for Xin Feifei's cover shoot this afternoon. Ade, a tall boy with black-rimmed glasses, groaned in distress. Editor-in-chief, can we switch? Xin Feifei is far too arrogant. I really can't handle her. Even if you could handle her, you'd be worn to the bone. Suan was equally troubled by Xin Feifei. She glanced at Jiang Tao and suggested, Jiang Tao, why don't you give this shoot a try this afternoon? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Tao agreed. Her new assistant, a man, discreetly nudged her and winked, leaving Jiang Tao momentarily puzzled. After the meeting, a man pulled her aside. Teacher Jiang, why did you accept the Shin Feifei shoot? Having spent the past 4 years abroad and traveled to several countries, Jiang Tao's understanding of the domestic entertainment scene was still stuck 4 years in the past. Seeing her look of confusion, a man quickly explained, Shin Feifei is a rising star in the entertainment industry, backed by a powerful family. You know the Donggang Shin family, right? Shin Yan, the socialite, is her cousin. A man scoffed. Because of her connections, she is spoiled and arrogant. Now, with her cousin Shin Yan about to get engaged to the influential Mu Tingzhou of the Jojo Group, she has become even more insufferable. Treating us ordinary folks with utter disdain. After a tirade of complaints, a man turned to the stunned Jiang Tao, nudging her playfully. Teacher Jiang, are you scared? If it doesn't work out, just tell the editor-in-chief to switch the photographer. Despite the numerous photographers Shin Feifei had dismissed, Jiang Tao couldn't shake the thought of Shin Yan and Mu Tingzhou's impending engagement. From her mind, lunch was spent with colleagues at a nearby restaurant. During the meal, Mu Tingzhou sent a message inquiring about her experience and whether anyone was giving her a hard time. Jiang Tao replied that her colleagues were quite pleasant, originally scheduled for the cover shoot in the afternoon. They began makeup at 1 and officially started shooting in the studio at 2. However, Jiang Tao and a man waited until 3 before anyone arrived. Shin Feifei strutted in, her towering heels clicking on the floor. Casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Tao, who was holding a camera, before seating herself arrogantly on the sofa in the lounge area. So you're the photographer responsible for today's shoot? Jiang Tao nodded. Miss Shin. Today's theme is centered around the newly released film, with the lead appearing on our magazine cover simultaneously. This not only enhances your personal visibility but also signifies your advancement in the industry. And, Shin Feifei scoffed, her gaze dismissive. This themed shoot was initiated by your magazine's invitation. Jiang Tao smiled subtly. If I recall correctly, the supporting role in this film has substantial screen time that rivals that of the lead. After all, we at Fashion People are a monthly publication. We can't afford to leave gaps. Are you threatening me? In just 2 exchanges, Shin Feifei's facade of superiority crumbled, and her face flushed with anger. Call your editor-in-chief. Our editor-in-chief would respond the same way. Jiang Tao maintained a cool demeanor, glancing at her watch. With 3 hours left until the shoot, she warned Miss Shin, you need to decide: either get ready for makeup and change your outfit immediately, or escalate this to the editor-in-chief, and then, due to time constraints, have the supporting actress step in for your shoot. Though Shin Feifei was domineering, she was not foolish, despite her backing from the Shin family. Not all resources could be acquired with money. The director of this film was notoriously stubborn, often prioritizing acting skills above all else. Shin Feifei had maneuvered through layers of connections just to secure the lead role, only to be relegated to the supporting role from makeup to the conclusion of the shoot. It wasn't until 6 that they wrapped up. Before leaving, Shin Feifei shot Jiang Tao a fierce glare. I won't forget you. Just wait. Jiang Tao, engrossed in reviewing the footage on her computer, paid her no mind. After Shin Feifei departed, a man approached with admiration sparkling in her eyes. Teacher Jiang, I've never seen Shin Feifei humbled like that before. During Shin Feifei's absence, Jiang Tao took the opportunity to learn more about her rise in the past few years. Although she could have handled Shin Feifei through more subtle means, for some reason she found it difficult to soften her stance. The confidence that allowed her to stand her ground stemmed from the affection Mu Tingzhou had shown her over the years, never allowing her to feel belittled. Recalling Shin Feifei's furious expression as she left, a man voiced her concern. Do you think Shin Feifei will report you to the editor-in-chief? It doesn't matter. Jiang Tao smiled, closing her laptop. What the editor-in-chief wants is to complete the shoot. In this industry, there is no shortage of rising stars. If Shin Feifei doesn't work out, there will always be someone else. Also, I think you're adorable. Jiang Tao raised her hand and tapped a man's forehead lightly. From now on, don't call me Teacher Jiang. It sounds awkward. Just call me by my name or sister. I saw your resume. You're only half a year younger than me. Thank you, Xiao Taojia. For the compliment, Aman chuckled and immediately changed her tone, blinking her eyes as she gazed at her face. Xiao Taojia, has anyone ever told you that your features are remarkably vibrant? If it weren't for your short hair adding a touch of heroism, your long hair would undoubtedly overshadow all the goddesses in the circle. Jiang Tao smiled, her brows and eyes curving in delight. I'll graciously accept your flattery. Once she finished tidying up, Jiang Tao's phone chimed. It was a call from Mu Tingzhou. Hello, uncle, are you off work? Yes, I'll be finishing up shortly. I'm downstairs at your office. After bidding farewell to her colleagues at the studio, Jiang Tao exited. Mu Tingzhou was parked by the roadside in a sleek black Cullinan. While the driver seemed to have vanished, Jiang Tao took the passenger seat as Mu Tingzhou cast a glance her way. In the past, all of Tao Tao's emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, would be vividly displayed on her face. However, since her return this time, whether it was that night she had beneath a tree smoking, receiving a camera as a gift, or even now, her expression remained decidedly neutral. Sensing his gaze, Jiang Tao turned her head. "What's wrong, uncle?" Mu Tingzhou chuckled softly, retracting his gaze. "I just suddenly feel that our Tao Tao has grown up." Jiang Tao remained silent, fixing her gaze straight ahead. Mu Tingzhou first took her out for dinner before they returned to the apartment. The two-bedroom apartment was tastefully decorated in a minimalist style. He opened one of the bedrooms. Do you think anything is missing? The bed linens were in the light colors she adored, and the sheer curtains allowed soft light to filter in, adding a touch of warmth to the room. She disliked overly dark and stuffy spaces. It was simply her habit. The walk-in closet was filled with her clothes, some still with tags attached, their style reminiscent of her current attire. With her back turned to him, Jiang Tao felt her eyes grow warm. His subtle care was undoubtedly a sharp blade, chipping away at the defenses she had built around her heart. She exhaled softly and turned around to cheerfully say, "Thank you, uncle." Exiting the bedroom, Jiang Tao glanced at the room across the hall, assuming it to be a study. Just as she was about to open the door, Mu Tingzhou's voice interrupted from behind. "That's my room." As he spoke, the doorknob was already twisting open. The sight revealed luxurious gray satin bed linens. Jiang Tao turned to him, her eyes filled with confusion. The man was tall, the overhead light casting shadows that obscured the emotions in his deep-set gaze, completely enveloping her in darkness. "The company is busy, and sometimes I rest here for the night." What could Jiang Tao say, when he had brought her back to the Mu family at the age of 9? She had been mute for nearly 2 years due to nightmares. Back then, she had slept in his room. Now, in his apartment, he mentioned occasionally staying over when tired. Did she have the right to refuse? All she could do was suppress the tumult within her, constantly reminding herself that he was her uncle and she was his niece whom he had raised. She must not entertain any forbidden thoughts. Mu Tingzhou left shortly after attending to business matters, and Jiang Tao sighed in relief. The following day, Chief Editor Suan reviewed Xin Feifei's original footage and was quite pleased. Aman had broadcasted the news of Xin Feifei's setback early that morning at the magazine office. Photographer Ada gave Jiang Tao a thumbs up, remarking that someone had finally managed to put that arrogant young lady in her place. Suan was aware of the situation but said nothing. As Jiang Tao was right, she only cared about the results. Just before the end of the workday, "Sure," you called. "Tao Tao, future auntie wants to treat us to dinner. Should I come pick you up?" Before Jiang Tao could respond, Sure Yu lazily sighed. "Honestly, I selfishly don't want uncle to get married. That way his focus will be solely on work and his wife." Sure you could say such things, but Jiang Tao could not. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Tao agreed. It wasn't self-punishment. They were getting engaged, and Shen would be entering the Mu family. She would have to confront this reality sooner or later. After work, Sure Yu arrived in a brand new red sports car to pick her up. "Tao Tao, what do you think of this car? My mom wants you to check it out. If you like it, she'll buy you a new one in a couple of days." Although Jiang Tao had a driver's license, she rarely drove when she was abroad. Mu Tingzhou had bought her a car, but she preferred to carry her camera around to take pictures. Considering driving a distraction. Uncle's apartment is quite close to the magazine office. "I don't need a car." Sure you didn't press the issue further, knowing that the family had plenty of cars. Uncle had 3 himself. Whenever Jiang Tao wanted to drive, she could choose any of them. They arrived at a quaint retro Chinese restaurant. Today, Shen wore a traditional split cheongsam, her long hair elegantly styled, her fair legs occasionally visible, exuding both sensuality and grace. Upon seeing them enter, Shen greeted them with a gentle smile. "Sure you've Tao Tao, please have a seat." Her voice was soft and melodious, reminiscent of the gentle drizzle in Jiangnan. "Tao Tao just returned from abroad. I figured she might be tired of Western cuisine, so I took the liberty of selecting a Chinese restaurant. I hope I didn't make a mistake." Jiang Tao smiled, appreciating Shenyan's thoughtfulness. Chapter 5. Are you heartbroken? With Jiang Tao's address caused Shenyan to momentarily pause, yet her smile remained intact. "Tao Tao, there's no need for such formality between us." Sure you mischievously winked at Jiang Tao. "You should call her sister for now. After she and uncle get engaged, we can change how we address her." Jiang Tao nodded with pursed lips. Shenyan was strikingly beautiful, her speech gentle and considerate, making the meal a thoroughly pleasant experience. After dining, as they exited the restaurant, even the usually picky Sure you couldn't help but whisper to Jiang Tao, "Future auntie is so gentle, even the most temperamental person would lose their temper in front of her. No wonder grandma and auntie adore her." Jiang Tao furrowed her brows, remaining silent. Shenyan donned a coat over her cheongsam and gracefully stood by the roadside, suggesting they let the driver take them home. Sure Yu cheerfully replied that she had driven. After some polite exchanges, Sure Yu and Jiang Tao hopped into the red sports car. Sure Yu wanted to chat on the way, so they returned together to the Sandalwood apartment. Upon entering, they found Mutingjo sitting in the living room, engrossed in his computer. Under the bright lights, his white shirt and sharply tailored trousers gleamed subtly, accentuating his refined and noble demeanor. "Uncle," Shiryu called out. Followed closely by Jiang Tao's soft uncle. Mutingjo looked up, his gaze sweeping over them before settling on Jiang Tao's fair face. "Have you eaten dinner?" "Yes, I had dinner with future auntie," Shiryu answered cheerfully. Jiang Tao bent down to hand Shiryu a pair of slippers before changing her OWN. Mutingjo responded with a neutral then turned to Jiang Tao. "How did work go today?" "Are you adjusting well?" Jiang Tao pulled at the corners of her lips, suppressing her cool demeanor. "Uncle, you've forgotten I worked at a magazine in London for a year." She was no longer a newcomer to the workforce. Mutingjo's gaze remained fixed on her face, attempting to glean something from her expression, but to no avail. After a moment, he smiled and said, I know Tao Tao is doing great, during those years of being doted on." This phrase had become Mutingjo's catchphrase, but hearing it now, Jiang Tao felt a lack of the previous ease. Shiryu, having changed into her slippers, bounded over to Mutingjo's side on the sofa. Her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Uncle, future auntie is so gentle. You too, Uncle." "Shiryu," Jiang Tao suddenly interrupted, "I still have some photos to edit. I'm heading back to my room." "Oh, alright," watching Jiang Tao's slender figure retreat into her room. The door closing behind her, Shiryu propped her chin on her hand, frowning slightly. "Uncle, don't you think Tao Tao has changed? She seems less talkative. Previously, the two girls would spend every day together, chattering incessantly." This time, Jiang Tao was notably quieter. Mutingjo, still focused on his computer, replied, "Do you think everyone is like you, chattering non-stop?" "Uncle, don't always tease me. I genuinely feel that Tao Tao is different now. She seems unhappy." Mutingjo's hand paused above the keyboard, and after a long moment, he said, "You should spend more time with her." Shiryu rested her chin on her hand, pondering, could it be that Tao Tao fell in love abroad and got her heart broken? Mutingjo didn't linger on the topic. He was only back to grab a change of clothes and would be heading to Hong Kong tomorrow. After he left, Shiryu, filled with concern, took Jiang Tao's hand. "Tao Tao, tell me honestly, did you experience a breakup abroad?" Jiang Tao's eyes widened in confusion, unsure of what to make of it. Shiryu, believing she had guessed correctly, hugged her. "Tao Tao, don't be sad. I'll be here for you." Jiang Tao suddenly realized Shiryu's implication. Perhaps her own melancholic demeanor had led Shiryu to mistakenly think she had suffered a breakup. In truth, Jiang Tao had been trying hard to suppress her feelings of sadness. But having grown up together, Shiryu understood her temperament well enough to sense her inner turmoil. She knew deep down that Xinyan was gentle, beautiful, and from a good family, perfectly suited for Mutingjo. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling of discomfort. She vaguely replied, "Thank you, Shiryu. I'll try to feel better. I'll be here for you." Shiryu hugged her tightly once more, offering comfort. Before bed, Shiryu insisted on bathing with Jiang Tao like they used to as children. But Jiang Tao declined. After a bit of playful banter, Shiryu relented and decided to wash up first. Shortly after, Shiryu emerged wrapped in a towel, and only then did Jiang Tao go in. After changing into her nightgown, Shiryu pouted outside the bathroom, a glint of mischief in her eyes. "What's there to be shy about? Haven't we bathed together plenty of times before?" She quietly turned the doorknob. And as Jiang Tao stood under the shower, feeling something, she suddenly opened her eyes, instinctively covering her waist. "Shiryu, what are you doing? Close the door." Shiryu's eyes widened in surprise. "Tao Tao, you actually hid a tattoo from me. What is that on your side? It looks like a character. Get out now," Jiang Tao nearly shouted, startling Shiryu, who awkwardly retreated to close the door. In the steamy bathroom, Jiang Tao crouched on the floor, gazing at the tightly shut door, shedding silent tears. Only after she had composed herself did she emerge, finding Shiryu still waiting at the entrance. I'm sorry," the two spoke in unison, then exchanged smiles. Shiryu tenderly embraced her, saying, "Tao Tao, it will pass." She had misunderstood again. After their shower, the sisters lay on the bed conversing. Jiang Tao appeared weary and soon began to breathe evilly, bathed in the moonlight. Shiryu admired her sleeping face. The name tattooed on Tao Tao's waist must belong to that person, she mused. What kind of love could compel someone to inscribe another's name upon their skin? She sighed softly, suddenly recalling someone mentioning that the best remedy for heartbreak is to embark on a new romance. On Friday evening after work, the editor-in-chief of the magazine, Sun, hosted a welcome party for Jiang Tao at a nearby restaurant. The colleagues shared a pleasant camaraderie, indulging in food and laughter until nearly 11 o'clock when they finally dispersed. Everyone had enjoyed themselves and consumed quite a bit of alcohol. Once they all called for designated drivers and departed. Jiang Tao returned to the sandalwood apartment. Upon inputting the passcode to enter, she found Mutingjo standing sideways in front of the living room window, clad in black satin pajamas. His jet black hair hung down naturally due to the moisture. Exuding an inexplicable aura of restraint, hearing her enter, he turned his head and inquired, "Why are you back so late?" His voice was as magnetic and gentle as ever. My colleagues threw me a welcome party. And since we have the day off tomorrow, we stayed out a little longer. Jiang Tao lowered her head to change her shoes. The slight inebriation she felt dissipated upon seeing him. Wasn't my uncle on a business trip? When did he return? About an hour ago. Jiang Tao raised her eyes to meet his deep gaze, his features stark and his collar slightly unbuttoned. Suddenly she recalled that kiss from 4 years prior. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and in a flurry, she averted her gaze, preparing to retreat to her room when he asked, "Have you been drinking?" Chapter 6. The distinction between men and women. Jiang Tao paused. "Just a little. Go wash up first. I'll make you a cup of honey water. Remember to drink it after you're done." He diverted his gaze and walked towards the kitchen. Jiang Tao murmured in acknowledgement and returned to her room without lingering. The moment she closed the door, she exhaled deeply, standing in silence for a while, her mind blank. When her awareness returned, she realized there was no bathroom in her bedroom. Fetching a change of sleepwear from the closet, she steeled herself to venture out. The living room was eerily quiet, the main light turned off, leaving only a small night lamp lit, with a thermos of honey water on the coffee table. Retrieving her gaze, Jiang Tao twisted the bathroom door open, a crisp scent of cedar wafting into her nostrils. It was the fragrance of the shower gel he used, after washing up and changing into her pajamas. She emerged once more to find the living room still silent. Jiang Tao drank the honey water from the thermos on the coffee table and turned to return to her room. At 1 o'clock in the morning, with sleep eluding her, Jiang Tao tossed and turned in bed before finally getting up and stepping onto the balcony. Having restrained herself for so long, she finally took out a cigarette and lit it. Opening the window to let the cool air mingle with the nicotine in the room. In the morning, Jiang Tao was awakened by noise, still groggy when Mu Serong gently pushed the door open. Upon seeing her awake, Mu Serong smiled warmly. "Tao Tao, you're up, big aunt." Jiang Tao propped herself up on her elbows, her disheveled black hair framing her pale, sleepy face. Observing her dazed expression, Mu Serong's smile widened. "The old lady has been mentioning you since early this morning. I'm passing by on my way to handle some business and thought I would bring you back to the ancestral home." "Oh." Jiang Tao rubbed her hair, still feeling sluggish from a late night. As she prepared to get out of bed, she noticed Mu Serong frowning as she approached the balcony. A sudden unease gripped her heart as she heard Mu Serong sigh. "You really don't take care of yourself, do you? It's only early March and you're already sleeping with the window open. What if you catch a cold?" The sound of the window closing followed. Jiang Tao silently sighed in relief. Her intention in leaving the window open was to dissipate the lingering scent of smoke in the room. After washing up, Jiang Tao saw Mu Tingzhou in the kitchen, holding a spatula and speaking on the phone. Mu Serong took the opportunity to explore the house. The Mu family owned many properties, especially Mu Tingzhou, who had several villas. Mu Serong was not familiar with all of them. This two-bedroom apartment was her first visit, and as she surveyed the space, her brow furrowed slightly. After Jiang Tao finished washing up and changing clothes, Mu Tingzhou emerged from the kitchen, carrying a breakfast plate. "I'll eat the milk and fried eggs and then head back to the ancestral home for a bit more." Jiang Tao moved over, quickly finishing the fried egg in 2 bites and drinking the milk in one go. Mu Serong watched with concern. "Why are you eating so fast? Your big aunt isn't in a hurry." Jiang Tao smiled, having grown accustomed to it. After a brief tidying up, the three of them set out together. Mu Tingzhou was headed back to the company, while Jiang Tao and her big aunt were returning to the ancestral home. Just as they were about to get into the car, Mu Serong suddenly said, "Tao Tao, wait in the car for a moment. Your big aunt needs to have a word with your uncle." Mu Serong called Mu Tingzhou aside. "Tingzhou, have you given any thought to your engagement with Xinyan? We all think she's a wonderful girl, beautiful, comes from a good family, and is gentle. Besides, it's evident that Xinyan is quite fond of you." Mu Tingzhou, hands in his pockets, had an inscrutable expression in his eyes. "Sister, let's discuss this later again. How many girls have you turned down these past few years? Don't think your sister isn't aware." Mu Serong spoke earnestly. "A few years ago, you were busy with your career, and I didn't press you, but now that you're successful, you're nearly 30. What's the deal with remaining single? Besides, you're the only heir of the Mu family. No, you must resolve your personal matters this year." Seeing his dismissive attitude, Mu Serong asserted her authority as the elder sister. "Let's talk about it later." Mu Tingzhou's gaze drifted over to a white car not far off before he nonchalantly retracted it. This brother of his had always been resolute, decisive, and assertive, shouldering the Mu family's responsibilities alone since their father's passing. Although Mu Serong was the elder sister, there were times she felt helpless against him. Changing the topic, she furrowed her brow again. "Tingzhou, have you been staying at the Sandalwood apartment lately?" Mu Tingzhou vaguely nodded. "Occasionally." Tingzhou. Mu Serong paused. "Tao Tao is grown up now. there should be a distinction between men and women. Do you understand what I mean? Mu Tingzhou did not respond, but his gaze grew increasingly profound. With so many properties, why not choose another place? Not to mention, the Sandalwood apartment is small, with only one bathroom. If it were a couple living there, it would be a cozy little world, but he is not Tao Tao's true uncle. As she matures, some distance must be maintained. Jiang Tao sat in the car, gazing through the tinted window at the two individuals not far away. Mu Surong cast a deep glance her way, and she understood they were discussing her. She had noticed her big aunt's frown while in the apartment. Upon returning to the ancestral home, Shi Xian, who had been busy with a cross-border lawsuit, finally came back. Upon seeing Jiang Tao, he gave her a big hug. Shi Xian resembled Mu Tingzhou to some extent, but his demeanor leaned more towards the gentleness of Mu Sijing, while Mu Tingzhou's features were too stark, sometimes appearing overly aggressive. Shi Xian and Shi Yu were both a month older than Jiang Tao, and since childhood, Shi Xian had taken on the role of an older brother, caring for the two girls. He patted Jiang Tao's shoulder, nodding with satisfaction. Not bad, you have the presence of a great photographer now. Jiang Tao smiled. Thank you for the compliment, lawyer Shi. On Saturday, several younger family members accompanied the elderly matriarch, who basked in the joy of family togetherness. During dinner, the matriarch said, "You youngsters need not accompany this old woman tomorrow. Go out and have some fun, don't just stay cooped up at home. Then let's go to Wushan Resort tomorrow for a hot spring," Shi Yu excitedly suggested. Jiang Tao knew that the big brother of the Yi family Shi Yu mentioned was He Xingchen, the eldest son of the Yi family, who was good friends with Mu Tingzhou. Mu Surong added, Tao Tao should go too. Your second aunt and I will stay home with the old lady. Jiang Tao thought for a moment and nodded lightly. It would be good to get some fresh air, as she had been feeling quite stifled lately. Early on the weekend, Shi Xian drove Shi Yu and Jiang Tao to Wushan Resort. This resort was newly developed by the Yi family, boasting beautiful scenery and fresh air, adorned with blooming flowers. Shi Yu wore a long dress suitable for photographs, while Jiang Tao held a camera, and the two strolled along, taking pictures. Not far ahead, a man and woman approached. The man was tall and handsome, while the woman was alluringly beautiful. Upon recognizing them, Shi Yu waved. Xingchen Good Jianlin Jie, Chapter 7, just leave a breath for this bastard. As the two drew closer, Jiang Tao recognized the man as He Xingchen. Xingchen Good. He Xingchen appeared slightly surprised. Tao Tao, when did you return to the country? Just recently, Jiang Tao replied, her eyes sparkling with a smile as she inadvertently glanced at the woman beside him. The woman was slightly over 5 feet tall, with chestnut hair and striking features. He Xingchen observed her. Tao Tao has changed so much. You look even more beautiful now. Jiang Tao blushed. I just cut my hair short and lost a bit of weight. This is definitely Tao Tao, Jianlin said, extending her hand. Hello, Tao Tao, I'm Jianlin, you can call me Sister Jianlin, just like Shi Yu. Shi Yu linked her arm with Jiang Tao, teasingly adding, you can also call her sister-in-law. Jianlin playfully glared at Shi Yu. You little girl, you know too much. Shi Yu chuckled. Jiang Tao stood to the side, laughing along, her eyes crinkling as the morning light danced upon her face, making her seem ethereal. It's quite large here. Would you like me to show you around? He Xingchen inquired. No need. Xingchen Good. Shi Yu replied, pulling Jiang Tao's arm and winking at him. You focus on accompanying your sister-in-law, we'll just explore on our own. Well, feel free to call me anytime if you need anything. Sure. The two girls continued walking hand in hand. Jiang Tao asked, have Xingchen and this sister Jianlin gotten engaged? Shi Yu replied, yes, last year. Sister Jianlin is from the Jian family in Kyoto, and the He family has business in Kyoto, so their families are essentially forming an alliance through marriage. Jiang Tao nodded, but they do seem quite compatible. Shi Yu added, Sister Jianlin has a good temperament, and Xingchen is steady. They truly make a good match. The Wushan Resort is currently not open to the public, resulting in a lack of tourists. With the sun shining brightly today, Shi Yu and Jiang Tao strolled and took pictures. Feeling quite relaxed, after Shi Yu grew tired of taking photos, she pulled Jiang Tao to a nearby resting area to order 2 cups of juice. After finishing their juice, the two went to enjoy the hot springs nearby. The hot spring pool offered a good level of privacy, surrounded by bamboo groves, resembling a paradise on earth. Shi Yu was enthusiastic about soaking in the hot springs, while Jiang Tao preferred not to stay too long. Emerging after less than an hour, I'll take a look around. You stay and soak, she said. Shi Yu responded, okay, let's find Shi Xian to have lunch together afterward. Alright. Jiang Tao wrapped herself in a towel and headed back to the changing room. Although it was only a short walk through the bamboo grove, a few individuals hiding in the shadows caught sight of her. Wow, he shouted, this girl is stunning. How come I've never seen her before? One man remarked, neither have I. The leading man replied, the resort isn't open yet. All the people here are from our circle. Let's go take a look. After changing clothes in the changing room, Jiang Tao took her camera and ventured into the nearby bamboo grove. The bamboo and spring was a vibrant green embodying the vitality of all living things. Jiang Tao was immersed in the beauty, snapping several photos and feeling quite pleased. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "Excuse me, beautiful, are you here alone?" Startled, she turned around to find several young men standing not far away. Jiang Tao nodded in acknowledgement and began to walk back. As she passed by them, an arm reached out to block her path. "Where are you going, beauty? Why not join us for a drink?" He Mingqing kicked the person blocking the way, saying, "What are you doing? What if you scare the lady? Apologize." The man immediately took a couple of steps back. Awkwardly smiling, "I'm sorry, miss. I was being reckless." He Mingqing glanced back at his companions, who promptly took the hint and left. Jiang Tao frowned just as she was about to step away, but her path was blocked once more. Remembering that smooth and milky skin, the subtle curves, long legs, and melancholic gaze, He Mingqing inexplicably felt a rush of heat. "What's your name, beauty? Who did you come with? This resort is owned by my family." Jiang Tao shot him a glance. Suddenly recalling that He Xingchen had a half-brother raised in Kyoto, but this person bore no resemblance to He Xingchen's gentle demeanor. Instead, he exuded an air of frivolity that was quite off-putting. "Are you He Xingchen's brother?" she asked. He Mingqing smirked and countered, "Did you come here with He Xingchen?" Jiang Tao wanted to hurry and find Shiryu, so she nodded without providing an explanation. In the next moment, He Mingqing abruptly lunged forward, grabbing her arm with a sinister smile. "What's so great about He Xingchen? He's already engaged and can't give you anything. You might as well be with me. I'm the most favored son of the He family." Jiang Tao felt bewildered. "What nonsense are you spouting? Let go of me." After several futile attempts to break free, her wrist was gripped tighter, causing increasing pain. "Let go of me, or I'll call for help." He Mingqing was unfazed by her threats, his eyes narrowing. "Go ahead and call. It would be best if you brought He Xingchen along so he can see how I handle his woman here." With that, He Mingqing began to forcefully kiss her. During her years abroad, Jiang Tao had practiced self-defense for protection, but it was clear that her opponent was also skilled and more professional, with one hand still protecting her camera. She stumbled backward, falling to the ground. He Mingqing's eyes lit up, taking advantage of the situation to sit on top of her. Ever since she took up photography, Jiang Tao had never worn a dress. And as she struggled and called out for help, she suddenly felt a chill at her waist. Her eyes widened in horror as she grabbed the nearby camera and swung it forcefully at him. Not far away, a sightseeing car sped toward them. Without waiting for it to come to a complete stop, the passengers quickly jumped out. He Mingqing was kicked to the ground. Jiang Tao's eyes turned red. Her body trembling, Shiryu held her in his arms, his furious voice ringing above her. "Uncle, kill this bastard." Jiang Tao gradually regained her senses, just as she was about to rise with Shiryu's support. A delicate hand reached out. "Tao Tao, is your hand injured?" Looking up, she met a pair of gentle, watery eyes. Nearby, He Mingqing was being pinned to the ground and beaten by Mu Tingzhou, who was filled with rage. He Xingchen's gaze was heavy, showing no intention of intervening. "Shirshian, just leave this bastard alive. I'll handle the rest," Shiryu said coldly. Jiang Tao wanted to cry but found herself unable to. She clutched Shiryu's arm tightly. "Shiryu, I want to go home. There's a first aid kit here. Let me help you with your injuries." Xinyan reached out to assist her, but Jiang Tao stepped back. "No need to trouble yourself." "Thank you." Shiryu arranged for the driver of the sightseeing car to take them to the entrance of the resort, and the two got into the car. Jiang Tao didn't cry, but Shiryu did. Jiang Tao forced a smile, wiping her tears. "I'm fine. Take me back to the Tanxiang apartment. I can't face grandma looking like this." Shiryu nodded. "I understand. Don't worry, Tao Tao. Uncle and Shirshian won't let that bastard off easily." Caught off guard and assaulted, Jiang Tao was indeed frightened, but what truly upset her was the thought of her disheveled self being seen by Xinyan. She knew what kind of mindset she had. Inside the resort, Mu Tingzhou had already beaten He Mingqing to the brink of unconsciousness. Xinyan had never seen Mu Tingzhou like this, filled with an overwhelming aura of anger. Zhenlin, seeing the situation was dire, stepped forward to advise Tingzhou. "After all, he is a young master of the Yi family. If something happens to him, we won't be able to explain ourselves to old man." He'd explain. "A corpse is the explanation." He Xingchen exclaimed, shocked, as he hurried to pull Mu Tingzhou away. He Mingqing deserved to die, but not at the hands of Tingzhou. Chapter 8, The Mysterious Wild Girl. After Jiang Tao returned to her apartment and took a shower, she lay down asleep, having missed the lunch Shiryu ordered. Coupled with the fact that she had only slept 4 hours the night before, she soon fell into a deep slumber. While Jiang Tao was fast asleep, chaos ensued in the He family. He Mingqing was rushed to the hospital, and old man He and Madam He hurried to the hospital upon seeing their youngest son. Barely clinging to life on the hospital bed, the couple nearly fainted. After listening to He Mingqing's friends recount the events, old man He slammed his cane against He Xingchen's body. "You worthless brat. Just because of a girl raised by the Mu family, you stood by and let your brother be beaten to this state by Mu Tingzhou. Madam, he wept, Xingchen, I know you don't like your aunt. But Mingcheng is your brother after all, he is barely in his 20s, still a child, how can you bear to watch him be bullied? He Xingchen's expression darkened, unyielding that he Mingcheng has been spoiled by you since childhood. And I warned you that if you don't discipline him, someone else will, you ungrateful wretch. Old man, he trembled with rage, pointing at him, that you've grown wings, haven to you, dare to speak to your father like that. He Xingchen sneered, what good are wings if they can't bring you down from your high horse, father? You. Old man, he staggered back, nearly choking on his breath, but he Xingchen resolutely walked away, leaving old man he to pound his chest in anger. Lamenting, you ungrateful wretch, I should never have let you into the company, you're just an ambitious wolf. Madam, he looked at her son, wrapped in layers of white bandages, every inch covered in injuries. Tears streaming down her face. Dear, this matter cannot just be left like this, the Mu family must give us an explanation. And no matter how capable Mu Tingzhou is, he cannot resort to violence, especially for a girl with no blood ties. Old man, he leaned on his cane, his murky eyes flashing with determination, that if they dare to harm my Mingcheng, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Prepare the car, I will personally visit the Mu family. Madam, he instructed the nurse outside to take good care of their son and made a call to the hospital director before heading out with old man he to the Mu family. Meanwhile, Shi Yu stayed with Jiang Tao in the apartment. Seeing her asleep, he secretly called his mother, Mu Sijing. Upon hearing the news, Mu Sijing nearly dropped her phone in shock. The elderly matriarch, upon learning that her beloved granddaughter had been bullied by the spoiled young master of the Yi family, felt a surge of anger. Choking on a mouthful of blood, she stormed out with her two daughters, determined to break the bastard's legs. However, before they could step out the door, the Yi family had already arrived at their doorstep. Mu Sijing stood resolutely at the entrance, declaring, since you are not a guest, there is no need to invite you in. Sister-in-law, what do you mean by this? Once upon a time, He Qingfeng was old man Mu's right-hand man. Respectful enough to refer to Mu Sijing as sister-in-law. What do you mean? Mu Sijing coldly glared at Madame Yi Wenjing, standing behind He Qingfeng. My Mu family has always been straightforward and does not welcome those of dubious identity and malicious intent. Upon hearing this, Madame Hi's eyes turned red, her fists clenching, nearly biting her back teeth in fury. She had endured years of being sidelined in Kyoto, and 3 years ago she and her son had finally returned to be recognized in the prestigious circles of Donggang City, where everyone referred to her as Madame He. Even the Shin family treated her with some respect. Yet today, this Mu matriarch openly mocked her. But the Mu family was a top-tier power, far beyond what Shin Wenjing could challenge. And she could only look to Yi Qingfeng, hoping he would speak on her behalf. The original Madame He, who was the mother of He Xingchen, was a distant relative of old Madame Mu. Yet she succumbed to depression and passed away after marrying into the He family. Consequently, when faced with old Madame Mu, He Qingfeng felt a pang of guilt. Nevertheless, today he had come to seek justice for his beloved son. Gathering his resolve, he declared to sister-in-law, let us not dwell on other matters today. Tingzhou has injured my Mingcheng, leaving him hospitalized. You must provide an explanation. An explanation. Old Madame Mu's expression hardened. My precious granddaughter was nearly sullied by your family's little scoundrel. And you still have the audacity to demand an explanation from me? If anything were to happen to my granddaughter, I would ensure the Yi family faces dire consequences. Old Madame Mu was prepared to sever ties with the Yi family for an unknown girl? Shin Wenjing blurted out in disbelief. Impudence. Both He Qingfeng and old Madame Mu exclaimed in unison. Almost immediately, a resounding slap landed on Shin Wenjing's face. She looked at He Qingfeng in disbelief. The origins of the orphan raised by the Mu family were unclear to others, but He Qingfeng knew all too well. To utter the words wild girl at home was one thing, but to do so in front of old Madame Mu was tantamount to courting death. Once a powerful family in Kyoto, the Jiang family had fallen to ruin because the old commander Jiang was indifferent to fame and fortune, with his son and daughter-in-law dedicating themselves to the front lines. Otherwise, how could they have ended up with only one orphan? Moreover, the old commander Jiang had once saved old Master Mu's life. Without him, how could there have been a chance for the birth of Mu Tingzhou? Delving deeper, without the later old Master Mu, there would be no riches and glory for He Qingfeng. Of course, he would never admit to such a thing. Shin Wenjing was oblivious to the fact that an unknown girl had nearly brought calamity upon the He family had it not been for He Qingfeng's timely intervention. Shin Wenjing and her son would not have fared well against old Madame Mu's temperament. He Qingfeng realized he would not receive any explanation, yet he needed to show his stance, demonstrating to the Mu family that he cherished his youngest son, Mingcheng. Sister-in-law, my son Mingcheng is young and impetuous, encountering a beautiful girl is bound to stir his heart since my son did not succeed and was instead beaten into the hospital by Ting Zhou. Although he has suffered, he has learned a lesson. He Qingfeng tightened his grip on his cane, suppressing his resentment. Let us consider this matter settled. Suddenly interjecting, Mu Serong spoke, my girl has always been obedient and well-behaved. If she were to be frightened, my Mu family would not let this go lightly. He Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback. Although Mu Serong was his junior, she was not much younger than him. And her husband held a high position, having once served under Old Master Mu. It was prudent to avoid conflict, leaving him silently frustrated. After the couple left in disgrace, old Madame Mu waved her hand. Let us go see Tao Tao. When Jiang Tao awoke, the sky outside had darkened. Stepping out of her bedroom, she found the living room quiet, with the aroma of soup wafting from the kitchen. Tao Tao was awake. Mu Serong emerged from the kitchen, noticing her peaceful slumber. The old lady and your aunt have returned. You must be hungry. Your aunt prepared soup for you. Go wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Jiang Tao acknowledged with a nod and turned to wash her hands. During dinner, she sensed her aunt's concerned gaze. Filled with unspoken words, she smiled and reassured, Aunt, I'm fine. I won't be left with any psychological scars. Having spent 4 years abroad and traversed numerous countries, she had witnessed much through her lens. She refrained from speaking, not wishing to add to their worries. Mu Serong sighed with relief, placing her chopsticks down to hold Jiang Tao's hand. Rest assured, your aunt will ensure no one bullies you again. Jiang Tao nodded. That night Mu Serong, anxious, chose not to leave the apartment and stayed by her side. As night deepened, perhaps due to her long nap in the afternoon, Jiang Tao found herself wide awake. Silently she rose and walked to the balcony, gazing at the starry night, her thoughts drifting to Xinyan's gentle eyes. Suddenly she felt the urge to smoke, knowing Mu Tingzhou occasionally smoked. She tiptoed out of the bedroom. The door across the hall was closed, and she gently opened it. After the morning, he likely wouldn't be staying here anymore. Sure enough, there was a box of cigarettes on the nightstand. Slender ones. Not daring to return for a lighter, she resorted to igniting the cigarette with the kitchen stove. Afraid the noise from the range hood would disturb Mu Serong, she stepped out towards the fire escape. The moment the fire door opened, the lights in the stairwell flickered on, revealing a man leaning against the wall. Chapter 9. You were so arrogant. Does your cousin know? Their eyes locked. Mu Tingzhou extinguished the cigarette in his hand. Why are you still awake? Why are you here, uncle? Jiang Tao exclaimed in surprise, momentarily forgetting the cigarette pinched between her fingers. To ensure you weren't frightened, I came to check on you. I'm not that fragile. Jiang Tao leaned against the wall, lowering her head. When the cigarette unconsciously moved to her lips, she suddenly realized her actions, freezing in place, unsure whether to discard it or keep it. If you feel uncomfortable, just smoke half. Mu Tingzhou approached and ruffled her hair. Jiang Tao did not have an addiction. She had only learned to smoke during her time abroad out of longing, after experiencing life's myriad facets through her lens. She occasionally smoked to relieve her pent-up feelings. However, upon returning home, her low spirits had rekindled her craving. Finish up and return. Don't make your aunt worry. As Mu Tingzhou turned to leave, Jiang Tao grasped his shirt. Yuan Xingchen. She still vividly recalled his threatening demeanor at that moment, fearing this incident might create a rift between him and Xingchen. We're fine. He patted her hand before stepping out. Jiang Tao learned the next day that Xingchen's brother had been hospitalized after being beaten by Mu Tingzhou. Sure, you expressed her outrage in a voice message. How dare they bully our Tao Tao? Leaving him alive is already a blessing from his past life. Jiang Tao responded with a kiss emoji. On Wednesday, Xingchen treated Jiang Tao to a meal, expressing his guilt for not taking care of her as the resort owner, while also showing concern for whether she had been frightened. Having previously been a shadow to Mu Tingzhou, she and Xingchen were not strangers, and they chatted amiably over dinner, allowing the incident to fade into the background. As the month drew to a close, the film Dustfall held a thank you banquet, inviting staff involved in the magazine Fashion People for the shoot and production. Having dealt with the fashion industry, Jiang Tao understood the significance of photography skills and networking. In the morning, she invited Shiryu to accompany her to the mall for clothes shopping. In the dazzling entertainment industry, she opted for a low-key beige draped suit, paired with small heels, exuding elegance and competence. After lunch, as they exited the restaurant, Shiryu went to fetch the car, and Jiang Tao encountered Mu Tingzhou dining with clients. Mu Tingzhou mentioned that the camera he had gifted her was broken and had purchased a new one. Leaving it at the Sandalwood apartment, Jiang Tao nodded, exchanging a few words before he hurriedly departed for other matters. That evening, Jiang Tao attended the Dustfall thank you banquet with her colleagues as planned. Assistant A-Man linked arms with her, suggesting they head to the dessert buffet. Before long, the main characters, along with the director and producer, arrived in the banquet hall. Editor-in-chief Suen navigated effortlessly among the actors. Signaling Jiang Tao to approach, however, just a few steps in, a sharp female voice called out, causing Jiang Tao to turn. Before she could discern who it was, a glass of red wine splashed across her face. Gasps echoed throughout the room. Jiang Tao wiped the wine from her face, and in her line of sight stood Shen Feifei, resplendent in a red dress. "Miss Shen, what do you think you're doing?" Suan interposed protectively before Jiang Tao. During the shoot, she was aware of the minor frictions between Jiang Tao and Shen Feifei, but she did not believe Jiang Tao was at fault. Especially since Jiang Tao was her subordinate, attacking her would be a slap in her own face. Shen Feifei crossed her arms defiantly, scoffing, "What am I doing? That's a question for this Miss Jiang." Stepping forward, she pushed past Suan, confronting Jiang Tao. An insignificant little photographer dares to seduce the president of Jojo Group, Mu Tingzhou. Who gave you the audacity? My cousin Shenyan is about to be engaged to Mu Tingzhou. If you have any sense, you'll get out of Donggang City immediately. The banquet had invited entertainment reporters, and upon hearing Mu Tingzhou's name, all cameras turned toward the two women, both poised for a confrontation. The Mu family was among the elite, and while Mu Tingzhou was someone everyone in high society sought to befriend, he remained low-key. Over the years, news of Jojo Group's rapid growth and development was all that circulated. Regarding his personal life, there was almost a blank slate this year. However, news had suddenly surfaced regarding his impending engagement to Shen Yan. At this moment, Shen Feifei, as a member of the Shen family, brazenly accused a photographer of attempting to seduce Mu Tingzhou in public. What a scandal! The cameras clicked furiously, and flashes erupted. Jiang Tao, far from feeling embarrassed or humiliated, stood tall, her expression composed, her fair face still marked with wine stains. A man offered her a tissue to clean up, but she gestured for him to stop, stepping forward with sharp brows, closing the distance between them. Though Shen Feifei was petite, even in her sky-high heels, she could not match Jiang Tao's height of 168 centimeters with her modest heels. Jiang Tao, with her sleek black hair and sharp attire, overshadowed Shen Feifei's imposing demeanor. "You claim I seduced Mu Tingzhou. Do you have any evidence?" Shen Feifei maintained her stance. "I saw it with my own eyes at noon today." He touched your head. Jiang Tao realized that Shen Feifei had witnessed her encounter with her uncle outside the restaurant. A cold smile crept onto her lips. "Touching my head equates to seduction? Furthermore, do you think you can act so arrogantly without your cousin knowing?" Chapter 10. The Princess's Guard. "You're courting death." Shen Feifei raised her palm, only to be grasped by the arm by the cold-faced director nearby. "Miss Shen, tonight is the appreciation banquet for Dustfall. Any matters or words can be addressed after the banquet." Despite Shen Feifei's brazen demeanor, she still had to give face to the director with a cold snort. She relented for the time being, vowing to settle the score later. As she turned to leave, Jiang Tao suddenly called out to her, "Here, take this back." With that, a glass of red wine was splashed onto Shen Feifei. "Ah, you wretched woman!" The exquisite makeup and hairstyle were ruined by the red wine, contrasting sharply with her crimson dress, both striking and ironic. A blend of indignation and fury surged within Shen Feifei, her eyes nearly bursting with rage as she seized one of the cameras and smashed it to the ground. "Stop taking pictures. I told you to stop." Taking advantage of the chaos, Suan quietly pulled Jiang Tao away. At the base of the sandalwood apartment building, Suan remarked, "Shen Feifei has grown accustomed to being overbearing with the Shen family's backing. You should rest at home tomorrow. The media hasn't yet figured out how to spin this, and I fear it may be detrimental to you. Come back to work once I've sorted everything out." She turned to Jiang Tao, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Shen Feifei mentioned, do you know Mu Tingzhou?" Jiang Tao nodded. "Our relationship is not as Shen Feifei described. I trust you," Suan replied, patting her shoulder. "After all, you were recruited from an overseas magazine, someone I had my eye on." Jiang Tao felt grateful for the editor's support. That night, she slept fitfully, dreaming of returning to Kyoto, where the Jiang family ancestral home lay in desolation. Alone in the yard, surrounded by overgrown weeds, the scene shifted to reveal Shenyan in a wedding dress standing before her, gently stating, "Tao Tao, I'm going to marry your uncle. Will you bless us?" Upon waking, Jiang Tao found herself in tears. She couldn't bring herself to bless them. Picking up her phone, she glanced at the time, 3 in the morning. Notifications popped up with trending news. Fashion person, a photographer intervenes in the union of the Mu and Shen families. Shen Feifei confronts the mistress for her cousin. Jiang Tao set her phone down. Completely devoid of sleep, she rose and headed to the living room for a glass of water. The soft light illuminated the room, and she noticed a tall figure standing by the window. For a brief moment, she panicked but quickly recognized who it was. Clad in a black coat, he stood with his hands in his pockets, gazing out at the bleak scenery reminiscent of a solitary pine atop a misty peak. Noticing her, Mu Tingzhou snapped back to reality, his eyes meeting hers through the glass. She stood motionless, her short hair slightly disheveled, her sleeveless nightgown exposing her delicate arms. Her eyes, with their alluring fox-like shape, held a certain innocence that made one want to kiss her. He turned around, startled. Is the air thick with the scent of alcohol? No, Jiang Tao replied, assuming he had just returned from a drinking session. She walked to the kitchen and poured him a cup of honey water. Mu Tingzhou did not take it, his gaze fixed on her face. Tao, you can rely on me like before. Jiang Tao furrowed her brow, retracting the honey water from him. In the past, she would magnify the smallest of matters and present them to him as a form of affection. Her joys, sorrows, and worries were all laid bare before him. But that was no longer possible. She harbored feelings she shouldn't have. Jiang Tao raised her eyes, forcing a smile. Didn't my uncle say I've grown up? Growing up makes you my little princess. Jiang Tao chuckled, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. So are you the king or the prince that accompanies the princess, or perhaps the prince who stays by the princess's side? Mu Tingzhou reached for the glass she held, his dark eyes deepening. I am the princess's guard. Jiang Tao pressed her lips together and turned to fetch herself a glass of warm water from the kitchen, sipping it slowly. He stood outside the kitchen, the soft orange glow of the light casting over him, his silhouette reflected in the glass. You need not worry about the events at the appreciation banquet. I've already taken steps to address it. Jiang Tao nodded. The kitchen was dimly lit, allowing her to observe him with an unusual boldness. Uncle, are you going to get engaged to Miss Shin? He fell silent for a moment, and just as Jiang Tao thought he would acquiesce, he suddenly spoke. After this matter, it will no longer happen. Her beautiful eyes widened slowly. A light laugh drifted across from the other room, relaxed and gentle. How could the princess's guard marry someone who bullies the princess? In the latter half of the night, Jiang Tao slept deeply. Upon waking, she opened her phone, only to find all trending news about her had vanished from the internet. Mu Tingzhou had already left, and the breakfast laid out on the table confirmed that the previous night was not merely a dream. As she heated her breakfast in the microwave, she received a message from editor Suan, instructing her to come to work the next day. After breakfast, as she was about to leave for the ancestral home, she received a call from Shiryu. Tao, I have some major news. Shiryu's voice was intentionally lowered, with such a heavy tone. Did you fall into the toilet? Jiang Tao chuckled, feeling lighthearted. More astonishing than me falling into the toilet, Shiryu continued in hushed excitement. I'm at the ancestral home now. The head of the Shin family has arrived. The head of the Shin family? Jiang Tao's reaction puzzled Shiryu. Did you not see the morning's trending news? Before Jiang Tao could respond, Shiryu eagerly explained, my uncle released a statement on the Jojo Group's official website, stating that the Mu family has no intention of forming a marriage alliance with the Shin family. It was all just baseless rumors. Chapter 11, the head of the Shin family Tao. There was a long silence on the line, and Shiryu wondered if there was no signal. Wait for me at home, I'll be there shortly. Hey, aren't you going to work today? Shiryu was unaware of the events from the appreciation banquet the night before, as she had gone to bed early and woke up to find the headlines had disappeared without a trace. Taking a day off, Shiryu acknowledged but didn't think much of it. Then hurry up and come. Mu Tingzhou's company had released the news without prior consultation with the family when Shinyan arrived. The Mu family had yet to grasp the situation. Upon learning that her youngest son had unilaterally announced the severance of ties with the Shin family, Mu's matriarch called Mu Tingzhou back from the company. Shinyan had come alone. Although the Shin family had been in business for several generations, they still held a good reputation in Donggang City, and the matriarch appreciated Shinyan's gentle disposition, which complemented her son's cold demeanor. In the reception room, facing Mu Tingzhou, Shinyan did not adopt the air of an elder. Tingzhou, is there a misunderstanding between you and Yenner? Mu Tingzhou took a sip of tea, his gaze sweeping over Mu Suyang and the matriarch, his tone indifferent. From the beginning, my relationship with Shinyan has been a misunderstanding. What does Tingzhou mean by that? Shinyan was unaware of the secret machinations between his wife and the matriarch. He had always believed that Mu Tingzhou had feelings for his daughter. Furthermore, his wife had gone on vacation abroad last week, and upon seeing their daughter's swollen eyes this morning, he felt compelled to intervene. Mu Tingzhou cast a sidelong glance at the matriarch, who, upon sensing his gaze, felt a twinge of guilt and discreetly nudged her eldest daughter. Mu Suyang, feeling helpless, excused herself to speak with Mu Tingzhou in private. At that moment, Shinyan received a message from Shin Feifei, accompanied by a photo. Uncle, it's because of this mistress that Mu Tingzhou has distanced himself from Sister Yen. Shinyan opened the photo, revealing a girl with sleek black hair, shining under the sunlight. His expression darkened as he immediately forwarded the message to his assistant. I need all information on this girl. When Jiang Tao arrived at the Mu family home, Shiryu was waiting for her at the entrance. As she got out of the taxi, Shiryu approached with a smile. Tao Tao, what do you think your uncle means? Has he suddenly lost interest in Xinyan? Jiang Tao glanced at her. How can you be so sure that uncle liked her in the first place? Shiryu paused, then nodded. True, perhaps it was just my aunt and grandmother's wishful thinking. I've never seen my uncle show interest in any girl. He seems distant and cold toward everyone. Shiryu playfully nudged her. Except for you, of course. You are his little princess. Around the corner of the corridor leading to the reception room, Mu Tingzhou stood with Mu Suyang, engaged in conversation. Shiryu exclaimed, "Is the meeting over?" She tugged Jiang Tao along, eager to inquire about the situation. Upon turning, Mu Tingzhou spotted the two approaching. Mu Suyang also looked over, her previous frown replaced by a smile at the sight of Jiang Tao. Tao Tao, Aunt Jiang Tao stood outside the corridor, her eyes sparkling with a smile. I'm on a break today, just came to see Grandma. Grandma's in the reception room, Mu Suyang replied. Just then, she seemed to recall something, casting a glance at Mu Tingzhou. You should handle things properly. When she turned back, her smile remained warm. Grandma's in the meeting. You two wait a moment before going in. However, Shiryu, eager for gossip, pulled Jiang Tao to eavesdrop. They overheard the matriarch sighing. These two children are not meant to be. Initially, it was I who took a liking to Xinyan, secretly discussing with Madame Shen to matchmake them, but it turns out the two just don't click. Thinking of his daughter's tear-stained eyes, Xinyan found it hard to believe the matriarch's words. How could his daughter be so heartbroken if the two were truly incompatible? He perceived this as merely an excuse from the Mu family. Chapter 12. Do you like Miss Shen? Reflecting on the girl in the photo, Xinyan discreetly scrutinized Mu Tingzhou. This man, with his looks, family background, and capabilities, could be considered the epitome of manhood. Yet, as a man himself, Xinyan was all too aware of the baser instincts that some men possess. Certain women were only worthy of fleeting amusement. His daughter, possessing an admirable appearance, lineage, and character, would be a paragon worthy of any distinguished family as a daughter-in-law. Upon reflecting on this, Xinyan rose with a smile. Old madam, since this concerns the two children, let them handle it themselves. It would be inappropriate for us elders to meddle. Madame Mu nodded repeatedly, acknowledging that her old bones could no longer manage such affairs, thus leaving them to their own devices. As the group made their way outside, Shiryu pulled Jiang Tao to stand in the corridor. Xinyan caught a casual glance at them, his eyes widening in astonishment while maintaining a gentle smile. And who might these two be? Madame Mu, having spotted Jiang Tao stealthily lingering outside the parlor, affectionately took her hand. My granddaughter, and my granddaughter by marriage. Granddaughter. Xinyan suddenly recalled a remark his wife had made some time ago about a foster daughter of the Mu family returning from abroad. After seeing off their guests, Madame Mu shot a cold glance at Mu Tingzhou and led Jiang Tao back inside. By the time Jiang Tao turned around, Mu Tingzhou had already departed, following dinner at the Mu residence. The old lady reluctantly instructed the driver to take Jiang Tao home. Upon returning to her apartment, Jiang Tao sat on the sofa, lost in thought for a while before heading for a shower. Just as she lay down on her bed, she heard the sound of a door opening outside. Stepping out of her bedroom, she found Mu Tingzhou hanging up his coat, clad in a black shirt and sharply tailored trousers. He appeared elongated and enigmatic under the warm orange light, reminiscent of a gentleman emerging from the shadows, mysterious yet irresistibly alluring. Have you had dinner, uncle? Mu Tingzhou's gaze deepened as he fixed his eyes on her. Are you going to make something for me? Jiang Tao replied. I can only make noodles. Then I shall trouble you. Tao Tao. Mu Tingzhou turned towards the bedroom. I will shower first, and then come out to eat. Jiang Tao acknowledged with a hum and proceeded to the kitchen. Once the water boiled, she added the noodles, and the pot began to bubble. Her phone rang from her pocket. It was a video call from Mu Sirong. Placing her phone aside, she busied herself with adding vegetables to the pot. What are you up to, Tao Tao? Mu Sirong leaned forward in the video. And I'm making noodles. Making noodles? Didn't you eat enough at the old residence? No, it's just that uncle hasn't had dinner. Why are you cooking? Where's your uncle? He's in the shower. Jiang Tao cracked an egg and whisked it in a bowl before drizzling it over the noodles. Completely oblivious to the slight frown of Mu Sirong on the other end, after serving the noodles into a bowl, Jiang Tao finally asked, Aunt, do you have something to discuss? Mu Sirong initially intended to invite her to Kyoto at the end of the month to visit her older cousin and the Jiang family home, especially since it had been 4 years since Jiang Tao had last visited. Preoccupied with her own thoughts, Mu Sirong decided to postpone the conversation, offering a few words of concern before ending the call. When Jiang Tao placed the noodles on the dining table, Mu Tingzhou had already emerged from the bathroom. Observing the bowl of noodles, a smile danced in his eyes. Where's my fried egg? Has it turned into egg drop soup? Jiang Tao pursed her lips slightly. You didn't say you wanted a fried egg. In truth, Jiang Tao wasn't particularly adept at making fried eggs. During her time abroad, whenever she craved Chinese food, she would simply make noodles. After several failed attempts at frying eggs, where the yolk never remained intact, she resorted to whisking them and drizzling them on top. Convenient and quick. Mu Tingzhou returned to the kitchen to fetch another pair of chopsticks and sat down beside her. He emanated a faint, crisp scent of cedar, his tousled hair partially obscuring his brow, softening the sharpness of his features. I had my fill at the old residence. Jiang Tao sat down opposite him. Despite lacking appetite, uncle, do you like Miss Shen? Chapter 13, Censorship. Mu Tingzhou ate at a leisurely pace, lifting his gaze to regard her. Why do you ask? Jiang Tao fixated on the noodles in his bowl. I am just curious. Shen Feifei is overbearing, but she is who she is, and Shen Yan is Shen Yan. We can't let my issues with Shen Feifei affect. Jiang Tao met his penetrating gaze and instinctively fell silent. If you don't like her, you need not feel burdened. Jiang Tao responded with a soft "oh," her heart fluttering with a small thrill. The following morning, upon settling into her seat at the magazine office, a man rushed over, leaning in to whisper conspiratorially, "Little Tao, Shen Feifei's solo cover has been revoked, and she's been replaced by the second female lead." The second female lead was photographed by another photographer, Adet, whom Jiang Tao had encountered at the appreciation banquet. She was striking and adept at navigating social circles. At this moment, Suan called her from the office doorway. Jiang Tao, come in for a moment. A man winked at her before returning to her desk. Jiang Tao rose to enter Suan's office. Editor. Suan gestured for her to sit. This month's magazine cover has replaced Shen Feifei with the second female lead. Suan's gaze fell upon her face. The change was decided by the magazine, and it was also Mu's decision. Jiang Tao immediately thought of Mu Tingzhou. Observing her surprise, Suan chuckled. While I am unaware of your relationship with the president of Jojo Group, he seems quite protective of you. No need to overthink it. Mu did not exert pressure on the magazine, but rather gentlemanly gave me a call to kindly inform us of the cover change. With Mu Tingzhou's intervention, Shen Feifei was likely to face a ban. The cover change also spared the magazine from potential losses. Jiang Tao comprehended her implication after receiving the news that Fashion People had replaced her cover. Shen Feifei was in her studio fuming. Clothes and makeup tools lay scattered about in disarray. Her manager observed helplessly as Shen Feifei, relying on the Shen family, had always been spoiled, and this was her first significant setback. Having spent a considerable sum to garner attention at the appreciation banquet, she was now left bereft in less than an hour. Furthermore, she had just been notified by the magazine about the cover change. Shen Feifei could hardly contain herself. At that moment, her manager's phone rang. Glancing at the furious young lady, she answered. Feifei, it's your uncle, Mr. Shen. At the mention, Shen Feifei immediately quieted down, taking the phone and sweetly addressing Uncle, get back here right now. With that, Shen Ian hung up. He stared at the video his assistant had gathered on the computer. Furious, this incompetent fool is more trouble than he is worth. The hastily returned Madame Shen gritted her teeth. That brainless girl, why did she have to provoke the Mu family's adopted daughter? Madame Shen had heard from Shen Yan that Mu Tingzhou had sent the second young master of the Yi family to the hospital over that girl. This illustrated how fiercely Mu Tingzhou protected her. With her uncle so furious on the phone, Shen Feifei remained clueless about her misstep. Before even arriving at the Shen family home, she was already receiving termination notices from various endorsements and films. The manager sensed the impending doom. Was this truly the beginning of her ban? After negotiating and making calls, they were met with refusals to disclose the reasons. Shen Feifei sat in the nanny car, unfazed, assured of her standing with the Shen family, and with Mu Tingzhou as her future cousin-in-law, who would dare to ban her. Moreover, her uncle had always doted on her, when she initially sought to enter the entertainment industry. It was her uncle who made the final decision despite her parents' objections. At the entrance of the Shen family villa, Shen Feifei alighted from the nanny car and turned to her manager, saying, "No need to wait for me. I'll be staying at the Shen family tonight." Little did she know, as soon as Shen Feifei stepped into the living room, she received a resounding slap from Madame Shen. Chapter 14, Apology. Shen Feifei stood there in a daze. Although her aunt had always been somewhat indifferent towards her, she had never been so harsh. In disbelief, she turned to Madame Shen. Aunt, Madame Shen's expression was fierce, and one slap did nothing to quell her fury. "You wretched girl, you've ruined my Yan's marriage." Shen Feifei covered her face, tears streaming down. "Aunt, what have I done? How could I ruin Sister Yan's marriage? I even helped her deal with the mistress." "Mistress?" Madame Shen's fury soared. "I see you deliberately sabotaged Yan's marriage. How could the Shen family produce such a mindless creature?" With her aunt's wrath bearing down upon her, Shin Feifei desperately looked toward Shin Ian, seated on the sofa. Uncle, what exactly did Feifei do wrong? Shin Ian shot her a cold glance, gesturing toward the computer screen. You can see for yourself, Shin Feifei approached. Crouching by the coffee table to click on the computer, revealing footage from the appreciation banquet where she had splashed red wine on a photographer named Jiang, Shin Feifei immediately pointed at the screen. Uncle, that's the one who was seducing my future brother-in-law. But before she could finish, Shin Ian slammed the table. You fool, how can you condemn her as a mistress without even investigating? How can you be so certain? Shin Feifei, frightened, crouched on the floor, glancing between her furious aunt and her tearful cousin, bewildered. Isn't she a mistress? I clearly saw her smiling at my future brother-in-law, and he even patted her head. Shin Yan, with red-rimmed eyes, raised her head, her voice still gentle. She is not a mistress. She is the foster daughter of the Mu family and also Mu Tingzhou's niece. Shin Feifei's eyes widened in shock, her lips trembling as she struggled to find her voice. Shin Ian sighed. Tomorrow you will go to the Mu family and sincerely apologize. The next day, as Madame Shin accompanied Shin Feifei to the Mu family to apologize. It was then that Madame Mu learned of Jiang Tao being splashed with red wine at the banquet. Enraged, she pointed at Shin Feifei, speechless with fury. My Tao Tao has been abroad for 4 years. Returning only to be bullied by you all. She slammed the table. Do you all think I am dead, that the Mu family is without presence? Madame Shin, frightened by the outburst, quickly forced a smile. Old Madame Feifei was unaware of Miss Jiang's identity. There was a misunderstanding between them. It was entirely our fault. I brought Feifei here to apologize. Madame Mu huffed coldly. Apologize for what? It's not me who suffered the grievance. Madame Shin was fully aware of the situation in her heart. Rest assured, my dear elder lady Feifei will apologize to Miss Jiang Tao as soon as she has the chance, until she calms down. Although Shin Feifei was willing to come to the Mu family to make amends, she was utterly reluctant to apologize to the adopted daughter raised by the Mu family. Thus, on the way back to the Shin residence, when Madame Shin insisted that she apologize to Jiang Tao, Shin Feifei firmly refused. Aunt, although I spilled red wine on her, she did the same to me. Furthermore, I am currently blacklisted, and my acting career has been severed. Why should I pay such a hefty price only to apologize to her? Shin Feifei, if it weren't for your antics that provoked Mu Tingzhou, could he have distanced himself from Yan Er? Madame Shin shot her a cold glance. Do not forget, your uncle is the head of the Shin family. You and your parents are being supported by our company. If you possess any dignity, you may leave the Shin family with your parents and fend for yourselves. Chapter 15. You are the princess of the Mu family. When Jiang Tao received Shin Feifei's call, she was out on a photoshoot. Where are you? Is there something you need, Miss Shin? An apology. Jiang Tao, with her camera slung over her shoulder, glanced at the model retouching her makeup beside the abandoned tracks. Her expression impassive. Omission. Your tone does not sound like one of apology, but rather as if you were looking for a fight. Jiang Tao, I have been blacklisted and have nothing left. Please refrain from nitpicking. I genuinely wish to apologize to you. And then what? What comes next? Of course, I want you to calm down. If you do not, my cousin's engagement to your uncle will truly be in jeopardy. Jiang Tao lowered her gaze to the ground. Shin Feifei, Mu Tingzhou's disengagement from your cousin has nothing to do with me, nor with you. Also, since you spilled red wine on me, I returned the favor. You need not apologize to me. After hanging up, the makeup artist had finished retouching the model's makeup. A man, holding a reflector, winked at Jiang Tao. Sister Tao, did you notice that male model has been staring at you? Jiang Tao frowned and shot her a reproachful glance. Focus on your work, Sister Tao. I genuinely mean it. Do you believe that after the shoot, he will surely ask for your contact information? Jiang Tao shook her head helplessly and began adjusting her camera. Sister Tao, I bet you dinner tonight. Jiang Tao ignored her, calibrating the lighting before stepping forward to commence the shoot. The models featured in Fashion People were all renowned, exuding professionalism under the lens. Making the shoot go smoothly before sunset, everyone wrapped up. The models had their own transportation, and the magazine had its own van.as. Jiang Tao boarded the vehicle. The male model indeed blocked her way. Jiang teacher, may I have your contact information? Jiang Tao contemplated for a moment and provided him with her phone number. Once inside the car, a man leaned closer. Sister Tao, don't forget that you are treating me to dinner tonight? Jiang Tao cast her eyes sideways at her. He thinks I am professional and wishes to seek future collaboration. A man blinked. If he wants to collaborate, is it necessary for him to look at you with such intense admiration? A man mimicked an electric shock gesture, eliciting a laugh from Jiang Tao. At the foot of the company building, a man linked her arm with Jiang Tao's, pondering what to eat. A Cullinan slowly pulled up before them. Mu Tingzhou stepped out, standing tall in the sunset, his dark trench coat accentuating his deep-set brows and eyes, exuding an air of calm authority. Tao Tao. A man glanced between Jiang Tao and the man opposite her. Momentarily at a loss for words, after a while, she blurted out, "Don't forget our bet." Mu Tingzhou looked at them, puzzled. "What bet?" "A male model from today's shoot has taken a liking to Sister Tao and asked for her contact information. I won the bet, so she has to treat me to dinner." Mu Tingzhou cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Tao before addressing a man. "Apologies, the wager will need to be settled another day." A man, her mind finally catching up, waved her hands repeatedly. "It's alright, we were just joking. You must be Sister Tao's boyfriend. You two should hurry and go on a date. A meal is not a big deal." Just as Jiang Tao was about to clarify that Mu Tingzhou was not her boyfriend, he had already opened the car door and pulled her inside. Jiang Tao fastened her seatbelt as Mu Tingzhou remarked, "Tonight, we shall dine at the old residence. There's something concerning Grandma." Mu Tingzhou glanced at her. "The elder lady knows you felt wronged at the film thank you banquet and is worried for you at home." Jiang Tao furrowed her brow slightly. "I did not feel wronged." Mu Tingzhou sighed. "Tao Tao, you are the little princess of the Mu family." And then, Mu Tingzhou raised an eyebrow at her, a smile dancing in the corners of his eyes. Walk with confidence in Donggang, Chapter 16, is Tingzhou's girlfriend? Jiang Tao pursed her lips. "I suspect you are calling me a crab." Mu Tingzhou's smile deepened. "If I were to call you a crab, you would still be a crab princess." Jiang Tao turned her face towards the window, choosing to ignore him. Upon arriving at the Mu residence, the elder lady had instructed the kitchen to prepare a full table of delicious dishes. The moment Jiang Tao stepped inside, the elder lady's eyes glistened with tears. "It is my fault for not protecting you well, causing you to feel wronged." Jiang Tao felt her own eyes redden. Not out of feeling wronged, but out of guilt. The elder lady cared for her so deeply, yet she harbored feelings she should not have. Mu Tingzhou patted both of their shoulders. "Let us eat first." Mu Srong assisted the elder lady to sit down. "I plan to take Tao Tao to the charity gala at the beginning of next month to donate auction items in the name of the Mu family's granddaughter." Jiang Tao lowered her head, her fingers clenched tightly. This meant announcing to everyone in Donggang that she was the granddaughter of the Mu family. Mu Srong turned to Mu Tingzhou. "What are your thoughts?" Mu Tingzhou's expression was solemn. "This weekend, I plan to take Tao Tao back to Kyoto." Jiang Tao looked up suddenly. She had intended to visit the Jiang family this weekend. Mu Srong cast a deep look at Mu Tingzhou. Suppressing what she wanted to say, after finishing dinner at the old residence, Mu Tingzhou drove Jiang Tao back. Watching the car disappear into the night, Mu Srong sighed. The elder lady turned to her. "Rong, do you have something on your mind?" Mu Srong assisted the elder lady toward the yard. "Mom, sure you mentioned that Tao Tao suffered a heartbreak abroad. I was thinking, should I introduce a boyfriend to Tao Tao so she can start anew and move on from her previous relationship?" The elder lady nodded. "I have noticed that Tao Tao is not as cheerful as she used to be. She hardly smiles anymore. She used to be like a little sun, illuminating those around her." The elder lady gazed vacantly into the dark night. "It is indeed the age for dating. Choose wisely to find someone with good looks and character. Let us not shortchange our Tao Tao. For family background, our Mu family is substantial enough." Mu Srong nodded in agreement. On Saturday morning, Jiang Tao accompanied Mu Tingzhou to Kyoto. Whether in her imagination or dreams, the Jiang family's old residence was desolate, yet the reality of the Jiang family estate was clean and tidy, unchanged from when she left over a decade ago. Mu Tingzhou opened the door. "Let us go see Grandpa and your parents." Jiang Tao's memories of her parents were faint. More vivid were the days spent with her grandfather. The memorial tablets were enshrined in the house, polished to a shine. Standing before the tablets, Jiang Tao pondered whether her parents or grandfather were still alive. Would they support her feelings for Mu Tingzhou? She turned around, and Mu Tingzhou stood beneath a tree in the yard, his tall silhouette striking. Jiang Tao approached, wanting to embrace him from behind to tell him she wished to be with him for a lifetime. However, she ultimately restrained herself and called out, "Uncle, shall we go?" Xinqing and Jin Lin happened to be in Kyoto, so they invited Mu Tingzhou and a few familiar friends to gather. The nights in Kyoto were bustling, with traffic flowing and neon lights flashing, a dizzying spectacle. After alighting from the car outside the bar, Mu Tingzhou took Jiang Tao's hand and led her up to the second-floor private room. As the door opened, everyone gasped in surprise. "Is that really Tingzhou holding a girl's hand? Is this a wax figure? Isn't Tingzhou supposed to be averse to women?" Mu Tingzhou ignored them, pulling Jiang Tao inside. Jin Lin waved at Jiang Tao. "Tao Tao, sit here." Jiang Tao walked over and greeted Sister Jin Lin. Someone chimed in, "Is Tingzhou's girlfriend?" Chapter 17. "I can't reach your uncle." Jin Lin swatted away the hand reaching out. "What girlfriend? She is Tingzhou's little niece." "Little niece? Since when did Tingzhou have such a beautiful little niece?" "Hello, little beauty, I am." Hey. he Xinqing interrupted, pushing the person's head away while moving on, and just then, a group of beautiful women surged in. And those with some sense quickly exited. Who let you in? Our brothers are just here for drinks. The manager who entered was quite astute, immediately nodding and apologizing. Sorry, everyone, that was a mistake. Jin Lin's family owned a jewelry company. Accustomed to grand occasions, able to drink and converse, however, today, in consideration for Jiang Tao, she intentionally ordered fruit wine for her to drink. Jiang Tao sensed that Jin Lin had not let go of her drink because she was being considerate. And she felt deeply grateful. After several rounds of drinks, the men's conversation grew more animated. Jiang Tao noticed Mu Tingzhou stepping out to take a call. After a while, he had yet to return. Jiang Tao excused herself, saying she was going to the restroom. Upon exiting the restroom, she looked around but did not see Mu Tingzhou's figure. Walking a bit further, she spotted him at a corner not far away, still on the phone. His brows furrowed as if dealing with a challenging issue. She stood still, and Mu Tingzhou caught sight of her, smiling warmly, his demeanor relaxed. At that moment, a girl in a red dress stumbled around the corner. Suddenly standing in front of Mu Tingzhou, dazed, before throwing herself at him, Jiang Tao was unsure of her own thoughts, but her legs moved faster than her mind, rushing forward to push the girl away, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. What are you doing? A group of men approached, one of whom helped the girl to her feet, his expression displeased as he glanced at Jiang Tao. Before the other could speak, Jiang Tao took the initiative, asking, "Is this girl your girlfriend?" The man supporting the girl nodded in affirmation. Jiang Tao's face hardened. "Since she is your girlfriend, you ought to take good care of her and refrain from hugging her indiscriminately." The man observed her, then glanced at the man behind her, instantly comprehending her implication. Still polite, the man inclined his head slightly. "I apologize. My girlfriend has had too much to drink." Once they departed, Jiang Tao turned to meet Mu Tingzhou's deep, inscrutable gaze. Her cheeks flushed, and the rosy hue from the fruit wine she had consumed intensified. Just as she felt embarrassed, Mu Tingzhou unexpectedly reached out to touzle her hair, saying, "Tao Tao, you are truly obedient, knowing how to protect me. It has not been in vain that I have cared for you." Jiang Tao pursed her lips. "As long as I did not impede your romantic escapade." In response, Mu Tingzhou flicked her forehead lightly. "What occupies your thoughts?" "Wisdom," Jiang Tao mumbled, brushing her tousled hair back into place before following him back to the private room. On that weekend afternoon, the two returned to Dongdang. The military project was in its final testing phase, and Mu Tingzhou had been occupied for several consecutive days, yet he returned to the Tanxiang apartment each night, though by that time, Jiang Tao was already fast asleep. The following morning, when Jiang Tao awoke, Mu Tingzhou had already left. It had been many days since they last saw each other. On the 10th, the electronic and print editions of Fashion People magazine were simultaneously released. The next morning, Jiang Tao received an assignment for an outdoor shoot. Departing that afternoon for a quaint town in a neighboring city, with a duration of 1 week, she returned to her apartment to pack a couple of changes of clothes. And just as she stepped outside, she received a call from Shenyan. "Tao Tao, can we meet? I have something to discuss with you." Jiang Tao glanced at her watch. "Sister Shenyan, I apologize, but I am about to leave for a trip." "Tao Tao, I promise to take only a little of your time. I cannot reach your uncle, and he refuses to meet with me." The sound of crying on the phone caused Jiang Tao to pause in her tracks. Chapter 18, Shenyan has committed suicide. The two arranged to meet at the CAF downstairs from the magazine office. When Jiang Tao arrived, Shenyan was sitting by the window with red-rimmed eyes, looking utterly dejected. Upon seeing Jiang Tao, she hurriedly stood up. "I'm sorry, Tao Tao, Sister Shenyan," Jiang Tao interrupted, glancing at the van parked nearby where colleagues were loading makeup, costumes, and photography equipment. "I only have 20 minutes. She could not keep so many colleagues waiting for her alone." "I understand," Shenyan nodded. "For the past few days, I have tried to see your uncle at his company, but he hasn't met with me." And his assistant answers the phone. Suddenly, Shenyan grasped Jiang Tao's hand tightly. "Tao Tao, I deeply regret what happened with Fei Fei. Could you please arrange for your uncle to meet with me? I truly have something important to discuss with him." Today, Shenyan wore a simple long dress, her long hair casually tied up, her tear-filled eyes resembling delicate flowers painstakingly cared for in a glass vessel. Easily shattered with the slightest touch, Jiang Tao averted her gaze. "My uncle has been quite busy. I haven't seen him for many days. Could you please call him now, if he is free? Can he meet with me?" It felt as though a sponge had lodged itself in her throat, constricting painfully. She lowered her eyes, withdrawing her hand. "I'm sorry. Whether he meets you is entirely his decision. I must take my leave." Jiang Tao stood up resolutely and walked towards the door. Shenyan, who harbored feelings for Mu Tingzhou, could at least cry and create a scene to find a way. But what about herself? she could not even voice her feelings. The journey to the quaint town and the neighboring city took 3 hours. A man and the makeup artists were playing werewolf. Laughter occasionally erupting from the car. Jiang Tao kept her eyes closed, not sleeping, but rather feeling troubled and agitated, her mind consumed with thoughts of Xinyan's broken state. A man patted her shoulder. Sister Tao, don't sleep, come play with us, it's quite entertaining indeed, even if we are noisy, you won't be able to sleep. Join us, Jiang Tao sighed softly, turning around. Alright, let us play together. As they engaged in the game, time flew by, and before they knew it, they had arrived near the quaint town. After checking into a nearby hotel and resting briefly, the makeup artist Haiyu knocked on the door. The quaint town is quite lively at night. Shall we go for a stroll and have dinner? Sounds good. Jiang Tao put on a jacket and exited the hotel with her colleagues. In the springtime, the town was bustling with tourists, the cobblestone paths stretching endlessly ahead. Lined with various charming shops, each person purchased a serving of Odin and fried fish balls. Eating while strolling, they stopped to admire beautiful trinkets, buying those that caught their fancy. It was only after 10 o'clock that they returned to the hotel to rest. After taking a shower, Jiang Tao noticed several missed calls from Shiryu. She lay on her bed and called back. What's wrong, Shiryu? Tao, Xinyan has committed suicide. Shiryu, who was typically gossipy, delivered the news like a thunderclap, leaving Jiang Tao in a daze, unaware of her surroundings. The phone fell silent for a moment, and Shiryu, sensing her distress, asked, Tao, are you okay? Xinyan has been taken to the hospital. And she is fine now, Shiryu. Jiang Tao could no longer hold back her tears. Today, Xinyan reached out to me. She wanted my help to arrange a meeting with my uncle, but I didn't agree. Shiryu caught her drift. Tao, this is not your fault. Today, your uncle went to see her. They spoke, and afterwards Xinyan returned home and attempted to take her own life. Shiryu sighed. To be honest, I initially thought Xinyan was gentle and sweet, but I never anticipated her to be so extreme. It's quite frightening. Chapter 19, Blind Date. Jiang Tao had not expected Xinyan to be such an extreme person. Yet because she had reached out to her and she had not offered help, an indescribable feeling settled in her heart. Tao, Xinyan also called me, but I didn't answer due to my anger over her cousin's matter. Your uncle's affections are his own prerogative, I wouldn't assist either. It would be no different from coercing your uncle. Shiryu consoled her. Thus, Tao, we did nothing wrong, there is no need to feel sorrow or guilt. After Shiryu's comforting words, Jiang Tao felt a sense of relief. Yes, I understand, then get some rest early. When you return from your trip, we will go shopping together. Alright. After hanging up, Jiang Tao opened WeChat, where she found a message from Mu Tingzhou. It was a response to the message she had sent him before departing about her outdoor shoot. He had replied just 5 minutes earlier, be careful while you are out. Take good care of yourself. Jiang Tao did not ponder deeply. She wondered whether Mu Tingzhou was at home or in the hospital, that he was so busy, and with such an event occurring, he must be feeling exhausted. The shoot in the quaint town proceeded smoothly. The model was a domestic actress in her 40s, who had starred in numerous films and television shows, garnering several awards. Jiang Tao had once hidden under the covers with Shiryu to binge-watch the drama she starred in. After the outdoor shoot concluded, they returned to Donggang on Friday. Once Jiang Tao returned to the apartment and organized her belongings, Shiryu drove to take her back to the Mu residence. Jiang Tao inquired about Xinyan's condition. Shiryu sighed. She is physically fine now. The wound is not deep. Ultimately, it was merely the wishes of her grandmother, Aunt, and Mrs. Shin that forced the two together. To put it accurately, it was your uncle who was unilaterally pressured into this situation. At the Mu residence, the elderly lady was eagerly waiting at the entrance, complaining to her eldest daughter, this job is no good, I have to go on outdoor shoots every few days. Muc Rome could only placate the elderly lady, this is the work that the children enjoy. After a week away, the elderly lady insisted that Jiang Tao had lost weight, though she had just overindulged at dinner. After the meal, everyone gathered in the living room to chat. Muc Rome produced several photos and placed them in front of Jiang Tao. Take a look, do any of these catch your eye? Jiang Tao felt a tightening in her chest as she raised her head. The elderly lady gently grasped her hand. Look, at your age, it's time to have a passionate romance. Jiang Tao cast her gaze downward, glancing at the individuals in the photos, all of whom were exceptionally handsome, likely selected by her grandmother and aunt after much deliberation. Shiryu, seated nearby, picked up 2 photos. These are the same age as me and Tao. Can I choose? Mu Sijing snatched the photos from her hand. Shiryu, don't be so fickle. Didn't you say last week that you liked a senior from your university and were going to pursue him? How quickly you have shifted your affections. Shiryu chuckled. I'm just joking. I still like that senior for now. Noticing Jiang Tao's silence, Mu Sirong asked, Tao, if none of these appeal to you, your aunt can help look for more. Jiang Tao felt a pang of sorrow. Despite her efforts to suppress her feelings, it seemed her secret had been discovered. She understood their intentions and believed they genuinely cared for her. Yet her heart ached. It is fine. If none of these are suitable, we can take our time to find the right one. As Musiron began to collect the photos, Jiang Tao casually pointed to one. I'll go with him. But Musiron's face lit up with delight. Tao and Ant share the same taste. I also think this Lu Feng is quite good, bright, and cheerful. Musiron was quite efficient in her arrangements. And by Saturday, she had set up a meeting place for the two. It was a star-rated CAF with enormous floor-to-ceiling windows reflecting the afternoon sun. Jiang Tao did not make a special effort to dress up. Wearing her usual casual attire only to find that Lu Feng was also dressed casually, consequently the two stood out in stark contrast to the elegantly attired professionals surrounding them in the star-rated CAF. They exchanged a smile. Lu Feng, with his sunny disposition and the same age as Jiang Tao, was pursuing his master's degree at university. Shall we find a more comfortable place? Lu Feng suggested. Jiang Tao nodded. Sure. Just outside the CAF was an artificial lake, with a park across from it. The two strolled over as though on a leisurely walk. You are different from what I imagined, Lu Feng remarked with a smile. Jiang Tao withdrew her gaze from the lake's surface. In what way am I different? My aunt mentioned that her friend has a niece who works as a photographer and suggested that I meet her. In my mind, a photographer who frequently ventures outdoors would likely have a sun-kissed complexion and a bold personality. Disappointed, Jiang Tao's heart remained unperturbed as she gazed at him. Lu Feng shook his head. No, I am quite pleasantly surprised. Chapter 20. A visit to your university. Lu Feng held a keen interest in photography and saw Jiang Tao's advice on numerous related questions. They engaged in conversation for an extended period. And before they realized it, evening had arrived. Lu Feng suggested that since he had learned so much from her, he would treat her to dinner. Jiang Tao found it difficult to decline, so she acquiesced. After consulting with Jiang Tao, they decided to dine at a barbecue restaurant. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with the enticing aroma of grilled delicacies, making Jiang Tao feel at ease while dining there. They ordered some skewers, and with beer accompanying the grilled dishes, Lu Feng opted for 2 glasses of juice instead. During their meal, Lu Feng remarked with a smile, I am now firmly convinced of the allure of photography. I once had a senior in law school who was exceptionally talented. Due to his passion for photography, he transitioned into a career as a photographer and even established his own studio. I will take you to see it tomorrow. Jiang Tao pressed her lips together. She wished to refuse but recalled her initial purpose that if this opportunity fell through, her aunts would likely still assist her in making introductions. Lu Feng was perceptive and understood how to avoid causing discomfort to a girl he had just met. On the weekend, they arranged to meet near the studio. Lu Feng was dressed casually, and Jiang Tao, comfortable in her attire, had not even applied makeup. Donning a cap at the studio was located on the 12th floor of an office building. They purchased some fruit and took the elevator up. Upon entering, a young woman with a noticeable baby bump emerged from within, and Lu Feng greeted her with a cheerful smile. Hello, sister-in-law. I'm here. The woman glanced at Jiang Tao and inquired, Is this your girlfriend? Lu Feng turned to glance at Jiang Tao and replied with a smile, Just a friend. The woman's gaze flickered momentarily before she said, Go on in. Your brother Chen is inside. I need to step out for a moment. Sister-in-law, please take care. After she entered the elevator, Lu Feng mysteriously remarked, I'll tell you about brother Chen and sister-in-law's love story later. Jiang Tao nodded. Photographers often cherish the stories behind the subjects captured through their lenses. Brother Chen was a man sporting a little mustache and a small braid at the back of his head. While Jiang Tao felt she had no right to judge others' appearances, she did not appreciate brother Chen's gaze. The studio was quite simple, divided into 3 small rooms, each designated for a different style of photography. Jiang Tao explored 2 of the studios, while the door to the third remained locked. Brother Chen remarked, I heard that Miss Jiang works as a photographer at Fashion People magazine. That's a coveted place for every photographer. Jiang Tao smiled, stating, As long as I can produce good work, it doesn't matter where I work. Brother Chen nodded in agreement, saying, Miss Jiang is absolutely correct. At noon, Brother Chen offered to treat them to lunch, but Lu Feng declined. After they left the building, Lu Feng said, I heard you went abroad for university right after high school. You probably haven't experienced the dining hall of a domestic university, have you? Would you like to give it a try? Jiang Tao felt genuinely intrigued. Since returning to the country, she had missed out on university life. Having never set foot in a domestic institution, noticing her hesitation, Lu Feng added, It's not far, just a short drive of 10 minutes. At the university gate, Jiang Tao snapped a photo with her phone and sent it to Shi Xian. Captioned, just visiting your university. This law school was well known domestically, which was why Xian chose this local university over one in Kyoto. They entered the dining hall, which was bustling due to peak lunch hours. At that moment, Xian replied, next time, I'll take you around. Zhang Tao sent another photo of the dining hall back to him. Xian advised, based on your taste, I suggest you go to the third serving area. Chapter 21, a month without seeing her engaged in a WeChat conversation. Lu Feng led her toward the first serving area. Zhang Tao glanced at the third area not far off and laughed. Someone suggested I go to the third serving area. Lu Feng paused, the third area is quite spicy, can you handle it? Zhang Tao chuckled, proceeding to queue at the third area. Lu Feng followed behind her, asking, do you know anyone here? Yes, my cousin used to study here. Oh really? Which college? What was his major? The law school, specializing in law, same age as us. Zhang Tao watched the slowly moving line, suddenly turning around. Weren't you going to tell me about Brother Chan and his partner's love story? Lu Feng's gaze shifted evasively, it's just an ordinary tale of moving from school uniforms to wedding gowns. If you don't find it boring, I can share it with you. Zhang Tao responded with an "oh," then turned back to continue queuing. During their meal, a few male and female students approached to greet Lu Feng, all of whom were his classmates. Among them, a girl caught Zhang Tao's attention as she seemed to glance at her a few extra times. Zhang Tao thought little of it. Lu Feng was charming and handsome, so it was only natural for admirers to be present. In the afternoon, they strolled around the campus for a while, and Zhang Tao excused herself, saying she needed to return to edit some photos. Lu Feng offered to see her off, but she declined. Instead of returning to her old home, Zhang Tao went back to her apartment. In the evening, Mu Surong called to ask how her time with Lu Feng had been. Zhang Tao pondered for a moment before responding, quite well. Mu Surong sighed with relief. Mu Tingzhou had been away on a business trip and wouldn't return until after 10 o'clock. Zhang Tao usually went to bed early and did not get up when she heard the noise. The next morning, when Zhang Tao awoke, Mu Tingzhou was in the kitchen preparing breakfast. As long as Mu Tingzhou was present, Zhang Tao would enjoy a hearty meal. After washing up, breakfast was already served. Mu Tingzhou asked her what she planned to do over the weekend. Noting that she had been too lazy to reply to messages, Zhang Tao lowered her head and sipped her fragrant millet porridge. I have a blind date. Zhang Tao did not look up, but she could sense his gaze fixed upon her. What kind of blind date at such a young age? Zhang Tao was at a loss for words. Simply continuing to sip her porridge, whose idea was it? Zhang Tao could detect the displeasure in his tone. I think it's quite good. I get along well with the person. Mu Tingzhou fell silent, and they continued to eat breakfast in quietude. However, from that day forth, Mu Tingzhou no longer stayed at the apartment. He arranged for a housekeeper to come in daily to prepare breakfast for Zhang Tao. She did not inquire why he no longer stayed at the Sandalwood apartment, reasoning that this arrangement was perhaps for the best. Work at the magazine was busy yet fulfilling, and occasionally she would have a meal with Lu Feng on the weekends. As the weather grew increasingly warm, outdoor shooting became a more arduous task. A man, fully equipped with sunscreen on all exposed skin, still managed to get tanned, while even the makeup artist Hai Yu, who rarely saw the sun, had darkened a shade. In contrast, Zhang Tao remained fair and radiant. A man found this unfair and demanded Zhang Tao share her secret to not getting tanned. Zhang Tao beckoned her closer and whispered mysteriously, natural beauty. A man pretended to pinch her in jest. Lu Feng acquired 2 tickets for an art exhibition and invited Zhang Tao to attend with him over the weekend. The photography exhibition bore similarities to an art show, and Zhang Tao eagerly accepted. The exhibition commenced at 9 o'clock, and they remained until nearly noon before exiting. Nearby, there was a well-regarded Western restaurant. Shall we give it a try? I'm open to anything. The Western restaurant adjacent to the exhibition featured high-end decor. As they parked in front, a waiter came over to assist them. Just as they alighted from the car, a black Cullinan slowly halted before them. Mu Tingzhou stepped out, clad in a white shirt and impeccably tailored black trousers, exuding a striking presence. Zhang Tao felt a moment of shock. It seemed she had not seen him for nearly a month. Chapter 22, Such impoliteness. Zhang Tao initially thought it was a coincidence and called out, "Uncle." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's eyes brightened, and he turned to glance at Zhang Tao before looking at the man. Just as he was about to extend his hand in greeting, the man approached with an air of intimidation. He halted in place, hesitating to move further. Mu Tingzhou's gaze remained fixed on Zhang Tao's face. Unwavering, "The old lady asked me to bring you back to the old residence." Zhang Tao had no time to inquire about the old lady's intentions, as she was already being ushered into the vehicle by Mu Tingzhou. She could only bid farewell to Lu Feng through the car window, but just as she began to speak, the window slowly ascended. Frowning, she looked at Mu Tingzhou. "I said something urgent. This is quite rude." Mu Tingzhou cast her a sidelong glance but remained silent. The car traveled for about 10 minutes before Mu Tingzhou suddenly asked, "What do you want to eat? Aren't we heading back to the old residence?" "We'll eat first, then go back." Jiang Tao turned her head to gaze out the window for a while before asking, "Is uncle here for business near the exhibition?" Given that he had come to the exhibition without family knowledge, Jiang Tao was puzzled as to how Mu Tingzhou had accurately found her, other than by chance. "No, he Xingchen is working nearby and saw you enter the exhibition center." Jiang Tao responded with a no and continued to gaze out the window, her eyes vacant as she pondered. Mu Tingzhou did not press her for her food preferences, and the car fell into a quiet silence, each seemingly lost in thought. It wasn't until the black Cullinan slowly turned into a secluded alley that Jiang Tao finally reacted. "Aren't we supposed to go eat just ahead?" Mu Tingzhou unfastened his seatbelt and instructed her, "Get out." Jiang Tao followed suit, and upon looking up she noticed a white wooden sign in the distance, adorned with colorful 3D lettering, "Snacks." Mu Tingzhou walked ahead, and Jiang Tao trailed behind him as they entered the quaint little restaurant. If not for the menu displayed on a poster behind the bar, Jiang Tao might have mistaken it for a uniquely decorated CAF. A man in his 40s at the bar noticed their arrival and smiled as he approached. "Mr. Mu, you're back from your business trip." He glanced behind him, his smile widening. "This is the first time Mr. Mu has brought a friend." Mu Tingzhou nodded, the usual double portions. Jiang Tao shot a puzzled glance at the owner, realizing that her uncle had indeed been away on a business trip. "Very well, Mr. Mu, please have a seat." The owner flashed Jiang Tao a smile before turning back toward the kitchen. Mu Tingzhou led her to a windowside table. "How did you find such a secluded restaurant?" Jiang Tao surveyed her surroundings. The restaurant's tables and chairs were all a soft gray, with only a few scattered about, yet each table boasted a delicate little vase identical in shape but filled with different blooms. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Tao discovered that the vase before her contained fresh flowers. No wonder there was a faint floral fragrance wafting in when she first entered. The vase held several sprigs of champagne-colored freesia, while the vase behind her was adorned with pink daisies. Mu Tingzhou poured her a cup of flower tea, explaining that the flowers were cultivated by the restaurant's owner. Was that person the owner she had just seen? Mu Tingzhou nodded. Jiang Tao expressed her surprise in a hushed tone, remarking that the owner had appeared somewhat rough around the edges, yet unexpectedly had a talent for nurturing flowers. His wife had a knack for gardening, and over time, he had learned from her. Jiang Tao replied with an oath, pondering that the owner's wife must be someone who truly cherished life. As Mu Tingzhou sipped his flower tea, he mentioned that there was a flower cultivation base behind the restaurant and offered to take her to see it shortly. Jiang Tao's eyes sparkled at the prospect. Girls tend to have an affinity for beautiful things. When the dishes arrived, they were served on 4 exquisite vintage plates, each adorned with unique and refreshing patterns, piled high with delicacies that were as pleasing to the eye as they were to the palate. One smaller plate held 2 slices of fresh flower cake, revealing bright red rose petals within. Jiang Tao hesitated to disrupt its beauty, gazing at it for quite some time without picking up her chopsticks. Chapter 23. What kind of extraordinary woman? Mu Tingzhou observed her with a smile in his eyes, suggesting she take a photograph if she liked it so much. Jiang Tao snapped back to reality, unlocking her phone and handing it to him, expressing her desire to pose with the beautiful food. Unbeknownst to her, as she unlocked her phone, Mu Tingzhou's gaze fell upon her WeChat page, where a conversation with the name Mu Tingzhou was pinned prominently rather than little uncle. He discreetly exited the page and brought up the camera. Jiang Tao tilted her head slightly, her fair and delicate face filling the frame, and she smiled sweetly, a gentle dimple appearing at the corner of her lips. Mu Tingzhou's focus remained locked on the camera, as if this moment allowed him to gaze without restraint. Jiang Tao, feeling her smile falter, urged him, "Are you done yet?" He pressed the shutter button, capturing her charming smile, before returning the phone to her. The food, while leaning towards a lighter flavor, was delicious, especially the fresh flower cake, which was sweet and fragrant. After their meal, Mu Tingzhou led her to the back to explore. Initially a greenhouse, it had been stripped down to its skeletal frame due to the summer heat. The interior was divided into numerous sections resembling square plots, each cultivating different species of flowers, vibrant and colorful, reminiscent of a scene only found in a masterful oil painting. Jiang Tao regretted not bringing her camera but settled for capturing the moment with her phone. With Mu Tingzhou following closely behind, she turned to him and inquired, "May I meet the owner's wife?" Mu Tingzhou gently shook his head. Jiang Tao pouted, her curiosity piqued about what kind of extraordinary woman could tend to flowers so beautifully. Unable to meet the owner's wife, she lingered among the blooms a little longer. Mu Tingzhou stepped away to take a phone call, and the restaurant owner emerged from the kitchen's back door, smiling as he explained, "This young lady, it's not that Mu disapproves of you meeting my wife. it's simply that she passed away a year ago. A sudden pang struck Jiang Tao's heart. And she furrowed her brow. I'm sorry, I didn't know about your beloved. It's quite alright, the owner replied, his expression easing. My wife had been unwell since childhood, suffering a severe illness when she was young. Yet she maintained a zest for life. In fact, her life came to an end 4 years ago. On that day, she snuck out of the hospital and unfortunately collided with Mr.Mu's car. It was Mr.Mu who sought specialists to treat her, and he purchased this land to fulfill my wife's dream, ensuring she would have flowers by her side in her remaining days. The owner gazed steadily at Jiang Tao. You are the only person Mr.Mu has brought here in 4 years. I believe you must hold great significance to him. He offered a bittersweet smile, adding, I feel rather guilty towards Mr. Mu, as he was actually on his way to the airport to pursue someone very important when he was delayed by my wife and me. Jiang Tao felt her eyes welling up as she glanced at the imposing figure not far away, then found herself drawn to him. The owner watched their retreating silhouettes, sighing softly. He recognized her as the girl from the cherished photograph in Mr. Mu's wallet. After finishing his call, Mu Tingzhou turned to find Jiang Tao beaming behind him. A taut string in his heart snapped unexpectedly. Little uncle, let us go home, she suggested. Mu Tingzhou nodded in agreement. Alright, let us head home. After bidding farewell to the owner, they got into the car and departed. Upon returning to the Mu residence, it was nearing 3 o'clock. As they entered the living room, peals of laughter echoed from within. Grandma Mu, if you enjoy listening, I'll come and sing for you often. Jiang Tao paused her steps. It was Xinyan's voice. Chapter 24. Because I spoke up against the elderly lady. Good, Grandma loves this, the elderly lady exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with delight. Upon noticing Mu Tingzhou and Jiang Tao entering, she extended her hand. Come here, Tao, sit with Grandma. Jiang Tao obliged and settled beside her. Nodding at Xinyan, his sister Xin, the elderly lady, still smiling, took Jiang Tao's hand and asked, Did you go on another date with that Lu Feng today? Jiang Tao chuckled, deftly changing the subject. What did Sister Xin sing earlier that made you so happy? Upon hearing this, the elderly lady's eyes crinkled with joy. That girl just performed a segment of Qin Sheng for me. Oh, the essence of it was simply exquisite. Really, the Sister Xin can sing Qin Sheng too? That's impressive. Xinyan cast a fleeting glance at the man seated across from her, smiling as she explained, I learned a little from a Qin Sheng teacher some time ago. I only know a few simple tunes. You read too modest, Xinyan, the elderly lady remarked, rolling her eyes discreetly at the man sitting nonchalantly. I'm tired. I'll go rest for a bit. Tingzhou, you stay here and keep Xinyan company. The elderly lady rose, taking Jiang Tao's hand. Tao, you accompany Grandma to rest. Jiang Tao did not protest and followed the elderly lady as she left. However, the elderly lady did not intend to truly rest. She simply settled onto a reclining chair on the balcony, while Jiang Tao poured her a glass of water and placed it nearby. Tao, do you think Xinyan and your uncle are a good match? Jiang Tao sat beside the elderly lady, pondering, what do you think makes a good match? Is it talent and beauty, or equal family backgrounds? The elderly lady was taken aback by Jiang Tao's counter-question. Gently patting her forehead with affection, well then, tell Grandma what you think is a good match. Jiang Tao contemplated, reflecting on the prior day's events. If this had been before today, she would not have articulated such thoughts. Perhaps the restaurant owner and his late wife had profoundly moved her. What kind of love could endure the loss of a spouse while still honoring their passions? The elderly lady nodded thoughtfully. So you believe you and that Lu Feng fellow share a mutual understanding? Jiang Tao gazed at the drooping begonias, wilting in the heat, and suddenly felt a renewed urge to escape. Grandma, she lifted her head. Do you think Miss Xin and Uncle are well suited? The elderly lady chuckled, recalling a recent conversation not long ago. Sure, you came to me, adamant that she strongly disapproved of your uncle's relationship with Xinyan. Jiang Tao pursed her lips, recognizing Shiryu's audacious nature. Everyone has flaws, though Xinyan may be a bit impulsive. Her heart is kind. Your uncle is steady and responsible. Once he shoulders a responsibility, he will not disappoint the other person. If he holds true then Xinyan and he can surely last. That is unfair to Uncle. Jiang Tao suddenly stood, realizing, I know you like Miss Xin, but you cannot impose your preferences onto Uncle, binding him to someone he does not favor through his sense of responsibility. Moreover, Miss Xin's affections may weigh heavily upon him. Jiang Tao's eyes glistened. She understood she could remain unfulfilled, but she would not allow Uncle to suffer similarly. This was the first time Jiang Tao had spoken out against the elderly lady, yet the elderly lady merely smiled. Sure, you and Sure Xian said the same to me. She waved her hand dismissively. Go back to your uncle. I wish to be alone for a while. When Jiang Tao returned to the living room, Xinyan had already departed, leaving Mu Tingzhou alone on the sofa, lost in thought. He turned his gaze towards her, asking, Is it because you spoke up against the elderly lady? Chapter 25. can brother finally make his move? Jiang Tao denied it, asserting, I didn't speak against her. I was just reasoning with Grandma. Mu Tingzhou chose not to expose her, standing up. Let us go. I need to stop by the company and then drop you off at your apartment. On Monday. Jiang Tao had an outdoor shoot scheduled in Hong Kong. This time, she was to photograph a renowned figure in the entertainment industry, the dual award-winning actor Xie Qinghuai. Hailing from Kyoto, Xie Qinghuai was in Hong Kong for the filming of a new movie. And the magazine had chosen this location to accommodate his schedule. With limited time, he could only spare half a day for the shoot. Fortunately, the actor was amiable, and the session went smoothly. In the evening, Jiang Tao and a man planned to explore the night scene. Just as they exited the hotel, she unexpectedly received a call from Xingchen. I heard you're in Hong Kong? Yes, I'm here for a shoot. As Jiang Tao and a man walked ahead, they remained unaware of the figure standing not far behind them. Are you done with work? Yes, I'm about to explore. I wonder if I might be fortunate enough to invite the beautiful Tao Tao to dinner? A melodious voice rang out from behind. Jiang Tao turned abruptly, meeting Xingchen's smiling gaze. A man leaned closer, whispering, Sister Tao, the super handsome guy you mentioned last time is your little uncle, this time. He can't be your uncle too, right? Jiang Tao shot her a sidelong glance. Didn't you hear me call him brother just now? I was distracted looking up travel tips, a man replied. Blinking innocently, she leaned closer, whispering in Jiang Tao's ear, your uncle isn't an option. It seems like brother can finally make his move. Jiang Tao gently nudged her elbow, cautioning her against speaking carelessly. After all, the individual in question was engaged. A man stuck out her tongue, expressing her disinterest in dining with a taken man, and decided to seek out Haiyu instead. Jiang Tao, feeling somewhat helpless, shook her head and turned to Xingchen. Inquiring whether he was in Hong Kong on a business trip. Yes, he replied. I have some matters to attend to. Glancing at his phone, he added, I know of a delightful restaurant nearby. Shall we go? The restaurant boasted a serene ambience, and the two of them each ordered a set meal. Jiang Tao posed a question. When is brother Xingchen getting married? Xingchen fixed his gaze on her. A smile lingering in his eyes. What is this? Are you eager to give your blessings? Not quite, Jiang Tao replied, her eyes curving into a smile. I simply wish to savor the wedding feast and relish the sight of lovers finally uniting. Lovers finally uniting? Xingchen echoed, a hint of melancholy veiling his amusement. Jiang Tao, attuned to subtle expressions due to her profession, noticed the fleeting sorrow in his eyes and felt a pang of regret for her words. However, as matters of the heart were private, she refrained from probing further. Xingchen, determined to lift the mood, inquired about the progress of Xie Qinghuai's shoot. Is everything going smoothly? Noticing Jiang Tao's puzzled expression, he retrieved his phone and showed her a photo of herself adjusting the camera. Jiang Tao laughed. When did you plant a spy beside me, brother Xingchen? This photograph was taken by Xie Qinghuai. He clarified, taking back his phone. Upon learning I was in Hong Kong, he casually mentioned encountering a beautiful and demure photographer. I guessed it must be you, and asked him to capture a shot. It turned out that Xie Qinghuai was a friend of brother Xingchen. Jiang Tao suppressed a grin, thinking to herself that she would take this as a compliment from him. Xingchen's gaze lingered momentarily on her radiant visage before he withdrew it. After their meal, he took her to admire the night view of Victoria Harbour. The evening breeze caressed her as she held her camera, gazing into the distance, the neon lights dancing across her fair complexion, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Xingchen stood a short distance away, quietly observing, his fingers tracing the edge of his phone. Jiang Tao captured several shots of the night scenery, and Xingchen approached, suggesting, shall we take a commemorative photo of this serendipitous encounter? Chapter 26, Shopping Companionship. Sure, Jiang Tao replied, preparing to take her DSLR, but Xingchen had already set his phone to selfie mode. She set aside her camera, her bright smile illuminating the lens as he pressed the shutter. At 11 o'clock, Xingchen escorted her back to her hotel. After freshening up and lying on her bed, Jiang Tao shared two photos on her social media, one of the night view of Victoria Harbour and another of a close-up of an ice cream egg waffle. Shortly after posting, Xingchen liked her photos and commented, well captured. Jiang Tao responded, thank you for the egg waffle, brother Xingchen. Smile JPG. In Hong Kong, the magazine office had granted them 3 days, and since the shoot had gone smoothly, they could enjoy an additional day of leisure. Early the next morning, Haiman, Haiyu, and a makeup assistant knocked on her door. Sister Xiao Tao were heading out for a Hong Kong-style breakfast, then off to shop. Jiang Tao was already prepared. The humid heat of Hong Kong made long pants cling uncomfortably to her legs. As she had no shooting scheduled for the day, she chose a light blue long dress that flowed gracefully. Fresh and clean. As they made their way to the lobby, a man abruptly halted, turning to Jiang Tao with her finger pointed toward the front desk. Sister Xiao Tao, am I seeing things, or is that remarkably handsome man your uncle? Jiang Tao followed her gaze, her heart inexplicably racing. The man in a white shirt and black trousers stood tall at the front desk. Even from a side profile, a man recognized him, let alone Jiang Tao. She exchanged a few words with her colleagues before hastening over. Just a few steps away, Mu Tingzhou's peripheral vision caught the glimpse of her light blue figure. Their eyes met, and Jiang Tao stood frozen in place. Her eyes sparkling. "Uncle, you've come to Hong Kong." The excitement in her voice was barely containable. Jiang Tao looked exquisite in light colors, especially in a dress, resembling a blue mermaid emerging from the water. Bright and captivating. Mu Tingzhou shifted his gaze to her eyes, a gentle smile gracing his features. "Are you heading out?" Jiang Tao nodded, countering. "Are you in Hong Kong for work?" "A last-minute trip," Mu Tingzhou replied. Glancing at his watch, "You and your colleagues should have breakfast first. I will find you shortly." With that, he nodded toward a few people not far away. "Hi, you tugged at a man. Are you certain he is not Jiang Tao's boyfriend but rather her uncle?" A man nodded regretfully, only to admire from afar such a man beside her, yet unattainable. "Hi," Yi lamented, shaking her head in disappointment. "It's quite a test of endurance." Following a man's recommendation, they chose a delightful dim sum restaurant near the hotel. However, when it came time to pay, they were informed that the bill had already been settled. Upon exiting the restaurant, the window of a nearby black car rolled down, revealing near-perfect features. Jiang Tao quickly understood who had taken care of the bill. The individuals behind her also realized, playfully waving toward the person inside. "Thank you for breakfast, uncle." Mu Tingzhou nodded slightly, his eyes warm. After exchanging a few words with her colleagues, Jiang Tao dashed toward the black car. In Donggang, Mu Tingzhou always drove Jiang Tao around. This was the first time they had a driver at the helm. As she settled into the back seat, she inquired, "Uncle, don't you have work today?" Mu Tingzhou looked at her, paused for a moment, then averted his gaze. "The assistant is handling the matters. I am free to accompany you shopping." Jiang Tao was about to lean back against the seat when she halted. As if having misheard "uncle," ignoring her astonishment, Mu Tingzhou asked, "Where do you wish to go?" "Just tell Master Liang. He knows Hong Kong well." Master Liang, overhearing, inquired in his somewhat broken Mandarin, "Miss, where would you like to go?" Chapter 27, a solo trip to Hong Kong. To be honest, it was Jiang Tao's first visit to Hong Kong as well, and with a man by her side, she had not prepared any itinerary. Leaving her uncertain about where to explore, seeing her hesitation, Master Liang suggested, "Most girls come to Hong Kong for shopping or to visit Disneyland. Which do you prefer, miss?" Mu Tingzhou turned to her, quietly asking, "Would you like to go shopping?" Jiang Tao pursed her lips. Truth be told, she was not fond of shopping. Although she was knowledgeable about luxury goods due to her profession, she had little personal interest. As for Disneyland, it held no appeal for her either. Noticing her expression, Mu Tingzhou understood her sentiments and spoke a few words in Cantonese to Master Liang, which Jiang Tao did not comprehend. While she was lost in thought, Master Liang had already started the car. "What did you say to Master Liang?" Jiang Tao asked, puzzled. Mu Tingzhou explained, "I mentioned that you enjoy photography, so we'll wander around casually." With her hand resting on her camera bag, Jiang Tao nodded in agreement. After about 10 minutes of driving, Master Liang suddenly halted the car and spoke a few more words in Cantonese. Mu Tingzhou turned to her, "Let us get off and take the subway." Jiang Tao instinctively glanced out the window. They were near a subway entrance. Mu Tingzhou exited the car and walked around to open her door. As she stepped out, she asked, "Where are we headed?" "You'll find out when we arrive," he replied, grasping her wrist as they made their way toward the subway entrance, navigating through the bustling crowd at the subway station. Jiang Tao felt a fleeting sense of elopement as Mu Tingzhou held her wrist firmly. This sensation lingered as they boarded and exited the subway, until they emerged at the station, the sound of a ferry's roar filling the air. Jiang Tao paused, realizing, "Is this Kennedy Town?" Mu Tingzhou nodded. "Come, let us take some photos." Jiang Tao, camera in tow, walked beside him. The sun was not overly harsh today, the sky a brilliant blue, and the sea breeze gently lifted her blue dress, making her resemble an escaping mermaid princess. Jiang Tao raised her camera, capturing a few shots of the cruise ships at sea. Suddenly she turned around and, catching him off guard, pressed the shutter, her laughter lighting up her features. Beneath the blue of the seaside promenade, the constraints within Mu Tingzhou's heart began to unravel. Lunch was sumptuous, featuring an array of Hong Kong delicacies. Mu Tingzhou suddenly asked, "Is the egg waffle ice cream delicious?" Jiang Tao, taken aback, instinctively nodded. "Wait here, I'll go get one for you." Just as Jiang Tao was about to protest, Mu Tingzhou had already risen and exited the restaurant. He had left his phone behind. And shortly after he stepped out, it began to ring incessantly. Jiang Tao glanced at the door, picking up the phone to see it was Assistant Qin. She was familiar with him, having been by Mu Tingzhou's side for many years. During her 4-year stint abroad, Assistant Chin had visited her school a few times to deliver birthday gifts from Mu Tingzhou. After a moment's thought, she answered the call. Hello, Assistant Chin. Miss Tao Tao. It is you. There's a matter here in Donggang that I need to discuss with Mr. Mu. Uncle is gone to buy something. I'll let him know when he returns. Alright, Miss Tao Tao. I'll call back later. As she was about to hang up, Jiang Tao suddenly asked, Assistant Chin, you aren't in Hong Kong, are you? Oh, I can't leave Donggang right now. Mr. Mu went to Hong Kong alone. After disconnecting the call, Jiang Tao placed her phone back down. Mu Tingzhou returned, holding an egg waffle ice cream, a spherical egg waffle enveloping creamy ice cream adorned with her favorite mango and colorful chocolate sprinkles. A sight so exquisite it was almost a shame to eat. Jiang Tao recounted the conversation with Assistant Chin, and Mu Tingzhou returned the call as she took a bite of the ice cream. The cold sweetness mingled with the bitter sweetness of chocolate, prompting her to take a second bite. Chapter 28. Do you like Lu Feng? Having heard that the sunset at the seaside promenade was particularly beautiful and romantic, the two lingered until the sun had fully set before returning. Master Lian was there to pick them up. On the way back, the neon lights flickered, and Hong Kong's nightlife was even more vibrant than they had anticipated. Mu Tingzhou took her to sample street food along an expansive food street filled with a lively atmosphere. Before the steaming fishball stall, the proprietress cheerfully handed a box of fishballs to Jiang Tao. Praising the dapper Mu Tingzhou, who was scanning to pay, handsome, your girlfriend is absolutely adorable. Upon hearing this, Mu Tingzhou chuckled lightly, while Jiang Tao lowered her head to savor the fishballs. The rising steam accentuating the flush on her cheeks. After a night of revelry, Mu Tingzhou finally escorted her back to her hotel room. At the entrance, Jiang Tao bid him good night, but as she was about to open the door, he quietly inquired, Can we return the day after tomorrow? Puzzled, Jiang Tao turned to look at him, her eyes sparkling with clarity. Mu Tingzhou gazed at her for a moment before explaining, I plan to take you to Shen City tomorrow. Deep down, she knew it was ill-advised, repeatedly warning herself against it, yet all objections crumbled in his presence. In a moment of impulse, she nodded, only to feel regret as soon as she stepped inside. The next day, Jiang Tao informed Suan that she would not be returning with her colleagues. After packing her belongings, Mu Tingzhou treated her to breakfast before they took the subway to Shen City. Emerging from the port, a sleek black Maybach awaited them. The driver placed Mu Tingzhou's suitcase in the trunk, and as they settled into the car, Jiang Tao had yet to ask their destination when her phone rang. It was Lu Feng. She turned to answer, her gaze drifting to the greenery flashing by outside the window. Have you arrived at Donggang? Shall we have dinner together tonight? Lu Feng asked. No, I won't be going back today. She replied softly. Still in Hong Kong? He inquired. No, I'm spending the day in Shen City. Jiang Tao responded quietly. To her surprise, he raised his voice. You're in Shen City? I'm in Xia City right now. It only takes a little over 2 hours by high-speed train to reach Shen City. Jiang Tao barely managed a murmur of acknowledgement before he hurriedly added, Wait for me. I'm taking the train over now. We can have lunch together. Hey, you don't. Before she could finish, he had already hung up. Biting her lip, she regretted mentioning her whereabouts to him. What's wrong? Mu Tingzhou turned to look at her. Jiang Tao clutched her phone, her gaze averted. Lu Feng is in Xia City, and he is coming over. Mu Tingzhou merely acknowledged her with a sound, lapsing into silence. The air in the car grew heavy with unspoken words. Lu Feng arrived 3 hours later, and they were in a restaurant at Ocean World. Placing their orders, Lu Feng entered, making his way to a windowside table, and Jiang Tao looked up to see him smiling as he sat beside her. Hello, Uncle. Lu Feng had rushed over, asking Jiang Tao to share her location without inquiring about her company. Now, seeing Mu Tingzhou seated across from them, Jiang Tao felt an inexplicable sense of guilt and unease. The term uncle from Lu Feng stirred discomfort within her. It signified his positioning in relation to her. Lu Feng seemed to be attempting to curry favor with Mu Tingzhou, addressing him as uncle repeatedly, while Mu Tingzhou remained aloof, merely nodding without further response. In the afternoon, Jiang Tao lacked the enthusiasm for entertainment. Not even bothering to open her camera lens. Mu Tingzhou had booked an evening flight, and by the time they landed in Donggang, it was already 9 o'clock. A black Cullinan was waiting for them. Sensing Mu Tingzhou's distance, Lu Feng refrained from asking for a ride, opting to call for his own car at the airport to bid them farewell. The two returned to the apartment in silence. As Jiang Tao was about to enter her room, Mu Tingzhou suddenly called out to her, Do you like Lu Feng? Chapter 29. She exclaimed, Mu Tingzhou. Jiang Tao halted her steps, smiling lightly without turning back. Let us see. Mu Tingzhou remained silent for a moment before saying, Get some rest. I have matters to attend to at the company. Jiang Tao acknowledged him, entering her bedroom, shortly followed by the sound of the door closing behind him. After finishing his work, Mu Tingzhou received a call from Yixingchen. Care to join me for a drink? Mu Tingzhou instructed the driver to change direction and arrived at a quaint little tavern. He Xingchen sat alone in a booth, and upon Mu Tingzhou's arrival, he remarked, "Why is the soon-to-be groom not at home getting beauty sleep but out drinking away his sorrows?" He Xingchen took a sip of his drink. Chuckling, "Why do you two keep stabbing me in the heart?" Mu Tingzhou glanced at him, and He Xingchen leaned forward to pour him a drink. "Tao Tao asked me when I'm getting married. She hopes that lovers will eventually become a couple," He Xingchen stated, downing the contents of his glass. Mu Tingzhou did not touch his drink, fixating his gaze on He Xingchen. "He Xingchen, the Jian family is your own choice. I wanted to intervene, but you refused. If you wish to burn bridges, you must consider the consequences." "Burn bridges?" He Xingchen laughed, his eyes turning a shade redder as he looked up. "Can I burn bridges?" Mu Tingzhou sipped from his glass, the bitterness and spiciness exploding in his mouth. "Jianlin is a good girl." He Xingchen met his gaze and chuckled softly. "Is Xinyan not a good girl?" "I am not like you." He Xingchen was well aware of their differences. Mu Tingzhou had consistently rejected the idea of using or getting engaged. Mu Tingzhou stared at him. "So, why did you go to Hong Kong?" He Xingchen paused with his glass halfway to his lips, taking a moment before replying. "And why did you go to Hong Kong?" He chuckled, his eyes fixed on Mu Tingzhou. "We grew up together. Our understanding of each other surpasses even that of family." "Tingzhou, if Tao Tao hadn't returned, would you have complied with the old lady and gotten engaged to Xinyan? Are you comfortable handing her over to someone else?" They both knew precisely who she referred to. "You're drunk." Mu Tingzhou abruptly stood up. "I'll have the driver take you back." On Friday, Xie Qinghuai's film was released, and Suan was quite pleased. Summoning Jiang Tao to her office, "The best actor is very satisfied with your performance. He has invited you to Kyoto next month for the film's promotional video." Jiang Tao was elated to receive the recognition from the esteemed actor. Upon returning to her desk, Lu Feng sent her several messages. First, a few pictures. "How about this? Beautiful, right? The fog-covered mountains are at their most stunning this time of year. Shall we hike up tomorrow? A few classmates who enjoy photography will be joining us." Jiang Tao had been contemplating a trip to the foggy mountains. However, she was reluctant to venture into the mountains alone with Lu Feng. Yet, hearing that other classmates would join, she agreed. The foggy mountains weren't far, just over an hour's drive, making it convenient to return to her family home that evening. Jiang Tao was not the type to be sociable or enjoy mingling. She feared having nothing to talk about with Lu Feng's classmates, so she intended to invite a man. However, a man mentioned her mother was unwell and needed to return home for a couple of days. Jiang Tao then considered inviting Shiyu, but Shiyu was busy pursuing her senior and even went weak in the knees at the thought of hiking. Having already committed, Jiang Tao felt it inappropriate to back out. On Saturday morning, she arrived at the agreed-upon location with Lu Feng. Lu Feng drove, and when Jiang Tao asked about the other classmates, he replied they would arrive later. Hence, the two set off first. The foggy mountains were not particularly high but expansive, densely wooded, and featured sprawling bamboo groves. At the foot of the mountain, there were many guest houses, including He Xingchen's resort located on the opposite side of the foggy mountains. Dressed in hiking attire with a camera slung around her neck, Jiang Tao waited for a while but did not see Lu Feng's classmates arrive. "Let us not wait for them. Let us head up first," Lu Feng suggested. Jiang Tao nodded, and they began their ascent. Halfway up, Lu Feng took a call, and moments later returned to inform Jiang Tao that a classmate had a last-minute issue and wouldn't be coming. Having already climbed to halfway, Jiang Tao didn't protest. At the summit, there was a rest area with a CAF and restaurant where they took a break. Lu Feng managed to procure a barbecue grill and moved it to an open recreational area. Preparing a variety of skewers. He beckoned to Jiang Tao. "We'll be self-sufficient for lunch today." Intrigued, she asked, "Where did you get all this?" Lu Feng chuckled, brushing off dust from his hands. "I rented it." Neither of them was particularly skilled at barbecuing, and their initial attempts filled the air with smoke. Lacking technique, it was only when the owner of the rental equipment could no longer bear to watch that he came over to assist. By the time they enjoyed the skewers they had grilled themselves, it was already 3 in the afternoon. After a light meal and tidying up, Jiang Tao took her camera to capture a few scenic shots. At 4:30, noticing a change in the weather, Jiang Tao suggested they descend promptly. Summer weather often shifts rapidly. By the time they reached halfway down, dark clouds loomed overhead, rumbling thunder heralding the impending storm. Shortly thereafter, heavy raindrops began to fall. Jiang Tao felt a surge of anxiety, fearing the stone steps would become slick. Lu Feng also panicked, suggesting, "Should we go back up? The path down is slippery." Jiang Tao disagreed. "We've already come this far. It just started raining. By the time the water pools on the steps, we should be nearly at the foot of the mountain." Jiang Tao had gained considerable outdoor experience during her years abroad. Remaining much calmer than Lu Feng. As thunder crashed, Lu Feng suddenly shouted, wrapping his arms around Jiang Tao. Soaked to the skin, it was difficult for one person to walk, let alone drag another along. Jiang Tao furrowed her brow. Lu Feng, calm down. But if you keep dragging me like this, neither of us will be able to move. She pried his hands away from her arms, but his thunder boomed again. Lu Feng startled and lunged towards her. Jiang Tao lost her balance, stumbling as her foot slipped on the wet stone steps, falling onto the ground with Lu Feng landing on top of her. A sharp pain shot through her ankle. There was still a short distance left to descend. She pushed Lu Feng off. I twisted my ankle. You go down and find someone to help. Lu Feng shook his head, gripping her arm tightly. I'm sorry, Jiang Tao. I'm scared of the thunder. Jiang Tao felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The rain pelted her face, and as she gazed towards the foot of the mountain, she gritted her teeth, preparing to stand. Just then, several beams of flashlight illuminated the area below. The light grew closer, and she heard shouts. Despite the rain and thunder, she recognized that voice. Tears that had been held back burst forth. She called out towards the light, Mu Tingzhou, Chapter 30. Will you not marry if I don't? Jiang Tao was carried down the mountain by Mu Tingzhou, enveloped in his raincoat, feeling the warmth emanating from his broad shoulders. The bravery she had displayed in facing the thunder and tempest had dissipated, and now she lay against his back, enduring the pain radiating from her ankle, tears cascading down her cheeks. She whispered, Mu Tingzhou, if we cannot be together, if you do not marry me and I do not marry you, is that acceptable? Unfortunately, her voice was too faint, stifled within the confines of the raincoat, lost amidst the cacophony of thunder and rain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Jiang Tao's ankle had swelled considerably. The nearby clinic was still open, and Mu Tingzhou carried her inside. The elderly doctor examined her and remarked that fortunately no bones were injured, prescribing some ointments for her. This girl is soaked to the skin. She should take a hot shower before applying the ointments, or she might catch a cold later, he advised. Mu Tingzhou had booked a room in a nearby inn, and he carried her to let her take a hot shower first. Lu Feng, trailing behind with a few others, suddenly called out to Jiang Tao as they ascended the stairs. She did not respond, but Mu Tingzhou turned to cast a sharp glance at him. That gaze was piercing enough to silence Lu Feng's words. Jiang Tao, with her petite frame, had lost considerable weight. Feeling almost weightless in Mu Tingzhou's arms, after entering the room, he set her down at the bathroom door and gently inquired, Can you manage on your own? Jiang Tao nodded slightly when she emerged from the shower. A brand new long dress lay on the bed. She glanced toward the door, removed her towel, donned the dress, and then sat on the edge of the bed, softly calling out, Uncle. Mu Tingzhou heard her and entered the room. The dress had been purchased from a nearby store at his request, though it was somewhat oversized. He held a bag of medication in his hand and squatted down in front of her. Upon seeing him, she noticed large patches of his shirt soaked through. Mu Tingzhou placed her delicate foot on his lap and gently applied the ointment to her swollen ankle. He had assumed she would return to the family home. But during a meeting at the company that afternoon, he received a call from the elderly matriarch, warning him of an impending storm and urging him to bring Jiang Tao back from her mountain excursion. Only to find her phone unreachable. As he drove through the pouring rain, panic gripped him at the thought of being unable to contact her. Mu Tingzhou stood up, placed her shoes into a bag, and looked down at her, asking, Shall we go home? Jiang Tao lowered her head, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, and replied softly. As he bent down to lift her, she couldn't help but voice her concern. Uncle, your clothes. It's nothing, he replied. With a sudden lightness, she found herself cradled in his arms. She raised her gaze, meeting the hard line of his jaw. He held her tightly, moving steadily, his expression dark and foreboding. And Jiang Tao understood that he was angry. Outside, the rain continued to pour, and a black Kalinin was parked in the courtyard. Mu Tingzhou requested an umbrella from the innkeeper, who assisted in opening it. Escorting them to the car, the downpour made travel treacherous, and the vehicle moved slowly, yet, like him, Jiang Tao was eager to leave this place, whether it was to the family home or the apartment. As they entered the city, the rain lightened, but the sky had already darkened. Mu Tingzhou had intended to take her back to the apartment, but the matriarch called again, saying she had prepared ginger soup at home. Upon returning to the family abode, the entire family awaited her in the living room. Jiang Tao felt a pang in her nose, nearly unable to hold back her tears. Are you hurt? Seeing her being carried, everyone hurried to their feet. No, just a sprained ankle. Jiang Tao felt a wave of guilt and apologized. I'm sorry for worrying everyone. A sprained ankle, is it serious? Did you injure a bone? The matriarch, supported by Musong, rushed to inspect her foot. No bones are injured. Jiang Tao glanced at Mu Tingzhou, who understood and gently placed her on the sofa. The matriarch looked at her foot with concern, asking, Have you seen a doctor? Are you really alright? Jiang Tao nodded. The matriarch sighed in relief and ordered ginger soup to be brought in. Despite the summer heat, it was essential to drink some ginger soup to ward off the chill from the rain. Jiang Tao accepted the bowl of ginger soup from the housekeeper, cradling it and sipping it down slowly, feeling warmth spread through her. After she finished, Musong inquired, "Are you tired? Would you like to rest for a while?" After all the commotion, Jiang Tao indeed felt fatigued. Just as she nodded, a shadow loomed above her. Mu Tingzhou had approached, effortlessly lifting her into his arms. Jiang Tao lowered her head, her cheeks burning. "I in the inn." Due to the circumstances, being carried had felt different, but now, in the brightly lit living room, surrounded by so many eyes, emotions that should not have surfaced began to rise. Musong turned to Shiryu, saying, "You should go upstairs to keep her company. I've asked the kitchen to prepare some porridge to send up." Shiryu nodded and followed her upstairs. Mu Tingzhou gently placed Jiang Tao on the bed and glanced back at Shiryu, softly instructing, "If you need anything, let Shiryu know. She'll stay with you tonight." Jiang Tao kept her gaze downcast and softly replied, "Okay." Mu Tingzhou stood to leave, and Shiryu peeked out the door before closing it. Jiang Tao noticed her furtive behavior and asked, "What's wrong?" Once the door was closed, the sounds from downstairs faded away. Shiryu sat beside her on the bed, grasping her hand and whispering, "You wouldn't believe it. Before you returned, Shixian was furious." Shixian? Jiang Tao was taken aback. In her memory, Shixian had a demeanor similar to Mu Tingzhou, very composed, and seemingly never went through a rebellious phase. Shiryu nodded. "The Lu Feng you're dating is known as Shixian," he said. "Lu Feng is of poor character, having juggled multiple relationships back in school, and his close friends and classmates are of the same ilk. One of whom was expelled for filming someone in a compromising position." Jiang Tao was momentarily stunned, speechless. Shiryu continued, "Shixian was livid, demanding to know who introduced you to this blind date, scolding everyone for not investigating his character first." Shiryu blinked, adding, "You wouldn't know. Just now the grandmother cried upon hearing that, and the aunt also blamed herself for not looking into it properly." Jiang Tao hadn't met Lu Feng, but after tonight, she resolved not to engage with him any further. "I'm sorry, Tao Tao," Shiryu said, embracing her. "I share part of the blame for helping you find a boyfriend. We merely wanted to help you heal from your heartbreak, not to pair you with a scoundrel." Jiang Tao suddenly realized, pushing her away slightly, "So you all were trying to find me a boyfriend to help me get over my heartbreak?" Shiryu nodded. "We noticed you seemed unhappy upon your return, so I mentioned your heartbreak to the grandmother, my mother, and the aunt. Tao Tao, I'm sorry. Please forgive us." Jiang Tao, feeling a mix of emotions, was somewhat amused despite herself. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. Chapter 31, Mission Superficiality. Jiang Tao explained to Shiryu that she was very busy studying abroad and had no time for romance. Upon hearing this, Shiryu hastily rushed downstairs, only to return a while later with a dejected expression. "What happened?" Jiang Tao inquired. Shiryu looked pitiful. "I intended to tell them the good news that you weren't heartbroken, but instead, they scolded me thoroughly." Jiang Tao pursed her lips, realizing that ultimately it was her own fault for causing Shiryu's misunderstanding. Due to her ankle issue, Jiang Tao had taken a few days off from work. The matriarch had somehow procured a wheelchair, insisting that Jiang Tao use it. Thus, for the next few days, the Mu residence was graced by an elderly lady pushing a wheelchair occupied by her 22-year-old granddaughter. Jiang Tao was scheduled to return to work on Thursday, and Mu Tingzhou came to pick her up on Wednesday night. Much to the matriarch's displeasure, after some coaxing, she finally relented and allowed Jiang Tao to leave. On Friday, there was a photo shoot for a lingerie brand at a large shopping mall. Jiang Tao and a man went to the shoot, only to unexpectedly encounter Shenyan and Jinlin selecting lingerie inside the store. Shenyan did not seem to be in good spirits. She hadn't visited the Mu residence for some time, as she had once gone to sing for the matriarch but was turned away due to the matriarch's ill health. Shenyan was clever enough to understand the underlying meaning. It implied that any hope between her and Mu Tingzhou had faded. Jinlin invited them for coffee, but Jiang Tao declined due to her work commitments. After the shoot, which extended close to noon, Jiang Tao and a man debated where to have lunch. As they reached the mall's entrance, they discovered Shenyan had not left. Shenyan approached. "Tao Tao, may I treat you to a meal?" Jiang Tao considered refusing, but recalling how long Shenyan had waited for her, softened and said, "You treated me last time, let me treat you this time." The three of them walked to a nearby restaurant. A man quietly nudged Jiang Tao. "Sister Tao, is this girl a sickly beauty?" Jiang Tao shook her head, signaling her to refrain from speaking out of turn. A man, perceptive enough, recognized that the two needed to converse privately and, after their meal, discreetly retreated to a nearby empty table to play games. Shenyan barely touched her food, having lost considerable weight. Her complexion pale, Jiang Tao's gaze drifted to her wrist, where faint marks peeked from beneath her watch. Unable to bear it any longer, she said, Sister Xinyan, want you eat a little more? Your health is important. Xinyan forced a smile, her laughter weak. I have no appetite. I can't eat. Why can't you eat? Is it because of my uncle? Jiang Tao looked at her. Xinyan froze momentarily. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears, Jiang Tao crumpled a napkin in her hand, not offering it but gazing intently at her. Sister Xinyan, how long have you known my uncle? Just as Xinyan was about to speak, Jiang Tao interrupted. A year, 2 years, surely not 4 years. Before she left for abroad, Mu Tingzhou had hardly known anyone from the Shin family. How many times have you two met? How much time have you spent alone together? How many conversations have you shared? If I'm not mistaken, it must be a handful at most. Do you even know what kind of person my uncle is, what he enjoys, what he dislikes? Or whether he has any hidden sides to him? I doubt you know anything, Miss Shin. Xinyan was left speechless, uncertain of the very essence of the individual she finds appealing. Why must Miss Shin inflict emotional wounds upon herself for such an elusive sentiment? As the esteemed daughter of the Shin family, she is not devoid of admirers. If her affections are merely drawn to superficial beauty or exceptional capabilities, then, alas, Miss Shin exhibits a certain superficiality, yet, it is precisely these superficial attributes that constitute her own intrinsic assets. Chapter 32. Have you never experienced romance? After Jiang Tao's departure, Xinyan remained seated in solitude for an extended period, her tears having ceased, her gaze fixed vacantly upon the window. It was a Friday. Jiang Tao had dined with her colleagues before taking a leisurely stroll through the streets on her way back to the apartment. Mu Tingzhou returned home early that day, and as Jiang Tao opened the door, she found him standing by the window, engrossed in a phone call, his reflection in the glass revealing his well-defined physique. She chose not to disturb him, opting instead to pour herself a glass of water in the kitchen. Upon turning around, she found Mu Tingzhou standing directly behind her. His gaze was uncomfortably direct, prompting Jiang Tao to instinctively look away. There's something you need, uncle. I met with Xinyan today, he stated gently. Framing his words as a mere observation, Jiang Tao's eyes shifted to his face, puzzled. How do you know? Mu Tingzhou handed her his phone, and she accepted it with a mixture of confusion. It was a WeChat message from Xinyan. I met with Tao Tao today. She posed several questions, yet I could not answer a single one. However, one thing I can confirm is that I like you, not merely for your handsome exterior or remarkable abilities, but because you stir something within me. Yet, Tao Tao is right. As the eldest daughter of the Shin family, I possess my own pride and assets. Therefore, Mu Tingzhou, farewell. Jiang Tao stared blankly at the message, realizing that Xinyan had liberated both Mu Tingzhou and herself from the emotional turmoil. A wave of sadness washed over her. While Xinyan could turn away with grace, she found herself incapable of doing so. Noticing her dejected demeanor, Mu Tingzhou took back his phone and softly inquired, "What troubles you?" Jiang Tao remained silent, her gaze drifting back to the window, where darkness obscured the world outside, yet cast shadows of the two of them standing together. A yearning stirred within her, compelling her to turn back and gaze into his deep-set eyes. "Uncle, do you have someone you like?" Mu Tingzhou was taken aback by her sudden inquiry, pausing momentarily before nodding slightly just as he was about to speak. She abruptly covered her ears. The answer was almost palpable. She was perceptive enough to sense it. Mu Tingzhou regarded her calmly, gently lowering her hands. Tao Tao, uncle, she interrupted hastily. Didn't Aunt say you should move out of the apartment and into another place? The room fell silent. Jiang Tao had intended her mention of moving out as a reminder to herself, fearing his response would unleash her uncontainable desires. Mu Tingzhou's dark eyes bore into hers, as if seeking to unravel her very essence. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Get some rest." With that, he turned and exited the apartment. The silence within the house deepened, and Jiang Tao could hear the rapid beating of her heart. That night, Mu Tingzhou did not return. On Saturday, Jiang Tao refrained from returning to the family estate. Sun called her, urging her to depart for Kyoto over the weekend for an exclusive interview with the acclaimed actor Xie Qinghuai. Featured in Fashion Personalities, the familiar team accompanied her, assistant a man makeup artist Haiyu, and her makeup assistant. They traveled by high-speed train, with Haiyu seated beside Jiang Tao, while the two young assistants behind them chattered and played games. Haiyu, being 4 years older than Jiang Tao and having ventured out to forge her own path at 18, exuded a sense of maturity compared to the trio. Noticing Jiang Tao's distant gaze fixed outside, she gently nudged her and asked, "What troubles you?" Jiang Tao smiled and shook her head, recalling something, and inquiring, "Haiyu, have you ever been in love?" Haiyu laughed as if she had heard the most amusing joke. "Don't tell me you've never experienced romance before." Jiang Tao pursed her lips and remained silent. Haiyu, astonished, exclaimed, "With your looks, you've never had a relationship?" Chapter 33, the hotel booked by Mr.Mu. Jiang Tao's expression confirmed to Haiyu that she had indeed never been in a romantic relationship. Yet, one thing perplexed her: Jiang Tao's photography, whether capturing landscapes or people, always conveyed a sense of narrative, sometimes even hinting at a faint sadness. The editor had once mused that Jiang Tao must possess a story of her own. Haiyu, possessing a mature demeanor, often took care of her colleagues without adopting a condescending attitude, frequently mingling with them, earning their affection. She looked at Jiang Tao and said, "Actually, I have a very stable boyfriend. He works in maritime operations, and we only get to see each other once every month or two." Jiang Tao was taken aback. "That long? We've been high school classmates, and over the years, we've grown accustomed to it. Besides, my own work takes me all over the place." In a sisterly tone, Haiyu gently asked, "You seem to be asking out of concern. Is there a romantic dilemma you're facing?" recalling the almost heard answer from the previous night. Jiang Tao felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. She was absolutely certain of her feelings, yet she had begun to sense that Mu Tingzhou's attitude towards her had subtly shifted. That answer, while not entirely certain to be about herself, filled her with trepidation regarding the possibility of someone else. Linking her arm with Haiyu's, she countered, "If you found yourself in love with someone, yet being with that person would hurt your loved ones, how would you choose?" Haiyu furrowed her brow. "Are there family feuds involved?" Jiang Tao shook her head. She was raised by the Mu family, the niece of Mu Tingzhou, and the granddaughter of the matriarch. How could the matriarch accept her feelings for Mu Tingzhou? And what of her aunts? After a moment of contemplation, Haiyu remarked, "I believe it depends on the depth of the bond between the two individuals, as well as the extent of the potential harm to the family." Jiang Tao quietly stared out the window, her thoughts a tangled mess. Upon arriving in Kyoto, Xie Qinghua had arranged for their accommodation at a star-rated hotel, far exceeding the ordinary business class. A man flopped onto the plush bed, rolling onto her back. "Wow, this actor is incredibly generous. He booked us such a luxurious room." Haiyu echoed her sentiment. After years of working as a makeup artist for numerous celebrities, "We've always booked our own hotels. It's a first to have a star arrange accommodations for us, let alone at such a high-end place." Jiang Tao found Xie Qinghua to be quite commendable. After a brief rest in the hotel, they prepared for the afternoon's interview and photoshoot. The text editor arrived at noon, as they would have to fly to another city the same evening, thus not accompanying Jiang Tao and the others. After the photoshoot, Xie Qinghua expressed his desire to treat them to dinner. Feeling guilty for the hotel arrangements, the group initially declined, but Xie Qinghua smiled and insisted, "You need not thank me. The hotel was booked on someone else's behalf. Tonight's dinner is my treat." Jiang Tao and Haiyu exchanged glances. "Mr. Xie, may I ask who made the hotel arrangements?" Xie Qinghua replied with a knowing smile, "It was Mr. Mu." A man winked at Jiang Tao and whispered, "Your uncle." Jiang Tao remained non-committal. There was only one Mr.Mu she recognized. Dinner was set at an atmospheric Chinese restaurant, situated in the second ring of Kyoto. With a commendable price range, Xie Qinghua was amiable, and the group enjoyed their meal. After leaving the restaurant, Xie Qinghua arranged for a driver to take them back to the hotel. Jiang Tao declined the ride, citing other obligations, and urged them to return without her. Once the car had driven away, she turned and walked in the opposite direction, for just ahead lay the Jiang family estate. Chapter 34, Uncle Fu. Jiang Tao strolled alone down the street, a 20-minute walk leading her to the Jiang family estate. Although it had not been long since Mu Tingzhou had brought her back, she felt an overwhelming urge to visit. The last time she had come was during daylight. Now, under the cloak of night, the Jiang residence was likely shrouded in darkness. She intended to stand outside for a moment before leaving, but was taken aback to see lights glowing at the entrance. A sudden tug at her heartstrings made her rush forward. Indeed, 2 lanterns illuminated the grayish-blue floor of the porch. Tears welled in her eyes as she gently pushed open the door. A soft cough echoed from within, followed by a hoarse voice, "Did you drop something?" In the dim light, an elderly man emerged from the hallway, holding a lamp. Grandfather. Jiang Tao stood frozen in disbelief. The old man blinked in surprise but quickly regained composure, his voice trembling with excitement. "Miss Tao Tao, is that you, Uncle Fu?" Hearing her call, the elder turned to switch on the main lights. As the brightness flooded the room, Jiang Tao could clearly see his face, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. "Uncle Fu, how?" The elder, with a limp, made his way to her, wiping his own tears with his rough hands. "Little miss, it truly is you, you've come back?" Uncle Fu, whose full name was Chen Fu, had originally served as the bodyguard for Jiang's late grandfather. After sustaining injuries in the line of duty, he was reassigned as the household steward following the passing of Jiang's grandfather and Jiang Tao's departure. The staff had been dismissed, yet, here was Uncle Fu again, present in the Jiang family estate. "Uncle Fu, it's me." Jiang Tao was overwhelmed with astonishment and joy. "How did you end up back here?" since you left for abroad during your first year. Tingzhou brought me over that he said the Jiang household felt too desolate without anyone, especially since you couldn't return often. I had no ties back home, so coming here allowed the Jiang estate to retain some semblance of warmth. So Uncle Fu had been here all along. The last time she visited, the place had been so immaculate that she had assumed Mu Tingzhou had hired someone to clean it. Uncle Fu sighed. When you last returned, I was busy settling affairs back in my old home. I heard from Tingzhou that you were back and I was planning to visit Donggang to see you, Uncle Fu. I am so glad you are back with the Jiang family. I will come to visit you often, so you won't have to travel to Donggang. Uncle Fu nodded fervently, tears glistening in his eyes. Since his teenage years, he has followed Commander Jiang. Despite suffering injuries due to his own misjudgment, the commander bore him no ill will, instead allowing him to remain at the Jiang residence to assist in any way he could. Having spent decades within the Jiang household, he had long regarded it as his own home, and the prospect of returning to guard the Jiang courtyard filled his heart with joy. Jiang Tao engaged in extensive conversation with Uncle Fu, who inquired about her experiences during her studies abroad. This evening, Jiang Tao felt a profound sense of contentment, for the Jiang residence had regained its vibrancy. Uncle Fu asked her, "Miss, have you ever considered returning to the Jiang family?" Jiang Tao was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the aging Uncle Fu. He smiled gently, adding that there was no rush, and suggested she contemplate carefully, as it was only right to show filial piety to old Madame Mu. Considering how well Tingzhou had raised her after taking her away, however, Uncle Fu gazed out at the expansive courtyard, his expression tinged with melancholy, stating that he was growing old, and the Jiang family needed successors. Jiang Tao understood Uncle Fu's sentiment and nodded, assuring him, "Uncle Fu, I will give it careful thought." As her colleagues from the magazine called, urging her to return, Jiang Tao wished to avoid causing them concern and prepared to head back to the hotel. As for the Jiang family, it was her home, and she would certainly return often. Uncle Fu escorted her to the door, and suddenly Jiang Tao recalled something and asked him, "You mentioned I might have left something behind when I arrived. Did someone come by before me?" Uncle Fu paused for a moment, then replied, "Oh, that was Tingzhou." Chapter 35. Let's return to the beginning. Uncle Fu appeared puzzled. And "Miss, you were unaware that Tingzhou had come to Kyoto?" Jiang Tao of course did not know. She hadn't been in contact with Mu Tingzhou in the past few days. "I knew my uncle was in Kyoto, but I was unaware he came to the Jiang residence." Jiang Tao fabricated a response, then smiled and waved to Uncle Fu, "Take care of yourself. I will come back." Uncle Fu nodded, watching her silhouette disappear into the distance before turning back inside, instead of heading directly to the hotel. Jiang Tao wandered for a while and then paused at a street corner, taking out her phone to call Mu Tingzhou and express her gratitude. However, he had done so much for her that she didn't know where to begin. Ultimately, the number etched in her mind remained uncalled. She exhaled deeply, about to step away when a voice suddenly broke the silence. "What are you doing out here so late?" Jiang Tao turned abruptly to find a man standing a short distance behind her. Perfectly upright, she was taken aback for a moment, gazing at him. The dim light cast shadows across his features, obscuring his expression. "Why are you still here, Uncle?" Mu Tingzhou, with his hands in his pockets, walked forward, saying, "There's a girl standing by the roadside in the middle of the night. How could I just leave?" Jiang Tao thought to deny it but realized she had indeed been standing there for quite some time. "Let us go. I'll take you back." Jiang Tao assumed they would be getting into a car, glancing around for a vehicle but seeing none. Observing her confusion, a smile crept into Mu Tingzhou's eyes as he continued walking. Jiang Tao pursed her lips, realizing the distance to the hotel would be quite far. However, she had experience with walking, so it didn't seem daunting. They walked side by side in silence along the stone-paved sidewalk. Jiang Tao glanced at him and suddenly spoke, "Uncle." "Yes, thank you for your help with Uncle Fu." Mu Tingzhou remained silent for a moment before abruptly stopping, prompting Jiang Tao to halt as well and look back at him in confusion. His features were striking, his brows and eyes deep set, sharply defined by the interplay of light and shadow. "Tao Tao," he said, "just how long do you intend to remain distant from me? If you wish, I can still be the uncle you once knew." His voice was warm and low, yet it instantly filled Jiang Tao's eyes with tears. She met his gaze, her tears threatening to spill over. He sighed softly, raising a hand to gently wipe away the tears that fell from her eyes. "If the current situation brings you unhappiness, let us return to the beginning, shall we?" His voice was slightly hoarse. Soothing her gently, the tension that had bound her for so long suddenly snapped at that moment, and she collapsed into his embrace, weeping openly. He understood, he realized he knew everything, her feelings were apparent to him, impossible to conceal. Ultimately, Mu Tingzhou had his assistant drive Jiang Tao back to the hotel. The next morning, Jiang Tao awoke with swollen eyes. A man observed her closely. "Sister Tao, who bullied you last night?" Why are your eyes so puffy? Jiang Tao rubbed her eyes, replying, no, I just drank too much water last night. A man remained skeptical, and Jiang Tao looked to Haiyu for support. But if you don't believe me, ask Sister Haiyu. Haiyu gave her a knowing glance before confirming, indeed, excessive drinking before bed can lead to puffiness the following day. A man, uninterested in the discussion, ran off to discuss games with the makeup assistant. Haiyu comfortingly patted Jiang Tao's shoulder, saying, let us go. With a 10 o'clock high-speed train ticket, Xie Qinghuai had returned to the film crew early in the morning and called to apologize for not being able to personally escort them to the station, but assured that arrangements had been made. When they arrived at the hotel lobby, Jiang Tao spotted Assistant Qin. Assistant Qin approached, saying, Miss Tao Tao, Mr. Mu has a contract to sign, so he asked me to take you to the high-speed train station. Jiang Tao nodded. Thank you, Assistant Qin. Chapter 36. I will leave again. Assistant Qin escorted them to the platform, handing them a bag of snacks, saying that Mu suggested they enjoy some treats to pass the time during the journey. Haiyu accepted the snacks with a smile, expressing her gratitude multiple times. Just as the high-speed train departed, Mu Tingzhou called, his warm voice coming through, have you boarded? Jiang Tao replied, yes, uncle. Has the contract been signed? Almost, it's in the final review process. Jiang Tao held her phone, asking, are you returning to Donggang today? Mu Tingzhou hesitated briefly before responding, I will try. After hanging up, Jiang Tao turned to find Haiyu watching her. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she furrowed her brow and asked, why are you looking at me like that? Haiyu smiled, reaching out to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Is your relationship issue about your uncle? You figured it out? Haiyu nodded, saying, at first, I didn't but when I saw you asleep on your uncle's back in the hotel hallway last night, it clicked. Jiang Tao pressed her lips together. Remaining silent, Haiyu unwrapped a piece of chocolate and offered it to her. Don't be upset, have something sweet. Jiang Tao took a bite, the smooth sweetness spreading in her mouth. Haiyu also unwrapped a piece. And after eating half, she suddenly exclaimed, your uncle likes you too. Jiang Tao froze, looking at her, but Haiyu merely laughed, finishing the remaining half. I could tell from the way your uncle looked at you in Hong Kong. A successful man like him would never easily let go of something he cherishes. Haiyu took a sip of juice, adding, just wait, your uncle will ensure your love comes to fruition. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tao silently took another bite of chocolate. Last night, her uncle had made a choice. He chose to return to the beginning with her. He was her uncle, and she was his little princess. Tao Tao, after exiting the high-speed train station, they went straight back to the company, as there was a shoot scheduled for the afternoon. By the time Jiang Tao returned to her apartment, it was already past 9 in the evening. And the house was eerily quiet. Mu Tingzhou had not returned. Not feeling particularly hungry, she was too lazy to order takeout, so after bathing she lay down in a half-dream state. She vaguely heard some faint sounds outside. Opening her eyes, she got up to investigate. The living room was dimly lit, and Mu Tingzhou sat on the sofa, his head bowed, completely still, the air thick with the scent of alcohol. Jiang Tao approached him. Squatting down in front of him, softly calling uncle, he did not respond, seemingly asleep. She gently shook his leg. Uncle, why don't you go to bed? He finally lifted his head, his gaze locking onto her bright eyes. Tao Tao, his voice was hoarse, and his eyelids were tinged with a faint blush. Yes, let me get you a glass of water, and then you should go to bed. Mu Tingzhou stared at her blankly. His mind replaying He Xingchen's words from that night. I plan to break off the engagement with the Jian family and pursue Tao Tao. Just as Jiang Tao was about to stand up to fetch water, he suddenly lifted her up without warning. Before she could react, she found herself falling back onto the sofa, the intoxicating scent of male pheromones enveloping her. The soft touch of his lips made her eyes widen in shock. Her mind going blank. As her awareness returned, the kiss ceased, and his deep, dark eyes seemed intent on consuming her. Uncle, she murmured, a tear escaping her eye, you promised we would return to the beginning. He smiled bitterly, saying, since that stolen kiss 4 years ago, there's no turning back. Tears still shimmered in her eyes, and she felt frozen in disbelief. She had always thought that the stolen kiss from 4 years ago had gone unnoticed. Uncle, yes, I was drunk, but I knew exactly what was happening. He had refrained from acting then for fear of startling her. Little did he know that she had been the one to flee. He had pursued her, but fate intervened. At that moment, he had thought it might be destiny. If she returned 4 years later, free from her youthful infatuation, he would bury his feelings forever. She had returned. Yet she was unhappy, resorting to sneaking cigarettes and deliberately avoiding him. Under the influence of alcohol, his mind became clearer, and seeing the tearful girl beneath him, he restrained himself from taking advantage of her and instead pulled her up. I am sorry, I drank too much, you should rest. Jiang Tao slowly rose, and as she reached the doorway to her bedroom, a low voice echoed from the living room. About last night, what if I have a change of heart? Jiang Tao closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks, her mind flooded with memories of the Mu family's unwavering affection for her over the years. If you change your mind, I will leave again. Chapter 37, which young master placed so lavishly. As July arrived, the weather in Donggang shifted abruptly from a gentle warmth to sweltering heat. The air conditioning in the magazine office was set to a rather brisk level. Yet Jiang Tao and a man found themselves unable to relish its benefits. The latest issue of the magazine featured a segment on bridal gowns, including a series of breathtaking seaside wedding photographs. Colleagues from the magazine endured the sweltering sun on a cruise ship to complete their tasks. The female model was a rising star who had debuted in the past 2 years, while the male model was Fan Xingze, the very one who had previously requested Jiang Tao's contact information. Upon their interaction, both exhibited commendable politeness, exchanging casual greetings without any inappropriate behavior or language, which Jiang Tao paid little mind to, considering she had connected with numerous male and female models while abroad. After concluding one set of shots, the brand representatives treated everyone to cold beverages. On the deck, shaded by umbrellas, they took a moment to rest. Not far off, the cruise ship roared to life. A man nudged Jiang Tao and pointed with her chin towards a cruise ship preparing for departure. Jiang Tao glanced over and noticed a row of bikini-clad beauties leaning against the railing. A man quietly scoffed, murmuring about which wealthy heir was indulging in such frivolity. Jiang Tao merely smiled, choosing not to respond. Fan Xingze was both professional and dedicated. Aside from the female model requesting her assistant to spray sunscreen a few more times, everything went rather smoothly. As evening descended, Jiang Tao wrapped up the day's shooting with a stunning series of sunset bridal photographs. With the sun gone, a man removed her sun protection sleeves and hat, fanning herself while grumbling about wishing to be a mermaid. Haiyu laughed at her, quipping that if she were a fish, it should be a charming clownfish. Oh, Haiyu, I'll take that as a compliment, a man replied. Haiyu wrapped her arms around a man's neck, declaring that her favorite fish was indeed the clownfish. Jiang Tao chuckled as someone behind her handed her a bag of ice packs, suggesting she cool her skin to avoid sunburn. Jiang Tao thanked them, smiling as she accepted a. Fan Xingze then divided the remaining refreshments among the other staff. After tidying up their equipment, the brand representatives prepared a dinner on the cruise ship for everyone. As night enveloped them, the sea breeze provided a welcome relief from the heat. Tables and chairs were set up on the deck, where they savored seafood and engaged in lively conversation, the day's toil and fatigue dissipating in that moment. In the distance, the cruise ship's engine bellowed, signaling the return of another vessel. Shortly after, it docked alongside theirs. Everywhere on the deck, laughter and merriment filled the air. The noise from across the way dampened their appetite, leading the group to disperse. A man linked her arm with Jiang Tao's as they descended the ship. Jiang Tao laughed, playfully pushing her away. It's sweltering. Could you not cling to me? A man shook her head, refusing to let go, and rubbed her face against Jiang Tao's arm, exclaiming, "Pretty sister, let us stick together." Haiyu playfully swatted a man's backside, teasing her for bullying Jiang Tao. The trio frolicked, but just as they stepped off the cruise, the only wooden plank was obstructed by a few young men. Well, beauty, we meet again. Care to join me for a drink on the cruise?" Jiang Tao regarded the young men clad in beach shorts with a stern expression. "Step aside." He Mingcheng, hands tucked in his pockets, disdainfully glanced over her shoulder. "If you stay, I'll let them pass." Fan Xingze, walking behind, suddenly stepped forward. "Sir, this girl is my friend, allow her to leave, and if you have something to say, direct it to me." He Mingcheng didn't even spare him a glance, fixating intently on Jiang Tao. "If you don't want to get hurt, better scram." Just as Fan Xingze was about to respond, He Mingcheng swung a punch, leaving him bloodied. "You bastard," Jiang Tao shouted, attempting to retaliate, only to have He Mingcheng seize her wrist. "Miss Jiang, you should be aware of your circumstances. No one will come to your aid today." He smirked wickedly. "That fool He Xingchen will soon be breaking off his engagement with the Jin family. Without their support, he is nothing. The He family will soon be mine. Your uncle better consider his next move regarding the He family." "Who do you think you are? Let go of my sister, Tao," a man interjected, trying to pry Jiang Tao free, but was met with a fierce reprimand from He Mingcheng. Startled, a man froze, prompting Jiang Tao to shield her behind her. Haiyu checked on Fan Xingze's injury, seizing the moment to whisper to Jiang Tao. Her eyes flickered. "All right, I'll stay. You let them leave." "Wise choice," He Mingcheng remarked, raising an eyebrow and motioning for his companions to step aside as Haiyu led a man away. Initially reluctant, a man agreed after Jiang Tao gave her a reassuring look. Once the coast was clear, Jiang Tao wrenched her wrist free. He Mingcheng gestured grandly. "Miss Jiang, shall we board the cruise?" Jiang Tao surveyed the ship, her gaze icy as she replied, "It's too noisy up there. I have matters to discuss with you." He Mingcheng smiled knowingly. Miss Jiang wishes for a moment of solitude with me," just as he signaled his companions to retreat. He turned to find an imposing figure striding towards them. The man exuded an overwhelming aura, causing He Mingcheng's spine to chill, memories of being beaten down resurfacing in his mind, retreating 2 steps. He was about to speak when he inadvertently stumbled into the water. Chapter 38. So concerned about him, Mu Tingzhou glanced at the red marks encircling Jiang Tao's fair wrist, squatting by the water's edge to observe the flailing figure attempting to escape beneath the surface. His eyes darkened, the menace within them sending a shiver down He Mingcheng's spine. He suddenly smiled, leisurely inquiring, "Did I fail to mention last time that you shouldn't touch her?" He Mingcheng's head surfaced. Panic evident as he gasped, "Yen no." Mu Tingzhou nodded, a sinister curve gracing his lips. "Very well, let me clarify this time." A hand shot out, catching He Mingcheng by the hair and yanking him closer. He yelped as seawater filled his lungs. His head being pulled up only to be shoved back down repeatedly, until he was thoroughly saturated. The nearby young man, paralyzed with fear, dared not breathe, terrified of being dragged into the water as well. They were all scions of the prestigious families in Donggang. Regardless of their mischief, they had been drilled on the region's dynamics. The Mu family was the pinnacle of power in Donggang. With Mu Tingzhou, the president of Zhouzhou Group, being a force that could shake the business sphere with a mere stomp, who would dare to offend him? Only He Mingcheng, this fool who had been in Donggang for 3 years. The others, sensing the danger, quickly committed Jiang Tao's face to memory, silently vowing never to cross her, and began to retreat. 1 retreated, then 2, until soon, the area was deserted. By the time He Mingcheng's head was pulled up again, he was already rolling his eyes. Mu Tingzhou pressed his chin against the edge of the deck, his tone dark. "Did you hear that this time?" He Mingcheng struggled to maintain consciousness, slowly nodding. Mu Tingzhou plunged him back into the water. Not far away, He Mingcheng's bodyguard dove in to rescue him. Mu Tingzhou wiped his hands dry and took Jiang Tao away. By the time they reached the car, Jiang Tao's wrist bore purple bruises from where she had been grasped. Having some martial arts training herself, she had used force to fend off He Mingcheng's advances, leaving her delicate skin marked. Mu Tingzhou examined her wrist, furrowing his brow. "Are you injured anywhere else?" Jiang Tao shook her head. "No." Passing a pharmacy, Mu Tingzhou exited to buy ointment. Jiang Tao glanced at the tube on the center console, her lips pressed tightly together, when Haiyu whispered that her uncle was on his way. Jiang Tao realized that Haiyu had become Mu Tingzhou's eyes and ears. She turned to him. "How did my uncle arrive so quickly? Was he nearby?" Mu Tingzhou regarded her, lightly affirming, "In truth, he had heard she was shooting at the port and thought it was a bit far from the apartment. So he came to fetch her." He had almost reached when he received Haiyu's message back at the apartment. After showering, Jiang Tao emerged to find Mu Tingzhou still seated on the sofa. Holding the ointment, "Come here and let me apply this," he instructed. Jiang Tao initially intended to assert her resilience, recalling how she had endured various odd positions and minor injuries in pursuit of the perfect shot during her years abroad. However, since he had gone to the trouble of buying the ointment, she refrained from protesting and obediently approached. His hands were well-defined, fingers long and warm, the cool ointment causing an indescribable tingling sensation as it met her skin. She considered applying it herself, but that felt too deliberate, so she averted her gaze. As she lifted her eyes, they inadvertently swept over his sensuous lips, recalling the kiss they had shared on this very sofa. Causing her heart to race, her hand instinctively moved only to be caught in his grasp. Suddenly reminded of He Mingcheng's words, she hastily shifted her thoughts, asking, "Did He Mingcheng say that Xingqian is breaking off his engagement with the Jian family?" "Is that true?" Mu Tingzhou's hand hesitated momentarily as he looked up at her, his expression inscrutable. "Why are you so concerned about him?" Chapter 39. Do not force me to leave again. Jiang Tao found his question perplexing. Lowering her gaze to avoid his penetrating stare as she muttered, "Isn't Xingqian your good friend? I was just inquiring." Mu Tingzhou continued applying the ointment. "It's his own decision. Has Jianlin agreed as well? Last time in Kyoto, I sensed she was quite fond of Xingqian." As he evenly spread the ointment until it absorbed, Mu Tingzhou put away the tube and glanced at her. "With your penchant for gossip, why not just call her and ask directly?" Jiang Tao responded with a silent. She had only asked casually, but each inquiry seemed to provoke a response, leaving her feeling stifled. She stood up, wishing him good night before retreating to her room. The following day at work, she encountered Haiyu outside the magazine office. Jiang Tao linked her arm with Haiyu's as they entered, surprised to discover that Haiyu also possessed an undercover identity. Haiyu explained with a smile that on that particular night, you had slept soundly like a pig on your uncle's back. After he returned you to your room, he left me his contact information, asking me to reach out to him if you needed anything. Haiyu shot her a glance and added, "To be frank, your uncle is a gentleman, polite and remarkably successful, yet devoid of arrogance. A man like him should not be overlooked, lest he becomes someone else's." Jiang Tao understood her implication, at times she too wished to throw caution to the wind, but the affection the Mu family had shown her made selfishness an impossibility. On Friday, as Jiang Tao and Hai Wei exited the magazine office, they spotted He Xingchen leaning against a car, waving at her. Surprised, she exchanged a few words with Hai Wei before hurrying over. Xingchen go. He Xingchen smiled. You don't have work tomorrow, do you? Oh, no work. Jiang Tao looked at him. Is there something you need? He Xingchen turned his head slightly. Get in the car. I'm taking you somewhere and will bring you back tomorrow afternoon. Jiang Tao hesitated, realizing that returning tomorrow afternoon implied spending the night out. Xingchen go. Is it just the two of us? Don't worry, look who else is in the car. He Xingchen opened the door. And Jiang Tao glanced inside to see Jianlin smiling at her. Hurry up and get in. Jianlin beckoned. Surprised, Jiang Tao laughed as she climbed into the car, while He Xingchen took the driver's seat. After settling in, curiosity bubbled within her. Xingchen go. Jianlin, yeah, what is the situation between you two? Jianlin raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you've heard about our broken engagement? Jiang Tao blinked, confused. It's just a smokescreen, Jianlin clarified with a smile. This is a trap set by your Xingchen Go to gain full control of the He family business. Old man, he has been lobbying shareholders for his youngest son, using the pretext of the broken engagement to round up those fence-sitters. Jiang Tao was somewhat aware of the He family's matters. She knew that Xingchen Ji's mother had passed away early and his father did not care for him, even keeping a mistress. She remembered how. During her first year in Donggang, Mu Tingzhou would often bring the injured He Xingchen back to the Mu family. However, within 2 years, the adult He Xingchen began to resist. By the time she went abroad, he had already established himself in the He family business. Suddenly, Jiang Tao thought of something and quickly asked Xingchen Go, does my uncle know about this smokescreen? He Xingchen glanced at her in the rearview mirror, ambiguously replying, perhaps. Jiang Tao acknowledged this and then inquired, where are we going? A seaside town. Before she could ask further, Jianlin took her hand. Don't worry, I'm not going to sell you off. Your Xingchen Go has something to attend to shortly. So keep me company, will you? Jiang Tao smiled. Of course, no problem. The seaside town turned out to be a coastal resort, featuring beach view hotels, seaside gardens, and a vibrant street filled with food and entertainment she and sure you had visited once before going abroad. But it hadn't been so well developed at that time. What she didn't expect was that this was also a venture of the He family, spearheaded by He Xingchen. Jianlin was visiting for the first time as well. After dining, He Xingchen left for a commitment, leaving Jiang Tao to accompany Jianlin as they strolled around. The resort's hotel boasted a massive swimming pool, and due to the sweltering heat, they swam until after 11 before returning to their rooms to rest. Jiang Tao stayed in a seaside room, where the view from the floor-to-ceiling windows revealed a dark night sky adorned with shimmering neon lights, accompanied by the distant sound of crashing waves. As she emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, her phone on the table began to ring. Just as she reached for it, the doorbell chimed, planning to grab her phone before answering the door. She turned to find the call had already ended and proceeded to open the door. Expecting Jianlin, she was taken aback to find Mu Tingzhou standing ominously outside. For a moment, surprise washed over her. And before she could utter uncle, the words were lodged in her throat. With a bang, the door slammed shut, and their breaths became intertwined in a frantic haze. Jiang Tao felt a chill run down her back as she was pressed against the wall. In her struggle, her hands were pinned above her head, and as her towel slipped away, Mu Tingzhou finally halted his unrestrained kiss. Jiang Tao closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Weren't you on a business trip? Mu Tingzhou did not respond. His heavy breaths fanned across her face as their foreheads touched. His gaze locked onto hers. He freed one hand to methodically unbutton his shirt, peeling it away from her body. Jiang Tao clutched the shirt in front of her, slowly sinking to the ground from his loosened embrace, tears flowing freely. Did we not agree on this? Why are you suddenly acting this way? Mu Tingzhou crouched before her, cradling her face, his eyes swirling with complex emotions. Tell me, why are you here with He Xingchen? If you don't like him, why are you with him? Jiang Tao paused for a moment, her tear-streaked eyes meeting his as she pushed him away with force. What are you talking about? I'm here to accompany Jianlin Jie. Don't tarnish Xingchen Ji's name. Mu Tingzhou's brow furrowed slightly as he quickly grasped He Xingchen's intentions. Tonight, he had come bearing a message wrapped in deception, and all those previous drunken proclamations of pursuing Tao Tao had merely been a way to push him to confront his own feelings. To admit that he could not let go of her. I'm sorry, Mu Tingzhou murmured as he enveloped the sobbing Jiang Tao in his arms. I'm sorry, Tao Tao. Forgive my inability to control my emotions. What I said in Kyoto may never come to pass. Jiang Tao struggled out of his embrace, her heart aching with each beat. Don't force me to leave again. This time, I will never let you go. Mu Tingzhou replied, his gaze dark and his tone icy. If you try to escape, I will pursue you. Wherever you go, I will follow. Jiang Tao shook her head frantically. Get out, quickly get out. Chapter 40. My thoughts will arrive sooner than that kiss. Since that night at the seaside resort, Jiang Tao moved out of the sandalwood apartment and began living with a man in a rented place. Upon learning this, Mu Si-rong took it upon herself to buy Jiang Tao a house. Jiang Tao, busy with filming out of town, couldn't dissuade her over the phone and allowed her to carry on. Mu Si-rong's efficiency was remarkable. It wasn't long before she found a satisfactory house. Although it was on the pricier side, it was conveniently close to the magazine office, and without a second thought, Mu Si-rong purchased it outright. The house had been minimally renovated, and after a week of hard work, Mu Si-rong had furnished it entirely. When Jiang Tao returned from her trip, she found the move already completed. She invited Hai Wei and a man over for dinner in her new abode. While Shiryu brought along a plethora of dishes. A man, unable to handle her liquor, was soon sprawled on the sofa after just a few drinks, prompting Jiang Tao and Shiryu to assist her into the bedroom. Hai Wei, having finally returned from her boyfriend's place, was picked up by him at 11. The house had 2 bedrooms, with a man placed in the guest room while Shiryu shared with Jiang Tao. Recently Shiryu had successfully pursued her college senior and spent hours sharing her joy with Jiang Tao in bed. Jiang Tao, however, felt unwell and listened in a dazed eye in the middle of the night. Shiryu was awakened by Jiang Tao shaking her, and upon opening her eyes she saw Jiang Tao's pale face, covered in beads of sweat, which startled her into full alertness. Jiang Tao held her abdomen. Devoid of strength to speak, the first thought that crossed Shiryu's mind was to call her uncle, but realizing he was out of town, she immediately dialed 120. Jiang Tao was rushed into surgery for acute appendicitis. Standing outside the operating room, Shiryu felt helpless as she made a series of calls. Her aunt was in Kyoto, Xian was abroad, and her mother was accompanying her father to a meeting in a neighboring city, leaving her wary of alarming the elderly matriarch. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Jiang Tao was wheeled out of the operating room. Jiang Tao, still conscious, smiled reassuringly at the teary-eyed Shiryu. "I'm fine, you didn't tell Grandma, did you?" Shiryu shook her head, and Jiang Tao sighed with relief. "I'm alright, it's just a minor surgery, I'll be fine in a couple of days, please don't mention it to my family." Shiryu had contacted nearly everyone in the family line to alleviate Jiang Tao's worries. Not long after being moved to the ward, the effects of the medication took hold, and Jiang Tao fell asleep. At 3 in the morning, Mu Si-jing called to say she was on her way back and instructed Shiryu to take good care of Jiang Tao. Shiryu glanced back at the sleeping Jiang Tao and nodded. During this time, a nurse came to check on the minimally invasive incision, and Shiryu leaned in for a closer look. The incision was quite small, about 1 to 2 centimeters, yet it still tugged at Shiryu's heart. After the nurse had finished disinfecting, Shiryu helped Jiang Tao adjust her hospital gown, and in doing so, her gaze caught sight of a tattoo on Jiang Tao's right hip, recalling the tattoo she had glimpsed while Jiang Tao was bathing. Shiryu turned to get a clearer look at the design. It was a single character in an ink-black script that danced between regular and cursive styles, flowing gracefully though not immediately legible. The character, Zhou, was unmistakably distinct. Just one glance was enough for Shiryu to recognize it. She stood in shock, her mind racing with thoughts that she quickly dismissed. When Jiang Tao next opened her eyes, several people stood in the ward. Mu Si-rong, Mu Si-jing, and a tearful elderly matriarch. "Grandma, Auntie's second aunt, what brings you all here?" The elderly woman gazed at her pallid face, tears welling in her eyes. "You silly girl, you scared your grandma to death." Jiang Tao reached out to wipe away her tears. "It's nothing, Grandma, just a minor surgery." "What minor surgery? Don't think I don't know. Acute appendicitis can be excruciating." Jiang Tao laughed softly, admitting that she had indeed been in such pain the night before that she almost passed out. Mu Si-rong stood at the foot of the bed. "It's all my fault, Auntie. I should have arranged for a cook beforehand." The elderly matriarch shot a glance at her daughters, scoffing. "You two only know how to work. From now on, I will take care of my granddaughter myself. Starting today, I'm moving into Tao Tao's house to personally look after her." Mu Si-rong looked guilty. "Mom, you don't have to. I'll just move in to take care of Tao Tao. I shall proceed then. My workplace is less demanding compared to that of my elder sister, and I travel for business infrequently." Mu Si-jing interjected. Grandmother, aunt, and second aunt, observing the three of them debating over their responsibilities. Jiang Tao felt warmth welling in her eyes. "I shall take care of myself. Appendicitis is merely a minor mishap. Allow me to care for you instead." Shiyu, who had been quietly standing by, suddenly spoke up. Everyone paused momentarily, and Mu Si-jing inquired, "Aren't you supposed to be starting work at your uncle's company?" "It matters not whether I go early or late to my uncle's company." Mu Si-jing waved her hand dismissively. "No, you cannot even take care of yourself. In the end, Tao Tao will have to look after you." Jiang Tao indeed feared the prospect of someone else attending to her, and quickly declared, "I welcome Shiyu to live with me." Although we cannot take care of each other, we can supervise each other's meals, after Shiyu solemnly assured them. The three elders consented. Mutingzu was the last to learn of Jiang Tao's hospitalization. Shiyu, being aware of his business trip in advance, had not bothered to call in. By the time he arrived in Donggang, it was already midnight the following day. Jiang Tao, having dozed off multiple times during the day, found herself in a state of half-sleep throughout the night, feeling as though she were awakening from a dream or sensing something. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide. The light from outside flooded the room, illuminating the man's robust figure. Though she could not see his face clearly, she could distinctly sense who he was. Since that night at the seaside resort, she had been avoiding him, as both his words and the circumstances of that moment rendered her incapable of confronting him. Remaining still, she allowed her gaze to silently linger upon him, letting affection flow freely without restraint. After an indeterminate duration, he suddenly spoke. "Why aren't you sleeping?" Startled by his attention, she softly called out, "Uncle." He approached from the window and sat beside her bed, gently patting her back, urging her to sleep. Jiang Tao did not resist his gesture, nor did she close her eyes. She relished the sensation of his protective presence. "Uncle," she murmured. He responded softly, and she fell silent. "Does the wound hurt?" She gently shook her head. "After you are discharged, let us move back to the sandalwood apartment. I have hired a caretaker." Jiang Tao remained silent. After moving out of the apartment, her aunt had been fervently assisting her in purchasing a new home. She was well aware of the underlying reasons, having resided in the sandalwood apartment all along, and with Mutingzu unwilling to move out. The introduction of Lufeng to her was not merely an excuse for emotional healing. Her aunt was a remarkably astute and perceptive individual. She had certainly noticed. Seeing her close her eyes, Mutingzu gradually withdrew his hand. Sensing the absence of his warmth, she shut her eyes and focused on his presence, knowing he was still near. If it weren't for that kiss 4 years ago, would things be different now? In the darkness, her voice flowed steadily. Mutingzu lowered his gaze. Perhaps he was indeed a brute, but Tao Tao, my feelings for you have always preceded that kiss. Outside the hospital room, Shiyu stood in astonishment. Chapter 41, Uncle. Always attentive after her discharge, Jiang Tao returned to her own home, accompanied by Shiyu. Mutingzu had arranged for a cook for them. Jiang Tao occasionally had outdoor shoots, sometimes spending a day or two away, and at times even a week. Finding herself bored alone, Shiyu took a job at Jojo Group. Under the pretense of needing to accompany Jiang Tao, she had Mutingzu arrange for her a remarkably flexible position with ample time, one that was almost superfluous. On Friday, Shiyu invited Jiang Tao out for dinner. After finishing her shoot, Jiang Tao arrived at the restaurant at 7 only to discover that Shiyu was absent, while Mutingzu awaited her. "Where is Shiyu?" She was called away by her boyfriend. Mutingzu handed her the pre-ordered menu, asking if she wanted to add anything. Jiang Tao glanced at it. Everything ordered was to her liking. After their meal, as they left the restaurant, Mutingzu inquired, "I will be on a business trip to Kyoto tomorrow. Do you wish to visit Uncle Fu?" Jiang Tao pondered for a moment. It had indeed been a while since she last saw Uncle Fu after her return from Kyoto, and she lightly replied in the affirmative. The next day, upon arriving in Kyoto, Mutingzu attended to business matters while Assistant Qin escorted Jiang Tao to the Jiang residence. Uncle Fu was eagerly awaiting her at the door, and upon seeing her disembark from the car, he hurriedly approached with a smile. The last time she returned was at night, and Jiang Tao had not noticed the changes in the courtyard. Today, as she entered, she realized that the front and backyards had sprouted numerous flowers since her last return. A row of cascading jasmine adorned the corridor of the front hall, and as she walked past, the fragrance was enchanting. In front of her bedroom window were several pots of lily of the valley, thriving so splendidly that their verdant leaves appeared to be adorned with powdery pink sprites. These flowers were all her favorites. Uncle Fu stood behind her, his smile warm and affectionate. "These were all sent by Tingzhou. Initially, I was unaware of how to care for them, but now someone comes by daily to tend to them." Jiang Tao remained silent as Uncle Fu continued. "Tingzhou has been coming to Kyoto more frequently lately. For the courtyard that had fallen into disrepair, he has sought people to repair it. As Jiang Tao gazed at the blooming flowers, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. She gently tugged at the corners of her lips, remarking, "Uncle always pays attention to detail. In matters concerning the young lady, Tingzhou has always been diligent," Uncle Fu added. Jiang Tao turned to Uncle Fu, her eyes filled with curiosity. Uncle Fu smiled. "The young lady enjoys my dumplings immensely. I bought fresh meat early this morning and will prepare them now." After Uncle Fu left, Jiang Tao stood there momentarily dazed, gazing at the garden full of flowers. Uncle Fu's dumplings were something she could devour 2 bowls of. Seeing her eat heartily brought him joy. "I have some frozen in the refrigerator. I prepared a takeout box for you to take back to Donggang." he mentioned. Jiang Tao nodded as she ate. What have you decided regarding returning to Kyoto? Uncle Fu brought up the topic again. Jiang Tao paused. She had yet to discuss this with her grandmother and aunts. It would likely require some effort with her grandmother. Uncle Fu understood her predicament. After all, the Mu family had cared for her for many years. And her grandmother there cherished her dearly. Undoubtedly reluctant to part with her. Sighing silently, he refrained from pressing further. Has the young lady started dating? Uncle Fu's abrupt change of topic caught Jiang Tao off guard. And she quickly laughed. I'm still young, no rush. Uncle Fu opened his mouth but ultimately remained silent. Jiang Tao returned to Donggang on a Saturday afternoon, with Mu Tingzu driving her back to the old residence. Shiyu stood in the corridor, watching the two approach from a distance. They appeared exceptionally well matched, and she couldn't help but feel that their pairing was quite fitting, remembering the character Zhou tattooed on Jiang Tao's waist. Shiyu hurried a few steps to meet them, glancing at Jiang Tao before turning her gaze to Mu Tingzu. Uncle, come here. I have something to discuss with you. Shiyu attempted to pull him aside. Mu Tingzu frowned slightly. What needs to be discussed can be said here. Shiyu appeared troubled, biting her lip as she said, Aunt Lin and Sister Lin Ji have come, and so, Mu Tingzu replied, raising an eyebrow. Shiyu shot him a fierce glare. With Shenyan gone, now Lin Ji has come. What do you think? Mu Tingzu's expression visibly darkened as he strode toward the living room. Shiyu linked arms with Jiang Tao, her smile somewhat strained. I think Grandma is too idle. She keeps meddling in romantic affairs. Jiang Tao remained silent as laughter echoed from the living room. Jiang Tao had met Aunt Lin once when she was in her teens. As for Lin Ji, she was more of a childhood rival, and they had fought numerous times in their youth. Just as her thoughts were wandering, Mu Zerong called out to her from the corridor, Tao Tao, come and meet your Aunt Nai. Following Mu Zerong into the living room, Jiang Tao saw an elderly lady with silver hair seated on one side of the sofa, beside her a beautiful young woman with straight hair, whose smile was incredibly sweet. Jiang Tao greeted, hello, Aunt Nai. Lin Ji stood up, her smile radiant. Is this Jiang Tao? You've grown so much. Chapter 42, Boldness grows with time. Jiang Tao smiled lightly. Indeed, and I hope you have grown as well. The elderly Lady Lin, who had been sizing her up, narrowed her eyes upon hearing this. Is this the Jiang family's child? Grandma Mu nodded, extending her hand toward Jiang Tao. Tao Tao, come sit by Grandma. Jiang Tao nestled beside the elderly lady, her gaze sweeping over the man seated on the left sofa before finally resting on Lady Lin. Lady Lin looked at Grandma Mu with a smile. This Jiang family's girl has been raised in the Mu family all these years. Dear sister, you have truly put in the effort. Grandma Mu waved her hand. Not at all. Our Tao Tao has always been well-behaved and warm-hearted. In the earlier years, when Sir Ong and Sijing were busy, this child kept me company. Grandma Mu affectionately held Jiang Tao's hand. From now on, Tao Tao must always stay by Grandma's side. Yes, Shiyu, sitting beside the elderly lady, teased Grandma. That's hardly reasonable. Does that mean Tao Tao will never marry if she stays by your side? The elderly lady shot her a playful glare. You little rascal, how dare you strike at my heart? I don't care. Even if Tao Tao gets married, she must remain by my side. Lady Lin glanced at her granddaughter beside her and chuckled. It is evident that dear sister is quite fond of this Jiang family's girl. My mother is not just fond, she treasures Tao Tao like a precious gem. Mu Zerong chimed in from across the sofa. This child has spent several years studying abroad, and my mother has missed her to the point of tears. Jiang Tao was well aware that her aunt had not exaggerated. After 4 years away, every time they video-called, her grandmother would shed tears. She wrapped her arm around the elderly ladies, lifting her gaze to find Lin Ji gazing infatuatedly at Mu Tingzu. Lady Lin followed her granddaughter's gaze, clearly pleased. Lady Lin and Lin Ji stayed at the Mu residence for lunch. Halfway through the meal, Lady Lin turned to Mu Tingzu. Tingzhou, you should be nearing 30 this year. Right? Jiang Tao glanced across at the man leisurely eating his meal. He showed no particular expression, merely nodding slightly at the remark. Mu Zerong, however, sighed lightly. They say one should settle down and start a family. He has already established his career, but thoughts of settling down seem to be far from his mind. At 30, it is indeed time to settle down. Old Lady Lin smiled as she cast a glance at her obedient granddaughter beside her. Lin Ji's cheeks blushed with embarrassment as she used the public chopsticks to place a piece of rose roll onto Mu Tingzhou's plate. Brother Tingzhou, do try this. It is a specialty we brought from Yun City. Mu Tingzhou glanced at it but did not make a move. Shiyu, grinning, reached over to take it for herself. A sister Lin Ji, my uncle doesn't have a sweet tooth, and by the way, you just misaddressed him. He should be called little cousin. Upon hearing this, Lin Ji's face momentarily flushed with awkwardness. Old Lady Lin quickly interjected with a smile. It's quite alright, although I am a sister to your grandmother. According to the Lin family hierarchy, Lin Ji is indeed supposed to call Tingzhou brother. The old lady choked slightly on a piece of dessert. prompting Jiang Tao to hastily offer her a glass of water to help her. Jiang Tao's eyes silently inquired, and the old lady subtly shook her head, turning her brow in contemplation. It became evident that old lady Lin was not particularly likable. After lunch, the two elderly women took a nap in the shade of the corridor while Jiang Tao retreated to the backyard under a tree to enjoy a slice of cake. "You really love sweets, don't you? Aren't you afraid of gaining weight?" The voice behind her did not compel Jiang Tao to turn around. She already knew who it was without looking. Lin Ji circled in front of her. "Having spent so many years in the Mu family, you should know what brother Tingzhou likes. Let us talk." Jiang Tao kept her eyes downcast. "Whatever he likes, it won't be you." "Jiang Tao, have you grown bolder after a few years apart?" Jiang Tao smirked, raising her gaze to meet her. "What's wrong?" No longer pretending to be the good girl. "Jiang Tao, you should know why my grandmother brought me to the Mu family today. You've seen it for yourself. The Mu family all adore me. That is only because they have yet to see your true colors." Jiang Tao, Lin Ji lowered her voice, glaring at her. "Why are you still as clueless as you were when we were children? You are merely an orphan raised by the Mu family. Once I marry Mu Tingzhou, I will be the lady of the Mu household. What good will it do you to oppose me? If you obediently listen to me now, I can guarantee you a worry-free life in the Mu family. Should you choose to be obstinate, my first day as a Mu bride will mark your eviction from the Mu household." Jiang Tao stabbed the cake fork into the cake, her gaze icy as she retorted, "Are you finished? What do you mean? If you wish to daydream, go find a hotel to sleep it off." Jiang Tao turned to leave. "You little brat." Lin Ji, infuriated, stomped her foot and lunged forward to grab her arm, causing the cake to tumble to the ground. Jiang Tao's expression hardened. "Lin Ji, if you don't provoke me, I won't seek you out, but if you do, I will settle all old scores with you." Lin Ji's face flushed with rage, wishing she could claw Jiang Tao's face, however, as she had just arrived at the Mu family. It was unwise to clash with Jiang Tao, lest her obedient facade be shattered. In the evening, Mu Tingzhou accompanied Jiang Tao and Shiyu back home while old lady Lin and Lin Ji remained at the Mu residence. On Monday, Jiang Tao had an outdoor shoot near the Jojo Group building. During lunch, she had arranged to eat with Shiyu, only to spot Lin Ji and Mu Tingzhou emerging from the Jojo building. Then getting into a black Cullinan together. Shiyu, pouting as she stepped out of the building, could not help but complain, "What's going on with my uncle? Why has he arranged for Lin Ji to join the company as his personal assistant? With Lin Ji's demeanor, she is no better than Shen Yan. Do you think my uncle is?" Suddenly struck by a thought, Shiyu's words faltered. "Tao Tao, you." She glanced at Amon, who was approaching, and her question took a different turn. "What do you want to eat?" "Anything will do," Jiang Tao replied with a smile, though her mind was elsewhere. For the next 2 days, Jiang Tao's shoots were all indoors for a well-known menswear brand. With the model being Fan Xingze, feeling remorseful about the incident on the cruise, Jiang Tao treated Fan Xingze to a meal. After work that evening, she accidentally tripped over an electrical cord while looking down at her camera, and a fill light fell on her, causing her to tear up from the pain. After being taken to the hospital for examination, fortunately there were no broken bones, but her back was bruised badly from the summer tank top she was wearing. Jiang Tao specifically instructed Yu not to inform Mu Tingzhou, but Amon, being loose-lipped, told Shiyu, who promptly relayed the news to Mu Tingzhou. When Jiang Tao lay on the hospital bed and saw Mu Tingzhou, her eyes grew warm, and as she caught sight of Lin Ji, she fought back the tears welling up in her eyes. Even so, Mu Tingzhou still noticed the glimmer of moisture at the corners of her eyes. Chapter 43. To the Tibetan region. Jiang Tao was only 7 when her parents passed away. Every day, she would sit under a tree with a rabbit doll, lost in thought. At that age, she had no deep understanding of death. She simply believed her parents would return one day, until one day a tall girl snatched her rabbit doll away and pointed at her, saying, "Your parents were blown up. They are gone forever and will never come back." In a fit of rage, she lunged at the girl, staining the girl's white princess dress, and cried all the way home. The next day, she returned to the tree with her rabbit doll, waiting for her parents. The girl, now wearing a new pink princess dress, strutted over and taunted, "You have no parents. They don't want you. You are an unwanted child." Once again, she lunged at the girl. That day was her 7th birthday. While the girl was already 10, after every fight with Lin Ji, she would wash her face in a nearby river before heading home. Yet one time, her face and neck were scratched, and the glaring blood stained her clothes, which was noticed by Uncle Fu. Old Mr. Jiang, already heartbroken over the loss of his son and daughter-in-law, erupted in fury upon seeing his beloved granddaughter bullied. At that time, Lin Ji's father, who had been temporarily transferred to Kyoto, brought Lin Ji to the Mu family to apologize. The 10-year-old Lin Ji cried inconsolably, promising never to bully the little sister again. However, behind the adults' backs she rolled her eyes and stuck out her tongue at Jiang Tao. At 9, Jiang Tao lost her grandfather Lin Ji, about to move back to Yun City with her father, approached Jiang Tao with a lewd grin saying, "Little one, congratulations on your entire family dying." In that moment, Jiang Tao firmly believed that a 12-year-old could discern good from evil. Some people's malice is innate due to her upbringing and the love showered upon her by the Mu family, as well as Mu Tingzhou's affection over the years. Jiang Tao harbored no resentment towards anyone and never complained about the unfairness of fate, yet at this moment, seeing Lin Ji standing behind Mu Tingzhou, she felt jealousy, bitterness, anger, and sorrow, after a week of recuperation. Though some marks remained on her body, they no longer pained her, and Jiang Tao returned to the magazine office. Before leaving work, editor Suan held a meeting to announce an important upcoming shoot in the Tibetan region. Inquiring which photographer would be willing to go, due to the high altitude of over 4,000 meters, everyone was apprehensive about altitude sickness, and for a moment, no one spoke up. Jiang Tao was the only female photographer in the magazine. While the male photographers discussed excluding her and decided to draw lots. Suan agreed, secretly hoping that Jiang Tao would not go, not only because she was a girl but also due to her recent injury from the fill light. Suan announced that they would draw lots the next day, and after work, Jiang Tao received a call from Mu Si-rong, asking her to pick up something from the Sandalwood apartment to take back to the old house that evening. The Sandalwood apartment was nearby, and she knew the access code, so Jiang Tao thought nothing of it and took a taxi there. Upon entering the code, the door unexpectedly opened from within, confused as to why her uncle was home so early. She looked up to see Lin Ji's smiling face. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Tao entered the room and glanced around, finding it eerily quiet with no one else present. On the coffee table lay a gift box, which Mu Si-rong had asked her to take to the old house. Turning back, she caught Lin Ji's triumphant gaze. "Does your uncle know you're here? Why shouldn't I be here?" Lin Ji languidly sank into the sofa. "Brother Tingzhou told me the code. He said I could come here to rest whenever I was tired. Is there a problem? Besides, I am now his assistant, and we spend almost 24 hours a day together." Lin Ji smiled with a hint of arrogance. "Jiang Tao, if you submit to me now, it's not too late. Once I marry Brother Tingzhou, I promise not to kick you out of the Mu family immediately." Jiang Tao picked up the gift box from the coffee table and moved towards the exit. "If you wish to marry into the Mu family, dream on, Jiang Tao." Lin Ji abruptly sprang up from the sofa. "Do you know what Mu Si-rong took me to do today? She helped me choose an engagement ring. Everyone in the Mu family adores me. What right does an orphan whose family is all gone have to stop me from marrying Mu Tingzhou?" Jiang Tao gripped the gift box tightly, and the next moment hurled it towards Lin Ji. A pained scream echoed behind her as Jiang Tao left without looking back. Exiting the apartment, Jiang Tao sent a WeChat message to Mu Si-rong. "I'm sorry, Auntie, but I can't help you pick up the item. Please have my uncle take it instead." After sending the message, Jiang Tao called Suan, informing her that she would not need to draw lots for the Tibetan shoot. She would go instead. On Monday, Jiang Tao boarded a plane to the Tibetan region with Aman and several colleagues. Little did she expect to encounter the film emperor Xie Qinghuai on the flight. During the 4-hour journey, the two chatted amicably. Xie Qinghuai chuckled, "So you are the girl raised by Mu Tingzhou. How did you come to know my uncle?" It was not surprising that Xingchen knew celebrities. Given that the family's business interests were vast, including their own film company. However, Zhuzhou Group primarily focused on technology and military projects. "Actually, I've known your uncle for 4 years. Initially, I only knew Xingchen, and I met your uncle later at a gathering organized by him. I recall that my new film was compelled to be taken down due to an incident involving a male actor. Feeling despondent, I retreated to a corner to drink away my sorrows, and fortuitously, I encountered your uncle sitting alone in the same corner. Thus, amidst a room full of people, it was just the two of us huddled together, silent, each nursing our drinks. Later, I learned from Xingchen that the young girl he had raised had gone abroad, which had dampened his spirits." Xie Qinghuai reminisced that it was on a flight to England that he truly became friends with your uncle. "As I was attending a red carpet event while he was going to see you." Jiang Tao suddenly turned to him. "When was that?" "In October, I believe." "October?" Jiang Tao gazed out the airplane window, where clouds were piled high, a vast expanse of white. That was merely her second month in England. She distinctly remembered that he had met her there the following spring. Xie Qinghuai continued his recollection. "It seems that every time I traveled to England, I would encounter your uncle. A few times, I returned quite elated, while on others his mood was evidently low, and only upon inquiry did I discover you were not in England. The most recent encounter on a plane was last winter. He mentioned going to see a photography exhibition featuring your work. That was the time I saw him the happiest." Jiang Tao kept her gaze on the window, afraid to turn her head lest others notice her reddened eyes. During her 4 years abroad, she had only seen Mu Tingzhou 4 times, once a year. It turned out he had secretly visited many times to see her. After disembarking, Xie Qinghuai remained in Lhasa, while Jiang Tao and her colleagues had to endure an 8 to 9 hour bus ride to another city. The colleagues consumed red snow chrysanthemum and glucose on the bus. But when passing by the nearly 5,000-meter high Yarlung Tsangpa Lake, several of them experienced peak altitude sickness. Chapter 44, a matter of great importance. Returning to Donggang, altitude sickness varies from person to person. Some of her colleagues merely felt a tightness in their chests, while others experienced mild headaches and motion sickness. Jiang Tao was utterly unprepared for the severity of her altitude sickness. It felt as though a sponge soaked in water had lodged in her chest, forcing her to exert effort with each breath to push the oxygen into her lungs. The headache was even worse. Her head shifted positions against the seat back, yet it provided no relief from the excruciating pain. The scenery outside was exquisite, with the mountains stretching majestically beneath the vast sky, yet the agony of altitude sickness rendered Jiang Tao indifferent to the beauty, especially since lowering her gaze revealed a bottomless abyss. This state persisted for 5 to 6 hours, only alleviated when she inhaled oxygen at the border checkpoint. The subsequent 2 hours involved winding down the mountain. As the altitude decreased, the surroundings transformed into lush green forests, and Jiang Tao's altitude sickness gradually faded. The destination's elevation was around 2,007 to 8 meters when the bus finally arrived. It was now 7 in the evening, and the sun still hung high in the sky. The staff members, previously contacted, were already waiting at the bus station. A young Tibetan man, dark-skinned with defined features and a sunny smile, approached them, speaking decent Mandarin. After some pleasantries, they learned his name was Bagan. The filming was scheduled for the following day, and Bagan assisted them in finding a hotel for their stay. With a lingering headache from earlier, Jiang Tao decided to retire early after washing up, as they would be shooting the local Tibetan natives on the mountain the next day. In the midst of her slumber, her phone rang. Squinting, she slid her finger across the screen to answer, and a gentle, deep voice echoed from the other end. "Have you gone to Tibet?" Jiang Tao murmured in response, her sleepiness dissipating slightly. "How are you feeling? Any altitude sickness?" She glanced at the time on her phone, exactly 11 o'clock. Thankfully, she wondered why her uncle was still awake. "I just got off the plane." He explained that on this trip to Germany, he had met a Frenchman passionate about photography at a tech forum. For reasons unknown, after a brief conversation, the man had recommended a fine telephoto lens, prompting him to instruct assistant Chin to purchase it immediately. Eager to present the gift to her, he hurriedly returned to the country. Landing just 10 minutes prior, concerned she might already be resting, he first called Shiyu, only to discover she had gone to Tibet. Worried about her altitude sickness and well-being, he could not resist making this call after stepping out of the airport. Outside, a river flowed swiftly through the foreign land, the sound of rushing water audible through the glass. Remembering Xie Qinghuai's words on the plane, she tightened her grip on her phone. "I'm fine. Uncle, you should hurry back and rest." From the outset, Mu Tingzhou had detected the drowsiness in her voice, and in the hushed atmosphere of the car, he softly replied, "All right, Tao Tao, good night." The next day's shoot took place at an elevation of 3,600 meters. Lasting the entire day. After descending, it was already late, and Bagan arranged for them to stay at a Tibetan household. They enjoyed sampa and butter tea, while the editor, Vale, engaged in conversation with the locals. With Bagan occasionally translating, Jiang Tao learned for the first time that the local Tibetans do not consume aquatic creatures, such as fish and shrimp. The household they stayed with owned nearly 200 yaks, and they savored dried yak meat, which was quite chewy. With each bite, a faint metallic taste spread in their mouths, and upon further chewing, it was surprisingly palatable. After 2 days of filming concluded, Bagan guided them back to the county hotel. He suggested they linger for a few more days to explore the area. The county was small, with a decor style leaning towards Tibetan aesthetics, and blooming flowers lined the streets, being a border area. The mountains were heavily guarded by troops, and the streets were adorned with fluttering red flags, creating a unique atmosphere. That evening, a few colleagues ventured to a charming little tavern recommended by Bagan. Where most patrons were young Tibetans, they drank and listened to lively melodies with incomprehensible lyrics. The nightlife here was vibrant, with most shops along the streets run by Han Chinese. At 11 that night, as they exited the tavern, the streets were still bustling with people, including many tourists. Outside a small shop, a male colleague bought a pack of cigarettes, and Jiang Tao discreetly purchased a box of slim cigarettes. As her colleagues gradually returned to the hotel, Jiang Tao lingered behind when suddenly Bagan appeared from behind, offering her a lighter. "I thought you might need this." Jiang Tao smiled as she accepted it. After bidding her colleagues farewell, she chose not to return to the hotel with them, instead meandering aimlessly along the street. At some point, Bagan, who had been with her colleagues, caught up. She looked at him, saying, "You really don't need to follow me. I know the way back, Bagan smiled, his eyes sparkling, revealing his neat white teeth. I sensed you were feeling down and wanted to keep you company. I thought it was because you found me beautiful, Jiang Tao teased, tilting her head with a grin. And Bagan shrugged. Alright, you caught me. As the hour grew late, the streets began to thin out. Suddenly, Jiang Tao stopped in front of a flower shop. On a nearby bench sat an elderly woman with white hair, her almost floor-length locks braided into 3 strands. Following her gaze, Bagan softly sighed into her ear. This grandmother is from the mainland. She has been here for nearly 30 years. Her husband was a soldier stationed at the border, and 30 years ago, he tragically lost his life in battle. Since coming here, she has never returned home. Her son has come to fetch her several times, but she has always refused to leave. Jiang Tao inched closer to the grandmother, who seemed oblivious, her cloudy eyes staring into the night. In that moment, all the restraints within her heart shattered, pulsating wildly as if reborn. She glanced back at Bagan, her eyes glistening with tears. Turning, she pulled out a cigarette from her pocket and lit it with the lighter he had provided. Taking a deep drag, the smoke caught in her throat, inducing a fit of coughing. Bagan furrowed his brow. Are you all right? The tears in her eyes could have been from the coughing or something else entirely. Cascading down her cheeks, suddenly she grasped Bagan's arm. Can you find someone to take me to the airport? Taken aback by her abrupt shift, Bagan hesitated, finally saying, the mountain roads are dangerous. Usually, no one travels at night. Bagan, please, I have something very important to return to, she pleaded. I'll pay any amount. Seeing the desperation in her eyes, Bagan felt a pang of compassion. After a moment's deliberation, he relented. Alright, I have a friend who can drive at night. After nearly 6 hours on treacherous mountain roads, Jiang Tao arrived at the nearest airport. Regardless of which city in the mainland, she purchased a ticket for the next flight. Exhausted, she landed in Donggang the following day. Only to find her phone lack signal. Rushing to Jojo Building, she encountered Assistant Qin, who looked astonished. Miss Tao Tao, what are you doing here? Whereas Mu Tingzhou, Mu is already on a flight to Tibet. P.S. Dear readers, the story of the grandmother at the Tibetan border is true. Her husband died in battle 30 years ago, and she has remained at the border, loyal to her love. A while back, at around 11 at night, I returned to my rented apartment and found her sitting in front of a small shop. Due to the lighting and my slight nearsightedness, I couldn't see her face clearly. But her nearly floor-length silver braid was unmistakable. Upon hearing her story, I felt a heavy heart, which is why I included it in the novel. Chapter 45, Mu Tingzhou, let us be together. By the time Mu Tingzhou hurried back to Donggang, it was already evening. Jiang Tao was in the backyard conversing with the elderly lady when the nanny called out, announcing that dinner was ready. Upon entering the front hall, Shiyu approached and linked arms with the elderly woman. Grandma, let us go eat. She then suddenly gestured to Jiang Tao. Following her gaze to the second floor, Jiang Tao suddenly understood Shiyu's implication. Releasing the elderly woman's arm, she dashed upstairs. Musong looked at her retreating figure and muttered, this girl, why is she running upstairs when dinner is ready? Shiyu linked arms with both women as they made their way to the dining room. Auntie Tao Tao went upstairs to reply to an email for the company. She'll be down shortly. At that moment, on the second floor, Jiang Tao took a deep breath and gently pushed open the study door. The room was unlit, and the light from the courtyard filtered in, casting a dim glow over the empty desk beside the bookshelf. No one was there. She misunderstood the meaning of Shiryu. Suddenly, a sound of a lock clicking echoed behind her. She swiftly turned around to find a tall, imposing figure standing by the door. Mu Tingzhou, Before she could finish her sentence, she was enveloped in his broad chest, her remaining words swallowed by a passionate kiss. The kisses, varying in intensity, rendered Jiang Tao weak all over as she silently leaned against him. Her glistening, misty eyes met his in the warm orange light, engaging in a wordless conversation. Mu Tingzhou, let us be together. Alright. Another kiss fell, their lips and tongues entwined, this time not fueled by fervor but rather imbued with a deep sense of longing. His large defined hand pushed against her soft waist, anchoring her to his solid form. As she tilted her head back, feeling the warmth of his breath tickle her neck, the sensation left her mind in a daze. Tears of a physiological nature welling up in her eyes, her cheeks flushed, resembling a parched fish clinging desperately to his strong arm. She was on the verge of tears. Mu Tingzhou, finally, he released her. Placing a gentle kiss at the corner of her eye, his voice slightly hoarse, Tao Tao, after dinner, return to the apartment. I'll be waiting for you at the door. She looked up, her watery gaze fixed upon him. A faint smile danced in his eyes. Aside from Shiryu, they are unaware of my return. After Jiang Tao calmed her emotions, she went downstairs. Meanwhile, Shiryu, halfway through her meal, received a message from her little uncle. Bring Tao Tao out. Shiryu glanced at the others at the table, stood up. I'm full. Tao Tao, let us head back. The sky had darkened. Aren't you staying over? Wamu Si Rong set down his chopsticks. No, I need to go to work early tomorrow. Musi glanced at her. Since when have you been so diligent about work? After all, I'm Mu Tingzhou's niece. I can't possibly be inferior to Lin Ji, can I? Musi Rong frowned. What kind of talk is that? She is your future aunt. Sure, you scoffed. We are not fated to be together. I don't acknowledge her. Jiang Tao put down her chopsticks. I'm full of grandma, aunt. I'm heading back. Sure, you and Jiang Tao walked out. Mu Si-rong stood to see them off, but Sure Yu immediately stopped him. You all continue eating, or the dishes will get cold. Just around the corner from the door, Mu Tingzhou's black Cullinan was parked there. Jiang Tao stole a glance before turning back to Sure Yu. Hurry up and go, Sure Yu urged, then think of a way to repay me. Jiang Tao trotted over and got into the passenger seat. No sooner had she settled than Mu Tingzhou leaned over and kissed her, only releasing her when she was on the verge of breathlessness. At the sandalwood apartment, the two were lost in each other's kisses on the sofa. The atmosphere thick with intimacy. Suddenly a phone call interrupted them. Jiang Tao rummaged through his pocket for his phone. It was Lin Ji. Her eyes turned cold, and she decisively hung up. Almost immediately a WeChat message arrived. Brother Tingzhou, I heard you returned to the old residence. Jiang Tao slid off his lap, sulking as she took a seat at the other end of the sofa. Mu Tingzhou got up and moved beside her. Effortlessly lifting her into his embrace, Jiang Tao pounded his chest. Aren't you going to explain about Lin Ji? Mu Tingzhou's eyes sparkled with amusement as he pressed a gentle kiss to her brow. Jealousy can make one brave, prompting actions one usually wouldn't dare take. Realizing his intent, Jiang Tao glared at him. Are you using Lin Ji to provoke me? His large, defined hand enveloped her delicate one. Don't worry, I'll let her go tomorrow. Of course, she needed to be dismissed. The image of Lin Ji flaunting her superiority before her ignited Jiang Tao's anger. Give me your phone. Mu Tingzhou retrieved his phone from the side and handed it to her. Jiang Tao swiped it but found it locked. Need a password? Mu Tingzhou's gaze deepened. Want to try? Uncertain, Jiang Tao glanced at him, entered her birthday, and successfully unlocked it. She bit her lip, opened WeChat, found Lin Ji's unread message, and swiftly typed back, I'm at the apartment, bring a box of condoms. After hitting send, she tossed the phone aside. Mu Tingzhou raised an eyebrow at her, but Jiang Tao wriggled out of his embrace, pulling him toward the door to change the password. Mu Tingzhou exerted a little force, pulling her back into his arms. It's already changed, and it's your birthday. His fingers gently pinched her chin, teasingly rubbing it now and then. Tell me, why did you suddenly return from Tibet to find me? His voice was languid, as if coaxing her. Patiently gazing into his deep-set eyes, she recounted the story of an elderly woman whose husband perished while defending the borders. Waiting for 30 years with her hair turned white, refusing to leave. Mu Tingzhou tightened his hold on her. Tao, from now on and just stay by my side, I'll weather all storms for you. Her slender arms wrapped around his neck, resting her head against his broad chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. And why did you suddenly go to Tibet to find me? Mu Tingzhou looked down at her, his embrace warm and protective, as he pressed a gentle kiss onto her soft lips. Tao. At that moment, the sound of someone entering the password echoed from outside, followed by a voice declaring password incorrect. Soon after, the doorbell rang. Mu Tingzhou frowned slightly, but Jiang Tao tightened her grip around his neck, whispering softly in his ear, someone's delivering something, handle it as you see fit. With that, she jumped off him and dashed barefoot into the bedroom. Mu Tingzhou opened the door to find Lin Ji standing outside, her expression shy, clutching a bag tightly. Brother Tingzhou, Mu Tingzhou's expression hardened as his gaze fell on the bag in her hand. Hand that over, hot. Lin Ji barely registered his command before he snatched the bag from her grasp. The door slammed shut behind him. In that moment, she distinctly caught sight of a pair of women's shoes within. Chapter 46, Tao, let me see your tattoo. Jiang Tao bathed first and lay on the bed, drifting into sleep. The bedroom door creaked open, and a large hand found its way to her waist, accompanied by hot breaths on her neck that made her retract her chin, her cheeks aflame. You still haven't answered. Why did you suddenly go to Tibet to find me? He kissed along her profile. Tao, let me see your tattoo. Today, she wore champagne-colored silk pajamas with ruffled edges, accentuating her creamy skin. Her hand rested on her right waist, a testament to her profound yearning for him. During her first month in London, she dreamt of him every night, longing to return until she finally decided to get the character. Joe, tattooed. Tao, be good. His kisses trailed down her side, intertwining their fingers. As he pulled back a corner of the silk fabric, soft moonlight spilled onto the bed, illuminating the dark tattoo of Joe in gentle hues. He leaned down, kissing it reverently, as if he were a devoted believer, unwilling to part with it. Tao, I love you. From all the moments shared with you, from the restrained yet irresistible urge to draw closer, I unknowingly fell in love with all of you. Jiang Tao turned her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. Soaking the soft bedding, their tender moment was abruptly interrupted by the ringing of a phone. Sure, U.S. voice echoed from the other end. Quick, Ant is driving to the Sandalwood apartment. Jiang Tao jolted upright. Grabbing her coat to rush out. Mu Tingzhou caught her, his gaze intense. What did I say? I'll come to your aid through any storm. Jiang Tao clutched her clothes anxiously. Will this frighten Ant? I want to wait and handle it slowly. Tao Tao. Mu Tingzhou turned her face toward him. She is not as fragile as you think. Jiang Tao pondered for a moment but shook her head. There must be a better way. Let us keep it a secret for now, alright? Mu Tingzhou sighed, planting a soft kiss on her forehead. Fine, I'll take you back. Mu Si Rong stood at the apartment door but hesitated to ring the bell. Lin Shi stood beside her, her eyes reddened. Brother Tingzhou really has a woman inside. Mu Si Rong frowned at her. Tingzhou is 30 now, he has his own needs. She understood her brother's nature well. Once he set his mind to something, no one could interfere, and no one could sway his decisions. Lin Ji clenched her fists. But, Brother Tingzhou can, Lin Ji, Mu Si Rong's voice turned cold. Don't forget. You are a young lady of the Lin family. Although Mu Si Rong disapproved of her brother seeking women outside, she believed that compared to a wealthy family's daughter, at least the women outside could be dealt with using money. You should go back rather than returning to the old residence. Mu Si Rong headed to the house she had bought for Jiang Tao. Sure, you answered the door. Jiang Tao lay quietly in her room. Hearing the commotion outside but not getting up. Mu Si Rong peeked into the bedroom, glancing at her before quietly stepping out. After receiving Lin Ji's call, she had a fleeting bad premonition, but quickly dismissed it. Seeing Jiang Tao peacefully lying on the bed, clarity washed over her. The next day, when Jiang Tao got up, Mu Si Rong had already gone to work. The nanny prepared breakfast, and sure you winked at her. Last night was exciting, right? Jiang Tao's cheeks flushed. I don't know what you're talking about. Sure you teased, pinching her ear. I'm talking about Ant suddenly coming to check in on you. Where did your mind wander to? Jiang Tao kicked her under the table. Sure you dodged, her face alight with mischief. Honestly, isn't uncle quite impressive. She had witnessed her uncle's athletic prowess during swimming competitions. Drawing countless women's gasps, Jiang Tao pushed her face away. I don't know. Although she was aware of his good physique, she had never seen eye to eye in the circumstances of last night, had there been no interruptions. Perhaps she might have caught a glimpse. After breakfast, Jiang Tao was still dawdling, prompting Shiryu to push her out the door, urging her to hurry down as her uncle awaited her below. Jiang Tao was taken aback to discover that Mu Tingzhou had come to escort her to work. At the entrance of the community, a black Cullinan was parked by the roadside. As she entered the car, Mu Tingzhou's kiss landed on her cheek. Her face flushed slightly. Did my aunt visit you last night? Mu Tingzhou shook his head. Jiang Tao surmised that Lin Shi must have called Mu Serong. And the fact that her aunt ultimately arrived at her place was sufficient evidence of her aunt's suspicions. The residence was in close proximity to the magazine office, and they arrived in just a few minutes. Reluctantly, Mu Tingzhou held her hand. Is there any outdoor shoot today? I will pick you up for dinner. I am not sure yet, Jiang Tao pondered before adding, I will message you after I arrange my work. Alright, the remaining colleagues at the magazine office returned from Tibet today. Once back at the company, Jiang Tao organized the photos on her computer, finding no specific tasks awaiting her, before leaving work that evening. She messaged Mu Tingzhou, I want to eat at the Chinese restaurant near your company. Mu Tingzhou replied affirmatively, I will come to pick you up shortly. Jiang Tao finished work on time and stepped out of the magazine office, where Mu Tingzhou was already waiting for her. He stood under a tree by the roadside, speaking on the phone, dressed in a crisp gray shirt and tailored trousers, his tall and elegant figure striking. She stealthily crept up behind him, intending to leap onto his back, but he suddenly turned, catching her in his embrace. He ended the call and firmly wrapped one arm around her waist, with a slight exertion. He lifted her effortlessly off the ground. Nearby, Haiyu, returning from an outdoor shoot, stared in astonishment at the scene, unable to contain her admiration for the man's commanding presence. Someone nearby remarked, Hey, isn't that Jiang Tao? Wow, is that her boyfriend? He's so handsome. Another added, Wow, they got into that black car. Doesn't it resemble a Cullinan? Haiyu urged her colleagues to return to the office. Let's go, stop gossiping. After exiting the Chinese restaurant, the two held hands as they approached the car when Jiang Tao suddenly spun around and threw herself into Mu Tingzhou's arms. She stood on tiptoe, wrapping her arms around his neck. Mu Tingzhou, kiss me. As he lifted his gaze, he noticed a figure standing under the distant streetlight, a smirk playing on his lips as he lowered his head to kiss the girl in his arms. Jiang Tao, breathless, asked, Are we leaving? Not yet, but I am so tired, she replied, her feet tingling from standing. In the next moment, he cradled her waist. As she caught her breath, she could not help but ask again. Still not leaving? No, forget it, let me go. Just as she was about to turn away, a hand gently pulled her back. However, from the corner of her eye, she noticed the area under the light was empty. She shot him a playful glare. You tricked me. Mu Tingzhou, with lingering affection in his deep-set eyes, replied softly, you be good, let us go home. Lin Ji returned to the Mu family's old residence in tears. She had seen Mu Tingzhou kissing a girl by the roadside and wanted to approach to see who it was, but Mu Tingzhou's piercing gaze made her stop in her tracks. Chapter 47, I'll make the entire Lin family pay. Old Madame Mu glanced at Lin Ji, who was crying and sniffling beside her, her face displaying impatience. When old Madame Lin left, she insisted on keeping her granddaughter behind. While her eldest daughter arranged for her to work in Tingzhou's company, she had never liked the girl. If she was obedient, it was only because she was calculating, and if she was clever. Her actions often seemed thoughtless. She waved her hand, rising from her seat. I am too old to stay up late. Sarong, you handle it. As she was about to leave, the old lady shot her a frosty glance. You deal with the matters you have taken on. At this moment, Mu Sarong felt regret. Her first impression of the girl had been quite favorable, even though her looks could not compare to Xinyan's. She seemed relatively well-behaved. Old Madame Lin had brought her over with the intent of a match, and she had merely gone along with it. In truth, she had been too hasty given Tingzhou's status. There were many young ladies from prestigious families who would wish to marry into the Mu family. She had not been in such a rush until Jiang Tao's return. Tingzhou's actions and the way he looked at that girl were impossible for her not to ponder. Some matters she was uncertain about could not be divulged to the old lady, and Si Jing was rather careless. With a sigh, she patiently consoled Lin Ji. It's all my fault. Initially, I was unaware that Tingzhou had someone he liked. Otherwise, I would not have been so eager to match you two. Since Tingzhou has someone he cares for. What do you mean? Lin Ji suddenly halted, her tears springing to her feet. Are the Mu family trying to send me back to Yun City? Mu Serong was taken aback by her sudden change in demeanor, quickly regaining her composure. You can stay in the Mu family or continue working at Tingzhou's company if you wish. The Mu family has no intention of driving you away. However, since Tingzhou has someone he cares for, you two are not meant to be. What use is it for me to stay in the Mu family if I cannot marry Mu Tingzhou? Lin Ji knocked over the teacup in front of her and stormed out. Mu Serong sat on the sofa, stunned, as the tea spilled from the cup onto the smooth table and soaked into the carpet. The old lady stood on the second floor, observing everything below, and snorted coldly. Has she finally given up? Mu Serong blankly looked up, then found herself laughing foolishly, having occupied a high position for many years. Although she had voluntarily stepped down to care for the old lady, her keen insight remained. Now, however, she felt deceived by a young girl. The old lady shook her head. Caring too much leads to chaos. Since Tingzhou has someone he cares for, let him follow his heart. She knew her son well. With such a steady temperament, if he wasn't overly fond, how could he kiss so openly in the street? Let him follow his heart. Mu Serong shook her head slightly. To be affectionate enough to kiss in public, to be fond enough to have Lin Ji bring contraceptives. The Mu family does not emphasize social standing. As long as the personalities match and there is mutual affection, they will not object. But if Tingzhou is so deeply in love, why is he hiding it from the family? A sense of foreboding washed over her. She needed to find time to meet that girl and confirm things for herself. After dining, Mu Tingzhou and Jiang Tao went to the mall, where she purchased items that young girls typically adore, such as couple slippers, matching toothbrushes, and cups. Upon returning to the apartment, as the elevator doors opened, Mu Tingzhou held a large bag in one hand while cradling Jiang Tao in the other. Stepping out of the elevator, turning around, he spotted Lin Ji, who was crouched inputting the password. The electronic lock repeatedly emitted error sounds, eventually locking out. Jiang Tao descended from him, and Mu Tingzhou's face darkened. What are you doing? Hearing his voice, Lin Ji abruptly turned, only to see Mu Tingzhou with one arm around Jiang Tao's shoulders. She scrutinized them, noting Jiang Tao's figure and short hair, and suddenly realized. Her eyes widened in disbelief. You too? Jiang Tao, how could you seduce Mu Tingzhou? She exclaimed, raising her hand to slap Jiang Tao, but Mu Tingzhou shielded her behind him, his dark eyes fixed on Lin Ji. Try to hit her, and I will make the entire Lin family pay. His voice was not loud, yet it carried a powerful intimidation. Lin Ji froze, her hands suspended above her head. She was not foolish. During her time at Jojo Group, although she was nominally an assistant, Mu Tingzhou had scarcely acknowledged her, not even sparing her a glance. Given this, she thought she had an opportunity since he had kept her around. Little did she know that Jiang Tao had already gotten ahead of her. The password lock had a minute left before it could be re-entered, and Mu Tingzhou held Jiang Tao close by the door. Lin Ji's eyes burned with resentment as she sneered, an uncle and a niece in a scandalous relationship. If outsiders found out, how could you show your faces, Jiang Tao, engaging in such disgraceful acts? It's no wonder you'll end up alone. Jiang Tao shook her hand, her eyes filled with a hint of hatred. I told you before, as long as you don't provoke me, I won't bother you, but if you do, I will settle the scores from our childhood with you. That slap was merely the beginning. From now on, I will make you pay for every malicious word you have ever uttered. Lin Ji clutched her face, seething with rage. Jiang Tao, do you think that by climbing into the Mu family, you can soar to great heights? Do you think the Mu family will accept you being with Mu Tingzhou? Dream on, I will wait for the day you are cast aside by the Mu family. My Lin family will not let you off with that. Lin Ji departed, leaving Jiang Tao to turn around to find Mu Tingzhou gazing deeply at her, concern and inquiry evident in his eyes. What is the matter? Did you two have a history when you were young? Jiang Tao lowered her head as she entered the password. Yes, Lin Ji's father was temporarily transferred to Kyoto when she was young, and she lived near the Jiang residence. Jiang Tao did not intentionally conceal anything, recounting her childhood experiences in detail. The Jiang and Mu families had been family friends for generations. Jiang's grandfather had achieved great success in his youth and held a significant position in Kyoto, leading the entire family to move there. Before Mu Tingzhou was born, Jiang's grandfather had rescued Mu's grandfather from a predicament during a mission. After Mu Tingzhou was born, both Mu's grandparents often expressed that without Jiang's grandfather's timely assistance, there would be no Mu Tingzhou today. Thus, from a young age, Mu Tingzhou would visit Jiang's grandfather with his father, and even after his father's passing, he made it a point to visit every year. No matter how busy he was with his studies, however, when he returned after spending several years abroad, the Jiang family had undergone significant changes. The day he received the news, he flew directly to Kyoto, only to find the little girl, who used to chase after him sweetly calling him uncle, now curled up in her blue princess room, crying with swollen eyes. At that moment, he experienced a second profound heartache in his life. The first had been the sudden loss of his father. Mu Tingzhou embraced her tightly. Why didn't you tell me? Jiang Tao shook her head. At that time, I didn't think of this person at all. In her overwhelming grief, she had even fallen into a state of depression and silence. It was Mu Tingzhou's daily patience and care, along with the affection from the Mu family, that gradually helped her emerge from that dark place. Chapter 48. Because I am here. Morning. Mu Tingzhou was in the kitchen preparing breakfast when Jiang Tao, still bleary-eyed, emerged from the bedroom. The previous night, she had nestled in Mu Tingzhou's embrace, drifting off mid-conversation. Unaware of how she had returned to her room. As she stepped into the kitchen, she squinted and wrapped her arms around him from behind, her face resting against his broad back. I want to eat Shui Jian Bao. Recognizing her drowsiness, Mu Tingzhou stood still, cautious not to make any sudden movements, gently flipping an egg. You should freshen up first. The Shui Jian Bao will be ready shortly. Last night, in her haze, she had mentioned wanting fried eggs and Shui Jian Bao for breakfast, prompting him to call assistant Qin early that morning to arrange for their delivery. Jiang Tao turned to wash up, and just as she finished, the doorbell rang. She hurried to open the door, only to find Mu Serong standing there before she could even utter a word. Jiang Tao paused for a moment, lowering her gaze and stepping aside. Mu Serong studied her for a while before entering where Mu Tingzhou was placing the fried eggs on the dining table. A fleeting glance from Mu Serong brought tears to her eyes. Jiang Tao gently tugged at the hem of her dress. Mu Serong brushed her hand away, torn between sadness and tenderness. Wiping away her tears, she said, Tao Tao, you have always been a good child. Why do you insist on living here when I bought a house for you? I'm sorry, Aunt. In Jiang Tao's memory, Mu Serong had always been a gentle and considerate person, adept at managing the Mu family and her work. This was the first time she had witnessed Mu Serong in tears. Mu Tingzhou stepped forward, pulling her behind him, clasping her hand tightly, as if to lend her strength. Sister, it's all my fault. Tingzhou, observing his actions, Mu Serong felt a pang of bitterness. Tao Tao has grown up under your care. I know you love and protect her, but you cannot mistake this kind of familial affection for. I love Tao Tao, Mu Tingzhou replied earnestly. I am fully aware of my feelings. What nonsense are you talking about? Tingzhou, do not forget your position. Even if Tao Tao is with Shi Xian or her cousin, I would not object, but you are her uncle. She carries the surname Jiang, and I bear the surname Mu. What kind of uncle does that make me? Mu Tingzhou was resolute, leaving Mu Serong no room for argument. She reached out to grasp Jiang Tao's hand. Tao Tao, be a good girl and go with Aunt. Aunt. Jiang Tao evaded her outstretched hand, whispering, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Tao Tao, have you considered Grandma? Would she be able to bear it if she found out? Jiang Tao's head snapped up. The elderly matriarch was her greatest weakness? Mu Serong, seeing the tears brimming in her eyes, softened her tone. Listen to Aunt. You know Grandma is not in good health. Sister. Mu Tingzhou's dark eyes narrowed. I will explain everything to Mother. Do not pressure Tao Tao. He turned and ruffled the hair of the girl behind him. Tao Tao, go back to your room for a moment. I need to talk to sister. Jiang Tao shook her head, gazing at Mu Surong. Aunt, I will not put you in a difficult position, but I will not leave Mu Tingzhou, therefore, I have made my decision. I will return to Kyoto. Mu Surong was momentarily stunned. Tao Tao, what are you saying? Aunt did not mean for you to leave the Mu family. I have already decided. When Jiang Tao resolved to be with Mu Tingzhou, she had fully intended to return to Kyoto. Wanting to be with him as a daughter of the Jiang family, initially she planned to gradually inform the elderly matriarch, allowing her time to accept the news, but that was no longer feasible. Upon hearing that Jiang Tao intended to return to Kyoto, the elderly matriarch sat alone in her room, wiping away tears, refusing to open the door to anyone who knocked. Mu Surong stood at the entrance. And as she began to speak, the elderly matriarch hurled a shoe at the door, causing it to bang loudly. Surong, how could you be so foolish? If I had known that Tao Tao left 4 years ago because of her feelings for Tingzhou, I would have forced them to have their wedding. What others say or think is irrelevant. This child grew up in our Mu family, you know well how charming and beloved she is. Otherwise, you wouldn't have considered adopting her years ago. Now that she is determined to return to Kyoto, an old woman will follow her mother. I'm sorry, I was being obstinate. After pondering for a couple of days, Mu Surong realized that she felt most at ease with Tao Tao marrying Tingzhou and that the girl could continue to reside in the Mu family home. Recently, Jiang Tao had been transitioning her work responsibilities, with Suan arranging for her to become a permanent photographer for the Fashion People magazine in Kyoto. When Xie Qinghuai learned she was returning to Kyoto, he also hired her as the exclusive photographer. Just before the end of the workday, she received a call from Mu Surong, inviting her to dinner at a restaurant. Jiang Tao rushed over as soon as she finished her shift. Aunt, is there something you need? You could have just called me back to the old residence for dinner. Mu Surong shook her head. Tao Tao, Aunt has thought it over. I should not hinder your relationship with Tingzhou. It was my stubbornness. Even the elderly matriarch is more open-minded than I. Aunt, please don't oppose us anymore. You and Grandma care for me, but I have already discussed everything with Uncle Fu, and my work is nearly arranged. Moreover, I wish to be with Mu Tingzhou as a daughter of the Jiang family. Silencing all dissent. Mu Surong grasped her arm. But if you return to Kyoto, what about us? We will miss you. It won't be like now, where we can simply drive over to see you. Do not worry, Aunt. I will visit often. Besides, you frequently travel to Kyoto for work, so you can come to see me. With Jiang Tao having made her decision, Mu Surong had no choice but to accept. The night before her return to Kyoto, the Mu family gathered for a meal. The elderly matriarch felt reluctant to part, suppressing her tears as she smiled with the children. The dinner was filled with laughter and joy. As the evening wore on, Mu Tingzhou took Jiang Tao back, explaining that they needed to catch an early flight. Once Jiang Tao had left, the smiles faded from the faces of the elderly matriarch and Mu Surong. Mu Sijuan looked exasperated. What is the matter with you two? Tao Tao is only temporarily leaving. She will be back. What is most important now is to think of ways to help her establish herself in Kyoto quickly, so she can marry Tingzhou as a daughter of the Jiang family. Then not only will Tao Tao return, but she will also give you a grandson. Mu Sijuan's words struck a chord, brightening the elderly matriarch's expression as she began to envision the warmth of holding her grandchild. After Mu Tingzhou and Jiang Tao arrived at the apartment, he had already helped her pack her belongings. Jiang Tao lifted her suitcase, astonished. Is this all you have? Mu Tingzhou pulled her into his embrace. The rest has already been taken care of in Kyoto. As for what remains here, you will return soon, so leave it be. Jiang Tao looked up at him. How do you know I will come back soon? Mu Tingzhou lowered his gaze into her sparkling eyes. Because I will be here. Chapter 49. That character is beautiful. The night was serene, the moonlight pouring into the room, casting a gentle glow over the silk nightgown strewn on the floor. The warmth and itch at her waist made her want to escape. The heat surged upward. Mu Tingzhou's husky voice whispered in her ear, Tao Tao, that character is beautiful. His distinctly structured fingers wove through her soft hair as he pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. Would you let your hair grow long? He knew better than anyone how much she adored long hair. Jiang Tao grasped a thread of rationality and nodded in response. In the past she had cut her hair short to sever emotional ties, but that had only severed her hair. Good girl. His dark, profound eyes held an allure that was intoxicating as his kisses trailed across her skin, igniting a fire within. Her fair skin seemed to flare, turning his soft pink, delicate fingers clung to his sun-kissed skin, and in that moment, she felt like a mermaid, scorched and parched. The sensations intertwined, their bodies melding, each moment lifting them higher into the clouds, to the point that they nearly missed their flight. The next day, Jiang Tao rolled over in bed, burying her head in the silk sheets, unable to open her eyes. Mu Tingzhou reached out, pulling her into his embrace, pushing the covers away from her head and planting a gentle kiss on her fair forehead. If you're too tired, we can postpone our trip to Kyoto. No, I've already promised Uncle Fu, if I don't arrive today, he will be disappointed. She punched his chest softly with her closed fist, her voice sweet and sulky. It's all your fault for not letting me rest. The girl in his arms still bore the rosy glow of their shared intimacy, her lazy expression exuding charm. Mu Tingzhou, with his deep, dark eyes, remarked, I thought you didn't want to stop after holding you so tightly last night. Jiang Tao finally opened her eyes, pouting as she teased him. Last night, she had felt like a small sailboat amidst a storm. Without a firm hold, she would have been tossed about after breakfast and tidying up. The two barely made it to the airport on time. Upon arriving at the Jiang residence in Kyoto, Uncle Fu was already waiting at the entrance. Welcome back, Uncle Fu exclaimed excitedly, opening the door wide. Everything is ready. We've been waiting for the young lady to return. Jiang Tao stepped into the courtyard, noticing even more flowers than during her last visit. Uncle Fu remarked, I am currently responsible for caring for these flowers, watering and tending to them daily. As the days pass, time seems to hasten. Jiang Tao turned to Mu Tingzhou with a smile, saying, Uncle Fu, I shall assist you in nurturing these flowers from now on. Mu Tingzhou embraced her and suggested, Come, let us take a look at your room. The Blue Princess room on the second floor had been completely renewed, its palette still light and airy, evoking a fresh pastoral vibe. Particularly noteworthy were the large windows installed on the balcony, through which a sea of pink lilies could be seen. Sunlight streamed in, casting gentle rays upon the lazy sofa, while a small round tea table nearby held her favorite floral tea. And a half-wall opposite had been transformed into a bookshelf, adorned with various magazines she adored. She turned around, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. You've made it so beautiful. What shall I do if I can't bear to leave? This is Tao Tao's home, and if you wish, it shall also be my home. Jiang Tao pressed her lips together, sunlight illuminating her eyes, making them sparkle. Mu Tingzhou departed in the afternoon, flying directly from Kyoto to abroad. Uncle Fu was in the yard sawing wood, and Jiang Tao went over to lend a hand. Previously, old Master Jiang had crafted a swing for Jiang Tao in the yard, but over time, Uncle Fu grew concerned for safety and planned to make a new one. Uncle Fu's ancestors were carpenters, and he learned the craft from his father in his youth, although he later served as a guard for old Master Jiang. He still made many small toys for young Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao helped Uncle Fu hold the other end of the wood, grinning as she said, Uncle Fu, do you remember the rocking horse you made for me? Of course, how could I forget? That was the little Mrs.'s favorite toy, painted in her beloved light blue. Jiang Tao looked up at Uncle Fu, whose eyes crinkled with a smile. Uncle Fu, please don't call me Little Miss anymore. With just the two of us in this home, call me Tao Tao from now on. Very well, I shall call you Tao Tao. Uncle Fu smiled warmly, radiating affection. Jiang Tao rested at home for 2 days. And the lifestyle section of the Fashion People magazine had a shoot for a brand of home textiles, with the largest boutique located in the Wenqing shopping mall in Kyoto. After communicating with the staff over the phone, Jiang Tao hurried over early the next morning. Without a man by her side, she found solace in the fact that the shoot focused on still life with the help of the staff. The set was arranged, and the subsequent shoot went smoothly. At noon, the store manager invited her to lunch at the mall's restaurant, where the atmosphere was congenial, and Jiang Tao accepted. The upscale restaurant within the mall was quite pleasant, and the two settled at a windowside table, ordering set meals. Just as they were eating, 3 elegantly dressed women entered. Among them were Xin Feifei and Lin Ji, accompanied by an older woman whom Jiang Tao did not recognize but appeared well-groomed. Jiang Tao thought little of why Xin Feifei and Lin Ji were acquainted. Shifting her position to feign ignorance, the store manager, having to return to work, engaged in brief conversation with the two before leaving. Jiang Tao walked out with her, only to be called out at the entrance. Jiang Tao. Without turning, she already knew who it was. Casting a cold glance, she was about to leave when Lin Ji approached and grabbed her arm. Jiang Tao informed the store manager that she had acquaintances and asked her to return to work. Shaking off Lin Ji's grip, she coldly inquired, Lin Ji, are you looking for trouble again? I heard you've left the Mu family? Lin Ji mocked, I told you the Mu family would never agree to your marriage with Mu Tingzhou. Regardless of the Mu family's stance on my marriage to Mu Tingzhou, you shall have no hope whatsoever. Jiang Tao, Lin Ji glared at her. Now that you've left the Mu family, do you think anyone will protect you? Oh, so this is Miss Jiang. Xin Wenjing and Xin Feifei approached. Xin Wenjing scrutinized her, her expression clearly unfriendly. You do possess a fine appearance. No wonder Mu Tingzhou has repeatedly dealt with my son on your behalf. Jiang Tao frowned slightly. You are He Mingqing's mother. My son was hospitalized because of you. Unable to leave his bed for a month, I have yet to settle this score with you. What, do you intend to confront me here? Jiang Tao felt a headache coming on, realizing she had inadvertently encountered 3 adversaries at once. Shin Wenjing sneered, "What a joke, do you think I need to dirty my hands dealing with you?" Jiang Tao shrugged, "If you want to lay a hand on me, then I shall take my leave." "You dare to walk away before I've finished speaking." Shin Wenjing stepped forward to grab her, only to be restrained by Shin Feifei from behind. "Aunt, let her go," although Shin Feifei had a temper befitting a young lady. She had mellowed since her previous banishment. Her uncle, Shin Yan, had warned her sternly against offending the Mu family or the orphan they had taken in, even if Shin Yan had not married into the Mu family. Moreover, her cousin Shin Yan had gone abroad for her studies, eliminating the need to antagonize the Mu family further. Besides, Shin Feifei had heard from her cousin that he Mingcheng had been beaten because he attempted to harass Jiang Tao. Shen Wenjing shot Shin Feifei a glare. "No wonder you are not favored in the Shin family. What can you achieve with such cowardice?" Shin Feifei refrained from arguing but internally scoffed. "You, a bastardy daughter of the Shin family, are no better off than I am. After grandfather's passing, grandmother doesn't even acknowledge your existence. If it weren't for your cunning charms to latch onto Yi Qingfeng, you'd still be begging on the streets. Aunt Shin, shall we go eat? I have my ways of dealing with this little pest." Lin Ji linked her arm with Shin Wenjing's and returned to her seat. In the afternoon, Xie Qinghuai invited Jiang Tao for afternoon tea, and by the time Jiang Tao returned to the Jiang family, it was nearly evening. Uncle Fu had completed the swing, beautifully adorned with faux flowers. "Tao Tao," Uncle Fu called her, "come sit and give it a try." Jiang Tao perched herself on the swing, tilting her head with a smile. "Uncle Fu, your craftsmanship has improved even more." Uncle Fu, eyes gleaming with joy, gazed at her, yet as he watched her, he felt tears welling up and hurriedly turned his head away. "Uncle Fu." Uncle Fu wiped his eyes and turned back. "What is it, Tao Tao? Do you still remember the gentleman with the surname Lin who lives nearby? The one transferred from Yun City?" "Of course, I remember." Uncle Fu huffed. "That gentleman Lin's parenting is quite lacking, which led to our Tao Tao being bullied by his daughter. That man is quite slick. His conduct is questionable. Were it not for this, he would have already risen to prominence in Kyoto instead of being sent back to Yun City in disgrace." "Is the Lin family very influential in Yun City?" Jiang Tao inquired, recalling how Lin Ji had repeatedly troubled her. "Influential, my foot." Uncle Fu couldn't help but curse. "If it weren't for Tingzhou telling me to stay out of it, I would have already gone to Yun City to deal with the Lin family myself." "Rest assured, this time Tingzhou will not go easy on the Lin family." Jiang Tao dismounted from the swing. "Uncle Fu, is Mu Tingzhou going to take action against the Lin family?" Uncle Fu nodded. "Not long ago, Tingzhou came to Kyoto to ask me about you being bullied by the Lin family's daughter. After hearing my account, his eyes turned red. He said that during his years abroad, he regretted not being by your side and allowing you to suffer." Uncle Fu looked at Jiang Tao, sighing gently. "Tingzhou is a responsible man. I feel at ease knowing you are with him." Jiang Tao embraced Uncle Fu. "Thank you for returning and giving me a home." Uncle Fu turned away, wiping away tears discreetly. It was not he who provided a home for Tao Tao, but rather the commander and Tao Tao who had given him a place to belong. That night, Jiang Tao lay on her bed video calling Mu Tingzhou. It was daytime on his end, and as he was about to enter a meeting, he placed his phone aside. "Shall you watch me during the meeting?" Jiang Tao rested her chin on her hands, smiling with her eyes crescent-shaped. "Sure, let me see how you act like a domineering CEO." Mu Tingzhou surprisingly displayed a hint of bashfulness, positioning the phone at a distance to capture his upper body. However, just as the meeting commenced, a phone call interrupted the video. Jiang Tao glanced at the screen. It was an unknown number. After a moment's contemplation, she answered, only to find it was Shin Feifei. Before she could speak, Shin Feifei's imperious voice came through. "Jiang Tao, Lin Ji is looking for someone to ruin your reputation." Recalling the earlier encounter with the three women, Jiang Tao raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you all in cahoots?" "Who is in cahoots with her? Don't slander me." Shin Feifei huffed. "I'm not familiar with her. I had lunch today with my aunt, Shin Wenjing, and I had no idea she was invited." Jiang Tao responded with a hint of surprise. Realizing that the mistress of Xingqian's father was actually Shin Feifei's aunt. "Why are you telling me this?" Shin Feifei's voice grew softer. "Jiang Tao, I want to help you deal with Lin Ji. Just ask your uncle not to blacklist me. Honestly, there's been a misunderstanding between us. I targeted you because of my cousin Shin Yan. Now that my cousin has gone abroad for her studies, I have no reason to target you, especially since she quite likes you." Jiang Tao, "I truly enjoy acting. Although I initially gained fame through the Shin family's connections, I am serious about my craft and have put in a lot of effort. You see, every time we clashed, I never gained the upper hand. So can you be magnanimous and forgive me?" Shin Feifei rambled on the phone. Jiang Tao pondered for a moment. She had watched Shin Feifei in movies and dramas before. While she didn't comprehend acting well, she felt that Shin Feifei was decent enough, at least not awkward. Moreover, since Shin Yan had gone abroad, she had even reached out to Jiang Tao, apart from her occasional emotional outbursts. She was quite gentle. The crucial point was that Shin Feifei offered to help her deal with Lin Ji, which would eliminate a troublesome issue. Suddenly Shin Feifei's enthusiastic voice was interrupted by Jiang Tao's simple good. A sudden scream resonated from the other end, followed by a cacophony of sounds, and Shin Feifei's excited voice chimed in. "I apologize, I'm just too thrilled, Jiang Tao." As Mu Tingzhou concluded the meeting, the video call on his phone abruptly ended. He tapped the pen against the table, declaring "meeting suspended," and rose to exit the conference room. When the video call resumed, Jiang Tao was sprawled on her bed, drifting into slumber. The handsome features of Mu Tingzhou appeared on her screen, prompting her to lift her head. "Is the meeting over? Why did the video cut off?" "Oh, another call came in." Jiang Tao propped her chin on her hand once more. Mu Tingzhou softly inquired, "Are you tired?" Jiang Tao shook her head. "Then watch me conduct the meeting." With that, Mu Tingzhou entered the conference room, retrieving a pen holder from his desk. A foreign executive nearby caught a glimpse of the phone he was fiddling with and noticed a beautiful girl with fair skin on the screen. Widening his eyes in surprise and quickly suppressing his astonishment for fear of being discovered, the phone wobbled for a moment before stabilizing, and Jiang Tao pressed her lips together, refraining from making any noise, lest she disrupt his meeting. The meeting dragged on longer than expected. Initially, Jiang Tao was captivated by Mu Tingzhou's serious demeanor and clear thinking. However, it wasn't long before the jargon of their field, coupled with unintelligible German, flooded her ears like an incomprehensible script, lulling her into a dreamy stupor akin to a hypnotic lullaby. The foreign executive, multitasking, occasionally glanced at the phone across from him, only to discover that the beautiful girl in the video had fallen asleep. Chapter 51. I heard you were abandoned by the Mu family. The distracting antics of those nearby caught Mu Tingzhou's attention, and he cast a fleeting glance at the man who was surreptitiously peeking at his phone. Frowning slightly, he prepared to adjust his phone's position, only to notice the girl on the screen had succumbed to slumber. She lay on her side, her sleeping form sweet and endearing, evoking an irresistible urge to kiss her. He shot an impatient look at the man beside him and picked up his phone, announcing, "The meeting is adjourned." Jiang Tao awoke briefly to find the phone screen still illuminated. "Why are you still here?" she murmured, rubbing her eyes. After a moment, she discerned that Mu Tingzhou was sitting in his car, gazing at her through the phone. "I fell asleep. Why didn't you hang up? I couldn't bear to. Your sleeping face is too beautiful. And I missed you." Jiang Tao, her hair tousled, rolled over in her blanket, grinning foolishly. "You should sleep. My phone is about to die out." He glanced at the full battery indicator, reluctant to end the call but fearing she might struggle to sleep later if he kept her awake. The call ended, and Jiang Tao rose to switch off the night lamp, sinking back into a dream-filled slumber. The next morning, she received a sudden call from Xie Qinghuai. A fellow actress from her production team had expressed interest in a project she had worked on and requested her assistance in taking personal photographs, asking if she would be willing. As a semi-freelance photographer, Jiang Tao could accept outside gigs when the magazine had not assigned her work. After discussing over the phone, they scheduled the shoot for the following morning at a 5-star hotel. The actress, Ayn Rand, was not particularly famous but boasted natural beauty and a commendable figure. Upon her request, Jiang Tao captured a series of bathtub photos, followed by a set in a white shirt and another in a bikini by the hotel pool. Ayn Rand reviewed the original shots and expressed satisfaction, inviting Jiang Tao to dinner, which she did not decline given Ayn Rand's attributes if she refrained from plastic surgery and improved her acting skills. She could carve a niche for herself in the entertainment industry. As Ayn Rand returned to her room to change, Jiang Tao waited in the lobby. After a considerable amount of time, when Ayn Rand had yet to descend, Jiang Tao attempted to call her, but to no avail. Concerned something might be amiss, she decided to check upstairs. Upon reaching the door to Ayn Rand's room, she heard desperate cries for mercy from within. He shouted, "I beg you, please let me go. I just want a peaceful life." Ayn Rand, what are you pretending to be pure for? What do you think the entertainment industry is about? Being with me is far more lucrative than being a third-tier actress. He shouted, "I have a boyfriend. Who? I'll break his legs." The cries escalated, and just as Jiang Tao was about to knock, the door flung open, with Ayn Rand bursting out in a torn bikini. Upon seeing Jiang Tao, she shrank back, seeking refuge behind her. Jiang Tao frowned at the man who had emerged. "Jiang Tao, you've come to Kyoto." He Xiao's eyes lit up, followed by a wicked grin. "Oh, I remember now. I heard from Lin Ji that you were abandoned by the Mu family. I didn't expect Mu Tingzhou to dispose of you so quickly. Since he no longer wants you, how about coming with me?" Curious hotel guests, drawn by the commotion, began to emerge, some even recording the scene on their phones. Jiang Tao, concerned for Ayn Rand's welfare, turned to her. "You should return to your room and change." Ayn Rand clutched her torn bikini, casting a timid glance at He Xiao, fearful of further aggression. Jiang Tao understood her unspoken plea and turned to protect her as they entered the room. With Jiang Tao present, He Xiao lost interest in and ran, smirking. Jiang Tao, have you made up your mind? My room is just next door. He Xiao, do you think you can intimidate me without Mu Tingzhou and He Xingchen around? This is my territory in Kyoto, and I can do as I please. Even the King of Heaven cannot intervene. He Xiao, I had no idea you wielded such power. As he finished speaking, a young man in a white bath towel sauntered leisurely out from the adjacent room. He cast an impatient glance over his shoulder. Are you all so idle? If you don't get back inside, I'll gouge out your eyes. Onlookers in the hallway, upon recognizing the man's appearance, promptly retreated to their rooms. In mere seconds, only 3 individuals remained in the hotel corridor. The man delivered a swift kick to He Xiao's backside. Damn it, who told you to flaunt your power here and disturb my sleep? He Xiao, having lost his earlier bravado, smiled ingratiatingly at the man. Fu Xiao, sorry for disturbing you. The man possessed charming peach blossom eyes, with elongated, slender ends, fair skin, and a high nose bridge. To put it simply, he was handsome enough that Jiang Tao thought he could easily pass for a woman. The man didn't spare Jiang Tao a glance, frowning. If you want to play with women, do it elsewhere. Don't disrupt my sleep. He Xiao nodded obsequiously. Understood. Fu Xiao. We won't disturb you again. At that moment, and Ran emerged from changing clothes, linking her arm with Jiang Tao as they headed toward the elevator. He Xiao reached out to stop them, allowing and Ran to pass but insisting Jiang Tao remained. As Fu Jinghan reached the doorway of his room, he paused and turned to look at the 2 women being detained. One girl was fair and delicate, and he barely acknowledged her before his gaze fell on the other girl's face. She possessed a pair of slightly rounded fox-like eyes, sparkling and expressive. In just one glance, Fu Jinghan clenched his hands in his pockets into fists. Suddenly, he pivoted, delivering a fierce kick to He Xiao's waist, causing him to crash into the wall and lose consciousness. And Ran turned pale in fright, instinctively pulling Jiang Tao backward. Observing and Ran trembling beside her, Jiang Tao offered a reassuring pat on her hand. It's alright, and Ran, I've already discreetly called the police. And Ran shook her head, her voice quivering. It's useless. This is Fu Xiao. He is infamous in Kyoto for being ruthless and heartless. Jiang Tao furrowed her brow. It's fine. We haven't offended him. Steeling herself, she led and ran to the elevator, waiting for it to arrive. Fu Jinghan made a phone call to send someone to remove this waste. He Xiao, after hanging up, he glanced toward the elevator, where Jiang Tao and Ran were stepping inside. A faint voice trailed behind them. Jiang Tao, look back. As the elevator doors closed, and Ran steadied herself with Jiang Tao's support, still shaken, and Ran realized she could no longer enjoy her meal. Jiang Tao called in Ran's assistant to arrange for her return. In the car, Jiang Tao asked and Ran, why are you so afraid of He Xiao? From Ran's demeanor, it seemed that the situation was more serious than mere harassment. And Ran clutched Jiang Tao's hand, teetering on the edge of a breakdown, tears streaming down her face. Her assistant, a girl in her 20s with thick glasses, observed in Ran's heart-wrenching sobs through the rearview mirror. Her eyes turning red. That bastard He Xiao has assaulted sister and Ran. Chapter 52. Can I meet that girl? Jiang Tao's heart constricted as she gazed at the anguished and Ran, her nose tingling. This was something He Xiao was capable of. Last time in the bamboo grove, if Mu Tingzhou and Xingchen had not arrived in time, the consequences would have been dire. Once Ran's emotions settled somewhat, Jiang Tao asked, did you report that incident? And Ran shook her head, tears brimming in her eyes. The assistant chimed in, He Xiao has video evidence, and reporting it would be futile. He has been so brazen because he is connected to the Fu family. With them backing him, no one dares to touch him with the Fu family. And Ran nodded. The man you saw in the hotel earlier is Fu Xiao, the only grandson of Commander Fu. He Xiao was a favored lackey of Fu Xiao, having committed numerous wrongdoings over the years. Leveraging the Fu family's influence, Jiang Tao furrowed her brows, murmuring the title Commander. In her childhood, she had often heard others refer to her grandfather as Commander Jiang. Suddenly recalling her own report to the police, Jiang Tao glanced at the time, realizing that half an hour had passed without any updates on her phone. It was easy to surmise that when the police arrived at the scene, they had likely been dismissed by the hotel or certain individuals. He Xiao was awakened by someone splashing water on him, and when he came to, he found his head swollen and throbbing with pain. Spotting Fu Jinghan lounging on the sofa, he immediately brightened. Fu Xiao. Fu Jinghan swirled the red wine in his glass, his expression cold. Let us talk. What is going on between you and Jiang Tao? Jiang Tao, as the thought of being inexplicably kicked stirred within him, He Mingqing's eyes darted about, a servile smile gracing his lips. Fu Xiao, have you also taken a liking to that girl? Also, Fu Jinghan raised an eyebrow, his peach blossom eyes chillingly fixed upon him. He Mingqing crawled closer to Fu Jinghan's leg. Fu Xiao, you may not be aware, but Jiang Tao was originally from the capital, after her family perished. She was taken back to Donggang by the Mu family, specifically Mu Tingzhou. Unexpectedly, Mu Tingzhou, captivated by the young lady's beauty, claimed her early on. With a cold glint in his narrowing eyes, Fu Jinghan delivered a harsh kick to the man at his feet, causing He Mingqing to clutch his chest and fall to the ground. Rising, Fu Jinghan placed his foot on He Mingqing's chest, his voice languid yet laced with menace. Utter another word about perishing, and I will ensure your entire family joins you in the grave. As he stepped away, He Mingqing, his face flushed with indignation, could not fathom where he had offended Fu Xiao. At the Fu residence, the elder Fu was basking in the sun and sipping tea on the porch. Upon noticing Fu Jinghan's entrance, he cast a casual glance. A rare visit. I thought you had lost your way back to the Fu household. Fu Jinghan, uninterested in the elder's jest, settled into a rattan chair beside him, poured himself a cup of tea, and downed it in one go. Crossing his legs, he languidly inquired, "Old man, do you wish to have grandchildren?" The elder's previously dismissive gaze instantly brightened, followed by a skeptical glance. "You haven't gotten some little star pregnant, have you? Is she seeking you out now?" Fu Jinghan scoffed, expressing disdain for those little stars and internet celebrities. However, he was well aware of his grandfather's desire for a grandson. Setting his cup down, the elder asked somewhat eagerly, "May I meet this young lady?" After all, the Fu family had been passed down through generations, and this rascal held the key to continuing their lineage. Fu Jinghan leisurely retrieved a photograph from his pocket and handed it to the elder. Upon examining the picture, the elder's face broke into a broad smile, and upon further scrutiny, the wrinkles on his face seemed to bloom with joy. "Not bad, not bad. This girl is quite lovely, like a blooming flower," evoking a sense of comfort. Fu Jinghan smirked, snatching the photograph back and tucking it into his own pocket. The elder's eyes widened in protest. "When will you bring her home?" "Unknown," Fu Jinghan replied, squinting towards the sun, his thoughts lingering on the girl's pure, clear eyes. That evening, Uncle Fu, having grown old, retired early for the night. Jiang Tao sat in the corridor, conversing with Mu Tingzhou on the phone, the air filled with the fragrance of blooming flowers. She dared not share the recent events with Mu Tingzhou, fearing it would cause him distress, so she opted to discuss lighter topics. Resting her chin on her hand, she gazed up at the crescent moon hanging in the dark sky, a few scattered stars nearby. Mu Tingzhou, the moon isn't round at all tonight. Yet I miss you so much. Her voice was muffled, tinged with a sense of grievance. A brief silence fell on the line. "I will return when the moon is full." Jiang Tao counted on her fingers, realizing it would still be over 10 days, causing her spirits to droop. "I have a way to make the moon round." Suddenly, Mu Tingzhou's voice chimed in. Jiang Tao, with a drooped head, inquired, "What method?" "Go get a piece of paper." Bored, Jiang Tao scampered to her room on the second floor, retrieving scissors and a sheet of white paper to follow his instructions. Approaching the balcony's floor-to-ceiling window, she aligned the cutout crescent with the moon in the sky. Indeed, the moon appeared round. Picking up her phone, she felt no excitement from the moon's fullness, murmuring, "What good is a full moon if I can't see you? Who says that?" Mu Tingzhou's soft laughter resonated from the other end. Tao Tao looked down. Jiang Tao glanced down to see Mu Tingzhou standing amidst a patch of pink lily of the valley, his tall figure overshadowing the flowers. "Little fool, why are you still dawdling?" Realizing, she hurriedly rushed downstairs, flapping her arms like a little bird, and leaped into his embrace. The girl nestled against him, soft and delicate, and Mu Tingzhou's wandering heart, after days away, finally found its home. Jiang Tao wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes sparkling like stars. "How did you get in?" "Uncle Fu left the door open for me." Jiang Tao glanced back at Uncle Fu's darkroom at the end of the corridor, realizing why he had retired early today. "You conspired with Uncle Fu to deceive me." Mu Tingzhou lightly kissed her forehead. "Little fool, how could I surprise you without a little deception?" Her bright eyes glimmered with moisture, and as she stood on tiptoes to embrace him tighter, she whispered, "Mu Tingzhou, I really miss you so much." "I know." Bending slightly, he lifted her into his arms and ascended the stairs. The late September nights in the capital carried a hint of coolness, yet both were drenched in sweat. With flushed cheeks, Jiang Tao clung to his neck, exhausted and unwilling to move. "Can I carry you to the bath?" After tidying up and changing the sheets, they embraced each other. "Lin, she won't trouble you anymore." He gently massaged her smooth short hair. Again and again, Jiang Tao looked up into his deep black eyes. Because of her, her father's position was revoked, and her uncle's was demoted twice. The Lin family would manage her well from now on. Tilting her head slightly, she pecked him on the chin, her brows and eyes curved in delight. "With such a formidable boyfriend, can I just relax now?" Seizing her restless hand, Mu Tingzhou's gaze deepened. "It seems tonight, Tao Tao, you have no intention of just lying down." Her eyes sparkled with mischief, and with a shy smile, she replied, "No, I don't want to." Outside, the lily of the valley swayed gently in the night. Shyly enveloped in darkness, Chapter 53, Secrets of the Shin family. After accompanying Jiang Tao for breakfast, Mu Tingzhou hurriedly returned to Donggang. Jiang Tao nestled at home, editing and rants footage, while Uncle Fu tended to the flowers in the yard. Shin Feifei called, expressing her desire to treat Jiang Tao to dinner as a gesture of gratitude for her magnanimity. Jiang Tao declined. No need, I haven't done much, it's your own efforts that have led to another film opportunity. Shin Feifei insisted, I promised to help you deal with Lin Ji, yet Lin Ji returned to Yun City on her own. I didn't lend a hand and feel guilty, so I must treat you to this meal. Jiang Tao found Shin Feifei's stubbornness amusing and, unable to resist her reasoning, agreed to dinner. They dined at a star-rated restaurant, where the tables were separated for privacy. Shin Feifei arrived donned in a hat, sunglasses, and a mask. Jiang Tao, having arrived 2 minutes earlier, found her sneaky demeanor amusing. Why weren't you so concealed during our last restaurant encounter? Shin Feifei gestured for quiet. Could I have the same freedom as before after being blacklisted? She flicked her hair and struck a sultry pose. Now I'm a popular rising star. Jiang Tao chuckled, shaking her head as she picked up the menu. Then I won't hold back, just as she ordered. Shin Feifei swiftly intervened. Wait, Jiang Tao, be mindful that I just landed a film role, and I won't see the payment until filming concludes. Such a lack of sincerity. Jiang Tao raised an eyebrow. You are the daughter of the Shin family. Can you not afford a meal? Shin Feifei forced a laugh. To be honest, my parents are quite unlike others. They only indulge in pleasures and never care about me. After I was blacklisted, my uncle cut off our financial support. And my parents have drained my savings during this time. Jiang Tao observed her downcast eyes, guessing that her arrogance was merely a protective facade. The restaurant's cuisine was not inexpensive, so Jiang Tao boldly ordered several dishes. Shin Feifei, dumbfounded, eventually cast a resentful glance at Jiang Tao before reluctantly removing her watch and handing it to the waiter. This watch is worth something. If it's insufficient, I have a necklace as well. The waiter hesitated. I'm sorry, miss, but we accept cash, cards, and transfers. But, Jiang Tao smiled as she reclaimed the watch. I'm just joking. Use this card. The waiter sighed in relief and took the card to process the payment. Jiang Tao, what do you mean by this? You're making me feel even guiltier. Jiang Tao leisurely sipped her tea. If you truly feel guilty, then when you become famous, help me secure more photography gigs so I can earn more. Shin Feifei understood Jiang Tao's goodwill and muttered a bashful thank you. Halfway through the meal, Jiang Tao suddenly recalled something, asking Shin Feifei, is he Mingqing's mother your aunt? Shin Feifei nodded. That is a well-known secret in the Shin family. Raising her gaze to meet Jiang Tao's, she continued, you didn't know? Jiang Tao shook her head. Shin Feifei explained, Shin Wenjing is my grandfather's illegitimate daughter from a drunken encounter, yet my grandmother refuses to acknowledge her. Jiang Tao had no intention of prying into others' private matters, but reflecting on He Mingqing's actions, she couldn't help but form an opinion about his mother. Shin Wenjing, a woman born out of wedlock who could ascend to the heights of society through someone like He Qingfeng, must possess remarkable cunning. Hence raising such a son. Shin Feifei understood that He Mingqing had offended Jiang Tao and recognized him as a scoundrel. However, she had previously aligned herself with Shin Wenjing because the latter had promised to help her re-enter the entertainment industry. Later, she discovered that Shin Wenjing had no intention of helping her but rather sought to use her to get closer to the Shin family and share in their wealth, with no other option. She had awkwardly reached out to Jiang Tao. After dining with Shin Feifei, they parted ways at the restaurant entrance. Jiang Tao, having done a rough edit on Enran's film, contemplated sending it to her for feedback but hesitated. Fearing her emotions might not have stabilized, therefore, she directly called her assistant. Upon connection, the voice on the other end was soft, as if deliberately lowering the volume. Jiang Tao Jia, Min, is Enran filming? Wait a moment. There was a brief silence, and Jiang Tao vaguely heard a door closing before Min's voice became clearer. Jiang Tao Jia, is there something you need? Oh, I see. I have roughly edited Enran's film and would like her to take a look. Min glanced at the hospital room behind her, her eyes reddened as sister Jiang Tao, Anren is hospitalized. What happened? Is she ill? No, it's because of he Xiao. He troubled Anren again last night, and she couldn't bear it. So she resorted to self-harm. As Min spoke, she had already begun to sob quietly. Jiang Tao furrowed her brow. Which hospital is she in? The 6th floor of the central hospital. When Jiang Tao arrived, Min was sitting outside the ward on the phone. Upon seeing Jiang Tao approach, she exchanged a few words with the person on the line before handing the phone to her sister Jiang Tao. It's Mr. Xie Qinghuai. Jiang Tao took the phone, and Xie Qinghuai's voice came through. Jiang Tao, Anren is from my hometown. I'm currently abroad and cannot leave. I've already contacted Qingchen. Could you please help look after her? I've taken care of the reporters. Jiang Tao detected the worry in his tone. Rest assured, I will take good care of Anren. Anren's emotional state had been rather poor, even when she opened her eyes. She remained silent, tears streaming down her cheeks. In the evening, He Xingchen arrived. Upon seeing Jiang Tao, he appeared momentarily surprised, but then recalled that she was now Xie Qinghuai's designated photographer, likely sent by him to look after the girl. To avoid disturbing Anren, He Xingchen led Jiang Tao to a nearby CAF to talk. Jiang Tao understood why Xie Qinghuai had contacted Xingchen. Due to his relationship with He Mingcheng, the matter could only be entrusted to him. He Mingcheng had previously assaulted Anren. He Xingchen's brow furrowed at this thought. Even if he did not acknowledge it, the fact that He Mingcheng shared the same surname was undeniable. Last night, He Mingcheng had once again harassed Anren, leading her to attempt suicide. Jiang Tao was aware that He Xingchen would not shield He Mingcheng, but as a member of the He family, such an incident would inevitably affect the family's business. Brother Xingchen, Tao Tao. He Xingchen's gaze was fixed on her. I will ensure He Mingcheng pays for his actions. Trust me, ever since Jiang Tao was bullied at the hot spring resort, He Xingchen had no intention of letting He Mingcheng off the hook. After discussing Anren's situation, He Xingchen asked Jiang Tao how she was faring in Kyoto, to which she replied that everything was fine. Jiang Tao then inquired when he would marry sister Jian Lin. But He Xingchen smiled without answering. They shared dinner together, and Jiang Tao packed a meal for Minmin, as well as some light congee for Anren. He Xingchen arranged for a caregiver for Anren while Minmin, unwilling to leave her side, stayed in the ward with her. He Xingchen then accompanied Jiang Tao back. Uncle Fu came out to greet them, and as night fell, He Xingchen exchanged a few words before preparing to leave. Uncle Fu escorted him to the entrance, and once He Xingchen's car drove away, he turned to look in another direction. There, in the darkness devoid of streetlights, the rustling of leaves signaled to him, a seasoned guard, that someone was standing there. Chapter 54. You haven't yet won her heart, have you? Before heading upstairs, Jiang Tao bid Uncle Fu goodnight as he was still tidying up in the courtyard. He chuckled behind her, reminding her to lock the door at bedtime due to the recent appearance of a few wild cats. Jiang Tao acknowledged him and hurried upstairs, once the light in her bedroom extinguished. Uncle Fu quietly took a stick and slipped out of the house. The elder Jiang was a humble man, disfavoring extravagance and noise. After moving out of the military compound, he chose a secluded residence for his recuperation. Thus, there weren't many households surrounding the Jiang residence. Uncle Fu, whose legs were no longer as nimble, could not walk as silently as before. Since he had already attracted attention, he decided to turn on his flashlight. He walked all the way to the riverbank, finding nothing but the sounds of insects and flowing water. He shone the flashlight on the ground, discerning clear tire tracks. The path near the river was seldom traveled, especially by vehicles. Uncle Fu switched off the flashlight and returned home in darkness. Jiang Tao had just finished a phone call with Mu Tingzhou when she vaguely heard some commotion downstairs. With the faint moonlight, she recognized Uncle Fu's figure. Pulling open the window, she called out, "Uncle Fu, why are you still awake?" Uncle Fu chuckled twice. "I'm getting old and forgetting things. It's nothing, Tao Tao, you should hurry and sleep." "Alright, good night, Uncle Fu." The next morning, Jiang Tao visited Anren at the hospital again. Anren remained in the same state as the previous day, neither speaking nor eating much. Jiang Tao held her hand, reassuring her, "Don't worry, Anren, that He Mingcheng will face the consequences he deserves." Tears streamed down Anren's cheeks as she tightly grasped Jiang Tao's hand. "He Mingcheng has my video." This video was both a leverage for Anren and evidence of He Mingcheng's harm towards her. Jiang Tao called He Xingchen to inform him about the video in He Mingcheng's possession. He Xingchen assured her he would find a way to obtain it, once Anren's emotional state improved slightly. She returned home, with Minmin staying by her side. Jiang Tao had several photoshoots lined up, with Haihui and Aman coming from Donggang. The new cover for Fashion People magazine featured the male lead of a recent hit historical drama, Chen Xian. He was quite handsome, with eyes that sparkled like crescent moons when he smiled. Jiang Tao's hair had grown a bit long, causing some hindrance during the shoot, so she decided to tie it back into a small ponytail. During a break, Aman poked her. "Sister Xiao Tao, your hairstyle today is similar to Chen Xian's." Jiang Tao was momentarily taken aback, only to realize their hair lengths were quite similar, both sporting small buns at the back. She dismissed it, thinking she would take her hair down after the shoot. With multiple outfits to photograph, it would take nearly a whole day to finish. During the lunch break, Jiang Tao and her colleagues went out to eat. Upon returning, she was surprised to find that Chen Xian had cut his hair. Since the afternoon shoot required a Chinese-style look, his hair had been just the right length before, but now he needed to wear a wig. Jiang Tao felt an indescribable discomfort in her heart, while Aman muttered, "What does Chen Xian mean by this?" Haihui also found it odd. Chen Xian had maintained that hairstyle for over a year, and today, he just happened to match Jiang Tao's hairstyle, yet he chose this moment to cut it. In truth, Jiang Tao understood that celebrities feared such coincidences, whether it was matching outfits or hairstyles. It could lead to awkwardness. The day's shoot continued until evening, and both teams exchanged pleasantries about their hard work. Aman, being straightforward, couldn't help but say with a smile to Chen Xian, "Mr. Chen, your new haircut looks great." Chen Xian touched his hair. "Really? I don't think so. I still prefer my old style." Aman blinked. "If you liked your old hairstyle, then why cut it?" Chen Xian looked dejected. "My boss personally called me during lunch and insisted I cut it." It was utterly baffling. "Your boss made you cut it?" Aman seemed skeptical. Chen Xian wore a look of realization, glancing at Jiang Tao. "Photographer Jiang, you don't think I cut it just to match your style? Do you? Please don't misunderstand. It was truly my boss who forced me to cut it." Chen Xian's expression and tone did not suggest he was lying. Jiang Tao found the situation with Chen Xian's boss both inexplicable and coincidental. After finishing dinner with her colleagues, Haiyue and Aman mentioned they hadn't seen her in a while and wanted to catch up. Jiang Tao informed Uncle Fu over the phone that she would be staying at the hotel booked by her colleagues. Uncle Fu cautioned her on the call, "Don't linger outside when it gets dark. Talk once you're inside the hotel." "Got it, Uncle Fu. We will head to the hotel shortly." Upon arriving at the hotel, they were informed that their room had been upgraded. Haiyue asked who had arranged the upgrade, but the front desk was unable to disclose that information. Aman joked, "Sister Xiao Tao, could it be those two male gods around you?" Jiang Tao shook her head, stating that Mu Tingzhou had just gone abroad and was unaware of her hotel stay, while He Xingchen was currently in Donggang handling matters regarding He Mingcheng. Haiyue frowned, expressing unease about the unexpected upgrade. Aman shrugged it off, saying, "Who cares who the benefactor is, as long as we're comfortable." The following day, they were scheduled for a photoshoot at a trendy dessert shop. A fresh pastoral round table was adorned with small cakes of various flavors, appearing exceptionally beautiful and delightful under the camera's gaze. Aman smacked her lips, her eyes gleaming. "Every single one of these little cakes has struck a chord with me. Osmanthus honey chestnut crisps, persimmon pumpkin, charcoal brewed black tea, vanilla fig, brown rice cake. I'm going to lose my mind." After the shoot, the shop owner invited them to taste the cakes. Haiyue, on a diet, only had a bit. Aman admired their beauty but preferred savory flavors, so she couldn't eat much either. Only Jiang Tao, who had a sweet tooth, devoured 2 boxes in one go, still craving more. The shop owner, noticing Jiang Tao's enthusiasm, offered to gift her a few boxes, but she politely declined. In the evening, Uncle Fu was gazing at the table full of small cakes, looking troubled upon Jiang Tao's return. He immediately asked, "Tao Tao, did you order these cakes?" Jiang Tao, equally perplexed, replied, "No, could it be Tingzhou?" She shook her head. When she was 13, her fondness for sweets had led to an early cavity, necessitating a visit to the dentist. Since then, Mu Tingzhou had generally prohibited her from indulging in too many desserts, especially not with a table full of small cakes. At the Fu residence, Fu Jinghan tucked away a photo of Jiang Tao enjoying her sweets. Old man Fu, returning from his exercise, sought his eldest grandson and promptly inquired, "When can I meet my granddaughter-in-law?" Fu Jinghan, "Just wait." Old man Fu glared at him. "You haven't won her heart yet, have you?" Chapter 55. You seem quite disappointed in me. After washing up, as Jiang Tao lay in bed, cultivating the drowsiness of sleep, she received a text from an unfamiliar number. "Xiao Tao Tao, was the cake delicious? Was it good? Who would dare to consume something gifted by a stranger? I fear it may be poisoned." From the moment yesterday when Chen Xian was coerced by his boss into getting a haircut, to the hotel room upgrade, and now today with the arrival of a cake, Jiang Tao can sense the same-handed work behind it all. The one who has orchestrated these gestures is elusive, and Jiang Tao is not fond of this feeling. Naturally, she harbors no affection for the person lurking in the shadows. What is this? Has Xiao Tao Tao forgotten her childhood dream? Jiang Tao furrows her brow, deep in thought, trying to recall what her childhood aspirations were, when the other party sends another message. "I am the husband you cried and pleaded to marry when you were little." What nonsense! Just as Jiang Tao is about to retort, a pale, handsome face flashes through her mind. She hastily deletes her half-composed response and types instead, "Are you Xiaohan Gugo?" Finally, Xiao Tao Tao remembers. To be frank, Jiang Tao struggles to recall events from when she was 6 or 7. She only remembers one day when her grandfather unexpectedly brought home a little boy who was slender and bore a striking resemblance to a television star. Her grandfather instructed her to call this boy Xiaohan Guji. At that time, her parents were absent, and her grandfather was often busy, leaving her with no companions. The sudden arrival of a little brother delighted her, and she followed him around joyously. Although he was not very talkative, he was good-looking, but after nearly a year at the Jiang household, he was taken away by a man in uniform. Back then, she wept and clung to his leg, refusing to let go, declaring that she wanted to marry him, as in her mind, husbands and wives were never apart. Just like her parents, shortly thereafter, the other party sent her an address. Let us meet tomorrow morning, don't be late. Early in the morning, Uncle Fu was watering the flowers in the courtyard. Yet not a single drop fell from his watering can. Jiang Tao observed him quietly for a moment before taking the watering can from his hands. Was Uncle Fu lost in thought? Upon realizing, Uncle Fu smiled, admitting that his age often led him to drift off. However, Jiang Tao was not convinced. Uncle Fu, do you have something on your mind? That car came again last night. However, when he went out, he only caught a glimpse of its tail, the person inside possessing considerable counter-surveillance skills. Furthermore, someone inexplicably sent a table full of cakes. Uncle Fu glanced at her, hesitating to speak. Jiang Tao sensed his reluctance. Uncle Fu, if you don't speak up, I'll be heading out. Eventually, Uncle Fu couldn't hold back any longer, asking, Tao Tao, has someone been pursuing you recently? Jiang Tao teased him, Uncle Fu, have you received some benefit from Mu Tingzhou? Monitoring me on his behalf, Uncle Fu chided her. If anyone is monitoring, it's me watching over you. Rest assured, Uncle Fu, no one is pursuing me. I'm just going out to meet someone. My colleague is coming over to play tonight. So you needn't cook. Uncle Fu acknowledged her words, and Jiang Tao stepped out. Fu Jinghan had arranged to meet Jiang Tao at a private club, and since it was daytime, the place was relatively empty. A waiter was already waiting at the entrance, respectfully inquiring, Are you Miss Jiang? Jiang Tao nodded lightly. The waiter led her inside, where young Master Fu was already waiting. Young Master Fu, Jiang Tao frowned slightly. The door to the private room on the second floor opened, revealing only a warm orange lamp glowing above. The man sat on the sofa, his features just concealed in shadow upon her entrance. He stood, his handsome face appearing almost otherworldly in the amber light. Itsu, Jiang Tao's mind raced back to the image of him kicking He Mingqing unconscious. Xiao Tao Tao, it's been a while. Jiang Tao smiled, realizing that Xiao Hangugu was none other than the renowned Fu Jinghan of Kyoto. There was little surprise. Fu Jinghan detected the teasing in her tone. Those rumors or ill repute meant nothing to him. He strode over, switching on the overhead lights, the sudden brightness causing Jiang Tao to squint. Make yourself comfortable. Jiang Tao studied his face. In truth, his features were quite similar to what she remembered from her childhood. Though she hadn't recognized him at first. Fu Jinghan suddenly chuckled. What's this? Your expression seems to convey disappointment in me. Recalling Ran and her assistant Min Min's words, Jiang Tao decided to be direct. A little. I remember Xiao Hangugu as being more talkative. She refrained from saying more. After chatting for a while, Jiang Tao's phone rang. It was Mu Tingzhou. Tao Tao, I'll be arriving in Kyoto tonight. Shall we return to Donggang together tomorrow morning? Tomorrow is Mu Srong's birthday, and Jiang Tao had started preparing days in advance. In fact, Mu Tingzhou could have arrived directly in Donggang, but she missed him. She smiled shyly. All right, I'll wait for you tonight. The man opposite her grew slightly colder in demeanor. He had met Mu Tingzhou once through the old master, and now he understood that beneath the calm exterior, men could be the same. He smirked. Looks like you've been doing well at the Mu household these past few years. Her Jiang Tao, still basking in the joy of meeting Mu Tingzhou tonight, replied with a smile. Yes, my grandmother and aunts have all been very kind to me. Just as she finished speaking, a cold voice interjected. Is Mu Tingzhou really such a good uncle, flattering his little niece? Chapter 56. You are a bit fierce tonight. Jiang Tao's expression turned icy, and she refrained from responding. Before coming, she had been quite excited. After all, reconnecting with a childhood playmate was delightful. Upon hearing the title Young Master Fu, she admitted to feeling a twinge of discomfort, but now she wished she hadn't met him. Rising from her seat, she said apologetically, I have some matters to attend to. I'll take my leave first. Outside the door, the waiter was entering with a fruit platter, and Jiang Tao stepped aside to make room. Are you upset? Fu Jinghan approached, casually offering her a piece of fruit. Have some to soothe your temper. Jiang Tao glanced at the fruit in his hand, hesitating to take it, when suddenly she recalled something from the other day. Was it you who had Chen Xin's haircut? Fu Jinghan was indifferent to who Chen Xin was, but he was aware of the haircut incident. A photo sent by his men had inadvertently captured her model with the same hairstyle, prompting him to demand an investigation into the model's background. He placed a call after discovering the resemblance. Yes, that was me. Jiang Tao felt a surge of annoyance at Fu Jinghan's nonchalant attitude, muttering a goodbye before turning to leave. Fu Jinghan chuckled softly, recalling how sweet and adorable she had been as a child, yet her temper had grown along with her age. Upon exiting the club, Jiang Tao contacted Haiyu and learned that they were nearby at a mall. So she took a taxi over. Although Jiang Tao had no shoots scheduled today, Haiyu was working on a makeup task with another photographer and finished early. Jiang Tao greeted Uncle Fu, picked up some takeout near her home, and then brought her colleagues back. As soon as they got out of the car, a man's exaggerated expression was uncontainable. Xiao Tao Jie, your home is too extravagant. There is such a large estate in the second ring of Kyoto. A man mimicked a dramatic gesture of despair. I feel like my existence is merely to accentuate the lives of the wealthy. Haiyu widened her eyes, unsure how to express her awe. Uncle Fu emerged from inside, and Jiang Tao introduced him to everyone. Hello, Uncle Fu. Hello, Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu beamed. Ladies, please come in. I brewed flower tea. Just in time for you. Once inside the courtyard, Haiyu and a man were completely astonished. What kind of celestial abode is this? The courtyard is filled with flowers, emanating delightful fragrances. Wow, there is even a swing. Is this a place for a princess to reside? A man couldn't help but envy. Jiang Tao smiled. A man, little princess, would you like to stay here with me? Really? Can I truly live here? A man leaned her head on Jiang Tao's shoulder, nudging her affectionately. Xiao Tao Jia, you'll support me from now on, right? After dinner, Mu Tingzhou arrived with colleagues present. Jiang Tao restrained her impulse to leap into his arms. Haiyu wrapped her arms around a man's neck. All our things are at the hotel, and we need to rush back to Donggang tomorrow morning, so we won't be staying here tonight. This time, a man displayed remarkable insight, vigorously nodding. Yes, let's return to the hotel. After all, it's a luxurious upgraded suite. We shouldn't miss out on it. Jiang Tao understood that once Mu Tingzhou arrived, her colleagues would certainly not stay. Then we will return to Donggang together tomorrow. Mu Tingzhou instructed the driver to take Haiyu and a man back and gentlemanly assured them that he would arrange for a car to pick them up in the morning. After sending off her colleagues, the two stood in the doorway, silently waiting. Uncle Fu took the hint and turned back to tidy up. As soon as Uncle Fu left, Mu Tingzhou immediately enveloped Jiang Tao in his arms, sharing a deep kiss filled with longing before asking, shall we take a walk? Jiang Tao softly agreed. The streetlights cast a warm glow as they strolled hand in hand along the wall, their shadows intertwining behind them. What have you been up to these past few days? Jiang Tao recounted her recent experiences as if sharing a story, including her childhood connection with young Master Fu. Mu Tingzhou frowned, recalling that he had indeed met Fu's grandfather but had little impression of him. However, his instincts told him that Fu Jing'an's actions were certainly motivated by interest in Jiang Tao. With this thought, he halted, his tone turning assertive. Tao Tao, stay away from Fu Jing'an from now on, understand? Jiang Tao replied with a mild "oh," but when she looked up, she noticed the depth of his gaze. His brows slightly knitted. She playfully poked his chin. Mu Tingzhou, are you jealous? Mu Tingzhou did not deny it. Jiang Tao's eyes sparkled with delight. Don't worry, you are the only one in my heart. Mu Tingzhou ruffled her hair, remaining silent. That night, Jiang Tao felt something different. With her hands resting on his shoulders, her voice soft, she said, Mu Tingzhou, you seem a bit fierce tonight. The man leaned down, kissing the corners of her reddened eyes. Tao Tao, come back to Donggang with me. Can you give me a little more time? Recently, her grandmother and aunts often reached out via messages and calls, but she didn't want to return just yet. Today, Fu Jing'an's words once again provoked her. She could not allow those who love her to be disparaged or stabbed in the back. Tao Tao, you must never waver in your heart, do you understand? Otherwise, he may suffer irreversible consequences. Jiang Tao, with misty eyes, looked at him in confusion. She had kept him hidden in her heart for so many years, and he was aware of it. She replied resolutely. Just as the words left her lips, a low, husky voice arose from below. Tao Tao, prove it to me. Subsequently, the lights were turned on, and his profound gaze fixed intently upon her, causing Jiang Tao's cheeks to flush instantly. Could you turn off the lights, please? The next day, they arrived at Donggang. The elderly lady and Mousserone were already waiting at the door. As Jiang Tao stepped out of the car, she dashed over. Grandma, aunt, oh my Tao Tao has returned. I missed you dearly. The elderly lady pinched her fair, tender cheeks. Chen Fu was quite the caretaker. You've even gained some weight during our time apart. Come, let us head home. The elderly lady took her hand, her gaze momentarily glancing over the strawberry mark hidden beneath Jiang Tao's high-neck shirt. Chapter 57. Don't lock the door tonight. Mousserone's birthday celebration was exceptionally low-key, consisting solely of a reunion dinner with family, yet gifts continued to arrive at the Mu family residence. Jiang Tao's gift was a meticulously crafted photo album, filled with snapshots of Mousserone over the past decade, some capturing moments of laughter, others of contemplation, or simply him staring blankly in the corridor. It was profoundly meaningful. Mousserone cradled the album in his arms, unable to part with it. Tao Tao, when did you take all these? Jiang Tao pressed her lips together. In truth, this gift should have been presented 4 years prior, but she had hurriedly left the country and failed to deliver it in time. Thus, she decided to add this year's moments and reassembled a better version. After dinner, the family gathered around to play cards. Jiang Tao sat beside the elderly lady, while Shiryu occupied Mu Jing'an's side. Mousserone, the birthday star, faced Shiryu's and Shixian's father. Shi Chang.I in the first round, Moose Rong emerged victorious. In the second, the elderly lady claimed victory. As several rounds progressed, a pattern began to emerge. The elderly lady beamed with delight. Ever since Cao Cao returned, my luck has changed. Moose Rong shared her joy. Indeed, birthday luck is quite remarkable. Moose Jing, having lost several rounds, shooed the bothersome Shiryu aside. Go to your dad. You're blocking my luck. Shiryu pouted but immediately moved next to Shi Chang. Moose Tingzhou, standing on the second floor, observed the subtle exchanges between the two girls. After a while, he called out, Cao Cao, come to the study for a moment. What is it? She asked, eager to continue her game with Shiryu. Just a few minutes. Zhang Tao tilted her head and winked at the elderly lady. Grandma, your good fortune will be away for a few minutes. The elderly lady rolled her eyes at the person upstairs and affectionately said, Go on, Grandma will wait for you. Zhang Tao hurried up the stairs, and upon reaching the second floor, she found him already turned towards the study just as Zhang Tao pushed open the door. She was abruptly pulled inside with a forceful tug, and with the sound of the door closing, she found herself pressed against the wall. A large hand grasped the back of her head, and a dark shadow descended upon her, kissing her fervently and urgently. Zhang Tao could hardly withstand his kiss. Her body could only endure for a fleeting moment before she melted into his embrace, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. What are you doing? Everyone is downstairs. Cao Cao, you're simply too adorable. I can hardly resist wanting to kiss you, he murmured, his voice low and husky, igniting memories of the embarrassing antics he had coaxed from her the previous night. She turned her face away, evading his burning gaze. Moose Tingzhou, known for his steady and reserved demeanor, had harbored a deep yearning during his years abroad, although she had dreamed of him in various romantic scenarios. The real him before her was astonishingly bold in such matters. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she quietly reminded him, we agreed on just a few minutes, it's already been quite a while. Moose Tingzhou lightly pinched her chin, lifting it to meet his gaze. For the next couple of days, I'll stay in Donggang with Grandma. After I return from a business trip, I'll take you back to Kyoto. Alright. Zhang Tao wanted to mention a shoot scheduled for early the following morning, but upon meeting his earnest eyes, she swallowed her words. Seeing her give a slight nod, Moose Tingzhou's eyes sparkled with affectionate mirth. Good girl, Cao Cao. Another kiss fell upon her lips, but Zhang Tao regained her senses and pushed him away slightly. I need to go downstairs. His fingers entwined with hers, resting over her heart. This heart tells me it wants to kiss a little longer. With that, a flurry of kisses fell upon her once more. Zhang Tao felt utterly weak, on the verge of tears. Moose Tingzhou, how can you be so mischievous? This is the second floor, and our family is downstairs. He raised an eyebrow. Clearly, it was you who seduced me with your cuteness, yet you call me mischievous. Zhang Tao remained silent, and Moose Tingzhou finally stepped back. Then don't lock the door tonight. Zhang Tao took a deep breath, shooting him a glare before opening the door. Shiryu, lacking a partner for the game, could only watch as Moose Jing managed to reclaim a couple of rounds. Feeling quite pleased with herself, the elderly lady pouted, Cao Cao, come here. Grandma has lost money. Just as she noticed the girl blushing as she descended the stairs, her lips a rosy hue, the elderly lady's eyes flickered, and she rose to let Zhang Tao take her place. I'm tired. I'm going to rest for a bit. In an effort to avoid overthinking, Zhang Tao immersed herself fully in the card game. Moose Tingzhou was quietly summoned to the bedroom by the elderly lady. As soon as he entered, a stick landed heavily upon him that he did not dodge, allowing the elderly lady to vent her frustration. You're almost 30 and yet you bully our Cao Cao. I could overlook it when I'm not around, but to do so right under my nose is unacceptable. Another strike followed. Moose Tingzhou smiled faintly. Please take it easy, you'll wear yourself out. Cao Cao would be heartbroken if you hurt yourself. The elderly lady shot him a reproachful glance. Discarding the stick, Cao Cao insists on returning to Kyoto to avoid idle gossip about our Mu family. From now on, you should try to stay in Kyoto and accompany her. I understand. The elderly lady sighed heavily as she settled into a chair. If it weren't for your elder sister's foolish mistake that caused a rift in Cao Cao's heart, I wouldn't care about those nonsensical rumors. I would have wished for you two to marry immediately so that Cao Cao could officially become a member of our Mu family. Suddenly struck by a thought, the elderly lady's eyes lit up. Tingzhou, how about you and Cao Cao get your marriage certificate first? That way, if anyone tries to bully her, I won't have to turn a blind eye. Moose Tingzhou's lips curled into a slight smile. It was apparent that the elderly lady's mind was quite agile. Just a little hint from him, and she could grasp what was on his heart. Before bed, Zhang Tao dared not act too recklessly and locked the door. Just as she lay down, a knock echoed twice. She took out her phone and sent a message to Moose Tingzhou, you should hurry back to your own room. After a while, another knock sounded, and Zhang Tao grew irritated. If you knock again, Grandma and Aunt will wake up. The knocking persisted. Tao Tao, are you asleep? Shiryu's soft voice drifted in from outside the door. Upon recognizing Shiryu, Jiang Tao hastily opened the door, but before she could react, the man behind Shiryu squeezed into the room. Tao Tao, I'm sorry, I was threatened by my little uncle. After all, he is my boss now. And Shiryu's voice was cut off as the door closed. Moose Tingzhou. Jiang Tao blushed and kicked him playfully. Moose Tingzhou chuckled. Are you still upset? She kept kicking until her anger was spent. Jiang Tao chose to ignore him, sulking as she sat on the bed. Moose Tingzhou reached out to tuck her hair behind her ear and pulled her into his embrace, his voice low and coaxing. I just want to hold you while I sleep. Is that all right? Jiang Tao stared at him with wide, watery eyes, seeming unconvinced. Really? Moose Tingzhou nodded with a smile. The reason she reacted so strongly was undoubtedly due to the embarrassment of the previous night's events. Her bashfulness could make her face crimson. With the lights off, the room fell silent, their breaths mingling as they held each other close. Suddenly, a phone call shattered the tranquility. Jiang Tao reached for her phone. The call had no contact name. The moment she pressed to answer, Fu Jinghan's voice came through. Chapter 58. We have already obtained the certificate. Little Tao Tao, when are you returning to Kyoto? I can pick you up. Jiang Tao cast a quick glance at Moose Tingzhou beside her, wanting to say no, but suddenly realized, how did you know I'm not in Kyoto? The other party chuckled softly. I visited Uncle Fu today. He is in quite good health and his voice is still strong. Jiang Tao replied with a simple, oh, if there is nothing else, I'll hang up without waiting for a response. She abruptly ended the call and turned to meet Moose Tingzhou's cold, penetrating gaze. Didn't we agree to keep our distance? His tone was frigid, and Jiang Tao buried her head deeper into the blanket. It's quite far, really. One is in Kyoto and the other in Donggang, over 1,000 kilometers apart. Moose Tingzhou was amused by her feeble excuse. With a swift motion, he pulled her into his embrace and kissed her fiercely. Jiang Tao pushed against him a few times but found herself unable to resist, her body yielding to him. As he kissed her patiently, he gently pried her fingers from the sheets, intertwining their hands. When she reached the peak of bliss, his deep, husky voice whispered in her ear, Tao Tao, shall we go get our marriage certificate tomorrow? She opened her glistening eyes to meet his profound gaze. The waves of emotion receded, leaving only tender affection. He pinched her chin gently, as if to complain. Grandma warned me that if I bullied you again, she would break my legs. She pressed her lips together, then let her break them. Would you really be willing? Moose Tingzhou chuckled before turning serious again. Tao Tao, I'm sincere. This is also what Grandma wants. Jiang Tao turned her head to look at him inquiringly, and he suddenly smiled. If we get the certificate, I won't have to worry about broken legs. As soon as he finished speaking, she kicked his leg hard, but when he invited her to do it again, she found herself reluctant. The following morning, Jiang Tao decided not to inform Moose Tingzhou. After they had breakfast, they headed straight for the Civil Affairs Bureau. Assistant Qin waited outside, feeling a sense of contemplation as a pair of lovebirds entered. General Mu was, in fact, a man of few words, exhibiting a demeanor marked by composure and decisiveness. While he was not ruthlessly cruel in the business world, he undoubtedly wielded an iron-fisted approach, imposing stringent expectations upon both himself and his employees. Having served alongside General Mu for 7 years, he conducted his duties with utmost caution, finding solace only in the presence of Miss Tao Tao. In those moments, General Mu revealed a different facet of his character, gentle and warm. He often pondered whether, if Miss Tao Tao were to become General Mu's wife, his temperament would undergo a transformation. As Mu Tingzhou embarked on a business trip, Jiang Tao agreed to remain in Donggang to accompany her grandmother for a few days. With the weather turning cooler, Mu Serong took Jiang Tao shopping and they purchased some seasonal clothing. At restaurant located on the ground floor of the mall, the two settled into a cozy spot on the second floor to enjoy afternoon tea and engage in conversation. When Lu Feng unexpectedly arrived, initially Jiang Tao, seated with her back to the staircase, was unaware of his presence. Noticing Mu Serong frowning and glancing behind her, she turned to see Lu Feng and a girl taking a seat at a nearby table. Lu Feng spotted her too, momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded before turning away. Just as Jiang Tao was about to shift her gaze back, the girl shot her a disdainful look. It dawned on Jiang Tao that this was the same girl she had encountered at the university cafeteria, who had stolen glances at her, thus leaving an impression. Ignoring the girl's scornful glance, Jiang Tao turned back to find Mu Serong's frown deepening, feeling responsible for introducing a fickle yet cowardly boyfriend to Tao Tao. Mu Serong was filled with guilt. Sensing her uneasy, Jiang Tao gently remarked, "Auntie, it's about time we head back." The two rose to leave, but just as they reached the checkout counter, Lu Feng dashed over, blocking Mu Serong's card with his hand. "Auntie Jiang Tao, allow me to treat you." Jiang Tao swiftly scanned her payment, replying, "Thank you, but there's no need." As she stepped outside, Lu Feng called after her, "Jiang Tao, I am truly sorry that I genuinely like you. I know I have many flaws, but, Lu Feng, the girl from upstairs rushed down, glaring at Jiang Tao. Miss, please have some self-respect. Lu Feng is now my boyfriend, and I hope you refrain from disturbing him in the future. Jiang Tao was at a loss for words, ready to retort, but Mu Serong stepped forward, saying, Lu Feng, it was my oversight in not discerning your character before introducing a suitor to Tao Tao. Thankfully, she wasn't interested in you. Now that you have a girlfriend, you should manage her well and prevent her from making a scene, or else I won't hesitate to speak my mind. Lu Feng's face flushed red at Mu Serong's reprimand, while the girl attempted to argue, only to be pulled back by Lu Feng. Jiang Tao gave Mu Serong a thumbs up, admiring her boldness, usually gentle. It was the first time Mu Serong had spoken so fiercely, prompting an embarrassed smile. Tao Tao, I apologize for my mistake. I hope you won't hold it against me. Auntie. Jiang Tao linked her arm with hers. Let's put this behind us and not bring it up again, alright, no more mention of it. In Kyoto, Mu Tingzhou sat across from old Master Fu, calmly sipping tea. Tingzhou, I heard your company has recently secured the unmanned submarine project at the port? Mu Tingzhou smiled in silence. You should invite your uncle out for tea sometime. It was a well-known fact that the Navy commander was surnamed Liao, but few knew he was Mu Tingzhou's uncle. Old Master Fu was among the very few who did. Certainly, I will pass on the message. Noticing Mu Tingzhou's composed demeanor and dignified appearance, Old Master Fu nodded appreciatively. You're nearly 30, aren't you? Yes, Uncle Fu. Do you have someone special in mind? Old Master Fu had heard rumors about the Mu and Shin family matters, but he viewed the Shin family as petty and lacking in substance. Unworthy of the Mu family's prestige. Remembering the moments spent taking wedding photos with Tao Tao, Mu Tingzhou's stern brows relaxed. We've already obtained our marriage certificate. The wedding will be scheduled soon. Old Master Fu was taken aback, then silently sighed. His wife had urged him to inquire if the young man had anyone in mind. If not, she wanted him to introduce her family as only niece to Mu Tingzhou. To his surprise, he learned that the young man was already married. Not easily dissuaded, Old Master Fu pressed on. Which girl is it? The Jiang family. The Jiang family. Old Master Fu frowned in thought, recalling the prominent families of Dongdang. Struggling to remember a Jiang family. Uncle Fu, have you forgotten your benefactor? Chapter 59. Do you not understand respect for the elderly and love for the young? Old Master Fu took a moment to process, incredulously asking, is it the Jiang family from Kyoto? The child was raised by your family, wasn't he? Recalling the delicate, exquisite girl from his memories, Old Master Fu's eyes widened. You've obtained a marriage certificate with that child? Mu Tingzhou remained non-committal. Suddenly Old Master Fu slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Mu Tingzhou, you truly have ambitions. I wanted to adopt that child into the Fu family, yet you opposed it. I never expected you to harbor such intentions towards her. Unfazed by Old Master Fu's fury, Mu Tingzhou slowly rose. If the Fu family truly cared for her, why have they not inquired about her in all these years? Not even once, after all, when you were in trouble. The Jiang family did not treat your grandson this way. Old Master Fu opened his mouth, his authoritative presence diminished. Mu Tingzhou's eyes darkened, recalling how the Fu family had, at the first opportunity, sought to adopt Jiang Tao. But he knew their motivations were not rooted in compassion but rather in the Jiang family's influence. Jiang Laoyi had many loyal subordinates who looked up to him. If the Fu family adopted his granddaughter, those loyal followers would naturally align themselves with the Fu family. He did not wish her to be exploited, nor did he want her to feel unloved. Mu Tingzhou stepped outside, stating, I will notify you once the wedding is scheduled. I do not agree. I do not consent to this marriage. Old Master Fu's voice echoed as Mu Tingzhou walked away. The Fu family's entrance, just as Mu Tingzhou was about to get into his car. A blue sports car drifted to a stop in front of him. Fu Jinghan emerged from the vehicle, his eyebrows raised in a carefree manner. Leaving already? What, are you planning to keep me as a guest? Fu Jinghan clicked his tongue, shaking his finger. I sneaked into Donggang so many times, yet Mr. never invited me. Now that you're at the Fu family, how could I possibly keep you? You mentioned sneaking in. Mu Tingzhou replied, his eyes cold. If you were to visit openly just once, I would certainly invite you. A fleeting glint of menace crossed Fu Jinghan's eyes as he smiled lazily. Alright, since Mr. has extended such a warm invitation, I will visit the Mu family tomorrow without pretense. Be my guest. Mu Tingzhou entered his car, tossing his keys to the guard. Align the car for me. It was a luxury car worth millions. And the guard hesitated. Fu Jinghan shot him a cold glare. Do you want me to personally move the car? The guard hurriedly complied. By the time Mu Tingzhou returned to the Mu residence, it was deep into the night. Jiang Tao, in a drowsy state, felt someone embrace her from behind. Before she could fully awaken, he softly whispered, It's me. Jiang Tao turned, her eyes still half closed, reaching out to touch his face. Yuri back from your business trip so soon, I thought it would take several days, I missed you and hurried back. Mu Tingzhou gently patted her back. Sleep now, my little princess. The girl nestled in his arms murmured softly. Finding a comfortable position to drift back to sleep, once her breathing grew soft and rhythmic, Mu Tingzhou opened his eyes, tenderly kissing her temple. Tao Tao, do you know how much I love you? He sighed inwardly. The following morning, Mu Tingzhou and Zhang Tao accompanied the elderly matriarch for lunch. It is better to arrive timely than to arrive early, a voice chimed from outside. An attendant scurried in. Old madam, I couldn't stop this person, he insisted on barging in. Mu Tingzhou recognized the visitor and nodded lightly at the attendant, indicating that it was all right. The attendant retreated, and the man strode in with long strides. He gestured to his assistant behind him, hurry and bring in the gifts. Zhang Tao furrowed her brow. Fu Jinghan? How rude, not even calling me brother Han. The elderly matriarch gazed at the unexpected guest. Mu Tingzhou calmly replied, this is Fu Jinghan, the grandson of Uncle Fu. He then instructed someone to add an extra chair. Fu Jinghan sauntered over to sit beside Shiryu. Hello, Grandma, I'm Zhang Tao's brother. The elderly matriarch served Zhang Tao a piece of rib, to which Zhang Tao shot Fu Jinghan a glare. Yes, the brother who stayed at my house for a year, 800 years ago. Fu Jinghan took no offense at Zhang Tao's attitude, a smile playing on his lips. 800 years ago, you heartless little thing, how many times have I come to Donggang to see you? And yet you never came to visit me once. Stop talking nonsense, Zhang Tao retorted, glaring at him. Fu Jinghan raised an eyebrow. If you don't believe me, ask your uncle. He knows every time I came. Zhang Tao turned to glance at Mu Tingzhou, who served her more food. Hurry and eat. Fill your stomach before going out to play with Shiryu. Your uncle serves you food, and you don't even say thank you? Do you not understand respect for the elderly and love for the young? Fu Jinghan leaned back in his chair, not touching the new utensils in front of him. Zhang Tao set her chopsticks down, no longer hungry, and looked at him. What do you want? No, wait, what does your Fu family want? Fu Jinghan, I am no longer that 9-year-old girl. I am well aware of who truly cares for me and who does not. You should know how your grandfather rose to the position of commander. He is well aware. Fu Jinghan narrowed his eyes, smirking. Did Mu Tingzhou tell you that he had never mentioned the Fu family to me? All of this was revealed by Fu Bo when Fu Jinghan said he would seek Fu Bo for a chat. I called Fu Bo and inquired about everything concerning Fu Jinghan. It turns out that Fu Jinghan's grandfather, General Fu, was once a subordinate of my grandfather, but due to certain circumstances, their family was taken away for investigation. Before they were taken, they entrusted their only grandson to the Jiang family. Shiyu, take Tao Tao out for a stroll. The old lady suddenly commanded. Zhang Tao glanced at Mu Tingzhou, who gently ruffled her hair and said, go on, I'll handle things here. Once Zhang Tao and Shiyu stepped outside, the old lady turned her gaze to the nonchalant Fu Jinghan. Child, I've noticed you sitting here for quite a while. Neither you nor your Fu family should harbor any intentions towards Tao Tao. Fu Jinghan laughed with a devil-may-care attitude, yet the coldness in his eyes was unmistakable. Old lady, please take care of your health. He stood up and looked at Mu Tingzhou. Aren't you going to see your guests off? Mu Tingzhou lifted his gaze to glance at him. Is there a custom for elders to see off juniors? Don't you understand the principle of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? Fu Jinghan pressed his tongue against his back teeth and chuckled. All right, he turned and departed. Once he was gone, the old lady turned to Mu Tingzhou. When are you going to get the certificate? We've already gotten it, he replied. The old lady shot him a reproachful glance. You should have said so earlier. She then stood up. Mu Tingzhou smirked. Are you going to pick a date? The old lady didn't look back, her small steps quickening. Nearby, Shiyu, who was still confused about the dinner table's conversation, turned to Zhang Tao and asked, is that Fu Jinghan the grandson of the Fu family from Kyoto? Zhang Tao nodded, and Shiyu furrowed her brows, muttering to herself, no wonder he seems so familiar. Have you seen him before? Zhang Tao inquired. He used to loiter around our middle school entrance often. Chapter 60. Did that beautiful girl ask you out? Because Fu Jinghan's appearance was quite distinct from most boys, some boys had a rugged masculine charm, others had delicate features, while Fu Jinghan possessed a beauty that could rival either gender, thus having seen him twice. Shiyu remembered him from her school days. Back then, I thought it was strange that a boy who looked like he belonged in high school would show up at our school gate frequently. Turns out he was looking for you. During dinner, Shiyu listened intently to everything Fu Jinghan said, while Zhang Tao had no recollection at all. How come I didn't know this? Speaking of this, Shiyu felt a pang of bitterness. Back then, her uncle would pick you up every day. Even when he was busy, he would send the driver to fetch you. As soon as you finished school, you would get in the car and leave without a second thought. That time, Shiyu and Shirshian only occasionally stayed at Mu's residence. Later, when Mu Sijing and his wife became too busy The two children stayed at their grandmother's house, cared for by the old lady. Jiang Tao smiled shyly. At that time, Mu Tingzhou truly pampered her, picking her up from school, treating her to delicious food. And back then, she could only see him. Just then, Mu Tingzhou called Shiyu. "Where are you?" "At the plastic track near Mu's house." After hanging up, Shiyu patted Jiang Tao's shoulder. "My uncle is on his way." "I'll be off, Auntie." Shiyu blinked, and Jiang Tao felt her face heat up as she pushed her. "Hurry up and go." Before long, Mu Tingzhou appeared, holding a box of small cakes. She greeted him with a smile. "Didn't you tell me to eat less dessert? Why did you bring a box of cake?" "You didn't eat enough for lunch," Mu Tingzhou said, pulling her to sit on a nearby bench. Opening the box and offering her the cake was mango-flavored, and with one bite, a burst of mango sweetness filled her mouth. "Fu Jinghan has sought me out before. Why didn't you mention it?" she suddenly asked. He stared at her for a moment, his lips pressed into a thin line, an emotion lurking in his eyes. "I'm sorry." Jiang Tao turned her head, her mouth still holding a small spoon, her watery eyes blinking. "Do you want to try the cake?" He lightly shook his head. "It's very sweet. Just give it a try," she urged, tilting her head to kiss his pressed lips. The mango sweetness spread between them. "Why are you apologizing?" she asked softly. She knew full well that no matter Fu Jinghan's intentions for approaching her, she would never have anything to do with him, nor would she go to the Fu family. For there would never be another person in the world who cherished her as Mu Tingzhou did. Mu Tingzhou's gaze deepened. "Tao, I have a business trip abroad tomorrow. Would you accompany me?" Jiang Tao leaned back. "I have filming scheduled. It's just for a week." He coaxed her. "You've been to Germany before. Haven to you. Go take a look." Jiang Tao pondered. Is it really only a week? She had filming lined up. And it wouldn't do to postpone for too long. Yes. When Xingchen called, they were about to board the plane. Tao, I've obtained Anren's video from Yimingcheng. I'll hand it over to Anren for her to decide whether to destroy it or report it to the police. According to her wishes, Jiang Tao understood Xingchen's implication. After all, Anren was a well-known actress, and handing the video to the police would mean exposing Yimingcheng's coercive actions. Nonetheless, she privately hoped Anren would turn the evidence over to the police. Yimingcheng should be punished. Before the plane took off, she sent Anren a message, offering her concern for her well-being without giving any advice. After a long flight of over 10 hours, they arrived in Munich at 2 p.m. local time. Due to a last-minute engagement, Mu Tingzhou arranged for Jiang Tao to stay at a hotel and ordered some food to be sent to her room. When he hurried back after finishing, Jiang Tao was sound asleep in bed. Having rested sufficiently, Jiang Tao awoke in the middle of the night to find Mu Tingzhou's face magnified before her. After staring for a while, fearing she might disturb his slumber, Jiang Tao quietly got up, but just as she sat up, a large hand gently pulled her back, causing her to fall into his broad chest. "Why aren't you sleeping?" Mu Tingzhou opened his eyes and glanced at the time. It was only 1 a.m. "I slept too long and can't fall back asleep." She nestled in his embrace. "You should sleep. I'll go play on the sofa outside so as not to disturb you." He tightened his hold on her. "Stay with me while I sleep, but I'm just lying here wide awake. It's quite boring." She blinked at him. Suddenly, he turned over, covering her. "Then let us do something not boring." After a round of playful antics, Jiang Tao was exhausted and fell asleep once more. When she opened her eyes again, sunlight streamed in through the curtains, and Mu Tingzhou was nowhere to be found. On the dining table lay breakfast and a note. "Sweetheart, after finishing breakfast, you may go downstairs for a stroll, just don't wander too far. I'll come join you as soon as I finish my matters." Jiang Tao didn't want him to delay his work because of her, so she texted him, "Don't worry, I've finished breakfast. If there's a language barrier, I can use my phone to translate. You go ahead with your work, just save the last day for us to explore together." After breakfast, Mu Tingzhou replied to her message, "You're such a good girl." After tidying up a bit, Jiang Tao set off with her camera. Germany's architecture is quite distinctive, and Jiang Tao took pictures along the way, searching for translations whenever she encountered something she didn't understand. Before she knew it, the entire morning had passed. Mu Tingzhou called to ask where she was and then hurried over to join her for lunch. Jiang Tao had a hearty appetite, indulging in a serving of fried pork cutlet with potatoes, followed by some cheese. After leaving the restaurant, they sat in an outdoor lounge area, watching the world pass by. Jiang Tao occasionally lifted her camera to capture moments. In her lens, a tall beauty with fair skin, brown hair, and green eyes approached. When Jiang Tao lowered her camera, the beauty had already reached Mu Tingzhou, smiling and saying something. Jiang Tao sensed something was amiss, before she could translate with her phone. Mu Tingzhou said something coldly, causing the beauty to shrug and walk away. Jiang Tao stood before him, arms crossed, and demanded, "Honest answer. Did that beauty ask you out?" Mu Tingzhou chuckled deeply. "You're overthinking it." She was just asking for directions. You must be kidding. Jiang Tao kicked him. In Germany, a local would ask a foreigner for directions. Mu Tingzhou pulled her into his embrace, pinching her cheek. You little jealous one. Are you really jealous? Jiang Tao huffed and ignored him. For the next several days, Mu Tingzhou was busy, while Jiang Tao explored outside. He even found a German lady who spoke Mandarin to assist her. On the seventh day, Jiang Tao thought Mu Tingzhou could finally take her out to play, but upon waking up, he was busy again. She discussed filming matters with Suan, who generously suggested sending a different photographer for the still life shoot and encouraged her to enjoy her time in Munich with Mr. Mu. Feeling utterly bored, Jiang Tao contemplated going back, but Mu Tingzhou said that every time he returned to find her waiting in the hotel, it brought him immense happiness. Jiang Tao was irked. He's definitely a master at PUA. Chapter 61. Jiang Tao ultimately stayed for half a month before returning. On her last day, Mu Tingzhou had originally planned to take her out for a good time, but due to the sudden onset of her period, combined with an unusual increase in flow and lower abdominal pain, they had to cancel. Mu Tingzhou, concerned, didn't he let Jiang Tao return to Kyoto or the old residence but instead took her back to the apartment to personally care for her. With the overseas project nearing completion, he mostly delegated domestic tasks to assistant Qin. For those he couldn't handle, he worked from home. Jiang Tao lay in bed with a hot water bottle. Her complexion pale and her body weak, she couldn't comprehend why her usually regular period had suddenly turned irregular, arriving early, with heavier flow and pain. She looked at Mu Tingzhou, who was preparing ginger tea with brown sugar. Her expression one of grievance. I think it's all your fault. How so? He blew on the ginger tea before bringing it to his lips, finding it still too hot. It must be because you were too indulgent when we were at the hotel. Mu Tingzhou raised an eyebrow, glancing at her sideways. Are you sure it was only me who was indulgent? It is merely because you continuously tempt me. Jiang Tao turned her head, her cheeks slightly flushed. Unable to articulate any further objections, for it is the undeniable truth. Mu Tingzhou assisted her in rising, offering a spoonful of sweetened water, saying, very well, it is all my fault. I am utterly defenseless against you. Jiang Tao resided in Donggang for 3 days, and as soon as her health improved, she promptly returned to Kyoto. An Ran finally summoned the courage to present the evidence to the police, leading to He Mingqing's apprehension at a bar in Kyoto. He Qingfeng sought connections everywhere, but given the solid evidence and the fact that the accused was a minor celebrity, the situation proved to be quite challenging. In desperation, Chen Wenjing turned to Fu Jinghan for assistance. Fu Xiao, I implore you to help Mingqing. After all, he has been by your side for so many years, and although he may not have accomplished much, he has certainly endured hardships. Fu Jinghan lounged against the sofa, his long legs crossed on the coffee table, smiling nonchalantly. Do not speak so. Your son has indeed contributed. All these years, has not my infamous reputation been largely due to his efforts? Who in Kyoto is unaware of Fu Jinghan's exploits with women, brawls, and gambling? Yet, how many of these vices have I truly indulged in? I previously overlooked such matters because others held no significance in my eyes. But now it is different. I must diligently cleanse myself of these blemishes, and the true culprit must pay the price. Chen Wenjing felt her legs weaken, tears streaming down her face. Fu Xiao, you cannot turn a blind eye. He is my only son. Fu Jinghan cast an impatient sidelong glance at her. What are you crying for? It's not as if he is dying. Do not worry, he will be released in a few years. Fu Jinghan's indifference nearly extinguished Chen Wenjing's last flicker of hope. Lacking connections in Kyoto, He Qingfeng and Chen Wenjing hurriedly returned to Donggang overnight. He Xingchen resided in a villa he had purchased, and upon returning home, he found the two seated on the sofa, their weary eyes filled with coldness. Chen Wenjing stumbled to He Xingchen, her recent exertions almost causing her to collapse. Xingchen, I beg you, please save your brother, she implored. We will not contest the company, just a little help is all I ask. As long as you save Mingqing, I will do anything. Very well, He Xingchen replied expressionlessly. If you can bring my mother back to life, I will save your son, you wretched child. He Qingfeng rose from the sofa. Mingqing must be saved. He is your brother. He Xingchen smirked coldly. I see, but I have never acknowledged him as such. He is still your brother, and both he and you are my sons. The two faced each other, and He Qingfeng, diminished in stature before his son's tall and imposing figure, suddenly realized that he had utterly lost control over this child. He Xingchen's eyes were devoid of warmth, tinged with resentment. If given a choice, I would rather not be your son, but you have no choice, He Qingfeng retorted, stepping back to uphold his paternal authority. Yet I can choose not to save your son. The declaration reverberated with finality, igniting a fierce conflict between father and son. He Qingfeng could no longer dominate this son through violence as he once did. After a burst of fury, he stormed away. The living room was brightly lit, and Xingchen turned off the main light. Sitting alone in the empty hall, of the phone screen flickered on and off repeatedly. It was 11 o'clock, and he was uncertain whether that girl had fallen asleep when Jiang Tao received Xingchen's call. She was busy editing photos. Tao Tao, are you still awake? Yes, I am editing photos, she replied, glancing at the time on her computer, which read 11:20. Did you just finish work, Xingchen Gu? Xingchen's voice was low and husky as he confirmed. I discovered a new song. Would you like to listen to it? Without waiting for his response, Jiang Tao directed her phone's microphone toward her computer. The soothing and lively music flowed through the night, and Xingchen slowly closed his eyes, envisioning the bright smile of the young girl from years ago. She offered him a dessert, her eyes sparkling. Big brother, eat something sweet, and it wasn't tea heard anymore. Suddenly craving something sweet, he opened his eyes and rose to rummage through the refrigerator, only to find it devoid of even a sugary drink. Just then, the doorbell rang. The delivery person stood at the entrance. Sir, here is the small cake you ordered. Xingchen glanced at the disconnected call, neglecting to unlock the screen, which displayed a message. Xingchen Gu, eat something sweet, and it wasn't tea heard anymore. He Mingqing's arrest was not unexpected for Jiang Tao. In Kyoto, there was a star-studded red carpet event, and as one of the photographers, Jiang Tao had been busy for 2 days. That evening, as she wrapped up her work, she called for a ride and waited by the roadside when a Hongqi car slowly came to a stop before her. The driver stepped out. His demeanor respectful. Miss Jiang, our elder has invited you to the Fu residence. After 2 days of hard work, Jiang Tao felt fatigued and merely wished to return home for a good rest. I am rather tired. Perhaps another day. She had no prior connections with the Fu family, and Fu Jinghan's arrogant demeanor did not appeal to her. Miss Jiang, our elder has insisted that you come today without fail. The driver maintained his respectful stance. Jiang Tao furrowed her brow, aware of the Fu family's current standing in Kyoto. Upon arriving at the Fu residence, she found Fu Jinghan leaning casually against the doorframe. Upon seeing her exit the vehicle, he raised his eyebrows. Little Tao, long time no see. Jiang Tao cast him a brief glance, not inclined to linger. The Fu residence was substantially larger than the Jiang family home. As she entered the reception room, she noticed an elderly couple seated at the head of the table. The elderly lady was elegantly dressed, her hair meticulously styled, while the gentleman exuded an air of authority mixed with a hint of shrewdness. You are the girl my precious grandson fancies. Chapter 62. Take her away. Jiang Tao was guided to a seat by Fu Jinghan, who pressed down on her shoulder. She turned to him and said, No, do not be shy, you are indeed the one I like. Fu Jinghan grinned as he settled beside her, glancing at the elderly couple. Speak gently, do not frighten her, she was as timid as a kitten in her childhood. The elderly lady shot him a reproachful look. Only you know how to be considerate. Jiang Tao furrowed her brow, uncertain about the purpose of their invitation. The elderly gentleman suppressed his irritation. Had it not been for today's insistence on that brat bringing his beloved girl, he might not have realized that the girl was from the Jiang family. Initially, he had opposed the idea, as the Jiang girl had been raised by the Mu family for years, and Mu Tingzhou claimed they were already registered. However, his son insisted he had been enamored with the Jiang girl for years and would marry no one else, or he would remain single. With such leverage over them, the elderly couple had no choice but to swallow their pride and assist their only grandson in reclaiming the Jiang girl. The elderly gentleman suppressed his anger, attempting to appear amiable. Do not feel constrained, my dear. We invited you here merely for a simple home-cooked meal. Had it not been for that young man from the Mu family intervening, we should have already been family. The elderly lady approached Jiang Tao, taking her hand. Come, let us dine. Jiang Tao stood and took the opportunity to withdraw her hand. I apologize, but I have already eaten, and I am quite exhausted. I wish to return home to rest early. A sudden wave of dizziness washed over her, and she grasped the armrest of the chair for support. The past few days had been exceedingly busy, and having scarcely eaten throughout the day, her blood sugar had dipped unexpectedly at this critical moment. Fu Jinghan noticed her discomfort. What is wrong? Why is your forehead so sweaty? He reached out, but she evaded him. Jiang Tao forced herself to maintain consciousness. I am fine. Please take me home. As she spoke, her body weakened, and her vision darkened as she began to collapse forward. Fu Jinghan reacted swiftly, catching her around the waist. It was at this moment that Mu Tingzhou arrived. He had just finished work and, instead of returning to Donggang, directly came to Kyoto. Uncle Fu informed him that Jiang Tao had returned early and had prepared dinner at home. Intending to surprise her, only to learn that she had been taken by the Fu family, Jiang Tao drowsily opened her eyes to find Fu Jinghan's handsome features looming over her. You are awake. I had the kitchen prepare some porridge. Would you like to sit up and have some? With Fu Jing'an's assistance, Jiang Tao managed to sit up, gazing at the porridge the servant brought in. Her eyelashes fluttering slightly. Thank you, you cannot go home in your current state without eating something. As she reached out for the bowl, Fu Jinghan preempted her, insisting, sit still, I will feed you. Jiang Tao pursed her lips, turning her head away as the spoon approached her mouth. Fine, fine, you do it. Unable to resist her, Fu Jinghan placed the spoon back in the bowl. Surely you can drink it yourself if I hold it for you? Jiang Tao took small sips of the porridge, while Fu Jinghan observed her pale face, unable to suppress a scoff. I see you are not faring much better with that Mu Tingzhou. You look as if you have not an ounce of flesh on you. Jiang Tao lifted her gaze. That is none of your concern. After placing the spoon back in the bowl, she said, Fu Jinghan, for the sake of the time we spent together as children, could you please refrain from this behavior? I like Mu Tingzhou, and I have liked him for many years. No matter your intentions, I will not leave him to be with you. Moreover, we are already registered. Fu Jinghan motioned for the servant to take the porridge away, his gaze cold as he scrutinized her. You know that after you went to Donggang, I secretly sought you out many times. Jiang Tao nodded. If it had not been for Mu Tingzhou's interference back then, I would have brought you back to the Fu family. Fu Jinghan, Jiang Tao interrupted, shaking her head. That will not happen. I will never come to the Fu family, whether during my time in Donggang or before Mu Tingzhou took me away from Kyoto. I will always follow him. Fu Jinghan's eyes darkened, his heart constricted as if something was lodged within it. I asked that how much you adore him. Without waiting for Jiang Tao's response, he stood abruptly, a hint of melancholy crossing his expression. Did you know I have also liked you for many years? He turned and strode out. In the parlor, Elder Fu was still engaged in a fierce verbal exchange with Mu Tingzhou. With a sharp gaze and deep ink-like eyes, Mu Tingzhou stood imperiously before the dignified Elder Fu, who seemed on the verge of capitulation. As Fu Jinghan strolled in with a languid gait, he caught sight of the elderly gentleman's furrowed brow and shook his head lightly, then directed his gaze toward the darkly brooding man, speaking in a calm tone. She has awakened. You may take her away. Mu Tingzhou offered no glance in Fu Jing'an's direction, striding confidently out of the room. Elder Fu shot a glare at his grandson. Aren't you fond of that girl? Why allow Mu Tingzhou to take her away? Fu Jinghan chuckled bitterly. It is easy to keep someone close, but far more difficult to hold their heart. She does not trust the Fu family now. I cannot resort to force, can I? The true wound was inflicted by her words. Because he is Mu Tingzhou, I will only follow him. Elder Fu scrutinized him deeply. While the Jiang girl was indeed beautiful, she was now with Mu Tingzhou, and they were even legally bound. Disrupting their union would have adverse repercussions, both for others and for his grandson. It would be best if his own son could come to terms with this. Meanwhile, Jiang Tao was preparing to rise from her bed when a tall, handsome man clad in a crisp black shirt and trousers entered with purposeful strides. His features bore a hint of harshness. Yet upon seeing her, the severity melted away, replaced by a gaze filled with tenderness. Jiang Tao felt a lump in her throat. She opened her arms and rushed toward him, tears cascading down her cheeks. Mu Tingzhou felt a pang in his heart and gently wiped away her tears, asking softly, Has the Fu family mistreated you? Jiang Tao shook her head. No, I merely missed you. He embraced her tightly. I am sorry, I should have been by your side at all times. He was unaware of her low blood sugar condition. Sensing his anxiety, Jiang Tao managed to smile. I am fine now. It was just an accident. Holding her waist, Mu Tingzhou could feel her slight frame had lost even more weight. Come, I shall take you home. He swept her into his arms and exited the Fu family estate. Outside, a sleek white sports car awaited them. He carefully placed her in the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt before taking his place behind the wheel. The car had yet to roar to life when Jiang Tao turned to him. Is this another car you bought for me? Indeed, Mu Tingzhou replied, leaning in to place a gentle kiss on her forehead. I know you do not enjoy driving, so I have arranged for a female driver to assist you. You may go wherever you wish. Jiang Tao nodded lightly, acknowledging the convenience of having a car. After a brief pause, Mu Tingzhou did not start the engine but instead rested his forehead against hers, remaining silent for a long while. Jiang Tao was aware that today had indeed frightened him. Uncle Fu had been waiting at the entrance, and upon seeing Mu Tingzhou carrying Jiang Tao from the car, he gasped, What has happened to Tao Tao? I'm fine, Uncle Fu. Jiang Tao quickly fabricated a story to ease his concern. I twisted my ankle getting into the car, but it's nothing serious. He insisted on carrying me. Mu Tingzhou cast her a knowing glance but chose not to expose her fib. Upon hearing about her ankle, Uncle Fu hurried inside to retrieve a small black bottle. This ointment is excellent for treating injuries. Let Tingzhou apply it for you shortly. Jiang Tao bit her lip, feeling a bit bashful as she murmured her thanks. Mu Tingzhou carried her into the dining room, where Uncle Fu had set the table with a feast of her favorite dishes. Kept warm in anticipation of their return, she indulged herself, eating to her heart's content, and with a smile brightening her face, she turned to Mu Tingzhou. Where did you learn to cook? I want to learn as well. So I can prepare meals for you and Uncle Fu. Mu Tingzhou could not bear the thought of her in the kitchen. With a sidelong glance, he remarked, cooking requires talent, which you lack, just enjoy your meal. After they finished eating, Mu Tingzhou pretended to take the ointment and carried Zhang Tao back to her room, waiting until she fell asleep before sneaking downstairs. Uncle Fu was seated below, massaging his injured leg. Seeing Mu Tingzhou descend, he sighed, let Tao Tao accompany you back to Donggang. Chapter 63, Let me hear you call me husband. I have cared for that boy from the Fu family for a year. And I understand his temperament fairly well. He is even more cunning than his grandfather. Uncle Fu recalled how not long ago, the boy had secretly observed Zhang Tao outside her home, and a chill ran down his spine. That boy had approached me recently, expressing his feelings for Zhang Tao. He is not one to easily let go. Uncle Fu rubbed his leg. If you go to Donggang, at least the Mu family will protect her in your absence. Zhang Tao's disposition may seem delicate, but she is quite resolute at heart. I will try discussing it with her. Mu Tingzhou looked at Uncle Fu's leg. Isn't it improving? Does it still hurt, after the surgery? It is much better, it just aches a bit when it rains, Uncle Fu replied, gazing up at the sky. This leg of mine is more reliable than the weather forecast. It seems it will rain tomorrow. Should I find a doctor to take another look? Uncle Fu waved his hand. No need. The doctor you found for me last time said it is a normal postoperative symptom. After chatting for a while longer, Mu Tingzhou returned upstairs. Due to several days of busyness, the girl on the bed was sound asleep. He lay down beside her quietly, extending his arm to pull her into his embrace, staying that way until dawn. Mu Tingzhou spent 2 days in Kyoto with Zhang Tao, and the case involving He Mingcheng was concluded with a sentence of 3 years and 8 months. The next day, news of An Rant's situation suddenly broke. Zhang Tao had been somewhat worried, but to her surprise, the developments were favorable. Online, netizens praised An Ran for her bravery and disregard for power, propelling her to newfound fame, with numerous advertising offers pouring in. With recommendations from An Ran and Xin Feifei, Zhang Tao received several filming opportunities, her reputation growing within the industry. Although busy, she was grateful for the convenience of the driver, Sister Song, whom Mu Tingzhou had arranged to assist her. Sister Song, a forthright woman in her 40s, had once served as a soldier and learned both driving and maintenance. After retiring, she worked in a repair shop to support her siblings, remaining single to this day. To spare Sister Song the trouble of constant trips, Zhang Tao asked Uncle Fu to prepare a room for her in the house. When not filming, she would have Sister Song drive Uncle Fu to buy groceries. And over time, the two became quite familiar. One morning, Zhang Tao climbed out of bed and stretched on the balcony. Suddenly, she halted mid-stretch, grabbing her phone to capture the stunning view below and sent it to Mu Tingzhou. The flowers look exceptionally beautiful today. Mu Tingzhou replied, is it the flowers that are beautiful, or the person? You noticed. In the morning, Sister Song watered the flowers, while Uncle Fu trimmed them. 18 Sister Song chopped vegetables, and Uncle Fu cooked. In the evening, the two engaged in light-hearted conversation in the corridor. Sister Song's laughter was infectious, and Zhang Tao felt compelled to join in it. Just as she approached, Uncle Fu turned. Tao Tao, are you not resting? Zhang Tao lay in bed, complaining to Mu Tingzhou, Sister Song and Uncle Fu are having fun without me. Mu Tingzhou was at a drinking gathering when his phone lit up beside him. He glanced at the sender and unlocked it, a smile tugging at his lips. No worries, your husband will take you out to play. The executives at the table, who had been racking their brains to secure a contract, exchanged puzzled glances. The usually serious Mu Tingzhou had suddenly cracked a smile, giving them hope. Zhang Tao bit her lip. Why the sudden change in address? Mu Tingzhou replied, today, I overheard a female employee sweetly calling her husband in the break room. I felt envious. Tao Tao, let me hear you call me husband. Zhang Tao buried her face in the covers, taking a while to respond. I'll call you that when we meet next. Mu Tingzhou conceded. Alright, do you have filming tomorrow? No, I will be home editing tomorrow. Mu Tingzhou set his phone down and glanced around at the smiling faces surrounding him. That will be all for today, he declared, turning to prepare the contract to hand over to Assistant Qin for review. He quietly conveyed a few instructions to Assistant Qin, who widened his eyes in surprise. Mr. Mu now, Mu Tingzhou nodded lightly. Assistant Qin was taken aback. How could the current Mu Tingzhou resemble a spirited young lad in his 20s? Zhang Tao, who had gone to bed around 10, was startled awake when her phone buzzed at 1 in the morning. She picked it up and saw a message on the screen. Baby, open the door. After a moment of confusion, she jumped out of bed barefoot and opened her bedroom door. The soft orange glow of the nightlight illuminated the man's tall figure, creating an almost dreamlike atmosphere. He spread his arms wide, and she hesitated for a moment before leaping into his embrace. "Why are you here at this hour? I wanted to hear you call me husband," he replied, his voice low and slightly hoarse, laced with the scent of alcohol. Fearing the intoxicating aroma would overwhelm her, he gently set her down on the bed. "Don't sleep, I need to wash up." Listening to the sound of running water from the bathroom, Jiang Tao felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She patted her face, convincing herself that this was indeed reality. After a refreshing shower, Mu Tingzhou emerged to find Jiang Tao cocooned in the blanket. He nestled against her, pulling back the covers to expose her face. The dim light from the hallway cast a soft glow on her flushed cheeks, reminiscent of a ripe peach. His gentle kisses danced upon her lips, savoring her sweetness as though he were indulging in the finest fruit. "Isn't it a bit warm under here?" he teased, his hand slipping beneath the cover to rest on her soft waist, precisely over the character Zhou. "Don't squeeze, it tickles," she protested, shifting away. He coaxed softly. "If you call me husband, it won't tickle." Jiang Tao opened her mouth to respond but found herself too shy to utter the words. Burying her face deeper into the covers, a light sheen of sweat formed on her skin, prompting Mu Tingzhou to cease his teasing. He peeled back the blanket, gently lifting her out, with the barrier of fabric removed. She became acutely aware that he was not wearing his pajamas. Above the line of sight, a man stands bare-chested, his well-defined muscles accentuated by the soft interplay of light and shadow. His jawline is strong, and his deep-set eyes exude an intense longing. At this moment, he emanates a palpable desire. The dark green camisole he wears has somehow slipped from his shoulders, revealing the alabaster skin just below his collarbone. "Tao Tao, you are breathtaking." Upon awakening, the sunlight has already spread across the bed. The warm rays bathe her body as Jiang Tao lazily turns over, finding Mu Tingzhou dressed impeccably, seated by the balcony. Engrossed in his tablet, hearing her stir, he lifts his gaze and says, "You're awake. Come and have lunch." It's already noon. Jiang Tao feels a bit dazed, sensing that her slumber was far too brief. Such a little sleepyhead. The man leans down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead, brushing aside the strands of hair that fall across her face. "Now, call me husband," recalling how he had coaxed her to call him husband repeatedly the night before. Her cheeks flush with warmth. No, she wraps herself in a light blanket and rises to dress, revealing delicate strawberry-shaped marks on her fair back. Last night, her calls of husband had driven him to the brink of madness. Chapter 64. A day without checking the almanac. After a bout of autumn rain, the temperature in Kyoto swiftly plummets below 10 degrees. The garden is strewn with fallen petals. Uncle Fu rises early to tidy up the yard, while Sister Song emerges from the house exclaiming, "Oh, Chen Fu, why don't you listen? If your legs are bothering you, take a rest. Let me handle these chores." Jiang Tao, on the second floor editing photos, can't resist leaning over the railing upon hearing Sister Song's booming voice. Uncle Fu chuckles, "It's nothing, I've grown accustomed to it. How can you bear discomfort?" As she speaks, Sister Song snatches the broom from his hands. "You go inside and rest. I've already heated the salt bag for you. Apply it to your legs, and you'll feel better." Uncle Fu rubs his legs and smiles as he heads indoors. Jiang Tao watches the scene unfold, a smile forming on her lips. She has always worried about Uncle Fu growing older without anyone to accompany or care for him, which is one of the reasons she came to Kyoto. With Sister Song by his side, she feels reassured that they can look after each other. The Kyoto 98 Art Festival, Xie Qinghua is a special guest, and Jiang Tao is there to capture moments. Shiryu, feeling disheartened after a breakup with her senior, has come to Kyoto, and Jiang Tao takes her to the festival for a change of scenery. Many celebrities have arrived at the festival, including Shen Feifei. The crowd is large and bustling, and the two women exchange nods from a distance, acknowledging each other. Shiryu's eyes widen in disbelief. "What is going on between you and Shen Feifei? Why are you two smiling at each other?" "Shen Feifei is just a spoiled young lady. After we talked it out, we've buried the hatchet." Jiang Tao leads her towards the member lounge, where there are self-served desserts. "You enjoy yourself for a bit. I'll find you when I'm done. Don't worry, I'm not a 3-year-old. Shiryu replies. After Jiang Tao departs, Shiryu grabs a piece of dessert and wanders around. As she passes the VIP room, she hears a sultry voice and raises an eyebrow, shaking her head. Just as she turns to leave, she unexpectedly collides with a woman being pushed out from inside, smearing cream from the cake all over her chest. The woman, dressed in a striking red gown, shrieks, "My dress! Can't you watch where you're going? Are you out of your mind?" Shiryu retorts, eyes wide. "I was walking just fine. You barged out and bumped into me, with long cascading curls and a meticulously crafted makeup look." The woman narrows her eyes at the closed door, muttering, "Forget it. I guess I'm just unlucky." Tugging at her gown, she attempts to leave. "Hey, sure you calls, you're just going to walk away? At least leave an apology." "Apologize?" The woman glances back, disdain etched across her features. "You got cake cream on me, and you want me to apologize? Do you know how much this gown cost? Can you afford to compensate me?" Sure you is left speechless. What a bizarre way of thinking. What your gown costs has nothing to do with me. You were the one who collided with me, understand, miss, you were blocking my way at the door. And your cake cream got on me. Besides, why are you wandering around with a cake? Can't you see this is a VIP area? The woman's reasoning is utterly ridiculous, and sure you patience wanes. Stop twisting the facts, apologize to me right now. And who do you think you are? Do you even know your own worth? You want me to apologize? Not a chance. The woman rolls her eyes and turns to leave. Sure US temper flares, and she grabs the woman's arm. "You must apologize, or you can't leave. Let go of me." "I want tea." "Not letting go." "Huh." The woman reaches for her phone. "If you don't let go, I'll call for help." At that moment, the door to the adjacent VIP room swings open. "What is all this noise? Take your quarrel elsewhere." A man leans lazily against the doorframe, his handsome features marred by impatience. "Oh, isn't this the renowned Fu Xiao from Kyoto?" Sure you sneers, rolling her eyes to "I must have left my almanac at home today." The man's expression quickly turns icy, his gaze sharp enough to cut. "You recording death?" Sure you, a member of the Mu family, is not intimidated by threats. "What else with that tone, Fu Xiao? Just because your grandfather has some clout doesn't mean you can bully me." "My family isn't scared." Fu Jinghan narrows his eyes. "A member of the Mu family? Did you come here with Jiang Tao? So what if I did? Don't you dare think about Jiang Tao." Fu Jinghan's gaze hardens, and he gestures to the woman in red. "Come here." The woman immediately brightens, moving closer. Fu Xiao, before she can reach him, Fu Jinghan points at "Sure you apologize to her." Fu Xiao, the woman pouts. She is clearly in the wrong. "Apologize now." Fu Jinghan's expression darkens. Reluctantly, the woman offers a half-hearted apology to Sure you. She wipes the cream off her clothing with a tissue, shaking her head as she walks away. "Aside from my dear Tao Tao, Fu Xiao's taste is truly lacking." Without extra clothing, Sure you decides to drive to a nearby mall to purchase a new outfit. Upon reaching the entrance, she realizes she forgot her car keys. The art festival is filled with stars, models, and artists, with luxury cars parked everywhere, leaving no taxis in sight. She orders a ride through a mobile app, but it will take half an hour to arrive. Just as she plans to ask Jiang Tao for the keys, a blue sports car pulls up in front of her. The window rolls down, revealing a handsome face. Sure you rolls her eyes and moves aside. "Back up. I'll take you to buy clothes." "Such kindness? I'm afraid you'll sell me off." Fu Jinghan scoffs. "Sell you? Do I look like I'm short on cash?" "You." Sure you huffs, opening the car door and sitting in with a frown. "The clothes were ruined by your girlfriend, so you're paying for the new ones." Fu Jinghan turns the steering wheel. "I can buy the clothes, but let me be clear, I do not have a girlfriend." Sure you snorts. She is not concerned about his relationship status. She just hopes he won't bother Jiang Tao. Meanwhile, Jiang Tao has just finished her tasks when she receives a WeChat message from Sure you. Xie Qinghuai has invited her to lunch, but Jiang Tao politely declines, intending to wait for Sure you in the lounge. "Jiang Tao, let me treat you to a meal." Shen Feifei approaches. Jiang Tao refuses. She feels uncomfortable dining with a big star. Shen Feifei smiles brightly, linking arms with her. "There are plenty of paparazzi around. Let us get cozy and dispel those rumors of discord." "Cozy? How about I kiss you?" Shen Feifei's smile falters. "Does Mu Tingzhou know about your peculiar habit?" "Just joking. You're overthinking it. Seriously, this time I'm treating you to a lavish meal, not a watch anymore." Shen Feifei stomps her foot. "Why bring that up? I'm one of the new 4-flower goddesses now, okay? Oh, by the way, my cousin has returned. She is in Kyoto." Chapter 65. I didn't expect you to be so scheming. Why the sudden return? If Jiang Tao remembers correctly, Shen Yan's design program is 2 years long. She has only been away for a few months. Did something happen? Shen Feifei feigns seriousness as she links arms with Jiang Tao, leading her out. "I have no idea. She flew directly to Kyoto. My uncle and aunt are completely unaware of her return." Jiang Tao responds with an "Oh, where are you taking me for this grand feast?" "I won't go anywhere less than a 5-star establishment." "Don't worry. It's a star-rated place just nearby." When they arrive, Jiang Tao realizes it's a restaurant with star in its name. Shen Feifei chooses a table by the window, claiming it's for the convenience of the paparazzi. Jiang Tao informs Sure you of their location, and Sure you replies that she has found someone to treat her to a meal and will meet her at the art festival afterward. As they are ordering, Enran and her assistant wave to them through the window. Jiang Tao gestures for them to come in, although Enran and Shen Feifei know of each other. They are not familiar, however. Given Enran's recent surge in popularity, Shen Feifei is eager to bask in some of that glory and invites the two to join them for a meal. Meanwhile, after shopping, Shiryu glances at her watch and exclaims, "Oh no, it's mealtime." Fu Xiaowun T skip on a meal. Woody Fu Jinghan, the distinguished heir, has never accompanied anyone for shopping. It's always women flocking to him. Now, accompanying Shiryu is clearly testing his patience. "Order whatever you want, just charge it to my account. It's no fun eating alone, you have to keep me company." Understanding his reason for indulging her, Shiryu presses on. Although Fu Jinghan is reluctant, he knows he must learn everything about Jiang Tao from her, so he ultimately agrees. During their meal, every sentence from Fu Jinghan circles back to Jiang Tao, while Shiryu responds, albeit modifying Jiang Tao's preferences and tastes as her OWNDI. In the afternoon, after Anren and Shen Feifei had concluded their personal engagements, Xie Qinghuai, as a special guest, remained for some promotional wrap-up. Jiang Tao returned to the art festival, tirelessly capturing and retouching images, as the photos from Xie Qinghuai's event were to be disseminated that very day. Fu Jinghan drove to the entrance of the festival, and he and Shiryu exited the vehicle in succession. Noticing his presence, Shiryu waved him off, declaring, "Your task is complete. You may return now." Fu Jinghan, amused yet irritated, replied, "I'm going to find Jiang Tao." Shiryu interjected, "Do you think my Tao Tao is someone you can see at will? Do you know why I came to this ridiculous art festival and accompanied you through tedious meals and shopping?" Fu Jinghan, having completely lost his patience, retorted, "Get lost." Meanwhile, Jiang Tao was busy retouching images in Xie Qinghuai's private lounge. When she noticed the two of them entering, she frowned slightly, too preoccupied to inquire further since she had to finish all the edits by 3 o'clock. Once she completed her work and turned around, only Shiryu remained in the lounge. Jiang Tao closed her laptop and asked, "What just happened? How did you end up entering with Fu Jinghan? And why are you dressed differently?" "Don't overthink it," Shiryu shrugged. "I had a mishap with cream on my clothes and had to ask him to take me shopping, after which I treated him to a meal." Jiang Tao was skeptical, questioning Fu Jinghan would be so kind, willingly play the role of a chauffeur. Later that evening, Mu Tingzhou unexpectedly arrived in Kyoto. Shiryu initially intended to persuade Jiang Tao to share a room, but a mere glance from her uncle frightened her into retreating to the guest room downstairs. Mu Tingzhou frequently visited Kyoto, staying for half a day or a night before hastily departing, and Jiang Tao had grown accustomed to it. During Mu Tingzhou's second visit, he brought Shiryu, who often vanished without a trace, back to Donggang. Thanks to Jiang Tao's clever matchmaking, Uncle Fu and Sister Song's relationship blossomed. That evening, after finishing an outdoor shoot, Jiang Tao received a call from Shenyan, and they agreed to meet at a CAF. "Sister Shen, I heard from Feifei a few days ago that you returned from abroad. I thought there was something urgent." "There is something urgent," Shenyan replied with a faint smile, dropping a brown sealed bag onto the table. "Open it and see." Jiang Tao glanced at her, then opened the bag to find a stack of photographs depicting her and Mu Tingzhou holding hands, embracing and kissing. She stared silently at the photos while Shenyan's eyes filled with fury. "Jiang Tao, I always believed you were a kind-hearted girl. I never imagined you were so calculating, delivering your advice to let go of Mu Tingzhou with such eloquence, only to serve your own interests." Jiang Tao wanted to deny it but found herself at a loss for words. She was indeed in a relationship with Mu Tingzhou, and these photographs provided undeniable proof. All she could manage was a feeble apology. "Jiang Tao, I do not accept your apology." Shenyan clutched the photos, each intimate gesture depicted piercing her heart deeply. Do you know how painful it was for me to decide to let go of Mu Tingzhou? Upon arriving abroad, I realized I was the one and only heiress of the Shen family, yet Mu Tingzhou is also irreplaceable. You and Tingzhou have such a significant age difference, and in the eyes of others, you appear as uncle and niece. You are not suited for each other. Shenyan grasped her firmly, stating, "Jiang Tao, relinquish Mu Tingzhou to me. I will overlook your relationship with him from now on." "Alright." Jiang Tao shook her head, pulling her hand away. "No, I won't leave him. How could I have ever trusted you so completely?" Shenyan laughed bitterly, her eyes reddening. "Before you arrived, everyone thought Mu Tingzhou and I were about to become engaged. But after your return from abroad, everything changed. Mu Tingzhou changed, the Mu family changed. Jiang Tao, it's all because of you. Why did you come back from abroad?" Jiang Tao met her gaze. "A sister Shen, even if I hadn't returned, Mu Tingzhou wouldn't have married you. He loves me enough." Shenyan flung the photographs onto the ground, gathering her composure. "Put away your cunning schemes. Do you really think I would trust your empty words again?" Shenyan stormed off. Jiang Tao picked up the scattered photographs and exited the CAF. She refrained from calling Sister Song and wandered aimlessly down the street with her camera, the cold autumn wind wrapping around her coat. chilling her to the core. Exhausted, she squatted by the roadside, gazing at the distant flickering neon lights and the bustling crowd at the intersection. She was unsure how long she sat there when Uncle Fu called to ask when she would return home. Mentioning that Sister Song was coming to pick her up, only then did she realize she had been exposed to the biting cold for over an hour. After hanging up, she stood, only to discover her legs had gone numb. Just then, a hand reached out to steady her swaying figure. She looked up in surprise, her gaze meeting a handsome-visaged Fu Jinghan. He supported her with his arm, remarking, "It's not yet time for ice sculptures. We must wait until it snows in winter, not just ice sculptures. We could also make snowmen." Jiang Tao pursed her lips. "What are you doing here? That question should have been directed at me over an hour ago." Fu Jinghan replied, crouching down to massage her legs. Jiang Tao stepped back, saying, "No need, I can manage." She stomped her feet, waiting for the numbness to subside, while Fu Jinghan had already removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders. Chapter 66. Last night, Mu Tingzhou was utterly dejected. Jiang Tao, already frozen to the bone, pulled off the coat and returned it to him. "Did you trail me for over an hour? It's a bit late to be giving me your coat now." "At least you haven't frozen into a fool," Fu Jinghan remarked, once again placing the coat on her shoulders. "Had I draped it over you an hour ago, you would have already chased me away. Where else could I have quietly accompanied you for this long?" Jiang Tao ceased her pretense, wrapping the coat around herself. She looked at him seriously. "Fu Jinghan, can we return to the way things were?" "Which past?" Fu Jinghan asked provocatively. "The past where we were strangers." Jiang Tao recognized his intention to provoke her. "I meant the year you lived with the Jiang family, when you were little Han Ge. And I was little Tao Mei. Fu Jinghan's expression darkened, and he fell silent as he walked towards a nearby blue sports car. "I'll drive you home." Inside the car, the warmth of the heater enveloped Jiang Tao, and she felt somewhat more comfortable. She took the opportunity to call Sister Song, telling her not to come pick her up. After hanging up, a silence fell over the vehicle until Fu Jinghan suddenly broke it. Asking why the long phase, Jiang Tao stared out of the window, seemingly lost in thought, before turning to him after a while. "Do you think I'm a scheming woman?" Fu Jinghan glanced at her briefly before returning his attention to the road. "I would rather you were a scheming woman manipulating both me and Mu Tingzhou, as that would give me a glimmer of hope, rather than feeling like a seamless egg, with no opportunity to act." The lush leaves lining the road had turned yellow and sparse, fluttering to the ground with the cold wind. Jiang Tao's despondent mood mirrored the leaves dancing in the breeze, yet the only thing steadfast was her heart. "I am sorry, but I truly love Mu Tingzhou." Her gentle voice drifted into his ears like a layer of frost settling in Fu Jinghan's heart, leaving him feeling icy cold. "That's rather cruel of you to say." He chuckled bitterly, adding, "But I don't blame you. For years it has been my unrequited affection, failing to convey my devotion or love to you." Jiang Tao inexplicably smiled. "You remind me of the little Han Ge from our childhood." "What about now? Am I not like him?" Fu Jinghan asked. Jiang Tao shook her head, recalling their encounter at the hotel that day when you knocked He Mingcheng out with a kick. "Really shocked me. And then you forced that celebrity to cut his hair before going berserk at the Mu family. You completely embodied the image of a domineering young master. I ask that how poorly I appear in your eyes?" Fu Jinghan shook his head helplessly. "Fine, I'll revert to being your little Han Ge. At least that image is somewhat favorable in your mind." Jiang Tao blinked. "Little Han Ge? What is it, little Han Ge?" Fu Jinghan replied, his voice trailing off as the car turned into the Jiang family's alley. Uncle Fu and Sister Song approached from a distance. Fu Jinghan did not exit the car but lowered the window to greet Uncle Fu. "Uncle Fu, it's late, so you needn't keep me. Little Tao Mei has been out in the cold. Please prepare some ginger soup for her." Uncle Fu replied, "I certainly didn't keep you." Jiang Tao returned his coat as she exited the vehicle, finally understanding what he meant. Upon hearing this, Sister Song hurried over to check Jiang Tao's hand, immediately ushering her upstairs. Tao, go lie down in your warm bed upstairs. I'll brew you some brown sugar ginger tea. Don't catch a cold." Despite drinking the ginger tea, Jiang Tao ultimately fell ill. The next morning, Sister Song tiptoed to knock on her door, but there was no response. Upon entering, she discovered Jiang Tao had a fever, a drowsily consuming medication. Jiang Tao instructed Sister Song not to inform Mu Tingzhou of her own cold. By noon, Jiang Tao lay in bed, feeling dazed, when suddenly Shen Feifei called. "Jiang Tao, I'm in Donggang right now. Do you want to come back?" "Why, just come. I'll treat you to a feast." "Is your meal really that delicious? Must I travel all the way to Donggang?" The fever had only just subsided, and Jiang Tao was drenched in sweat. Hearing her reluctance, Shen Feifei grew anxious, saying, "My cousin has dropped out of her foreign school and is now in Donggang." Jiang Tao responded with a nonchalant intending to mention her encounter with Shen Yan the previous day. To be honest, your nemesis Lin Ji also went abroad. She found my cousin and exaggerated your relationship with Mu Tingzhou. claiming you two were cohabiting. My cousin returned home to steal Mutingjo away from you. I know, and you're still so calm. Shin Feifei was genuinely worried, her voice rising in pitch. My cousin slept with Mutingjo last night. Jiang Tao shot upright, asking again in disbelief. Shin Feifei promptly sent a picture via WeChat. The image was shrouded in dim light, depicting a man clad in a black trench coat that accentuated his tall figure, while a woman nestled against his arm, as if a delicate bird. As they embraced and entered a hotel, Jiang Tao could not discern the woman's identity, yet the man's attire and hairstyle were indistinguishable from Mutingjo's. Despite this, Jiang Tao remained skeptical. The man's face was obscured. What grounds did she have to believe this was Mutingjo? Initially, I too was incredulous. Just moments ago, I had left my uncle's house, where I overheard my cousin relay this to my aunt. She even arranged for a photograph to be taken, which I painstakingly acquired through a journalist friend. I suspect it will soon find its way online. Shin Feifei. Jiang Tao paused, realizing you were Xinyan's cousin. The other party fell silent, and after a prolonged moment, erupted in exasperation. Jiang Tao, do you not trust me? Jiang Tao remained silent, for she herself could not articulate whether she believed Shin Feifei's words. After ending the call, she attempted to reach Mutingjo, but his phone was persistently off. After a moment's contemplation, she called Shiryu, who was on a business trip to Hong Kong and was entirely unaware of the situation. At that moment, her heart felt as if it were being crushed by a heavy stone, suffocating her. Rising from her bed, she donned a thicker outfit. Regardless of the truth, she felt compelled to make a trip to Donggang. Upon seeing her hurried descent from the stairs, Uncle Fu wore a concerned expression. That you're burning up. What are you doing down here? I'm fine, Uncle Fu. I have something urgent to attend to. What could be so pressing that it cannot wait? It is urgent, Uncle Fu. I must go. Sister Song emerged from the kitchen, asking, where are you headed? I can give you a ride. No need. I'll manage on my own. With determined strides, Jiang Tao exited the courtyard. Only to feel a sudden lightheadedness pressing her forehead, she opened the car door and started the engine. The flight to Donggang was set to depart in half an hour. Jiang Tao pressed the accelerator, racing to the airport, and miraculously arrived just minutes before takeoff. As the plane ascended, the flight attendant announced for passengers to power down their phones or switch them to flight mode. Just before doing so, Jiang Tao dialed Mutingjo once more, but the call still went unanswered. An indescribable feeling welled up within her. At this moment, all she wished for was to see Mutingjo immediately. As the aircraft began its taxiing, the flight attendant gently reminded her to switch off her phone or activate flight mode. Suddenly, a call came through, and in her haste, she accidentally pressed the hang-up button. Almost immediately, a message popped up. Tao Tao, I've arrived in Kyoto. Where are you? Chapter 67, Jiang Tao. As the other woman. As the plane ascended, each passing moment felt like an eternity for Jiang Tao. The urgency and longing reached their zenith upon landing. She hurriedly disembarked and checked the nearest flights and high-speed trains to Kyoto. Just then, Mutingjo called. Tao Tao, Assistant Qin is waiting for you outside the airport. Please return to the apartment to rest. I am on a train back to Donggang. Hearing his voice, Jiang Tao felt as though all her strength had been drained away. Realizing she had developed a fever. I'll wait at the train station for you. She refused to return and longed to see him sooner. Tao Tao, Uncle Fu mentioned you have a cold. Please rest at the apartment. I will arrive in 2 hours. Ultimately, Mutingjo could not resist Jiang Tao's insistence and instructed Assistant Qin to pick her up and head to the train station. On the way, Assistant Qin noticed Jiang Tao's unusual demeanor and expressed concern. Miss Tao, Mr. Mu said you're unwell. Shall I take you back to the apartment to rest? Jiang Tao shook her head. I am fine. Assistant Qin, still worried, ensured Jiang Tao was settled in the train station lounge, bringing her hot water and a heating pad he had procured. Jiang Tao merely appeared slightly fatigued, not disclosing to Assistant Qin that she had a fever. As time ticked by, once Assistant Qin finished his work calls, a breaking news alert flashed across his screen, startling him. Jiang Tao had placed her phone aside, and when the trending news notification lit up, she glanced at it.mu Group as CEO Mu with Shin family's daughter embracing at hotel, a night of passion. Jiang Tao opened the article, recognizing several candid photos, including one sent by Shin Feifei. Assistant Qin discreetly observed Jiang Tao's reaction and, seeing her reading the news, rushed to clarify, Miss Tao, this news is fabricated. I was with Emir.mu the entire night. After a meeting, he attended a gathering and, due to the late hour and having consumed too much, stayed at the hotel. Those present at the gathering can attest to this. I can call Assistant Qin. I trust him. Assistant Qin hesitated before exiting to make a call. Jiang Tao surmised he was addressing the online rumors. The trending news was rapidly escalating, as if orchestrated by someone behind the scenes, buying significant traffic. Shortly after, another headline followed: the root cause of Shin Mu's relationship breakdown, with a photo of Jiang Tao. Within moments, thousands of comments surged forth. This mistress is a celebrity photographer who returned from studying abroad earlier this year. Shortly after her return, the engagement between the Shin and Mu families fell apart. I know this mistress. She is an orphan kindly taken in by the Mu family, and though she shares no blood relation, she seduced Mu due to her beauty. Everyone knows the celebrity Shin Feifei. The Shin family's daughter is her cousin. This spring, Shin Feifei publicly confronted this mistress at her film premiere. The Mu family has an elderly matriarch. How can an old lady accept her granddaughter seducing her grandson? After Assistant Chin concluded his call and organized matters, he hurried to the lounge to check on Jiang Tao. As he opened the door, he found the girl slumped on the sofa. Asleep. He sighed in relief, thankful she had not seen the online comments, for they would surely devastate her. Assistant Chin dared not disturb her, gently draping a thin blanket over her and remaining by the door. Awaiting Mu Tingzhou's arrival. Mu Tingzhou spent the train ride addressing the online situation, and upon disembarking, the trending news was retracted, and public opinion quelled. Spotting him striding purposefully, Assistant Chin rushed to greet him. Mr. Mu, where is Miss Tao? Miss Tao is asleep in the lounge. As the door opened, he beheld the girl resting on the sofa, her small face flushed and brow furrowed, placing his hand on her forehead. He immediately scooped her up, exclaiming, quickly, Tao has a fever. Assistant Chin was taken aback. He had assumed Miss Tao was merely unwell, not that she had developed a fever. Jiang Tao's temperature soared to 39.2 degrees Celsius, and she was receiving 4 fluids at the hospital. With Mu Tingzhou by her side, the Assistant Chin lightly tapped on the door, entering with news. Mr. Mu, we have identified the orchestrator behind this incident. It is indeed Miss Shin. I also discovered that she has been in Kyoto since returning from abroad and even hired paparazzi to capture your outings with Miss Tao. Assistant Chin paused. Yesterday evening, she met with Miss Tao at a CAF. Mu Tingzhou's expression darkened. Handle it. Do not spare the Shin family. After Assistant Chin left, the furious Mu Surong called in. Tingzhou, what is happening? I heard someone is cyberbullying Tao. Yes, but I have already dealt with it. Who is responsible? Mu Surong understood the power of online harassment and spoke with a sharp edge to her voice. Shin, how dare she? Mu Surong inhaled deeply. You handle it. There is no need to show leniency to the Shin family. My sister and I are heading to Kyoto to be with Tao. Mu Tingzhou gazed at the girl lying on the bed. No need, she is with me now. Tomorrow, I will take her home. Very well. When Jiang Tao awoke, the 4 drip was halfway through. A Tao, you're awake. How do you feel? His hand gently caressed her face. Warm with concern, Jiang Tao blinked, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Mu Tingzhou, let us not live apart anymore, shall we? Of course. Mu Tingzhou leaned in, enveloping her in his embrace, softly explaining, last night, I did not meet Shin Yan. That was false. After a gathering, I had a bit too much to drink and stayed at the hotel. When Uncle Fu called this morning, informing me you were ill, I was worried and flew to Kyoto. Upon landing, I saw you had called me several times. Jiang Tao nodded gently in his arms. I know that was untrue. At that moment, Assistant Chin called again. Mr. Mu, the repressed public opinion has resurfaced, seemingly manipulated by a third party. But the narrative has shifted. Mu Tingzhou picked up his tablet. You all should practice kindness. This girl is both talented and kind-hearted. Her photography has won awards at LD. You may not know. But although this girl is an orphan, she is from a prestigious family. Her parents were humanitarian doctors who perished trying to save children in a bombed bus. Her grandfather was also a hero of war. After suffering numerous injuries in his youth, he ultimately passed away, leaving behind his only granddaughter. She is a daughter of the Jiang family, with no blood ties to the Mu family. What right do you have to malign her? Recently in the limelight, and Ran posted several tweets, this girl is my photographer and a dear friend. I can bravely step forward because of her encouragement and support in this matter. Actor Xie Qinghuai personally showed his support. Teacher Jiang is my exclusive photographer. I have worked with her multiple times. She is professional, courageous, and kind. Of course, I am also a witness to a certain CEO's love story. My best wishes. Shin Feifei directly posted a photo of the two of them. It was merely a misunderstanding. We are good friends now. Additionally, several models who collaborated with Jiang Tao, including Fan Xingze, also came forward to support her. Chapter 68, Do You Still Want to Feed Me? The online community has uncovered the true identity of Jiang Tao, and with the support of various celebrity models, public opinion has decidedly shifted in her favor. After receiving in 4 drip to reduce her fever, Mu Tingzhou carried her out of the hospital. The photos of Mu Tingzhou exiting the hospital while holding Jiang Tao were subsequently posted online. Discerning netizens meticulously compared the morning photographs with images from the hospital alongside those of Mu Tingzhou from a financial magazine, revealing significant discrepancies. The man in the morning photos, although resembling Mu Tingzhou, lacked the distinctive features that characterized him. His jawline was softer and rounder compared to Mu Tingzhou's sharp and defined one. As the online speculation continued, executives from prominent groups like Huaying Technology and Donggang He released statements on their official websites, asserting that they had enjoyed a delightful dinner conversation with General Manager Mu of Jiuzhou Group the previous night. The Jiuzhou Group's official site even leaked news of Mu Tingzhou and Jiang Tao obtaining their marriage certificate. Causing a sensation online, the scales of public opinion tilted heavily in one direction as netizens began to realize that the earlier photos were entirely fabricated. A particularly astute user commented on the Weibo post of the acclaimed actor Xie Qinghuai, "Is the certain general mentioned by the actor the same as General Mu?" Followed by, "We eagerly await the love story of General Mu and Miss Jiang." With an overwhelming number of comments, Xie Qinghuai eventually replied, "I only know a fragment. For the specifics, you must ask General Mu." This prompted a flurry of excited comments from netizens on the Jiuzhou Group's website. Assistant Qin inquired how Mu Tingzhou should respond, to which Mu Tingzhou turned to Jiang Tao for guidance on whether they should compose a statement. Jiang Tao, nestled on the sofa, shook her head, expressing that a simple clarification would suffice. She preferred to maintain a low profile. Meanwhile, Mu Tingzhou prepared salty congee in the kitchen, having not eaten all day. The aroma of the congee piqued Jiang Tao's appetite. He served her a bowl, stirred it gently, allowed it to cool slightly, and brought a spoonful to her lips. As she pursed her lips, her watery eyes, a consequence of her cold, appeared irresistibly enchanting. Mu Tingzhou, mistaking her hesitation for disinterest, softly asked, "Do you not wish to eat the congee? You may have something else, but not too much." Jiang Tao shook her head, her voice unusually languid and delicate due to her illness. Mu Tingzhou, "Do you remember the last time you fed me?" Her tender demeanor and soft, sweet voice left Mu Tingzhou utterly defenseless, setting down the bowl. He could not resist kissing the corner of her eye. What prompted such a question? Her slightly rounded, fox-like eyes gazed at him unblinkingly as Mu Tingzhou gently embraced her. "It must have been when you were 16. After you secretly indulged in junk food with Shiryu, resulting in a stomach ache. The old lady had the kitchen prepare herbal medicine for you, but when you caught a whiff, you refused to drink it. In the end, it was a back and forth of one sip for you, one sip for me, until we finished the whole bowl." Upon hearing this, tears began to cascade down Jiang Tao's cheeks. "Why are you crying? Are you unwell?" Mu Tingzhou furrowed his brow with concern. "No, Mu Tingzhou, do you know how difficult those 4 years abroad were for me?" Jiang Tao tilted her head slightly, her tear-filled eyes searching his. "Perhaps it was because you pampered me too much. I was always falling ill when I first arrived overseas. Eating things I disliked would lead to stomach issues, a gust of wind could induce a cold, and even going downstairs could result in a sprained ankle. During that time, I missed you terribly every single day. I often loathe myself for developing such feelings for you, otherwise I wouldn't have been all alone in a foreign land." Mu Tingzhou's eyes reddened as he held her tightly, showering her with gentle kisses. He too had suffered greatly since she departed. The agony of longing drove him to visit London nearly every week, if only to catch a distant glimpse of her to alleviate his yearning. Jiang Tao, not one to cower or submit, found her previous grievances resurfacing amidst her illness. She did not wish for Mu Tingzhou to be swallowed by guilt over her past. Wiping away her tears, her voice softened with a nasal timbre. "Mu Tingzhou, the congee is getting cold. Will you still feed me?" Mu Tingzhou playfully brushed his fingers against her nose. "Of course I will. If you wish, I will feed you every day from now on." The warm, savory congee warmed her stomach, prompting her to gaze up at Mu Tingzhou, asking, "How is it that you cook so well? When did you learn?" His rugged features softened, his deep-set eyes only exuding tenderness in her presence. 2 months after you left for abroad, I secretly visited London to see you. I witnessed you toss aside a hamburger as you entered a Chinese restaurant, only to emerge with a sullen expression. "I guess the food there must have been terrible, so I deliberately learned a few recipes to cook for you when you returned." A wave of warmth surged through Jiang Tao's heart. She had never dared to contemplate how her life would have unfolded had Mu Tingzhou not brought her back to the Mu family. Yet, one thing remained certain: no one loved her quite like he did. After finishing the congee, Mu Tingzhou carried her to the bathroom to wash up. Jiang Tao willingly nestled against him, enjoying his embrace. While helping her squeeze toothpaste, he suddenly inquired, "Did Fu Jinghan take you home after you met with Shen last night?" He had not known this prior. It was something Assistant Qin had discovered while investigating Shen. Jiang Tao replied softly, "Yes, we agreed that he is Xiao Hangu, and I am Xiao Tao Mei." Mu Tingzhou gazed at her reflection in the mirror, wanting to appear stern, but his heart softened seeing her unwell that he could only say seriously, even so, you should not meet him easily in the future. Jiang Tao playfully shaped the toothpaste foam into a heart, exclaiming, why so serious? I promise, Tao Tao will always belong to Mu Tingzhou. I guarantee I won't speak to any boys in the future. Including Uncle D and Uncle Air, and Sure Shin. Mu Tingzhou chuckled at her antics, pinching her cheek lightly as he handed her the rinsing cup. The chaotic day came to a close as night fell like water, and the two embraced in sleep. Meanwhile, at the Shin household, Shen Yan angrily slapped Shen Yan. Mrs. Shen rushed forward, pushing Shen Yan aside, crying out that her daughter merely wished to win over the man she liked. What wrong had she committed? Did I not say that even if you cannot marry into the Mu family, you must not offend them? Shen Yan seethed, pointing at the mother and daughter duo. Foolish, do you not understand that Mu Tingzhou has not only severed all cooperation with the Shen family but has publicly declared he will never collaborate with the Shen family again? You know very well the Mu family's standing in Donggang. With a stomp of his foot, the entire Donggang trembles now that he has publicly announced he will never work with the Shen family again. Do you think anyone will be willing to partner with you in the future? Your foolish actions have nearly destroyed the entire Shen family. Chapter 69. I seek what I cannot obtain, Mrs. Shen shielded her daughter with tears in her eyes. It is the Mu family that is bullying us. If Mu Siyuan truly cares for our Yan heir, then his words clearly imply a desire to unite our families. Initially, we did not force ourselves into marrying Mu Tingzhou. Shen Yan pointed a finger at Mrs. Shen, foolish and ignorant. Mu Siyuan is a married daughter of the Mu family. Neither the matriarch nor Mu Tingzhou has uttered a word. On what grounds do you assume our daughter will definitely marry into the Mu family? Dad, Shen Yan retorted with reddened eyes, weren't you the one who believed I would marry into the Mu family? Look at how much benefit the Shen group gained from the rumors of my engagement. So many sought to collaborate with us. If it weren't for that Jiang Tao returning to the country, I would have already married Mu Tingzhou. I am not just doing this for myself. It is also for the Shen family of father. Why not help me deal with that Jiang Tao? Without her, Mu Tingzhou. Slap, Shen Yan, Mrs. Shen roared, clutching her daughter's face. She is our only daughter. Do you wish to kill her? Why do you think I only have one daughter? Isn't it because your womb is useless? Shen Yan retorted. Mrs. Shen lunged at him, gripping his shirt fiercely. Let me tell you, Shen Yan, don't think you can follow in your father's footsteps. Even if you have an illegitimate child, they will be like Shen Wenjing. Never able to enter the Shen family door, Shen Yan's eyes blazed with fury. My mother has 2 sons to support her. What do you have? Just this foolish daughter. Enough, stop arguing. Shen Yan pushed the teaware off the table, shattering glass everywhere. So this is how my daughter appears in your eyes, she said bitterly, her gaze fixed on the father she had always been proud of. All my efforts over the years mean nothing to you. I will marry into the Mu family and become Mu Tingzhou's wife. At that time, you will come begging for my favor. With that, she stormed out in anger. Before bed, Jiang Tao silenced her phone, awakening to numerous missed calls and messages, particularly from Hai Yu and a man. Their messages came in rapid succession. Tao Tao, are you alright? My boyfriend and I returned to our hometown, and I didn't notice my phone. I just saw what's been happening online. What is going on? Where are you now? Are you still in Kyoto? I will come to accompany you first thing tomorrow. Xiao Taojiep, answer the phone. Adin and I are filming in Nandao. We need to take a boat back to the mainland before we can get to Kyoto. Hang in there. Jiang Tao shot up, quickly dialing their numbers. Fortunately, Hai Yu was still at the station and Han Ti boarded her bus. While a man had yet to set sail, Jiang Tao expressed her gratitude to those who had supported her and finally opened Shen Feifei's message. Are you alright? Have the Shen family given you any trouble? Shen Feifei replied, I'm fine. I swapped a slap for an invitation to star as the second female lead in Xiangdia's movie. It is worth it. Jiang Tao was acutely aware of the significant impact this incident had on Shen Feifei. As a member of the Shen family and cousin to Shen Yan, her defense would undoubtedly not go unpunished by the Shen clan. This time, I owe you one. In the future, should anything arise, do not hesitate to let me know if I can assist. Shen Feifei replied, rest assured, I will inform you if I find myself in financial straits. After sending the message, Jiang Tao exited her bedroom to find Mu Tingzhou busily preparing breakfast in the kitchen. She approached him from behind, nuzzling her cheek against his broad back. Mu Tingzhou turned, a tender smile gracing his lips. Little ladybug, hurry and wash up. Breakfast will be ready shortly. Jiang Tao acknowledged him but remained still. It's morning, and your voice still carries a hint of sleep. He teased, can we avoid being apart for too long? Mu Tingzhou turned off the stove and enveloped her in his embrace, asking, shall we stay in Donggang, or would you prefer to go to Kyoto? I shall accompany you either way. Jiang Tao pressed her lips together, fully aware that remaining in Kyoto was not particularly feasible. Although Mu Tingzhou frequently traveled for work, his company was based in Donggang. And the distance between Donggang and Kyoto was considerable. She could not bear to have him endure such exhausting commutes. After a moment's reflection, she replied, I wish to wait until Uncle Fu and Sister Song's relationship stabilizes before returning to Donggang. After all, the public was now aware of her identity as a daughter of the Jiang family in Kyoto. Once they finished breakfast, they returned to the Mu residence together. The elderly matriarch tenderly grasped Jiang Tao's hand. Expressing, child, I regret that you have had to endure this. Mu Si Rong stood nearby, filled with guilt, lamenting, had I not insisted on matchmaking Shenyan and Tingzhou, Tao Tao would not have suffered such indignities. Having read the hurtful comments from the previous morning, her heart ached, knowing how deeply they affected Jiang Tao. In truth, upon encountering a few disparaging remarks, Jiang Tao had promptly closed her phone, fully aware that they were intended to wound her. She possessed a keen sense of self-preservation. Tao Mu Si Rong said, Your grandmother and I have discussed it. Since you and Tingzhou are already married, we should hasten to arrange a grand wedding to silence the critics. What do you think, Tao Tao? Upon hearing this, Jiang Tao turned to Mu Tingzhou, who was gazing at her intently, noticing her shy demeanor as she lowered her gaze. He smiled slightly. If Tao Tao agrees, I would be overjoyed. Both the elderly matriarch and Mu Si Rong beamed at Jiang Tao, who appeared quite bashful. I am not well versed in wedding matters. Perhaps we should leave that to grandmother and auntie. Mu Si Jing prepared some floral tea, her gaze drifting across the room. The wedding must certainly be splendid. However, before that, Tao Tao, you ought to modify your address. Everyone paused momentarily before realizing that the address indeed required alteration to avoid creating a spectacle at the wedding. Address grandmother as mother, and auntie as elder sister. Jiang Tao felt a headache coming on at the thought. The elderly matriarch, however, was unfazed. Whether she was called grandmother or mother, Tao Tao remained a cherished member of the Mu family. That afternoon, Jiang Tao chose to stay at the Mu residence while Mu Tingzhou returned to work. Her assistant Qin reported, President Mu, we have identified the individuals orchestrating the events from yesterday afternoon. It is Mr. He, along with the Fu family from Kyoto. Leaning back in his chair, Mu Tingzhou tapped the pen rhythmically against the table. Find the best wedding planner in Donggang. The sensation of having his wife under scrutiny was unsettling. Even though their marriage had been publicly acknowledged, he remained uneasy, making it imperative to accelerate the wedding preparations. Sure, you gifted the elderly matriarch a new ragdoll cat, a creamy white with round, sparkling eyes, utterly adorable. The elderly matriarch asked Jiang Tao to name it, and upon seeing it, she was reminded of a cream cake. Let us call it Little Cream. When Xingchen arrived at the Mu residence, he found the girl standing in the sunlight, cradling the snow-white ragdoll cat, her smile radiating warmth. Chapter 70. Becoming quite jealous. Mu Si Rong strolled to the corridor and spotted Xingchen not far away. Following his gaze, she looked toward the girl who was engrossed in petting the cat, and with a chuckle, she called out, Xingchen, you've arrived. Jiang Tao looked up. Brother Xingchen, you're back from abroad. Mu Si Rong hurried over. Xingchen, it has been some time since we last met. I heard from Tingzhou that you have been abroad recently. Indeed, Aunt Rong, the family has a new project overseas. Xingchen replied with a slight nod. His gaze soon finding Jiang Tao's, captivated by her sweet smile, the sunlight reflecting twinkling stars in her eyes. Mu Si Rong welcomed him into the living room, where Xingchen presented the elderly matriarch with some tonics. You shouldn't bring gifts when you come home, dear, she gently reproached. This is your second home. It is only right, grandmother, Xingchen replied with a smile. Jiang Tao cheerfully brought over some tea, pouring a cup for him. Brother Xingchen, please try this. It's a new floral tea blend, fragrant with a hint of sweetness and a lingering aftertaste. Xingchen lifted the cup to taste, nodding in approval. The tea is indeed delightful. This is something Uncle Fu has recently devised. Next time you visit Kyoto, I'll have him prepare some for you. It's beneficial for your health. Sure, Xingchen agreed, placing the cup down. Mu Si Rong took a sip of her tea, her gaze sweeping between the two. Xingchen, you have been engaged to Miss Jian for a year now. When do you intend to marry? With a gentle smile, Xingchen glanced at the delicate hands pouring tea across from him. I have just taken the reins at Yi family. Jian Lin's career is also on the rise, so there is no rush. Marriage and career need not conflict. After all, Tingzhou and Tao Tao have registered their marriage without hindering their careers. She countered. At her words, Xingchen's hand holding the teacup paused momentarily before he replied with a smile, I will discuss it with Jian Lin. The elderly matriarch was somewhat aware of the recent developments within the Yi family and cast a meaningful glance at her eldest daughter before turning her affectionate gaze toward Xingchen. Xingchen, your father must have made things difficult for you regarding that little rascal. If you face any challenges, do not hesitate to confide in Tingzhou, do not bear it all alone. Xingchen felt warmth in his heart and nodded lightly. Since He Mingchang had been incarcerated, Shen Wenjing had been causing trouble at the company every few days, while Yi Qingfeng had been secretly contacting shareholders, attempting to wrest control of the Yi family back from him. He Xingchen was determined not to give him the opportunity. After spending some time at the Mu residence, the elderly matriarch invited him to stay for dinner, but He Xingchen politely declined. I have some matters to attend to at the company and will be flying abroad tomorrow morning, so I cannot stay. Once He Xingchen departed, the elderly matriarch scolded her daughter in a hushed tone. The child has already endured enough. Why do you persist in questioning him about his marriage? Mu Sirong understood the challenges He Xingchen had faced over the years, but she was no fool. She discerned that He Xingchen's regard for Jiang Tao was not entirely innocent. She felt a twinge of bias toward Mu Tingzhou. Given that the troubles with Shen Yan had originated from her, she wished to shield Tingzhou and Jiang Tao from further hardship. The elderly matriarch could easily see through her daughter's thoughts. Playfully poking her, you have always been astute. Do you remember how in our earlier years, whenever Xingchen was bullied, it was Tingzhou who brought him back home? Don't be fooled by Jiang Tao's youth, she possesses a kind heart. Every time He Xingchen returned home battered, Jiang Tao would coax him with a small cake. The elderly matriarch recalled watching from the sidelines, marveling at how the little girl could always find a way to make him smile. Ever since his mother passed, that child has endured great hardship. Perhaps Jiang Tao was the only sweetness in his suffering. Mu Sirong felt a twinge of concern, but what if He Xingchen's feelings for Jiang Tao? Do not worry, the elderly matriarch reassured her, patting her shoulder. Xingchen is not a child without sense. He only returned out of concern for Tao Tao after the recent incident. He Xingchen returned to the company and, upon exiting, found Mu Tingzhou standing outside, smoking. Under the cold white light, his silhouette appeared tall and straight. Why didn't you call when you arrived here? He Xingchen queried, standing behind him. Didn't you come back to see Jiang Tao? With a teasing smile, He Xingchen replied, what is the matter? Are you feeling jealous? Yes, I'm becoming quite possessive, Mu Tingzhou admitted. He Xingchen playfully punched him in the chest, feigning indignation. Thank you for helping with Jiang Tao's matters. Well, it is indeed about Jiang Tao, He Xingchen retorted, giving him a sidelong glance. Shall we grab a drink? Mu Tingzhou swept a casual glance his way before striding toward his car. No, my wife is quite strict. The black Cullinan vanished into the night, and the smile faded from He Xingchen's eyes, turning to gaze at the imposing He family building, ambition glimmering in his depths. Upon returning home, Mu Tingzhou found his family gathered in the living room, laughing heartily over some game. In that moment, warmth filled his heart. Spotting him, Jiang Tao ran over, beaming. Mu Tingzhou, we're playing a really fun game. Come join us. She tugged at his hand, leading him toward the sofa. Sure. You seated beside the elderly matriarch, shrank back slightly upon seeing Mu Tingzhou. She had secretly returned from abroad, having grown bored while accompanying her colleagues on a work trip. Mu Tingzhou shot her a cold glance before sitting down, and she quickly asserted, look, now that I'm here, Jiang Tao is so happy. You didn't tell me about such a big event. Mu Tingzhou glanced at the girl beside him, who was grinning widely, and decided not to pursue the matter further. This is the last time. Sure. You relaxed and joined in the fun.as. The clock approached 10. The elderly matriarch, feeling fatigued, announced her intention to retire, prompting everyone to disperse. Instead of returning to his own room, Mu Tingzhou entered Jiang Tao's. She playfully swatted him. Could you not enter so brazenly? It wouldn't be proper if they saw you. Why not? Have you forgotten that we are officially married now? He replied, his gaze intense. That doesn't mean you can just waltz in, she retorted, noticing her slight shyness. Mu Tingzhou followed her lead, saying, all right, I shall heed your advice. Tao Tao, next time I shall sneak in at midnight. You must leave the door ajar for me. Jiang Tao playfully thumped his chest, exclaiming, why do you make it sound like we're having an affair? Mu Tingzhou grasped her hand gently and placed a light kiss upon it. Tao Tao, shall we go house hunting for our wedding home tomorrow? Isn't living here good enough? Let us choose a dwelling that truly belongs to the two of us. He Xingchen returned alone to the cold, unwelcoming house. The housekeeper, upon hearing his arrival, turned on the lights and greeted him. Mister, he has returned. He Xingchen nodded slightly, his gaze falling upon the only splash of color in the frigid living room. The housekeeper explained these flowers were sent by Miss Jian. She mentioned that the decor of this house is rather monotonous, and a bouquet would add a touch of warmth. He Xingchen said nothing and ascended to the second floor. Halfway up, he paused and instructed, Ansong, please purchase some lily of the valley and weeping crabapple flowers for cultivation tomorrow. But if the season is unsuitable, let us create a greenhouse in the yard. Chapter 71. Should we take a photo of the abs? The Mu family owns numerous villas. There is no need to purchase a new wedding home. they simply need to select one that resonates with them. Jiang Tao examined several options and inquired of Mu Tingzhou, "Which one do you think is suitable?" Mu Tingzhou leisurely surveyed the lakeside villa before his gaze returned to the girl's exquisite features. "As long as Tao Tao is happy, it matters not where we reside. Does that mean I can have complete control?" Jiang Tao nestled against him, wrapping her arms around his waist. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon his well-defined Adam's apple. Tinged with a hint of crimson, a remnant of their indulgence the previous night, he murmured, the slight movement of his Adam's apple betraying his thoughts. "From now on, all matters at home will be decided by you." Tao Tao, after gazing at his throat for a moment, Jiang Tao blinked and shifted her gaze. "Then I wish to choose the villa closest to the Mu residence, so we can be nearer to family." Very well. The two spent the entire morning finalizing their choice of wedding home. Xie Qinghuai happened to be in Donggang, and Mu Tingzhou made a point to set aside time that evening to dine with him. In the private room, Mu Tingzhou began, "I hear the new film is still in need of investment." Xie Qinghuai raised an eyebrow. "I would have invested, but someone else has already taken the initiative." Twirling the wineglass in his hand, Mu Tingzhou looked up at him. "Yes, Xingchen." Xie Qinghuai smiled, neither confirming nor denying. "Why did you not bring your little lady along?" Mu Tingzhou leaned back in his chair, taking a sip of wine. "She is unaware that I am meeting you." Xie Qinghuai nodded, understanding the entertainment industry's dynamics and the overwhelming power of social media. Articles about Jiang Tao flooded the internet, regardless of their nature, causing unwanted attention. As an actor himself, he was well aware of the countless paparazzi trailing him, thus it was best for her not to appear at this time, due to the recent online commotion. Jiang Tao had no plans for the next few days. However, that evening, Suan suddenly called her, explaining that there was a shoot at the studio the following day. A photographer had sustained an injury while capturing distant shots, and all other photographers were out of town, necessitating Jiang Tao's temporary replacement. Since it was at the studio, she readily agreed without a second thought. The next morning, Mu Tingzhou escorted Jiang Tao to the magazine's studio. "Call me before you're done. I will come to pick you up." Jiang Tao acknowledged him, preparing to exit the car, but Mu Tingzhou suddenly grasped her arm. "Is that it? You're just going to get out?" Perplexed, Jiang Tao asked, "Is there something else?" Mu Tingzhou leaned closer, planting a kiss on her cheek. Jiang Tao frowned slightly. "Did we not kiss last night?" "That was last night. This morning is different." He maintained his position, unyielding. "Why are you being so childish now?" she chided, but her eyes darted outside the window. In a swift motion, she gently poked his cheek and hurriedly exited the car, watching his beloved rush into the building. Mu Tingzhou finally felt satisfied and started the engine. Upon arriving at the studio, Jiang Tao discovered that the model was Fan Xingzi. Fan Xingzi was getting ready in the makeup room. They exchanged greetings, and Jiang Tao stood behind him to chat. Although Fan Xingzi was of the same age, his features were sharp yet bore the youthful innocence typical of young adults, since he was in the midst of makeup. He could only see her in the mirror, noting her rosy complexion, evidence that she had not been affected by the recent online turmoil. "Thanks to all of you for your assistance. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how things would have escalated." Jiang Tao expressed, "We're all friends. It's merely a matter of lending a hand," he replied. Jiang Tao understood that it was far more complex than just a simple favor. In the entertainment industry, a poorly chosen word could lead to significant repercussions, let alone speaking on behalf of others. Thus, she felt indebted to them. Today's shoot featured two entirely different styles. One was the suit-clad thug, while the other was the traditional beauty. The morning session focused on the latter, while the afternoon would shift to the former. Just before noon, a nearby five-star restaurant delivered a substantial amount of food, with the delivery person stating that Teacher Jiang is treating everyone to lunch. Jiang Tao immediately recognized that it was Mu Tingzhou who had arranged the meal. The staff present expressed their gratitude to Jiang Tao. Everyone was aware of the recent online happenings, and they knew that this stunning photographer was the officially announced wife of the Jojo Group's owner. However, Jiang Tao's professional expertise in photography was well acknowledged. Having dealt with people in the entertainment industry on numerous occasions, the nature of their work had taught them what to say and what not to say. After lunch, the team took a brief break, during which Fan Xingzi went to change his look. After several outfit changes, the final ensemble was a classic black suit, with his chiseled features and dramatic makeup. Along with the honey-colored oil glistening on his defined abs, he embodied the essence of a suit-clad thug. In the last set, the model lay on the ground, his suit's buttons undone, exposing his well-defined abs. Fan Xingzi was fully engaged, and Jiang Tao straddled him, her camera clicking away as she captured the moment. It was then that Mu Tingzhou entered. With just a glance, a storm brewed in his brow. He quietly took a seat in the shadows. After the final set was completed, Jiang Tao helped Fan Xingzi to his feet, praising him. "You were incredible, Xingzi. No wonder you've won awards as a professional model." Fan Xingze smiled bashfully, replying, a good model also requires a talented photographer like you. Alright everyone, that's a wrap. Jiang Tao clapped her hands and turned to the computer desk. Unbeknownst to her, a silent understanding passed between her and the man lurking in the shadows. She smiled subtly, not making a scene, as she quickly skimmed through her files and then shut her laptop. Thank you all for your hard work today. After finishing, Jiang Tao hurriedly packed her camera and laptop, exchanged a few words with Fan Xingze, and then took Mu Tingzhou by the hand, leading him away. Without pausing, she pulled him swiftly to the waiting black Kalina and Mu Tingzhou took the driver's seat, and Jiang Tao secured her seatbelt, waiting for him to start the engine. Noticing he remained still, she realized he wore a solemn expression as he gazed ahead. What's wrong? Upon hearing her inquiry, Mu Tingzhou turned his head, his previously dark eyes now softened with warmth. What would you like to eat? Jiang Tao, unfazed by his sudden shift in demeanor, pondered theatrically before replying, I want to eat the meal you prepare. Mu Tingzhou ruffled her hair affectionately. Alright, the two first visited the supermarket to purchase some ingredients, then returned to the apartment to cook. Jiang Tao decided on a mushroom and rib soup, along with oil-braised shrimp, while Mu Tingzhou added 2 vegetable dishes. As the fragrant dishes were served, Jiang Tao eagerly prepared to dig in, when suddenly a voice from across the table remarked, that model probably doesn't know how to cook. Jiang Tao, not having heard clearly, still had a shrimp in her mouth. Mu Tingzhou glanced at her. It's nothing, just eat. After finishing their meal, Mu Tingzhou placed the dishes into the dishwasher, washed his hands, and exited the kitchen. Photography was indeed a tiring endeavor, demanding a myriad of poses and leaving one sweaty. Jiang Tao went to shower first, and upon returning, did not see Mu Tingzhou, assuming he was busy in the study. She headed to the bedroom. The hour was still early, so she opened her laptop, seated herself on the bed, and began to edit her photos. Moments later, the bedroom door swung open. Jiang Tao did not look up, asking, have you finished your shower? When silence ensued, she shifted her gaze from the computer, only to find him standing at the doorway, clad in a black suit that revealed his well-defined abs, his eyes dark and alluring. Care for a photo of my abs? Chapter 72. Only you. Jiang Tao. Although they had shared numerous intimate moments, Jiang Tao found herself momentarily speechless. Each time she felt shy, she was either lost in passion or too embarrassed to open her eyes. Never truly examining his physique, she only knew he had abs and impressive strength, but she had not anticipated such a striking visual. Why are you suddenly? Jiang Tao swallowed hard, her eyes widening as they roamed over the photos of Fan Xingze on her screen. Suddenly comprehending his unusual behavior, she pressed her lips together, attempting to suppress a smile. Are you feeling jealous? Mu Tingzhou did not respond directly. Instead, he strode over, closed her laptop, and in a low, seductive voice asked, would you like to touch them? Though she should have felt shy, Jiang Tao, almost as if compelled, reached out and pressed her hand against his abs. Impressive. Many models use oil or lighting effects, but yours are genuinely remarkable. Just as she intended to retract her hand, he seized it, drawing her closer. His dark gaze bore into hers as he gradually placed her hand back on his abs, asserting, the abs of a model, whether real or not, are for others to admire, but my abs are solely for you. Tao. The warmth of his skin transmitted through her fingertips, igniting a blush that betrayed her feigned composure. Tao. He kissed her gently, trailing from her eyes to her nose and downwards, his voice husky. You are the photographer. Capturing models is your profession, but do not let your heart stray towards them. Understand? The heat radiating from his collarbone sent shivers through Jiang Tao's body, prompting a soft, affirmative sound from her throat. Tao, you're so obedient. On the day the first snow fell in Kyoto, Jiang Tao returned to her hometown. Uncle Fu prepared dumplings at home, eagerly awaiting her arrival. When Jiang Tao reached home and spotted the two figures peering out from the doorway, her heart ached, nearly bringing her to tears. She stepped out of the car and exclaimed, Uncle Fu, Aunt Song, congratulations on your marriage. During the past month away from Kyoto, Uncle Fu and Sister Song had tied the knot, and Jiang Tao felt it was only right to address them differently now. Upon hearing this, Aunt Song laughed heartily, warmly ushering her inside, while Uncle Fu hesitated at the threshold for a moment before entering. Most of the flowers in the yard had been moved into the greenhouse, leaving the courtyard tidy and pristine, blanketed in a layer of pure white snow. During dinner, Uncle Fu attempted to say something several times but faltered. Jiang Tao smiled and asked Uncle Fu, do you have something to tell me? And noticing Uncle Fu's reluctance, Aunt Song, growing impatient, interjected, Tao, here's the thing, Uncle Fu has very few relatives left in his hometown, while I have many, albeit they are all in the northeast. Now that we've gotten our marriage certificate, we should take him to meet my family. Aunt Song glanced at the guilt-ridden Chen Fu. I was thinking that this year, we could visit the northeast for the new year, but Uncle Fu is worried about you, feeling you haven't spent the new year at home in many years. Jiang Tao rose and embraced the two. Uncle Fu, I am genuinely happy that you will have Aunt Song by your side. Please go to the northeast with her. Do not worry about me as I can celebrate the new year in Donggang. Suddenly recalling something, Jiang Tao asked, Aunt Song, Uncle Fu, when will you hold your wedding? We've discussed this, Aunt Song replied. This time when we go back to the northeast, a family meal will suffice. We're getting older and prefer not to go through too much fuss. That won't do, Jiang Tao returned to her seat. What does age have to do with hosting a wedding? If you don't want anything extravagant, we can have a simple ceremony, but a wedding must be held. Aunt Song's siblings also chimed in, insisting that their elder sister, who had faced many hardships in life, deserved a proper wedding. After much discussion, the wedding date was set for the 22nd of the 12th lunar month. To be celebrated in the northeast. Mu Tingzhou purchased a 3-bedroom house in Aunt Song's hometown as a gift for Uncle Fu, ensuring they would have a place of their own when visiting family in the northeast. As preparations for the wedding began, Uncle Fu and Aunt Song returned to the northeast even before the 12th month began. Jiang Tao arranged all her shoots before the 20th of the 12th lunar month. With Mu Tingzhou fully cooperating with her schedule, due to a backlog of shoots, Jiang Tao found herself quite busy for a while, and as the year-end approached, Mu Tingzhou also became occupied, shuttling between domestic and international engagements. At this moment, the most free-spirited Shiryu volunteered to accompany her aunt to Kyoto. However, upon arriving in Kyoto, Shiryu seemed to vanish, making it nearly impossible for Jiang Tao to find her. Until one evening, she received a call from Fu Jinghan. Jiang Tao, you need to take this clingy person from the Mu family away. When Jiang Tao rushed to the bar location Fu Jinghan had sent, Shiryu was inside a private room, intoxicated and causing a scene. Standing on the sofa, she pointed at the dark-faced man, berating him. Fu Jinghan, what are you so proud of? My affection for you is a testament to your family's legacy. And both you and your family should feel honored. Fu Jinghan, let me tell you, you will never have a chance with Tao Tao. She only likes my uncle. To prove my loyalty to him, I even got a tattoo. Jiang Tao yanked her down from the sofa, covering her mouth. Shiryu, you've had too much to drink. We need to go home. Seeing Jiang Tao, Shiryu pointed at Fu Jinghan and began to sob. Tao Tao, this bastard is bullying me. You must help me seek revenge. Fu Jinghan's expression darkened further. If it weren't for Tao Tao, I would have thrown you into the river by now. Wah, Tao Tao. Did you hear that? This bastard wants to kill me. Jiang Tao was exasperated by her antics, as Shiryu was too heavy to carry. Fu Jinghan, unable to bear it any longer, reluctantly came over to lend a hand. As soon as he reached out, Shiryu threw herself into his arms, declaring, Fu Jinghan, men and women should keep their distance. You touched me just now, and you must take responsibility. Jiang Tao, Fu Jinghan, the distinguished Fu Shao of Kyoto, with countless admirers trailing behind him, had never encountered such a bold and unrefined approach. Fu Jinghan lost all patience, pulling Shiryu from his grasp and tossing her onto the sofa. Jiang Tao shot him a glare. What are you doing? You hurt her. Just wait. I'll call 2 people to help carry you back. Within minutes, 2 burly bodyguards entered. Fu Jinghan pointed at the sofa. Take her to the car. Away. Jiang Tao quickly stepped in front. You all stay away. I'll handle it myself. She couldn't allow strangers to touch Shiryu. Fu Jinghan, exasperated, instructed, go find 2 female bartenders to help. After a tremendous effort, they finally managed to bring the sleeping Shiryu back home. Fu Jinghan lingered downstairs while Jiang Tao settled Shiryu before coming down. The man was staring blankly at the swing, his handsome features illuminated by the light. Upon hearing footsteps, he turned his head. What happened? How did Shiryu end up with you? She said she liked me and wanted to pursue me. Impossible. Jiang Tao was skeptical. Fu Jinghan leisurely glanced at her. The only girl in the world who finds me unappealing is probably you. Jiang Tao, Chapter 73. Together until old age. Jiang Tao did not respond to his remark, taking a moment before saying, Shiryu is a good girl, unlike those frivolous women around you, please do not hurt her. Fu Jinghan smirked. Whether she is a good girl is questionable, but she is certainly troublesome. That's just her straightforwardness. Jiang Tao defended. Alright, hurry and get some rest. I'll head back. After Fu Jinghan left, Jiang Tao returned upstairs. Though she hardly slept that night due to Shiryu's drunken antics, on the 19th of the 12th lunar month, Jiang Tao wrapped up her shoots early and flew with Mu Tingzhou to a small city in northeast China. Aunt Song had 2 brothers and a sister, all of whom had their own families. Upon their arrival, the small courtyard was filled with adults and children. The family warmly welcomed Jiang Tao and Mu Tingzhou, with several children surrounding them, calling them beautiful sister and handsome brother. One little boy, around 4 or 5 years old, blinked his big eyes and declared he wanted to marry the beautiful sister when he grew up. leaving Jiang Tao blushing with embarrassment. The day after they arrived, a heavy snowfall began in the evening. In the morning, when Jiang Tao opened the door, she was greeted by an expanse of white. It was her first time witnessing such a snowfall. Her heart raced with excitement as she stretched her foot outside, only to be swiftly scooped back inside, the door closing behind her. Want to go outside in your pajamas? Mu Tingzhou placed her on the warm Kong, handing her a thick down jacket and cotton boots, insisting she change before stepping out. Outside, children were already playing in the snow, and Jiang Tao urged him. Hurry up, I want to take pictures outside. Mu Tingzhou shot her a glance. You're rushing me to dress you. Just then, a childless voice called from outside, beautiful sister, come off for a snowball fight. Jiang Tao looked at Mu Tingzhou, torn between wanting to play and feeling shy. He wrapped her tightly in layers and gave her a gentle push towards the door. Go have fun. Jiang Tao played snowball fights with the children for a while. But upon glancing up and realizing there were no adults around, she felt embarrassed and ran back inside to grab her camera. Mu Tingzhou, having acquired a snowboard from somewhere, called out, come on, I'll pull you. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Tao succumbed to temptation and sat on the snowboard like the other children. With Mu Tingzhou's tall stature and long strides, the wind rushed past her ears as a group of children cheered. Beautiful sister is in first place. On the 22nd of the 12th lunar month, Uncle Fu and Aunt Song's wedding took place. Jiang Tao helped Aunt Song with her makeup and styled her hair for the occasion. The banquet was held in a small hotel in town, attended by friends, family, and neighbors. Among the guests, Aunt Song's two brothers drank to excess, and in tears, insisted on bowing to their elder sister, moving everyone to tears. Jiang Tao felt a swell of joy, celebrating Uncle Fu's newfound happiness, and indulged in a few more drinks. As the banquet concluded, snowflakes began to fall gently outside. Jiang Tao, clad in a lemon-yellow long-down coat with a cream-colored scarf wrapped multiple times around her neck, obscured much of her face, revealing only her slightly rounded fox-like eyes, shining brilliantly in the snow. Mu Tingzhou, dressed in a gray wool coat, followed her closely with a look of adoration. The snow crunched beneath their footsteps as she turned to look at him. Her eyes crescent-shaped and her cheeks flushed with color, she extended her hand, slightly tipsy, and said, Mu Tingzhou, let us hold hands and grow old together. All right. Mu Tingzhou took her hand, and in that moment, he felt as if he owned the entire world. Chapter 74. Call me aunt. After returning from the northeast, Jiang Tao and Mu Tingzhou headed straight to Donggang. Mu Sijing was accompanying her husband, Shi Chang, on a business trip and would not return until New Year's Eve. Mu Serong and her husband, Wu Jianjun, along with their son Wu Yunxiang, returned 2 days earlier. Wu Yunxiang worked at the Aerospace Research Institute in Kyoto. Jiang Tao had yet to see him since returning. Although she had tried to visit him twice while in Kyoto, his work nature made it inconvenient for him to meet. Wu Yunxiang, wearing glasses and exuding a gentle demeanor, greeted them warmly upon their arrival. First addressing Mu Tingzhou uncle, then he turned to Jiang Tao, little sister Tao. Just as Jiang Tao was about to call him cousin, Mu Tingzhou interjected, you should call her aunt now. Wu Yunxiang looked bewildered. And Mu Serong quickly explained, Yunxiang just returned and isn't aware yet. I'll explain it to him later. It's not that complicated, Mu Tingzhou said, taking Jiang Tao's hand. His gaze shifted to Mu Serong and then back to Wu Yunxiang. Tao is now my wife, your aunt. It's that simple. Wu Yunxiang took a moment to process this, turning to watch the couple's retreating figures, his expression one of disbelief. Shi Xian approached and patted his shoulder, saying, do not be astonished, Tao is fond of her uncle, and he reciprocates her affections, hence they have acquired a marriage certificate. However, their relationship is not merely a matter of generational difference, but also one of age disparity. Shi Xian frowned. Is it not common knowledge among outsiders? Tao is not blood related to us, generational titles are merely labels. As for age, does it truly matter? The two of them appear remarkably well suited. A match of talent and beauty. Moreover, with Tao and her uncle together, we need not fret about her being mistreated by her in-laws, for both her grandmother and uncle dote on her excessively. Upon hearing Shi Xian's explanation, Yun Xiang was suddenly enlightened and found it rather reasonable. In recent days, with Shi Yu absent from the ancestral home, everyone had been inquiring about Jiang Tao, who had been assisting in providing cover. Jiang Tao called Shi Yu, urging her to return from Kyoto promptly. Shi Yu replied that she had successfully infiltrated the Fu family and was currently engaged in a game of chess and tea with the elder Mr. and Mrs. Fu. Jiang Tao was left speechless. What good was winning over the elderly couple if both would heed Fu Jing'an's words? Shi Yu, while enjoying her tea, did not shy away from the elder Mr. Fu, asserting Fu Jing'an is a tough nut to crack. I shall first nibble away at the surrounding layers. The elder Mr. Fu, upon hearing this, was not angered but instead burst into hearty laughter, finding the girl quite amusing. After much urging, Shiryu finally returned on New Year's Eve at noon. Arriving before her parents that night, the family gathered around the dining table for a festive New Year's celebration. As was customary, the elder lady distributed red envelopes, though this year's offerings were particularly generous. Musi Rong and Musi Jing also contributed red envelopes. In previous years, Mu Tingzhou had merely transferred money. Jiang Tao received several envelopes. Seizing the opportunity to change her form of address, Shiryu extended her hand toward Jiang Tao, saying, "Auntie, you are now an elder, shouldn't you be giving out red envelopes?" Jiang Tao looked at her meaningfully. "Are you certain you wish to receive a red envelope?" Shiryu quickly grasped the implication in Jiang Tao's gaze, retracting her hand with a dogged smile. "What I meant was that Auntie's red envelopes are insufficient. I have some to spare." After dinner, everyone sat in front of the television to watch the Spring Festival Gala. Outside, brilliant fireworks illuminated the night sky. The girl nestled in his arms had consumed a few glasses of red wine, her cheeks flushed. Mu Tingzhou gently asked, "Shall we take a stroll?" Jiang Tao nodded, and while everyone was distracted, the two of them stealthily slipped outside. The bright lights of New Year's Eve cast a celebratory red hue everywhere. The lingering effects of the red wine made Jiang Tao's steps unsteady. Mu Tingzhou wrapped his arm around her waist, asking, "Would you like a piggyback ride?" Chapter 75. Let us pursue another. The myriad lights adorned the dark night. Laughter and joy occasionally echoed from the villa. Under the street lamp, their shadows intertwined. Jiang Tao rested her face against his broad back, burying her face in the crook of his neck, inhaling the unique scent of cedar and pine that clung to him. She lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes casting shadows over her shimmering eyes, softly murmuring, "Mu Tingzhou, I am so happy, thank you." Mu Tingzhou caught her words clearly and turned his head to kiss her fair forehead. Little did she know, it was he who should be expressing gratitude for her affection, for her return, for stepping into his life and illuminating his once gray existence filled solely with duty. A grand blue firework exploded overhead, and Mu Tingzhou glanced up, finding the girl nestled against him, breathing evilly and shallowly. He carried her for quite some time, his heart swelling with joy, wishing to continue this journey indefinitely. Ultimately, he worried she might catch a cold and decided to return home. Their marital abode was situated in a villa district near the Mu residence, a cozy two-story house with a small garden. After the new year, renovations commenced, all tailored to Jiang Tao's preferences. Uncle Fu and Aunt Song were still in the northeast, so Jiang Tao chose to remain in Donggang, occasionally checking on the progress of the renovations. While Jiang Tao was in Donggang, Shiryu, as an employee of Jojo Group, frequently traveled to Kyoto, quickly catching Mu Tingzhou's attention. One day, after finishing a photo shoot in the studio, Jiang Tao received a call from Mu Tingzhou. "Tao, what business does Shiryu have in Kyoto?" Since Mu Tingzhou had already discovered her secret, Jiang Tao no longer concealed it, stating plainly, "She is pursuing someone she likes." Initially, Jiang Tao had opposed Shiryu's interest in Fu Jinghan, but eventually relented, turning a blind eye as she found Fu Jinghan was not as the rumors depicted. He was merely sharp-tongued, not ill-natured. Shiryu was known for her fleeting passions, having previously pursued a senior, only to break up upon realizing their values did not align. Jiang Tao mused that with Fu Jinghan's notoriously harsh demeanor, Shiryu would surely find it intolerable in return. However, to her surprise, Shiryu seemed increasingly resolute. Upon learning that the object of Shiryu's affections was Fu Jinghan, Mu Tingzhou swiftly contacted Musi Jing, instructing her to go to Kyoto and bring Shiryu back. The last time Fu Jinghan visited the Mu residence, Musi Jing was absent. She had only heard he was a bit arrogant and had yet to meet him in person. Musi Jing did not oppose Shiryu pursuing a boy. She knew her daughter well, spirited and playful, but she had her principles and would not engage in self-destructive behavior. However, Mu Tingzhou's unexpected call to have her retrieve Shiryu from Kyoto indicated that the matter was serious. When Musi Jing received the call, Shiryu was playing chess with the elder Mr. Fu. "Grandpa, this time I am not cheating. See, I have won." The elder Mr. Fu laughed heartily. "Well done, Shiryu, you are truly remarkable. You have won this round." Just then, Shiryu's phone rang, and she answered, "Hello, dear Mrs. Mu." "Shiryu, where are you?" "I have arrived in Kyoto." "You have come to Kyoto?" Shiryu raised her voice in surprise, realizing her mistake. She lowered it again. "Mother, what brings you to Kyoto?" "I am here to take you home." Musi Jing's voice was cold and stern, sending a shiver down Shiryu's spine. The elder Mr. Fu, seated nearby, immediately deduced who was on the line. "Girl, tell your mother you are at the Fu residence. Invite her to join us for dinner." Upon hearing the elder's voice and realizing it was the Fu family, Musi Jing's eyes widened in shock. How could her daughter have the audacity to go to another family's home? She composed herself, ready to soften her tone, but just then, she heard her daughter softly say, Mom, Grandpa Fu invites you to dinner at their home. Mu Si Jing felt overwhelmed, unsure of how to respond however, given that she was already in Kyoto and the invitation came from an elder. She could not refuse and reluctantly agreed. She stopped by a nearby mall to purchase some gifts and called Jiang Tao to inquire about Shiryu's situation. Understanding her daughter's situation was crucial. Lest she be caught off guard at the Fu residence, Jiang Tao shared everything she knew. Warning, by the way, I might share some blame too. Please don't punish her too harshly, just a few words will suffice. Mu Si Jing had always adopted a hands-off approach to parenting, which had resulted in Shi Shen being disciplined and studious, while Shiryu had transformed into a wild horse, secretly dating during school and neglecting her studies. Fortunately, after spending time with Jiang Tao, she had become more restrained under Mu Tingzhou's guidance. Though Mu Si Jing was generally lenient, she maintained a firm stance when it came to principles. In high school, when Shiryu sneaked out to drink at a bar and got drunk, Mu Si Jing had left several bruises on her back the next day, sensing that the conversation was taking a negative turn. Jiang Tao quickly hung up and called Fu Jinghan, pleading with him to intervene and prevent any reckless words from being spoken. Fu Jinghan's lazy voice came through. What does it have to do with me? The old man and woman have already been won over by her. They will protect her from harm, but what happens once she steps outside the Fu residence is another matter. Realizing that her words were futile, Jiang Tao ceased to hope, understanding that distant waters could not quench nearby fires. This was not Mu Si Jing's first encounter with the elder Mr. Fu, but it was her first visit to the Fu residence. Guided by a servant into the reception room, she immediately spotted her daughter comfortably lounging on the sofa, munching on snacks. Anger flared within her, and she struggled to suppress the urge to storm over and chastise her ungrateful daughter. The elder Mr. Fu and Mrs. Fu were exceedingly warm, inviting her to sit and promptly directing the servants to brew some fine tea. Mrs. moved. The elder Mr. Fu sipped his tea and set the cup down. Your daughter is quite the gem, I find her delightful. The elder's use of MRS.mu made Mu Si Jing's heart skip a beat. She smiled. This girl has been spoiled, she has always been quite unruly. Unruly? I see her as clever and polite. I shall claim her as my granddaughter-in-law, the elder Mr. Fu declared. Mu Si Jing was momentarily taken aback, just as her daughter leaped from the sofa, exclaiming, "Thank you, Grandpa." Mu Si Jing replied, "You seem to have made your decision rather quickly. I have yet to acknowledge your grandson." Under Mu Si Jing's insistence, Shiryu was taken back to Donggang that very day. When Jiang Tao finished work that evening, she found Shiryu sitting on the sofa looking like a wilted eggplant, while Mu Si Rong and Mu Si Jing stood across from her. What is so great about Fu Jinghan? His reputation in Kyoto is tarnished, and yet you chase after him, Shiryu. What are you thinking? Mu Si Jing stood with one hand on her hip, wielding a long-forgotten feather duster in the other. There are plenty of good boys in the world, let us pursue someone else. Mu Si Rong's tone was gentler than Mu Si Jing's. In that case, should I find a foreign man with blue hair and green eyes? Shiryu retorted. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Si Jing swung the feather duster at her. Just then, Mu Tingzhou walked in, witnessing his precious daughter being struck by the feather duster in Mu Si Jing's hand. Chapter 76, Husband Love You. Fortunately, Jiang Tao was dressed warmly, otherwise the blow would have been more severe. Mu Tingzhou furrowed his brows and approached to check for any injuries on her back. Jiang Tao evaded him, insisting, "I'm fine. It doesn't hurt." Mu Si Jing, taken aback, quickly responded, "Tao Tao, are you hurt? Sister did not mean to. Peach is shielding you." Mu Tingzhou cast a cold, enigmatic glance at Shiryu. Shiryu instinctively shrank back, clutching Jiang Tao's hand, seeking refuge behind her. "I had no idea that Peach," and would suddenly rush over. "I apologize. Disobedience warrants a proper reprimand," Mu Tingzhou remarked cryptically, leading Jiang Tao upstairs. Upon returning to the room, Mu Tingzhou closed the door. "Let me take a look at your back." "It's nothing, the duster is covered in feathers. I'm dressed warmly, and second sister didn't hit hard. It doesn't hurt at all." Mu Tingzhou, of course, did not believe her words. Second sister had clearly struck with the featherless end, and her expression while doing so had been undeniably fierce. "Be obedient, I just want to see." Reluctantly, Jiang Tao turned around, and Mu Tingzhou lifted her clothing, revealing a distinct red mark on her fair back. He let the fabric fall and turned to leave, but Jiang Tao hurriedly grasped his arm. "What are you doing?" "I am fine, they're already tending to me. Adding you into the mix would be too much for sure." Mu Tingzhou's expression darkened, and Jiang Tao nestled closer, playfully pouting, "Darling, I haven't eaten dinner tonight. Could you make me a bowl of noodles?" The man's eyes dimmed slightly. "Call me that one more time and I will, darling, love you," she declared, playfully forming a heart with her hands. Her eyes sparkled, her lips curved into a smile, and Mu Tingzhou, unable to resist, pulled her into an embrace and planted a kiss on her. "Wait, I'll bring it up once it's done. Oh, no need, I'll come down to eat later. Minutes later, downstairs, Moose Jing and Moose Rong had already departed, and Shiryu returned to her room. Jiang Tao went down to the kitchen, where Mu Tingzhou had already prepared the noodles. He placed the bowl in front of her and sat down opposite. Watching her eat, after a mouthful, Jiang Tao got up, circled around him, and whispered, "You should go upstairs to shower first. I'll join you once I finish." Just then, Mu Tingzhou received a work call and went upstairs to take it. Once the living room fell silent, the old lady emerged from her room and immediately spotted Jiang Tao sneaking out of the kitchen with a bowl of noodles, heading towards Shiryu's room. The old lady shook her head and smiled, choosing not to comment. Shiryu, nearly starving, took the bowl from Jiang Tao, nearly bursting into tears. "Aunt, you truly care for me. I shall repay your kindness in the future." Jiang Tao shot her a glance. "We're the same age." Shiryu took a large bite of noodles. "Wow. These noodles are incredibly delicious. Thanks to you, I'm fortunate enough to enjoy a meal prepared by uncle." Jiang Tao retorted, "Eating one tea silence you." She opened the door and turned back, whispering, "Once you finish, return the bowl to the kitchen. Don't let your mother find out." Shiryu nodded vigorously, too busy eating to reply. Returning upstairs, Jiang Tao found Mu Tingzhou still on the phone in the study, so she decided to take a shower first. Afterward, she emerged to find Mu Tingzhou sitting on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Hearing the bathroom door open, he lifted his gaze, his eyes sweeping over her. Jiang Tao turned to change into her nightwear when suddenly the towel draped behind her was caught, and with a slight tug, it slipped away. The action was almost instantaneous. Jiang Tao had no time to react, and like a startled fawn, she leaped onto the bed, burrowing herself beneath the covers. Moments later, he descended upon her, his weight pressing down. "Mu Tingzhou, what are you doing?" Jiang Tao kicked him from beneath the quilt, but he pressed down too firmly for her to move. He began to knead her stomach over the covers. "Your tummy is so flat. Where did that bowl of noodles go?" He was too close, and Jiang Tao turned her head away, feeling the remnants of her meal still lingering in her stomach. "I suspect it's settled in Shiryu's belly." Mu Tingzhou chuckled, "You're quite bold, daring to let me cook for Shiryu. What's wrong with an uncle preparing a meal for his niece? Not happening. In this lifetime, I only cook for my wife." Somewhere deep within, something soft stirred, and she gazed at him with fiery eyes, slightly raising her head to plant a gentle kiss on his jaw. "Is Peach trying to seduce me or hint at something?" he queried, his gaze deep and intense, as if he could draw her in. She extended her slender arm, wrapping it around his neck, her voice soft and alluring. "Is there a difference? Certainly the first implies that Peach is taking the initiative, while the second could also mean I am." Jiang Tao's cheeks flushed crimson, and she buried her face in the quilt, her voice muffled. "Hurry up and shower. To avoid the sheets brushing against her back." She remained sprawled on her stomach, his voice was low and husky. "Peach, let us decorate the new house as a princess room." "Why?" She managed to grasp a sliver of rationality. "Preparing for a future daughter?" "No, I want to do such things with Peach in the princess room. The wedding house won't be ready for another 2 months, and the old lady sought the couple's input on the wedding date. The new house needed to be aired out after renovations to eliminate formaldehyde, which required time, leading Jiang Tao to decide to postpone the wedding until October. Mu Tingzhou thought it was too late but reasoned that preparing for the wedding wouldn't be rushed. Thus he agreed. Uncle Fu and Auntie Song returned to Kyoto, and Jiang Tao had 2 shoots lined up there, providing a perfect opportunity for a visit point. One of the shoots took place at a jewelry store, where Jiang Tao unexpectedly met Jin Lin. Discovering that the store belonged to the Jin family, Jin Lin, a jewelry designer, had been busy leading her team for the spring jewelry design competition. The competition had just concluded, with Jin Lin's team securing first and third places, allowing the Jin family's jewelry store to feature in Fashion People magazine. After the shoot, the two enjoyed a meal together. Following dinner, Jin Lin accompanied Jiang Tao home, where Jiang Tao invited her to enjoy some flower tea. As sister Jin Lin, "Make yourself comfortable, I'll prepare the tea." The flowers in the glass greenhouse bloomed vibrantly, with pale yellow weeping crabapples encircling the area, light and ethereal, making one feel as if they were amidst a sea of blossoms. The lily of the valley, with its delicate pink hue, was even more charming. Jin Lin couldn't help but wander over. "Why are there so many weeping crabapples and lilies of the valley? I remember Xingchen had quite a few planted before even building a greenhouse for them." Uncle Fu chuckled from the side. "Our Peach has always had a fondness for these delightful little flowers since childhood." Chapter 77. "He Xingchen, do you like me?" When Jiang Tao returned with the flower tea, Jin Lin was chatting with Auntie Song in the living room, pouring the brewed tea into an insulated glass pot. The blooming petals were vibrant and striking, and as she filled the teacups, the nearly transparent orange liquid emitted steam. Jin Lin lifted her cup to her nose. "It smells wonderful." Did you add osmanthus? Jiang Tao nodded. Sister Jian Lin, your sense of smell is keen, the osmanthus fragrance is rich. I only added a hint for flavor enhancement, and you could discern it right away. It is not that I have a sensitive nose, Jian Lin laughed. My grandmother loves osmanthus trees and has one planted in her yard, so I've become familiar with the scent. That makes sense. I have some dried ones at home. If you like, you can take some with you. That would be great. Thank you, Peach. After leaving the Jiang residence, Jian Lin headed straight back to the company, finishing her tasks by 8 in the evening. Sitting in her office, she dazedly took out her phone to call Li Xingchen, but after 2 unsuccessful attempts she rose and drove home. Approaching the entrance of the Jian villa, she suddenly stopped the car, turned the steering wheel, and drove in another direction. The nearest flight from Kyoto to Donggang was at 10 o'clock at night. By the time Jian Lin arrived at the villa, it was nearly midnight. She rang the doorbell, and the housekeeper, surprised to see her at this hour, greeted her. Miss Jian, what brings you here at this time? Auntie, is Xingchen back? Oh, he returned by 10 but had a few drinks and went to bed early, the housekeeper said as she welcomed her inside. Upon entering, Jian Lin glanced at the housekeeper. Auntie, you can rest. Don't mind me. Understanding that Jian Lin was He Xingchen's fiancée, the housekeeper said nothing further and went to rest. Jian Lin stood in the living room for a moment before heading straight upstairs. She paused at the door of one bedroom, gently grasping the doorknob and pushing the door open. The curtains were drawn back, allowing the moonlight to mingle with the soft lighting inside, revealing the figure lying on the bed. She sat at the edge for a while, watching the man on the bed, who was completely unaware. Pulling back the covers, she climbed in fully clothed and wrapped her arms around his waist. He finally stirred, jolting upright to see her beside him. Xingchen, it's me. Her voice was soft yet firm, imbued with a sense of determination. He calmed down after a moment, the effects of the alcohol fading as he asked, what are you doing here? She remained silent for a moment, shifting slightly, and wrapped her arms around his waist again. Xingchen, we're engaged now. Her words, he hesitated. It's late. You should rest here. I'll go to the next room. He pushed her hands aside and got out of bed, just as he reached the door. Jian Lin suddenly asked, He Xingchen, do you like me? Not receiving an answer, Jian Lin smiled bitterly. What should I do, He Xingchen? We're merely in a marriage of convenience, yet I like you so very much. Do you know, I fear every day that you might call off the engagement. Sometimes I selfishly wish you wouldn't take over ES so quickly, but you're always so clever, resolving the family's crises time and again until it all rests in your hands. At times, I hope you will seize ES promptly so you can marry me. I know this is just me deceiving myself. The doorknob turned. Rest now. He Xingchen, the door opened, and Jian Lin suddenly sat up. I saw Jiang Tao today. I visited the Jiang family and their greenhouses filled with weeping crabapples and lilies of the valley. Jian Lin, He Xingchen stood at the doorway, and after a long pause, he turned, closed the door, and walked to the bedside, slowly leaning down to kiss her. In contrast to his proactive demeanor, her responses were far more fervent. Beneath the moonlight, 2 streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks, yet she bore no regrets. In the ensuing 2 months, Jiang Tao flitted between Kyoto and Donggang, promoting Shin Feifei's film, attending Enrant's red carpet event, and shadowing Xie Qinghuai, along with a multitude of stars clamoring for her to capture their images, creating a near-constant whirlwind of activity. Jiang Tao was so busy that she wished she could split herself into several copies. Even the renovation of her marital home was entrusted to Mu Tingzhou. When he called to seek her opinions, their conversation was brief before she hastily hung up. June arrived, marking the onset of the sweltering heat. The magazine office notified her of a summer-themed photography competition, urging her to participate. The theme centered around humanity and life. After much contemplation, Jiang Tao resolved to embark on a journey to Tibet for her photography. Initially, Mu Tingzhou was apprehensive and wished to accompany her, but upon the magazine arranging for Aman to follow, she persuaded him to relinquish the idea. Drawing from past experiences, Jiang Tao preemptively consumed glucose and rhodiola before her departure, and also reached out to a local youth named Bagan. Upon arriving in Tibet, Bagan awaited her at their pre-arranged meeting point, flashing a bright smile that showcased his white teeth. Aman jested. Bagan, how have you grown even more handsome? Bagan, grinning shyly, pondered for a moment before replying, you are quite beautiful as well. This time, they deviated from the previous route, as Bagan led them to Kangxia village. Perched at an altitude of 4,000 meters, the village exuded a simple charm, with few residents speaking Mandarin, yet their smiles were genuine and heartfelt upon seeing newcomers. Jiang Tao and Aman took refuge in a home where a mother single-handedly cared for her 3 children. Having lost her husband to an accident, Bagan explained that each resident received state subsidies, ensuring that raising children was manageable, alleviating the mother's burdens. After leaving Kangxia village, a 4-hour drive took them to Bagan's hometown. The same place they had previously photographed. By chance, Jiang Tao encountered the elderly woman who steadfastly remained by her husband's side. Late into the night, the streets bustled with life. Jiang Tao cradled her camera, capturing the frail and solitary silhouette of the elderly woman. Once back at the hotel, Jiang Tao imported the image into her computer, and as she gazed at it, tears streamed down her face. Nestled under the covers, she called Mu Tingzhou, recounting the myriad experiences she had encountered in Tibet. Mu Tingzhou listened quietly, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Tao Tao, let us travel together in the future. He yearned to share the journey with her, to experience the moments firsthand rather than merely hearing her narrate them. On the final night in Tibet, a mysterious small package arrived at Jiang Tao's hotel. Inside, she discovered a USB drive bearing her parents' names. Grasping the drive, a tremor coursed through her hand, uncertain if it contained a virus. The mere presence of her parents' names compelled her to investigate, for her computer held little beyond some photos. Even if it were to harbor a virus, she needed to uncover its contents. She plugged in the USB drive, and as the files loaded, Jiang Tao clicked to open them. Her parents' smiling faces appeared on the screen. Her hand trembled as tears flowed uncontrollably. These were her beloved parents. Suddenly the screen flickered to black, and when it reappeared, the figures on the screen displayed enlarged pupils, blood streaming from their orifices. Jiang Tao gasped, stepping back and colliding with the chair behind her. Chapter 78, The Curse of the Lin Family. A man, residing next door, heard the commotion and hurried to knock on the door. Sister Xiao Tao. What has happened? The imagery on the computer continued to play, shifting to a school bus where children gleefully boarded with their backpacks. The scene abruptly blurred, as if shrouded in smoke, followed by a deafening bang. Succeeded by the cacophony of cries and screams, the image sharpened once more, revealing a beautiful school bus surrounded by bloodstains. Jiang Tao stared at the screen, biting her hand in desperation, witnessing her parents in white coats rushing into the bus. Blood dripped from her wrist onto the floor, yet she felt no pain. Time ticked by. Children were rescued one by one. With a second explosive sound from within the bus, it contorted from the blast. And her parents did not emerge again. The scene transitioned again, displaying her blood-soaked parents, their faces contorted in agony, as a sorrowful voice echoed from the computer. Jiang Tao, we perished so tragically, what right do you have to be happy? White. When a man and others broke down the door, they found Jiang Tao already unconscious on the floor. When a man called at midnight, Mu Tingzhou had just finished his work. She sobbed into the phone. Sister Xiao Tao fainted. She woke up, but she is drenched in sweat. Something is wrong with her. She won't listen to me. Calmly explain what exactly happened. Mu Tingzhou quickly rose from his office chair. Send me your exact location. Jiang Tao's condition raised a man's alarm. She feared taking her away, worried that something might occur on the road, leaving them to wait anxiously for Mu Tingzhou. Given the distance to Tibet, Mu Tingzhou arrived at a man's location late in the evening. Jiang Tao lay on the hospital bed, her eyes vacant, remaining silent even when Mu Tingzhou's face entered her line of sight. She showed no response. Mu Tingzhou's heart ached profoundly. He held her close, offering constant reassurances. Tao, do not fear, I am here. On the way, a man had sent the video footage from the computer to Mu Tingzhou, who immediately recognized the figures as Jiang Tao's parents. A man assumed that Jiang Tao was merely frightened, for the video was simply a brutally unsettling clip to her, unaware that it depicted her dearest parents. Accompanying Mu Tingzhou was Assistant Qin, who was investigating the USB drive of the video. Within it had undergone post-production, and Jiang Tao had fainted before witnessing the most gruesome sequences. It was evident that this was a premeditated act. The package had appeared at the hotel front desk, where the staff stated that a child had delivered it. Designated for the elder sister in room 502 on the 5th floor, Assistant Qin traced this lead, reviewing surveillance footage, ultimately locating the young boy. The child, around 7 or 8 years old, spoke Mandarin imperfectly, explaining that a big sister had instructed him to deliver the package to the hotel. The location of the aforementioned big sister was not captured on camera, yet Assistant Qin managed to identify several suspects. Mu Tingzhou returned to Donggang with Jiang Tao, who had nearly stopped eating, drinking, and speaking, appearing utterly listless and devoid of spirit. The elderly lady accompanying her wept in distress. He Xinqing brought a psychiatrist who had previously treated his mother for depression. But regardless of the questions posed, Jiang Tao remained uncommunicative. She refused to speak, leaving the psychiatrist at a loss. Upon exiting the room, the psychiatrist shook her head with a sigh. Miss Jiang's psyche has been profoundly jolted by a significant trauma. She is currently unable to process it and has closed herself off. Additionally, she is unwilling to cooperate, leaving me without a way forward. Doctor, is there any alternative? Mu Tingzhou inquired with a furrowed brow. We can trace back to the source of the trauma, identify the cause, and then guide her from there, the doctor suggested thoughtfully, adding, generally, individuals who have experienced sudden and severe trauma may exhibit extreme behaviors and thoughts. Family must remain close by. Since that day, Mu Tingzhou remained steadfastly by Jiang Tao's side, even while sleeping, vigilantly ensuring she would not harm herself. Several psychologists visited during this time, but Jiang Tao would not cooperate. Despite their relentless coaxing, she only consumed minimal amounts of food, visibly losing weight. Mu Tingzhou and the elderly lady also began to show signs of frailty. Uncle Fu and Aunt Song hurried from Kyoto, bringing numerous photographs of elder Jiang and Jiang Tao's parents at Mu Tingzhou's request. Upon seeing those photographs, Jiang Tao finally reacted, collapsing into tears while clutching them. That night, Mu Tingzhou abruptly awoke from a dream. Turning his head, he found the space beside him empty and shot upright. The room was dimly lit, revealing Jiang Tao seated on the sofa, cradling her parents' photographs. Mu Tingzhou approached and squatted before her, his heart aching with a multitude of emotions. Tao, the video is all fabricated. Your uncle and aunt wish to see you happy. You are their precious daughter. His voice was hoarse from sleepless nights. His eyes red-rimmed, and stubble graced his chin, and the usually composed Mu Tingzhou had never appeared so disheveled. She gently reached out to cradle his face. He paused, taken aback by her response. Tao, I'm sorry, Mu Tingzhou, for causing you worry. Tao, he murmured, his raspy voice tinged with emotion. You were right. I am my parents' daughter. They love me dearly. How could they bear to see me live unhappily? I am a Jiang. My parents are brave heroes, and my grandfather is a decorated commander. Their child cannot falter. I will not be defeated by a mere video. After Assistant Chin's thorough search and inquiries, they finally located the woman who had given the package to the boy. She had disguised herself as a Tibetan, but ultimately the Assistant Chin recognized her. This woman was Lin Ji. Upon hearing that the late General Zhang's son and daughter-in-law had been turned into a video to frighten Jiang Tao, coupled with Fu Jingyan's instigation, Old Master Fu swiftly took action against the Lin family, albeit discreetly. Meanwhile, Mu Tingzhou and He Xinqing addressed the matter openly. He Xinqing, in his capacity as a member of the He family, accompanied Mu Tingzhou to Yun City. The Lin family in Yun City found themselves in turmoil overnight. Lin matriarch, a woman of formidable strength, saw both her sons dismissed without hesitation, and in a fit of rage, she spat blood, directing her children, quickly, go find that scourge who has ruined the entire Lin family. I want to break her legs. Lin Ji had heard about Jiang Tao's illness due to the video incident. In a buoyant mood, she was dancing at a bar when a group of men in black suddenly entered, parting the crowd and swiftly abducting people with burlap sacks. Assistant Chin was in the car making a call. President Mu, we have located her. She has been dumped at the Lin family's doorstep. We will deal with her after they are finished. Chapter 79. Do not involve Tao inside the tavern. Mu Tingzhou hung up the phone and glanced at the man sitting opposite him. Thank you for your help regarding Tao. He Xinqing leaned back in his chair, swirling his glass of wine. I told you, there is no need to thank me for matters concerning Tao. Mu Tingzhou offered a faint smile, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Jianlin has been in Donggang recently. He spoke as a statement. How do you know? He Xinqing furrowed his brow, concealing a certain emotion in his peach blossom eyes. She has been visiting Tao frequently these past few days. He Xinqing was taken aback. Since when did Jianlin grow so close to Tao? There is no need to hide the fact that Jianlin is staying with you. Or is it? Mu Tingzhou observed his expression, a knowing smile on his lips. Is Jianlin pressuring you to marry? He Xinqing remained silent, drinking heavily. Is this delay because of Tao? Having grown up together, Mu Tingzhou understood him well. He Xinqing suddenly raised his gaze. Do not involve Tao. Is that truly how you feel? Mu Tingzhou's eyes pierced into him. Of course. He Xinqing set down his glass. If Tao suffers any grievances while with you, I cannot guarantee. Do you believe such an opportunity exists? He Xinqing shook his head, a wry smile escaping his lips. So knowing there is no chance has left me feeling somewhat desolate. Upon leaving the tavern, the two returned home separately. When He Xinqing arrived, Jianlin and the maid were tending to the flowers in the greenhouse. He glanced around, noting that alongside the weeping crabapple and lily of the valley, there were now several unfamiliar blossoms. His expression darkened. Did you go to the Mu family? Jianlin turned at the sound, her face brightening with a smile. How did you know? She pointed at the various flowers around her. These were given to me by Tao and the old lady. They said these flowers are easy to care for and quite beautiful. Upon hearing this, Jianlin noticed his displeasure and, realizing the implication of his first question, a fleeting sadness crossed her eyes. Are you really afraid of me visiting Tao? He Xinqing silently stared at her for a few seconds before turning and entering the house. Jin Lin set down the flowers and followed him. Tao Tao is a good girl, I'm not so despicable as to harm her, she acknowledged that she had threatened him that night out of a moment of madness. But that did not mean she would hurt Jiang Tao, she genuinely liked Jiang Tao as a person. He Xingshan turned back, looking deeply into her eyes. If you truly like her, I'll accompany you to the flower market tomorrow to pick out some more. Surprised by the suggestion, Jin Lin's expression brightened. Alright. After finishing a social engagement, Shen Yian returned home. Due to the strained relationship with the Mu family, the Shin group's performance had been declining day by day. Fortunately, their foundation remained intact, preventing a total collapse. At today's gathering, he had heard about the Lin family in Yun City, sending chills down his spine. Madame Shen was lounging on the sofa while the maid massaged her head. Shen Yian sat across from her, his gaze icy. Since their last quarrel, they had been engaged in a prolonged cold war, neither offering the other a kind word. Where is our daughter? Madame Shen rolled her eyes. I have no idea. I'm discussing serious matters. Do not give me that attitude. Shen Yian coldly gestured for the maid to leave. Madame Shen retorted sarcastically, your daughter ran away because of you. Now you're concerned. Isn't it a bit late? Recently, Shen Yian had been too preoccupied to care for his daughter. He knew his wife would not neglect her, especially since the woman outside was already 4 months pregnant. Quietly confirmed to be carrying a boy, his focus was entirely on the company and the unborn child. Shen Yian softened his expression. Tell Yenner that there are plenty of good men in the world. I will find her someone even better than Mu Tingzhou. For now, let her continue her design studies abroad. I will take care of the arrangements. He was worried about Shen Yan's impulsive nature. Fearing she might ruin her future like the granddaughter of the Lin family, Madame Shen scoffed. Find someone better than Mu Tingzhou? Good luck with that. Shen Yian scowled. I'm informing you, not asking for your opinion. Shen Yian, Madame Shen suddenly stood up. What gives you the right to speak to me like that? Don't think I don't know about your mistress and her pregnancy. You think you'll have a son? Not a chance. Shen Yian's face darkened menacingly. Try to harm them, and see what happens. Mother and child, Madame Shen declared fiercely, I'll fight you to the end. As Shen Yan returned home, she witnessed her parents in a heated confrontation. Once she had been the cherished little princess, but the warm, harmonious image of their family now felt increasingly distant in her memory. To win her father's affection, she had tried hard to become the gentle girl he desired. But in the end, what had that achieved? She stood frozen, watching her parents clash violently. Madame Shen, spotting her daughter at the doorway, cried out, Yenner, your father is out there chasing women and having sons. You must strive to be better. Otherwise, the Shen family will have no place for us. After emerging from the shadows of the video incident, Jiang Tao was eager to return to work. However, the old lady refused, insisting that she needed to regain the weight she had lost before she could resume her job. In contrast to the old lady in Mu Tingzhou, Shiyu was more hopeful for Jiang Tao to gain some weight. Jiang Tao was well aware of Shiyu's intentions ever since Mu Sijing had brought her back from the Fu family in Kyoto. Her freedom had been significantly curtailed. If she returned to Kyoto, Shiyu would have a reason to go. Jiang Tao asked her, your mother and your aunt both disapprove of your pursuing Fu Jinghan? Are you sure you want to continue? Shiyu nodded resolutely. This time, I will only marry Fu Jinghan. Their relationship had made no significant progress. Every time Fu Jinghan mentioned Shiyu, his tone dripped with disdain. Jiang Tao thought that with Shiyu's overwhelming desire to conquer, she would eventually give up when faced with Fu Jinghan's disinterest. To encourage Jiang Tao to eat, Shiyu accompanied her at every meal. In the end, Jiang Tao gained little weight, while Shiyu put on several pounds. Mu Tingzhou watched her with displeasure. Have you been eating Tao Tao's share too? Uncle, on my honor, I eat much less than her. Tao Tao just has one of those metabolisms that won't let her gain weight, Shiyu protested. Feeling aggrieved, she still had to lose weight. Though Mu Tingzhou said this, he knew well that his Tao Tao had also gained a fair amount of weight recently. But only in the right places. His hands were the measure. Recently, Shen Feifei was engaged in a commercial shoot in Sioux City, and both the brand and Shen Feifei had specifically requested Jiang Tao to participate. Sioux City, known for its misty beauty, was enchanting. Shen Feifei, adorned with sultry makeup and donning a fitted wine-red cheongsam, stood gracefully on the ancient streets, her oil paper umbrella above her head depicting a soaring phoenix. Excellent, splendid, Jiang Tao exclaimed, pressing the shutter of her camera. Feifei, a gentle voice suddenly called from behind. Chapter 80. Is this a reward? Jiang Tao turned to see Shen Yan standing not far away, since the online incident. Her feelings towards Shen Yan had soured significantly. Furthermore, Shen Yan had not called her, her gaze fixated on Shen Feifei, cousin? Shen Yan's unexpected appearance surprised Shen Feifei. After that day, when her uncle learned she had spoken up for Jiang Tao online, he had slapped her hard, and she had never returned to the Shen family or to Donggang since. Shen Yan approached, ignoring Jiang Tao beside her. I came here to have a few cheongsams made. I heard a beautiful star was shooting here, so I thought I'd come and take a look. Shin Feifei smiled, not taking her words seriously. She had grown up alongside Shen Yan and understood her character all too well. Shen Yan appeared gentle, but when it came to her interests, she could be more ruthless than anyone. Remembering how as children, they had each been gifted a cat by their grandmother, Shen Yan had coldly tossed her own cat into the river to freeze to death simply because someone remarked that Shin Feifei's cat was prettier. Shin Feifei had cried for days over that loss. Shen Yan was vain and wanted everything, food, clothes, and accessories, to be more beautiful than Shin Feifei's. How could she ever compliment her? When you finish shooting, let us grab a meal together. It's been ages since we sisters had a good chat. Shin Feifei glanced at Jiang Tao, who had actually planned to go out with her to explore local delicacies. Shen Yan casually swept her gaze over. If Miss Jiang is willing, she may join us. No need. I'll just take a few more shots and then wrap up. Jiang Tao had no desire to dine with Shen Yan. Shen Yan lingered nearby as the shoot concluded. Shin Feifei glanced apologetically at Jiang Tao, who shrugged and smiled in response. After returning the photography equipment to the hotel, Jiang Tao wandered the ancient town streets with her camera. Munching on local specialty water-fried dumplings. As she walked, she suddenly halted. A man stood not far away, smiling at her, his tall stature exuding an air of elegance that drew the eye. Her eyes sparkled, and she felt an urge to run towards him, but the dumplings in her hands held her back. She quickened her pace, and before she could even reach him, she excitedly asked, "Aren't you on a business trip in Haishur? How come you're here?" He smiled and gently brushed aside the hair that had stuck to her face from her hurried walk. It's only a half hour by high-speed train from Haishur to here, so I came to see you. To meet her as soon as possible. He hadn't even driven, as that would take nearly 2 hours. Jiang Tao curved her lips, revealing shallow dimples that danced in and out of sight. With one hand clad in a disposable glove, she held out a pan-fried dumpling to him, exclaiming, "I just bought this. It's still warm and absolutely delicious." Mu Tingzhou took a bite, nodding slightly in approval. "Not bad. Can a pan-fried dumpling really fill you up?" Mu Tingzhou's eyes sparkled with affection. "Should I treat you to authentic Sioux City delicacies, my dear?" Jiang Tao nodded vigorously, having spent the entire morning taking pictures of Shin Feifei, and was quite famished. The destination Mu Tingzhou had in mind was not far, and they strolled hand in hand past a grand Chinese medicine clinic, its sign boldly proclaiming He Yi Guan in robust characters. Suddenly Mu Tingzhou stopped. "This is owned by a friend of mine. I wonder if he's in. Shall we go in and say hello?" Jiang Tao agreed, feeling it only courteous to greet a friend while passing by. As they approached the entrance, a couple emerged, carrying several bags of traditional Chinese medicine, accompanied by a kindly elderly gentleman with silver hair, around 70. "Mr. Mu," the elder exclaimed, glancing at the beautiful girl by his side with a warm expression. "Is this your newlywed wife?" Mu Tingzhou turned to glance at the sweet girl beside him, smiling as he nodded gently. Jiang Tao politely greeted the elder. "Uncle, where's Yun Shang?" Mu Tingzhou inquired. The elder chuckled helplessly. "That young lady is in school." Having gotten into a scuffle again, the gentleman rushed off to handle it. Just then, the phone rang. The elder invited them to sit while he hurriedly answered the call. After a brief conversation, he hung up, looking troubled. Mu Tingzhou chuckled softly. "That girl is such a handful. It's no wonder he finds it challenging. She's a bit mischievous, yet quite endearing. Since she arrived, the family has become lively," the elder remarked with a gentle expression, clearly doting on her. Mu Tingzhou nodded. His nature was rather quiet, and having someone vibrant by his side was quite nice. The elder insisted on having them stay for dinner. "Uncle, we were merely passing by to say hello. We have other matters to attend to, so we won't impose," Mu Tingzhou replied. "Mr. Mu, won't you wait for him to return?" the elder urged, trying to hold them back. Holding Jiang Tao's hand, Mu Tingzhou began to walk away. "No, uncle, we have other affairs. Perhaps we can gather another time." Just as the elder was about to say something else, his phone rang again. Mu Tingzhou encouraged him to take the call. Leading Jiang Tao out of the clinic, once outside, Jiang Tao, feeling somewhat perplexed, asked, "What were you and uncle discussing? I couldn't understand a word." Mu Tingzhou embraced her gently. "First, let us indulge in something delicious. I'll tell you about my friend later." Jiang Tao pouted. "After knowing you for so many years, I realize I hardly know any of your friends." Mu Tingzhou ruffled her hair playfully. "Why should you bother getting to know them?" Jiang Tao looked up, meeting his deep inky gaze, and with a slight frown asked, "Are you feeling jealous?" Mu Tingzhou tightened his embrace possessively. "You can only see me." They enjoyed the local cuisine, and afterward, Mu Tingzhou took her on a leisurely tour. Jiang Tao snapped countless photographs, and they continued to revel in their day until evening, walking back to the hotel. On their way, Jiang Tao suddenly received a call from Suan Tao Tao. "Can you guess how many awards you won at the Summer Light New Photography Contest?" Jiang Tao, puzzled, replied, Editor Su, I didn't submit anything for this competition. After feeling disheartened, she had completely forgotten about the photography contest. It was Mr.mu who gave me your camera and asked me to select your entries. Sun exclaimed excitedly. The winning piece was the photograph of the old woman's silhouette, first prize. After hanging up, Jiang Tao felt a rush of excitement, wrapping her arms around his waist and gazing up at him with sparkling eyes. Mu Tingzhou, how is it that I love you so much? The girl in his arms, with skin glowing in the lamplight and her round, fox-like eyes sparkling brightly, had her lips curled in a charming arc. Mu Tingzhou's gaze deepened as he realized he had heard the conversation while she was on the phone. His girl had won an award. She was remarkable, indeed. He lowered his head and tenderly kissed her lips. The girl tilted her head back, her eyes filled with his affection. Is this a reward? Yes, that I want more. They stood at the roadside, and Mu Tingzhou glanced around before saying, Tao Tao, let us head back to the hotel. Jiang Tao, in high spirits, playfully clung to his waist. No, I want it now. Mu Tingzhou, with a doting furrow in his brow, leaned down and kissed his girl again. Not far away, Xinyan watched this scene with a venomous gaze. Her long nails digging into her skin, oblivious to the pain, his love, his kiss, those were meant for her. Chapter 81, Xin Feifei gets hurt. Xin Feifei stood beside Xinyan, following her line of sight to see Jiang Tao and Mr. Mu locked in an embrace, kissing. Earlier that afternoon, Jiang Tao had messaged her, inquiring if they could postpone their photo shoot to the next day. Xinyan had been shadowing her, and she sensed something was amiss with her cousin. Unsure of her true intentions and now observing Xinyan's ill demeanor, Xin Feifei quickly suggested, Cousin, let us return to the hotel. It took Xinyan a moment to withdraw her gaze. I in the hotel elevator. Xin Feifei hesitated before speaking. Well, cousin, there are plenty of good men in the world. Mr. Mu is not the only one. Besides, it seems that Jiang Tao and Mr.mu are genuinely in love. Can you try to be more open-minded? Xinyan had previously staged an online act to slander Jiang Tao, which Xin Feifei disapproved of. She preferred a more straightforward approach, confronting grievances openly rather than resorting to underhanded tactics. A fleeting coldness flickered in Xinyan's eyes as she smiled. Rest assured, I've moved on from my feelings for Mu Tingzhou. Xin Feifei was skeptical, having clearly seen the hatred in her cousin's eyes moments ago. The next morning, Xinyan suddenly left without a word. Leaving Xin Feifei bewildered, she made a point to inquire with the tailor about her custom qipao, only to find that Xinyan had not gone to have it made, with an ominous premonition. Xin Feifei recalled her cousin's intense gaze towards Jiang Tao. She knew Xinyan all too well, stubborn and extreme, the type willing to inflict 1,000 wounds upon herself just to hurt others. The following day, Mu Tingzhou returned to Donggang for work, while Jiang Tao stayed an extra day for a half-day shoot. After concluding her work in Sioux City, Jiang Tao departed the night before. And Xin Feifei treated her to dinner. Jiang Tao, I've noticed my cousin hasn't been herself. Please be cautious and keep your distance from her. As Xinyan's cousin, it felt inappropriate for Xin Feifei to say such things. But she knew Jiang Tao was a good girl and wished to protect her from harm. In fact, during the morning shoot, Jiang Tao had already sensed the bitter gaze Xinyan cast upon her. Indeed, Xinyan was extreme in her feelings, otherwise she wouldn't have resorted to desperate measures before even starting a relationship with Mu Tingzhou. Thank you for telling me. I will be careful, but what about your family? Will your uncle and aunt make things difficult for you because of me? Xin Feifei flicked her hair back with a sense of confidence. Don't worry, as long as my parents don't have to ask my uncle for money. They have no reason to make things hard for me. After all, I'm now a well-known star. Jiang Tao glanced at the dark circles under Xin Feifei's eyes, realizing that her relentless pursuit of money for her parents had taken a toll on her. Is it that obvious? Xin Feifei asked, touching her under-eye skin. Very obvious. Your health is important. Don't exhaust yourself. Jiang Tao became serious. Considering your parents' lifestyle, they indulge in lavish spending. It's not sustainable for you to keep supporting them. Xin Feifei sighed, resting her chin on her hand. What can I do? I'm their daughter. I can't just abandon them. Her entry into the entertainment industry stemmed from her love for acting. But it was also fueled by friends' tales of quick money in the industry. For years she had been at the mercy of her uncle's family, and she was tired of begging for money from them. After that incident where they forced her to apologize for spilling wine on Jiang Tao, she had seen the true colors of her uncle's family. Of course you can't abandon them. But you can't allow them to spend recklessly. After all, that's your hard-earned money, Jiang Tao suggested. What if you staged a little drama to make them feel a bit of guilt and perhaps rein in their spending? The idea struck Xin Feifei like a bolt of lightning. I'm quite skilled at acting. She stood up and hugged Jiang Tao tightly. Thank you, Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao patted her back playfully. Hurry back to your seat. Big star, if the people outside the private room recognize your voice, the fans will swarm in here. 3 days after Jiang Tao returned to Donggang, she saw news online about Shen Feifei's injury. Her first instinct was to dismiss it as a hoax, until she came across footage of Shen Feifei's van overturning. It hit her hard that this was no mere fabrication. She immediately called Shen Feifei. But there was no answer, so she reached out to her assistant. After grasping the full situation, Jiang Tao learned that Shen Feifei had been rushing to commitments, and when the driver had an emergency. Her assistant, unable to drive, had opted to let Shen Feifei take the wheel, not wanting to delay the business as scheduled. Shen Feifei had driven herself. It was nighttime, and after several days of sleeplessness, she had met with an accident on the road. Her assistant, seated in the passenger seat, sustained minor injuries, but Shen Feifei was gravely hurt, with significant injuries to her face and head due to the rollover. When Jiang Tao arrived at the hospital, Shen Feifei was still unconscious in the intensive care unit. A throng of reporters hovered outside, and while the manager dealt with them, Jiang Tao stood outside the ICU. Watching the still figure of Shen Feifei lying there, her heart heavy with sorrow. Just days prior, they had been laughing and chatting, yet now she lay there motionless. The assistant hurriedly brought back Shen Feifei's parents, who had returned from abroad. They were both well-groomed. The man donned a floral shirt and beach shorts, while the woman wore a long, strapless beach dress. It was evident that this couple had just come from some island beach getaway. Having had no time to change, Shen's mother, with reddened eyes, attempted to enter the intensive care unit, but the assistant quickly intervened, saying, "Auntie, that's the critical care area. We cannot go in, let us observe from here." Jiang Tao pointed towards the glass window. "Feifei, my Feifei." The couple leaned against the window, witnessing their daughter connected to various instruments, and they wept inconsolably. Once their tears had flowed enough, they sat on a bench. Regaining a semblance of composure, Jiang Tao slowly spoke, "Uncle, Auntie, do you know why Feifei had the accident?" Shen's mother nodded. "Feifei doesn't drive often, especially not at night." "No," Jiang Tao interrupted, "it's because of you. She worked tirelessly to earn money for you, so you could live a carefree and luxurious life. She pushed herself for days on end, averaging only 4 to 5 hours of sleep each night, exhausting her body, which is why she had the accident while driving." The couple was taken aback, exchanging glances before looking back at Jiang Tao. "Feifei never told us these things. She never spoke of her hardships. Just because she didn't speak of it doesn't mean she wasn't struggling. And now you know." Shen's father covered his face, tears streaming down, while Shen's mother silently gazed at her daughter lying inside. Chapter 82. He is just a bastard who doesn't understand the value of tenderness. At the award ceremony for the Summer Light New Photography Competition, Jiang Tao received a phone call from Shen Feifei's assistant just before taking the stage, informing her that Shen Feifei had awakened. The next time Jiang Tao saw her was at the rehabilitation center in Donggang. The bandage on her head had been removed, revealing a scar resembling a centipede, but fortunately her face had only sustained a scrape. Shen Feifei appeared to be in relatively good spirits, joking with Jiang Tao. "How did I perform in this tragic act? The Oscar is surely mine." Shen Feifei gazed out at the sunlight, and Jiang Tao didn't miss the melancholy in her eyes. The long scar on her head was a devastating blow for a female celebrity. Jiang Tao poked her lightly, asking, "Shall we try a different style?" "What do you mean?" "Trust me." Jiang Tao winked at her. Jiang Tao had a habit of carrying a camera with her, so she called Haiwei to see if she could come over. Luckily, Haiwa had no prior engagements and promptly brought her makeup kit to the rehabilitation center. After a few hushed exchanges with Haiwa, Jiang Tao nodded in understanding. Shen Feifei was unsure of Jiang Tao's intentions but, trusting her, did not refuse Haiwei's makeup application. Once they finished, Jiang Tao began taking photos, with Shen Feifei still in her hospital gown, the scar on her head exposed. Despite the commotion, Shen Feifei finally instructed Jiang Tao, "Please don't post these online, otherwise her image would be ruined," and she feared she would never be cast in another role again. "Don't worry, after I edit the photos, you can review them before deciding whether to post them." During this time, Mu Tingzhou had been quite busy, returning home late from work, which led them to stay at the Sandalwood apartment. When Mu Tingzhou arrived home, he found Jiang Tao at the study desk. Engrossed in her work, he approached her, but Jiang Tao was so absorbed that she didn't notice him. Upon seeing the image on her computer screen, Mu Tingzhou asked quietly, "Wearing a hospital gown? Is this the latest trend?" Jiang Tao suddenly looked up, realizing he was smiling. "I visited Shen Feifei at the hospital today. She felt self-conscious about her scar, so I wanted to help her regain her confidence by taking this series of photos." "Pretty cool," Mu Tingzhou commented, providing the affirmation Jiang Tao sought. Previously, Shen Feifei had always embodied the sultry goddess image, but due to her scar, it would be difficult for her to continue on that path. Hence, Jiang Tao had opted for a style that was both edgy and fierce. Jiang Tao worked through the night editing the photos and sent them to Shen Feifei as soon as she finished. After viewing the images, Shen Feifei was so excited that she barely slept that night. She sent Jiang Tao a message. Jiang Tao, I want to post on Weibo. Jiang Tao saw this message the following morning and hurried to check Shen Feifei's Weibo, only to discover that the post had gone viral, receiving an overwhelming amount of praise. Feifei is so brave. If it were another celebrity, they would have probably fainted in the bathroom over the scar. Facing herself head-on, Feifei, you're amazing. Feifei suits this style so well, I love it. The sultry goddess look is overdone. Only our Feifei's spirit is intriguing. Fei Guo is both beautiful and fierce, within a mere morning. Shen Feifei's Weibo followers surged by hundreds of thousands. When Shen Feifei uploaded these photos, she intentionally edited her caption, "Thank you, my darling, for allowing me to undergo this perfect transformation." Location, hospital ward. Photographer, Jiang Tao. Makeup artist, Haiwa. The combination of the new photography competition and Shen Feifei's unique wild transformation, along with Jiang Tao being the exclusive photographer for the acclaimed actor Xie Qinghuai and the popular actress An Ran, catapulted Jiang Tao to fame. Her booking requests flooded in. The renovation of her new home was nearing completion, featuring a pastoral style, with a garden abundant in flowers and a designated tea pavilion, along with a lazy sofa in the corridor. Standing in the yard, Jiang Tao suddenly felt an urge to embrace a life of leisure and tranquility, though the materials used were the finest. The place was still uninhabitable for the time being, since the celebrities she was scheduled to shoot were primarily in Kyoto. Jiang Tao would need to reside there for the foreseeable future. Shiryu, neglecting to even take a vacation, hastily accompanied Jiang Tao to Kyoto. Grandfather Fu and Grandma had not seen Shiryu for some time and were particularly eager to see her. They even contemplated making a trip to Donggang just to visit her. However, before they could set off, the girl arrived, delighting them immensely, and they pampered her with an abundance of food and drink. Shiryu lounged on the sofa, teasingly said, "Grandpa and Grandma, it's not enough for just you two to miss me. If you keep ignoring my brother's calls and texts, I'll feel too embarrassed to return to the Fu family." Upon hearing this, the elderly couple panicked and immediately called Fu Jinghan, using coaxing and pleading to try to bring him home. Yet Fu Jinghan was already aware of Shiryu's arrival and intentionally avoided coming home. Unable to see Fu Jinghan, Shiryu felt disheartened, prompting Jiang Tao to arrange a meeting to alleviate her longing. When Fu Jinghan arrived at the bar's private room and spotted Shiryu, he immediately turned to leave. However, Jiang Tao, quick on her feet, managed to stop him, persuading him to stay. Jiang Tao sat in the middle, with Shiryu and Fu Jinghan on opposite sides of the sofa, separated by an immense distance. Fu Jinghan was avoiding Shiryu, while she dared not sit too close for fear he might walk away. Realizing this was not a viable situation, Jiang Tao contemplated either making Fu Jinghan fall for Shiryu or convincing Shiryu to abandon her pursuit of him. Both seemed quite difficult. Thus she devised a bold strategy: to lock the door and leave them to face their feelings. Pretending to take a phone call, Jiang Tao stood up and discreetly instructed the waiter to lock the door before returning home to sleep. In the morning, she was awakened by a call from Shiryu. As soon as the call connected, Shiryu's voice came through, filled with complaints. "Jiang Tao, you heartless person, you left me alone at the bar. I slept on the floor all night, and now my back hurts. Where's Fu Jinghan?" At the mention of him, Shiryu grew agitated. "That jerk got me drunk and then left. He left 2 bodyguards outside. And when I stumbled out, I was startled." Jiang Tao facepalmed, realizing she should have ensured Fu Jinghan stayed by Shiryu's side, allowing him to slip away. After getting ready, she drove to pick up Shiryu, advising Shiryu, "Why not let it go? Don't chase Fu Jinghan anymore. He is just a bastard who doesn't understand the value of tenderness." This time, Shiryu was also feeling somewhat discouraged. She had never pursued anyone for more than a month, and it had already been several months with no progress. Last night, under such favorable conditions, Fu Jinghan had treated her like the plague. Moreover, she knew that the reason Fu Jinghan had not used the same harsh tactics with her as with other girls was because of Jiang Tao. Out of consideration for Jiang Tao, he had constantly endured her presence, but he still found her bothersome. Shiryu felt somewhat disheartened, concluding that perhaps it was best to leave it be. After all, a forced fruit isn't sweet. Tonight, I'll say goodbye to Grandpa and Grandma Fu. And tomorrow, I'll return to Donggang. Chapter 83, I'm sorry, I will take responsibility in the evening. Shiryu visited the Fu family. Grandfather Fu and Grandma had prepared a lavish feast filled with Shiryu's favorite dishes. As she gazed at the table overflowing with delicacies, tears brimmed in her eyes. "Grandpa, Grandma, please don't treat me so well, or I might not want to leave." "Leave? Where did we?" Grandfather Fu exclaimed, alarmed. "Young lady, clarify what you mean." "Grandpa and Grandma, your eldest grandson is just too difficult to pursue. I've decided to retreat. I'll be going back to Donggang tomorrow." Tears streamed down Shiryu's face as she added, I may not come back to the Fu family again. Grandma Fu took her hand, saying, "Child, Jinghan is just cold on the outside but warm on the inside, can you give him a little more time?" Shiryu shook her head. "Grandma, I've made my decision, so please don't persuade me further." With a sigh, Grandfather Fu replied, "Then let me call that boy over to have a meal with you." Just as he picked up his phone, a lazy voice came from outside. "What are you two sneaking around for? The aroma has wafted all the way to the front door." Seeing him, Grandfather Fu grunted. You've certainly developed a keen sense of smell. The elderly couple didn't give him a pleasant response, but Fu Jinghan didn't mind, walking straight to the dining table. "I'm starving. When do we eat?" Ignoring him, Grandfather and Grandma Fu turned their attention to Shiryu. "Come on, dear, let us eat." Fu Jinghan's gaze drifted disinterestedly to Shiryu's tear-streaked face. "Oh, the little witch can cry." "Huh?" Shiryu glared at him, declaring, "If I were a witch, the first thing I would do is turn you into a toad. You aspire to associate with me, I wouldn't even glance your way. Toads are quite fine, after all, he is indeed a toad now." The elderly lady interjected. Fu Jinghan raised an eyebrow and gestured towards a plate of shrimp placed at a distance. "Toad Grandma, could you kindly bring that plate of shrimp closer? You do not deserve to eat it." The old lady promptly moved the plate in front of herself. Fu Jinghan, he hesitated, seemingly at a loss. "May I ask why you dislike me?" Shiryu suddenly inquired. Fu Jinghan, after a moment, brought the plate of shrimp before himself, not lifting his gaze, methodically putting on disposable gloves. "No particular reason." "How could there be no reason?" Shiryu, with reddened eyes, fixed her gaze upon him. "Is it because I am not pretty enough or my character is lacking?" Fu Jinghan, with his gaze lowered, arranged the peeled shrimp neatly on the plate, his tone languid. "Not as delectable as these shrimp." The old lady shot him a glare. "Did you not claim to dislike shrimp?" "I like them now," he replied nonchalantly, popping a shrimp into his mouth. Halfway through the meal, Old Master Fu stepped out to fetch a bottle of wine. Pouring a glass for both Fu Jinghan and Shiryu, "Come, let us have a drink together." The old man personally poured the wine, and the two youngsters dared not refuse. By the time Jiang Tao finished her drawings, it was already past 10, and Shiryu had yet to return. She promptly dialed Shiryu's number. It was Fu Grandma who answered. "Hello, Jiang Tao." "Hello, Grandma Fu, where is Shiryu? Why hasn't she come back so late?" "Oh, Shiryu mentioned she would be staying at the Fu residence tonight. She is currently in the study, keeping your Grandpa Fu company for a game of chess, and left her phone in the living room." Jiang Tao thought little of it. Shiryu was returning to Donggang, and the Fu elders were particularly fond of her, so it was only natural they would want her to stay the night. The following day, at the Fu residence, Shiryu and Fu Jinghan awoke simultaneously. Fu Jinghan, "You scoundrel!" Shiryu clutched the blanket to her chest, one hand instinctively reaching out to strike him. Fu Jinghan did not evade. His expression one of bewilderment, as she scratched his shoulder and back. He stammered, utterly unsure how to explain their current predicament. "Fu Jinghan, you are a despicable person, you dislike me yet still chose to sleep with me." Shiryu attempted to kick him only to realize she was entirely unclad. Upon lifting the blanket, promptly retracting her legs. "I apologize." Fu Jinghan frowned, "although I am just as perplexed by the situation. I shall take responsibility." Hearing the commotion from the room, Fu Grandma shot an irritated glare at Old Master Fu. "Look at the mess you've caused, now they are quarreling." Old Master Fu, however, chuckled. "A quarrel is inconsequential. As long as that lad can get the main business sorted, it's fine. We haven't even confirmed Jinghan's feelings yet. Isn't this putting the girl in a difficult position? I know my own grandson well. He may speak harshly, but he harbors affection for that girl," Old Master Fu said, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of confidence. "After all these years, aside from Zhang's girl, which other girl has dared to stand her ground near Jinghan? If he truly disliked her, he would have long sent her packing." Shiryu, having dressed, emerged from her room with reddened eyes. She was not in a state of amnesia, and since she had not consumed much alcohol the previous night, she could recall the details. Both she and Fu Jinghan had been drugged by Old Master Fu. She did not seek out Fu Grandma or Grandpa. Heading straight for the entrance, Old Master Fu, upon hearing the news, rushed outside, just in time to witness Shiryu slap his grandson. "Fu Jinghan, I do not require your sense of responsibility. From this day forth, I am no longer indebted to you. We shall be strangers." With that, Shiryu turned on her heel and departed. Old Master Fu stood dumbfounded, ready to pursue her when Fu Jinghan's cool voice halted him. "If you chase after her, she will come to resent the Fu family then. What should we do?" Old Master Fu asked, somewhat at a loss, directing his frustration towards his grandson. "Isn't it all your fault? You clearly like the girl but refuse to admit it. Coward, timid, spineless, weakling." Fu Jinghan, Fu Grandma hurried over. "What should we do? Should I personally visit the Mu family?" "You need not worry, I will handle it myself," Fu Jinghan replied, turning to exit the house. just as Shi Yu arrived at her doorstep. Jiang Tao was about to greet her. Seeing her eyes red, she rushed into the courtyard, taking her by the arm. "What's wrong? Have you been crying?" This question prompted Shi Yu to throw herself into Jiang Tao's embrace. Sobbing uncontrollably, Jiang Tao's first instinct was to assume Shi Yu had been wronged by the Fu family. Pushing her back slightly, she questioned sternly, "Shi Yu, tell me the truth, did the Fu family bully you?" Was it bullying? Shi Yu pondered. Grandpa and Grandma Fu were aware of her feelings for Fu Jinghan. They merely wanted her to be with him, albeit with misguided methods. What truly angered her was Fu Jinghan's apparent ignorance of the situation. Just like herself, if he had knowingly slept with her, it would imply she held some significance in his heart, at least that she was not entirely unwelcome after pursuing him for so long. She was not oblivious to his character. He would never engage with someone he did not like unless under circumstances where he was not fully aware, like the previous night when they had been drugged. Chapter 84. I don't know if it's your first time. Shi Yu cried in her embrace for a while, and once she regained her composure, she shook her head. "It's nothing, just feeling a bit down." Tao, I'll go wash my face, and then could you take me to the airport?" Jiang Tao, still concerned, suggested. "How about I accompany you back to Donggang?" Shi Yu forced a smile. "No need, I am not that fragile a girl. Who knows, in a few days I might encounter another boy I want to pursue." After Shi Yu headed upstairs, Uncle Fu quietly sighed. That lad from the Fu family truly is a fool. How could he bear to reject such a wonderful girl? After returning to Donggang, Shi Yu was perpetually downcast. Jiang Tao presumed she had not moved on from her failed pursuit and dedicated her time to cheer her up. Jiang Tao called He Xingchen and then took Shi Yu to the seaside resort they had previously visited with Jian Lin. Jiang Tao dragged her onto the Ferris wheel, played bumper cars, and indulged her with her favorite grilled prawns. Shi Yu understood Jiang Tao's intentions to lift her spirits, but she remained inconsolable. Seizing the moment when Jiang Tao was on the phone, Shi Yu wandered nearby, and around a corner, she unexpectedly spotted Fu Jinghan. She turned on her heel, intending to leave. Fu Jinghan hastily caught up to her. "Shi Yu, let us talk. There is nothing to discuss," Shi Yu retorted, shaking him off. Fu Jinghan's eyes were complex. "I'm sorry, I didn't know it was your first time." Enough, Shi Yu interrupted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "The first time is not something to make a fuss about. You need not feel guilty, nor should you keep saying sorry. You were equally unaware, were you not?" She gazed at him, her eyes reflecting a painful resolve. "Fu Jinghan, I no longer harbor feelings for you. Starting tomorrow, I shall pursue another. Please refrain from calling or messaging me again." Fu Jinghan observed her determined silhouette, a shadow of gloom gradually enveloping his brow. That evening marked a significant moment for him as well. After concluding her call, Jiang Tao turned around only to find Shi Yu had vanished. In a flurry of worry, she searched everywhere, ultimately encountering He Xingchen. "What's the matter, Tao? You seem quite anxious. I can't locate Shi Yu. Her phone is with me." Despite knowing Shi Yu would not act recklessly, her distracted demeanor was unsettling. The sweltering heat caused Jiang Tao to sweat. Prompting He Xingchen to offer her his drink, gently reassuring her, "Do not fret. I will assist you in your search." Together, they went to the surveillance room to review the footage, only to discover Shi Yu sitting in a secluded spot. Lost in thought, exiting the surveillance room, they positioned themselves nearby, choosing not to intrude. Jiang Tao, feeling disheartened by Shi Yu's forlorn figure, was comforted by He Xingchen, who playfully produced a small cake, saying, "Have some sweets. It will brighten your spirits." Jiang Tao, astonished, glanced around. "Xingchen, go. Where did you get this? You were just beside me." He Xingchen fixed his gaze upon her. "If you eat the cake and smile, I shall reveal the secret." Understanding he was merely trying to cheer her up, Jiang Tao bit her lip and accepted the cake, picking at it with a fork. Noticing there were 2 forks, she offered one to him. "Xingchen, go. Shi Yu doesn't eat cream cakes. I can't finish it alone. Let us share." Having accompanied Shi Yu on a lengthy outing that day, she was far too full to consume the entire cake. It was a hot day, and it would be a shame to waste it. He Xingchen accepted the fork with a smile. In a concealed location, a high-resolution camera clicked away, capturing several seemingly intimate moments, which were promptly sent to a certain individual's WeChat. Jian Lin was in a meeting when her phone buzzed a few times. Initially indifferent, she soon noticed the persistent notifications. Upon checking, she discovered a series of over 20 photos. She clicked on one, scanning the room filled with her employees. She noticed a designer presenting the latest jewelry designs on the big screen. Clenching her phone tightly, she ultimately refrained from calling for a halt. Chapter 85. This is also my Fu family's child. The following day, when Jian Lin arrived in Donggang, He Xingchen was already away on a business trip. She had ignored the strange WeChat account that sent her photos the previous day. But today she felt compelled to seek him out. With He Xingchen absent, she invited a friend in Donggang to a bar for drinks. After several rounds, she excused herself to the restroom, only to unexpectedly bump into Xinyan. Zhen Lin had known Xinyan even before meeting He Xingchen. They had crossed paths at various events, but their acquaintance deepened after her engagement to He Xingchen. He Xingchen and Mu Tingzhou were close friends, and Xinyan had been the favored match for the Mu family. After their engagement, they had seen each other frequently, eventually becoming friends. However, since Xinyan's recent suicide attempt, Zhen Lin had deliberately distanced herself from her. It wasn't he that she sought to curry favor. As an observer, she saw clearly that Mu Tingzhou had no genuine affection for Xinyan. They had never truly loved one another. It was merely a matter of one's emotional turmoil, and she found such individuals distasteful. Xinyan, it's been a while, Zhen Lin greeted politely. Xinyan's expression was indifferent. Indeed, it's been a while, but we just spoke last night, didn't we? Zhen Lin, slightly taken aback, quickly realized. Furrowing her brows, she asked, were those photos sent by you? Of course. Xinyan's cold gaze met hers. Seeing your fiancé cozying up to another woman, yet you remain unfazed, Zhen Lin? I must say, I overestimated you. Zhen Lin's expression hardened. Xinyan, is there any meaning in what you're doing? Of course there is. Zhang Tao is quite cunning. She manages to be affectionate with Mu Tingzhou while maintaining an ambiguous relationship with your fiancé. Don T, you want to teach her a lesson. Without that girl's interference, we could return to our rightful paths. Zhen Lin regarded her, offering a faint smile. And what might that rightful path be? Naturally, it's me with Mu Tingzhou and you smoothly marrying He Xingchen. Zhen Lin nodded silently, crossing her arms as she leaned against the sink. It sounded quite reasonable, yet she questioned, how do you propose to achieve that? I require your assistance. A glint of malice flickered in Xinyan's eyes. I won't partake in anything illegal, rest assured. I merely wish for her to leave on her own accord. As the wedding approached, Zhang Tao spent this time in Donggang with activities revolving around photography and preparations concerning the choice of bridesmaids. Xin Feifei and Ran Haiyu and a man had all been predetermined, yet Shiyu had remained conspicuously silent. Sensing something amiss, Zhang Tao discussed Shiyu's state with Mu Tingzhou that evening. Having grown up alongside Shiyu, she understood her character well. She was not someone who clung stubbornly to the past. Mu Tingzhou also sensed Shiyu's unusual demeanor. Just yesterday, while standing before her at the office, she had appeared utterly oblivious, unlike her usual self, who would have promptly dashed off. After contemplation, he suggested, perhaps I should speak with her tomorrow? How will you approach her? A few words from you may only provoke her further. Never mind, I shall visit her in the morning and ask directly. If need be, I can take her out for a couple of days. The following morning, Zhang Tao knocked on Shiyu's door, but no response came. Had she left that early? Gently pushing the door open, she scanned the room, confirming Shiyu was indeed absent. The bedding was slightly disheveled, and as Zhang Tao tidied up, she caught sight of shredded medical reports in the trash. Frowning slightly, she bent down to retrieve a few fragments, piecing together that it was a sonogram. Her gaze finally landed on the words, early pregnancy, but her eyes widened in shock and she hurriedly dialed Shiyu's number, but it went unanswered. Forcing herself to remain calm, Zhang Tao knew Shiyu too well. She was not one to lack self-respect. She emptied the contents of the trash bin, ultimately piecing together Shiyu's name. Uncertain of the situation, she hesitated to alarm the matriarch and instead called Mu Tingzhou. He instructed her not to panic and promised to handle it. With Shiyu's phone now turned off, Zhang Tao drove out to search, suddenly recalling that Shiyu had spent the night at the Fu residence, only to return the next day in tears. She thought back, pulling over to the roadside. Zhang Tao called Fu Jinghan, still groggy from a hangover. He was jolted awake by her urgent shout. Fu Jinghan, tell me what happened the night Shiyu stayed at your place? Before he could gather his thoughts, Zhang Tao shouted again, It was my fault. Grandfather wanted me to be with Shiyu, so he secretly drugged us at the party, and we, Fu Jinghan, you scoundrel, if anything happens to Shiyu, I will never forgive you. Listening to the dial tone, Fu Jinghan was suddenly alert. Mu Tingzhou arranged for surveillance footage from around the Mu residence to be reviewed. Shiyu had left at 6 in the morning, parking her car roadside for nearly half an hour before aimlessly driving around Donggang City, ultimately stopping in front of a hospital. Zhang Tao and Mu Tingzhou hurried to the hospital, only to find Shiyu had already left. A nurse on duty informed them Miss Shi had an appointment for an abortion, but she inexplicably ran off when her name was called. Mu Tingzhou then requested the surveillance footage from the hospital entrance. They observed Shiyu departing, walking alone with an air of despondency. Zhang Tao felt her heart ache, tears streaming down her face as she scolded her. This foolish girl, why must she bear such a burden alone? At that moment, Shiryu called Tao Tao, I feel so sad, could you come over to keep me company? Alright, I'll be right there. Upon arriving, Jiang Tao found Shiryu sitting by the seaside, lost in thought. She approached and embraced her. Foolish girl, why do you insist on shouldering such a significant matter alone? With red-rimmed eyes, Shiryu replied, Tao Tao, I can't bear to part with the baby. It's alright. If we can't bear to part, let us keep it. Our Mu family's children will never lack for care or affection. This is also my Fu family's child, unbeknownst to them. Fu Jinghan had approached from behind. Shiryu protectively cradled her belly, casting a wary glance at him. This child has nothing to do with you. I will raise it myself. Fu Jinghan's gaze fell upon her abdomen. Sorrow flickering in his eyes. I'm sorry, I should have told you sooner, Shiryu. I like you. Shiryu glanced towards the distant Fu grandparents, skeptical of his sincerity. There is no need for you to say this against your will. I know you're being coerced, just tell grandfather and grandmother that this child isn't yours, and they will stop pushing you. Fu Jinghan exchanged a look with Jiang Tao, who understood his intent and quietly stepped away. Shiryu. Fu Jinghan took a couple of steps forward, his gaze gentle. Of this isn't mere lip service, nor am I being pressured by grandfather and grandmother. In truth, I wasn't completely unconscious that night. I was aware that it was you beneath me. I knew I had acted like a beast. I always thought I liked Jiang Tao, and I did many foolish and domineering things, until you appeared. I realized I didn't dislike you. In fact, I wanted to be with you every day, yet, I didn't know how to express it or what to do, and I inexplicably continued to hurt you. Chapter 86, Something happened to Tao Tao. At the Mu residence, the reception room was filled with people all sitting in silence under the stern gaze of the matriarch. Old Master Fu glanced at his wife beside him. Observing her with a calm demeanor, the current stalemate was untenable. After all, the matter concerning the two children was indeed unbecoming for the Fu family. He turned his gaze towards the sullen-faced elder Madame Mu. Chuckling lightly to break the tension, well, dear sister-in-law, don't call me sister-in-law, who do you think is your sister-in-law? Old Master Fu was momentarily taken aback, not angered but continuing to smile. How about we hasten the wedding for the two children? Elder Madame Mu slammed her hand on the table, startling everyone. Fu Jinghan silently tightened his grip on Shiryu's hand. Old Fu, Elder Madame Mu pointed at him, you are truly regressing, using underhanded tactics. What were you thinking? Do you believe that my granddaughter isn't your granddaughter? No, sister-in-law. Old Fu certainly did not mean that. We are simply fond of Shiryu, and my son is also interested in her. He is just a reckless lad, keeping it to himself while we, his parents, are worried. Elder Madame Mu scoffed coldly, your old and young are all reckless. Last time, your young one came to my Mu family for Tao Tao. Utterly arrogant, and now the elder is again acting lawlessly, using drugs on the two children. Madame Fu's face flushed with embarrassment, nearly unable to contain herself, casting a fierce glare at her husband. It was all his fault. She had advised him to adopt a different approach, but he refused to listen, leading to her losing face in front of the children of the Mu family. Sister-in-law, all the blame lies with me. You may hold me accountable, the two children are innocent. Old Master Fu spoke sincerely, since the two children have clarified their feelings for one another, and now that Shiryu is pregnant, we should expedite their union. Elder Madame Mu took a moment to compose herself, as today's events had indeed caught her off guard. She then looked at Fu Jinghan. You, young man, are you truly certain of your intentions? Rest assured. Grandmother, I genuinely care for Shiryu, and I will treat her well. Then let us clear your name in Kyoto. Although it may not be true, it still affects my Shiryu. Fu Jinghan held Shiryu's hand. His gaze tender and affectionate. From now on, Shiryu will be everything to me, Fu Jinghan, and I will not allow her to suffer. Meanwhile, Mu Sijing, who had remained silent, suddenly snorted, how can anyone be sure that your words are genuine? Shiryu, come to mommy. Shiryu glanced at Fu Jinghan, who gently encouraged her to go. She settled between her father, Shi Chang, and her mother, Mu Sijing, who lovingly stroked her daughter's head, tears streaming down her face. In her eyes, Shiryu was still a child. Madame Fu, who had a daughter of her own, empathized with Mu Sijing's feelings, and her eyes became misty as well, noticing the somber atmosphere. Old Master Fu, fearing an unforeseen turn of events, quickly reassured, you need not worry, second Madame Mu, from now on Shiryu will be regarded as our beloved granddaughter, cherished and protected, and she shall never endure any injustice. The term second Madame Mu stifled Mu Sijing's melancholy, as it was rather unflattering. Elder Madame Mu, well aware of Old Master Fu's temperament, felt reassured that he would indeed safeguard Shiryu with their granddaughter pregnant. There was no need to delay, so she spoke up. The wedding for Tao Tao and Tingzhou will be in October. Once their wedding concludes, we will set a date for Shiryu and Jinghan. Hearing elder Madame Mu's words, old Master Fu's face lit up with joy. Excellent, excellent. I shall return to make preparations immediately. As he stood to leave, he added, well, Jinghan, there's no point in returning to Kyoto, you should stay here and attend to Shiryu. The Mu family, Fu Jinghan, fine, I shall set my pride aside. That evening, after the day's tumult, Jiang Tao wished to stay at the old residence, but Mu Tingzhou insisted on taking her back to the Sandalwood apartment. On the way back, Jiang Tao suddenly understood why he was so adamant about bringing her to the apartment. Shooting him a disapproving glance, sensing her mood, Mu Tingzhou remained resolute. Keep your distance from me in the future. She is now your nephew's fiancée. Every man must be cautious. Jiang Tao found it amusing. I am not a priceless treasure that everyone desires. You are my beloved. There is no comparison to material possessions. Jiang Tao pursed her lips. Why are you so sweet-tongued today? The proximity of other men makes me uneasy. How else would I win my wife's favor? All right, stop talking. Jiang Tao blushed, her ears turning crimson. Mu Tingzhou's efforts to win her affection extended beyond mere words, manifesting in actions. Upon returning to the apartment, he pulled her into the bathroom, experimenting with various positions until they reached the bedroom. Jiang Tao gasped for breath, her eyes glistening with moisture. She playfully pounded her fists against his chest, her voice soft and pleading. Could you please stop teasing me? I am truly exhausted and sleepy. Mu Tingzhou wrapped his long arms around her, gently running his fingers through her long hair. Tao Tao, your hair has grown long. Jiang Tao obediently lay in his embrace, resting her hand on his lean waist. I want to have beautiful wavy hair on the wedding day. Very well. The final photoshoot before the wedding took place in a desolate area by the harbor. This time, the female model was a newcomer. Somewhat uncooperative, causing delays throughout the day. A man secretly complained to Jiang Tao, I heard this model got her position through underhanded means. A pretty face is useless when she lacks professionalism, stiff as a store mannequin. Jiang Tao reviewed the photos taken, and to be honest, despite the day's efforts, they had hardly captured two satisfactory shots, as the content of fashion characters was well regarded in the industry. She had to muster her resolve to flatter the model for a few more shots. Hoping to create more options. As the sun set, the containers lined up in rows created a picturesque scene. Even with the model's lackluster performance, after a long day, night fell. The female model, appearing arrogant, took her assistant and left for the car, while a man and Jiang Tao packed up the photography equipment. Just as they were finishing up, the female model suddenly approached Jiang Tao, pulling her aside. Claiming she had something to discuss. A man, carrying the remaining gear, went to the car to wait. After a while, noticing the two Han Ti returned, she got out to look for them, only to encounter the female model swaying towards her. Where's Sister Tao? On the phone. A man glanced up, the sky having turned completely dark, the area filled with containers and devoid of light, making it rather eerie. She felt uneasy and moved closer. Sister Tao? Sister Tao. At that moment, He Xingchen had just returned from a business trip. As his car arrived at the company's entrance, he received a call from Jian Lin. Xingchen, something has happened to Tao Tao. Chapter 87. He wants to kill this woman. Jiang Tao was awakened by the cold, surrounded by darkness, unable to see anything. A man, she tried calling out, but only heard muffled echoes. Realizing she was in a confined space, she leaned against a chilling surface to stand, stretching her arms out to feel around, finding everything to be frigid. It was summer. How could it be so cold? A dreadful premonition surged within her. Had she been locked in a refrigerated container? Her heart raced uncontrollably as she stood still for a moment, forcing herself to remain calm. She patted her body and discovered her phone was missing. The icy air made her legs tremble involuntarily. She hugged herself tightly and closed her eyes to sense the outside world. The silence around her was terrifying. At that moment, a wave of fear enveloped her, and she felt like crying, but she knew it would do no good. Shivering in the cold, she felt around. The space was not large, and she banged on the icy walls, producing dull thuds. After a short while, Jiang Tao felt her body trembling intensely, her chest tightening, her heart racing, and her mind becoming hazy. At that moment, she realized she was losing heat. She pounded on the container with greater force. She could not freeze to death here. Her wedding had yet to occur, and her happiness with Mu Tingzhou was just beginning. As her body temperature dropped to 29 C, Jiang Tao's consciousness began to fade. 10 minutes prior, Jian Lin arrived at the harbor first. She shouted into the phone, Xingyan, where have you taken Jiang Tao? The cold laughter of Xingyan echoed from the phone. Jian Lin, you are indeed untrustworthy. Fortunately, I was clever enough not to believe you. Save your breath. She has already entered the Atlantic Ocean. Ha, Xingyan, stop this. No one will let you off if anything happens to Jiang Tao. So you only pretended to help me, seeking to sabotage my plan, Xingyan suddenly yelled, followed by a moment of silence. Jian Lin, if you don't speak up, no one will know it was my doing. As her sinister voice faded, Jian Lin's car was suddenly struck violently from behind. Startled, she glanced into the rearview mirror. Seeing a black car pushing her vehicle forward, Shenyan, are you insane? Just as she swerved the steering wheel, her gaze fell upon the shimmering water ahead, and her pupils dilated in horror. With a loud crash, her car plunged into the water. The black car made a sharp turn, vanishing into the night. With the windows tightly shut, the vehicle began to sink, water rapidly flooding in. He Xingchen answered his phone on the first ring. Jian Lin, have you found her? Xingchen, Shenyan deceived me, she has gone mad, they just left the harbor, you must hurry and catch her, otherwise she will harm Cao Cao. Xingchen sensed something was amiss. Jian Lin. Where are you? Xingchen, I have no regrets about loving you. Beep beep beep. Shenyan's car was blocked outside the harbor. Mu Tingzhou's gaze turned cold as he dragged someone from the car. Where is Cao Cao? Shenyan was violently yanked, causing her body to stagger, her entire back crashing against the car. After a moment of pain, she smiled with a hint of obsession, gazing at him as her eyes sparkled. Mu Tingzhou, if you kiss me, I will tell you where Jiang Tao is gone. If you don't, I will end your life right now. The harshness of his voice penetrated her ears, yet she chuckled lightly. Mu Tingzhou, do not forget, I am the one who once attempted suicide for you. Dying at your hands is something I would willingly accept. Mu Tingzhou's eyes turned blood red, gritting his teeth as he commanded. Go bring them to me. Shen Yan and Madame Shen were pulled from another vehicle by bodyguards. The moment Shen Yan laid eyes on Shen Yan, he immediately unleashed a torrent of curses. You fool! Who told you to do this? Release Miss Jiang at once. Why are you siding with that Jiang Tao? I refuse to let her go. Shen Yan laughed hysterically. Just wait, you will never see her again. Mu Tingzhou's patience had reached its limit. Gripping her neck, he commanded in a low, icy voice, do it. A sharp crack echoed as Madame Shen's arm was dislocated, causing her to scream in agony. Yenner, please, it hurts so much. Shen Yan's eyes turned red as she remained silent. Dislocate another. The chilling voice rang out again. Also cripple her legs. Enough. Shen Yan glared fiercely at him. Mu Tingzhou, why are you being so cruel to me? Cripple her legs, Yenner, mother, I can't take it anymore. Madame Shen was on the verge of fainting. Cripple her legs, Mu Tingzhou, I command you. Shen Yan closed her eyes. She had been stuffed into a container and was already on the Shen family's ship. Shen Yan's eyes widened. I will call immediately. Mr. Mu, the ship leaving Shen's today has no containers. Impossible. Those people just called me saying they stuffed her into a white container. Bring those people to me. At this moment, Mu Tingzhou felt a pain so profound it was almost suffocating. He realized that the white container could very well be a refrigerated unit. How terrified must his Cao Cao be? How cold must she be? He vowed to kill this woman. The girl in the hospital bed had a pale complexion, her long eyelashes resting against her eyelids, utterly motionless, save for the relentless beeping of the machines nearby. The man held her hand, placing a ring engraved with their names onto her finger, then slipped another onto his own. Silly girl, I had already customized the wedding rings, designed by me to surprise you. But I kept it hidden. He kissed the ring on her hand deeply. Turning his gaze, he noticed the shimmering tail wedding dress adorned with diamonds hanging by the window, radiating brilliance. Cao Cao, today is Shi Yu's wedding. She has waited for you for 2 months, but due to her growing belly, she had no choice but to hold the ceremony. I know you would want her to be happy, wouldn't you? Mu Tingzhou opened the album beside him. A timid little girl sat in a blue princess room. Cao Cao, this was you at 9 years old the first time you came to the Mu residence. I held you in my arms, so small and silent, only shedding tears. Did you know? Seeing your tears at that moment nearly broke my heart. The next page revealed an 11-year-old girl holding a skewer of candied strawberries, standing in the sunlight with a brilliant smile. Do you remember, Cao Cao? Our family went shopping for New Year, and you ensure you wanted strawberry candied hawthorns instead of the traditional ones. But the vendor only had one left. To be fair, the old lady had you 3 compete in a mental math contest, and you ended up winning the strawberries. Flipping further, a 13-year-old girl was crouched in the kitchen corner, her startled expression frozen in time. Mu Tingzhou couldn't help but laugh. It was a photo of you sneaking cake in the middle of the night. Cao Cao, did you know? I caught you sneaking cake in the kitchen more than once. You loved it so much, I could never bring myself to stop you, always telling myself, let her have this time, we can discuss it later. Countless later moments passed until you developed a cavity, at which point I had to put my foot down and ban cake from the kitchen entirely. Shifting his gaze, he found a selfie of the girl, her brows furrowed, eyes glaring, and lips pressed tightly together, looking quite angry. Mu Tingzhou caressed the girl in the album, recalling how you had slipped that Polaroid under my door, signaling that you were upset with me. Cao Cao, I was also angry that day. His gaze dimmed slightly. I had taken the time to pick you up from school, hoping to surprise you, only to see you with a male classmate. Linked arm in arm, I couldn't understand why I felt so inexplicably angry, and I ended up scolding you harshly. Chapter 88, hand in hand, until we grow old. The wedding car traveled from Donggang to Kyoto, where Shiryu cried throughout the journey, her eyes swollen and makeup smeared. Fu Jinghan sat beside her, embracing her as he gently caressed her burgeoning belly, soothing her. Do not worry too much, the doctor said. Tao Tao's condition is becoming more stable. It is only a matter of time before she wakes. We promised to attend each other's weddings, yet I married while she remained unconscious. Tao Tao will not blame you, your belly is growing larger by the day. Soon, you won't fit into your wedding dress, and we may have to postpone the ceremony until after the baby is born. Fu Jinghan planted a tender kiss on her cheek. When Tao Tao wakes and sees you waiting for her with your big belly, she will feel guilty. I know. It is because Tao Tao is yet to awaken that my heart aches. Fu Jinghan wiped away her tears, patiently comforting her. Rest assured, Tao Tao will not sleep for long. The Fu family's old residence was adorned with Chinese red silk, guests arriving in a festive atmosphere. In contrast, the Mu residence felt rather desolate. The Mu Surong couple and the Mu Sijing couple were all en route to Kyoto in the wedding car. The old lady sat in her wheelchair, gazing at the garden filled with flowers and plants, unaware that it was already December. The nurse draped a blanket over her legs. Old lady, the wind is strong outside. Your legs must not catch a chill. Shall I take you to the corridor? The old lady looked toward the door, seemingly speaking to herself. Shiryu has gotten married. Why hasn't my Tao girl woken yet? The nurse, hearing this, couldn't help but tear up. 3 months ago, upon hearing that Miss Tao had encountered an accident, the old lady in her panic fell down the stairs, leaving her unable to walk since when she learned in the hospital that Miss Tao's life was in peril. The old lady fainted several times and has only grown weaker since. The doctor said her condition was due to pent-up emotions. The nurse knelt in front of the old lady. If you miss Miss Tao, we can send the family driver to take you to the hospital. The old lady shook her head. Today is Shiryu's wedding. Tingzhou should be at the hospital with Tao girl. I do not wish to intrude. Seeing the old lady's melancholic demeanor, the nurse felt a pang of sympathy and softly suggested, old lady, you enjoy Qin opera, don't you? I've learned a bit. Would you like me to sing a piece for you? Hearing the mention of Qin opera, the old lady suddenly recalled something. What about the Shen family? How was that handled? Due to premeditated murder of Miss Tao and Miss Jian, the circumstances were severe, resulting in a 10-year sentence. The old lady sighed. I have invited wolves into my home. I have harmed my Tao girl. Old lady, please do not say that. Miss Tao would be heartbroken to hear it. As time entered the 12th month, dawn broke, and snowflakes began to fall outside the hospital room. This was the first significant snowfall in Donggang. The girl in the hospital bed awoke from her slumber, and beside her, the man was sleeping while holding her hand. She moved slightly, her fingers brushing against his palm. Mu Tingzhou, let us go outside, hand in hand, until we grow old. Mu Tingzhou thought he was dreaming again. Too afraid to wake, her fingers grazed his palm again. Mu Tingzhou, I want to see the snow. Suddenly, his hand tightened around hers, though he remained prone, his voice hoarse and choked. Tao Tao, tell me this isn't a dream. Otherwise, he dared not awaken. Mu Tingzhou, I'm getting angry. The man slowly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes meeting her bright and clear gaze. At that moment, in his world, she was all he desired. As the first rays of sunlight illuminated the pristine white snow, the man pushed the girl in the wheelchair. She was bundled in a thick white down jacket, wearing a red hat, gazing at a snowman adorned with a matching red hat, her smile radiant. She looked up at him, her eyes sparkling. Mu Tingzhou, let us take a photo with the snowman. As someone passed by, Mu Tingzhou asked for assistance. He knelt beside Jiang Tao, their shoulders brushing, fingers intertwined. Just as the shutter clicked, the girl turned her head and kissed his cheek, whispering in his ear, Mu Tingzhou, I love you so much. Chapter 89, long time no see. The news of Jiang Tao's awakening reached Mu's grandmother first. In her excitement, she surprisingly stood up from her wheelchair and took a few steps. Quick, take me to the hospital. Mu Surong happened to be at the old residence with her and quickly instructed the driver to take them to the hospital. On the way, Mu Surong shared the good news with Mu Sijing, who was visiting their daughter in Kyoto, Shiryu, heavily pregnant and being supported by Fu Jinghan. As they strolled in the corridor, burst into tears upon hearing the news. Grandma and Grandpa are in the house, thinking Shiryu has fallen or that their mischievous grandson is bullying her. They hurriedly rushed out, only to find her nestled in her grandson's arms, crying and laughing. Grandpa, Grandma, Tao Tao woke up. She is awake. Shiryu was so overwhelmed that Fu Jinghan quickly steadied her. She is awake. That's wonderful. In the beginning, when Jiang Tao encountered her unfortunate incident, Old Master Fu was deeply distressed for quite some time. Commander Jiang had rendered significant favors to both him and the Fu family, and now, with the Jiang family left with only this solitary seedling, Still in a state of coma, he felt that fate had been exceedingly unfair to the Jiang family that day. Yu hurriedly returned to Donggang accompanied by Fu Jinghan and Mu Xijing. Anren and Shen Feifei were both filming at the movie city, but they took leave to rush to Donggang as well. Haiwei, Aman, and Suan also hurried over at the earliest opportunity. Jiang Tao's mental state was relatively stable, and she chatted and laughed with everyone. By evening, when all had departed, He Xingqian and Zhen Lin arrived. Neither had been in Donggang, but upon hearing the news of Jiang Tao's awakening, they rushed over immediately and encountered each other downstairs in the hospital. He Xingqian, it's been a long time, indeed, a long time. The two exchanged smiles. Here to see Tao Tao? Yes, let us go up together. Jiang Tao was still unaware of their separation and, upon seeing them enter together, playfully teased, brother Xingqian, sister Zhen Lin, you two haven't secretly gotten married while I was asleep, have you? They both laughed. Zhen Lin, with her eyes curved in delight, replied, of course not, my wedding still awaits your generous red envelope. At her words, He Xingqian's gaze fell upon her face, suddenly reminded of the calm smile she wore when they broke up. She had said, He Xingqian, let us cancel our engagement. He had asked, is it because of Tao Tao? She shook her head, explaining that Shen Yan had sent her many photos, from which she could discern that He Xingqian's affection for Tao Tao was merely that of an older brother's indulgence. She had done her research and noted that during He Xingqian's darkest times, Jiang Tao had shone like a ray of sunlight in his life. He regarded her as someone very close. Yet due to their differing statuses, he could not cherish her as Mu Tingzhou did. In that moment, He Xingqian was struck by the realization that Zhen Lin had understood his heart. However, she was correct in one aspect: he did not love her. He was uncertain whether he could ever love her, and thus he had offered her no hope nor tried to retain her, directly agreeing to cancel the engagement. In the second week after Jiang Tao awoke, once all her medical indicators returned to normal, she was discharged from the hospital. Since returning to the Mu residence, she spent her days accompanying the elderly matriarch for tea and conversation, occasionally taking leisurely walks, which alleviated the matriarch's worries and greatly lifted her spirits. For the past few months, Mu Tingzhou had been by Jiang Tao's side in the hospital, even conducting his work from her hospital room, which had caused him to neglect many of his responsibilities. Before the new year, he had no choice but to go on a business trip. Jiang Tao did not return to work or resume filming, choosing instead to stay at the Mu residence with her family to prepare for the New Year's festivities. On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, everyone gathered to make dumplings, during which they discussed Jiang Tao and Mu Tingzhou's impending marriage. Their wedding had been indefinitely postponed due to Jiang Tao's coma, and the matriarch expressed her desire to hold the ceremony in March after the new year. Mu Xijing chimed in, March sounds wonderful, a time when spring flowers bloom. Jiang Tao smiled, I too favor March. Thus, the wedding was set for March following the new year, with everyone praying for a smooth and joyous occasion. Author's note: recently, many matters have piled up, resulting in an inconsistent update schedule. The next chapter will feature the wedding, followed by some unabashed post-wedding life, interspersed with the romantic entanglements of the second male and female leads. If you enjoy it, feel free to click. Chapter 90, The Wedding. On March 22, under the bright spring sun, at the grand and opulent Yunzhou Hotel, the wedding venue was arranged according to the theme Jiang Tao and Mu Tingzhou had agreed upon the previous year, a Monet garden-style wedding adorned with delicate flowers. The hues of the flowers were soft and elegant. At the entrance of the grand hall, a welcoming wall was adorned with flowers forming the initials JM, exuding a beautiful and warm ambience. An archway of pale pink lilies, symbolizing the return of happiness, stood resplendent and plump, with intoxicating fragrances wafting through the air. A sea of blossoms surrounded them, enveloped in a gentle mist, creating an ethereal and dreamlike atmosphere. Leading towards happiness was a princess castle personally designed by Mu Tingzhou. At the reception, guests flowed in continuously, their voices filled with blessings, their eyes betraying their awe. The bride shone with elegance, her sequin mermaid gown reflecting warm glimmers of light. Resembling a mermaid princess escaping from a sea of flowers, the groom stood tall and poised, his deep, gentle eyes resembling a dashing prince guarding the princess's side. The man gently brushed the bride's flowing dark locks aside, his voice soft. Is it cold? Jiang Tao shook her head, the white fur shawl on her shoulders accentuating her delicate complexion. Today's groomsmen and bridesmaids were equally striking, apart from the currently popular stars Anren and Shen Feifei. There were also Haiwei and Aman. It was Aman's first time in a dress, and she had been meticulously styled by Haiwei, her slender figure paired with a white knee-length dress, her porcelain skin adorned with light makeup, and her tousled curls exuding a playful charm, creating a unique beauty. On Mu Tingzhou's side, the groomsmen were all exceptionally handsome, with He Xingqian and Xie Qinghui being notable mentions. Shi Xian bore a resemblance to Mu Tingzhou, making him stand out as well. Sure, you arrived, supported by Fu Jinghan, looking noticeably fuller, with her due date less than 2 months away. Seeing Jiang Tao, who appeared slender and radiant, Sure you pouted, feeling envious. As Sure Yu's belly grew larger, Fu Jinghan became increasingly attentive, constantly monitoring her expressions and movements, fearful of any mishap. Observing her subtle thoughts, he smiled and comforted her. We have a baby in our bellies now. You are doing something truly magnificent. Once this great task is complete, you will return to being as beautiful and charming as before. Jiang Tao was taken aback by Fu Jinghan's unexpectedly gentle demeanor. She gently touched Sure Yu's belly, feeling exhausted, and urged her to rest inside. Jin Lin had come with her family, and Jiang Tao was already aware of her situation with He Xingchen. Feeling a tinge of regret, Jin Lin hugged her, exclaiming, Tao Tao, you look stunning today. Jiang Tao's eyes curved with delight as she whispered in her ear, don't just look at me, there's a handsome guy across the way gazing at you intently. Jin Lin playfully chided her, focus on welcoming the guests. Without needing to look, she already knew whom Jiang Tao referred to. She had spotted him the moment she entered. He looked exceptionally handsome today. Captivatingly so. As the reception time drew to a close, Jiang Tao shifted her feet, and Mu Tingzhou wrapped his arm around her waist, drawing her close. Just then, a man and a woman entered from outside. The man held the girl's hand, and she took a step back. Jiang Tao's eyes brightened. The man was tall and handsome, his features striking, prompting her to think of the line, the stones are like jade, and the pines are like emeralds. A beauty unmatched, one of a kind. As they approached, the man slightly turned, and the first thing Jiang Tao noticed about the girl was her head of bubblegum pink hair, which momentarily stunned her, revealing her undeniable astonishment. The girl appeared to be merely a teenager, her eyes bright and sparkling, her skin fair, with cherry lips and a delicate nose, resembling her beloved pink lily. The man nodded gently towards her, then turned to Mu Tingzhou, his voice clear and refreshing. Tingzhou, congratulations on your wedding. The girl's eyes sparkled as she chimed in, her voice sweet and youthful. Brother Tingzhou? Beautiful sister-in-law, congratulations on your wedding. Wishing you sweetness and happiness. Mu Tingzhou smiled and softly introduced, this is He Yunqing, my apprentice Yi Tingmian. Jiang Tao suddenly felt an instinctive recognition, the He Medical Clinic in Sioux City? Before Mu Tingzhou could respond, He Yunqing chuckled softly, that's correct, the last time you both visited, I was away from the clinic due to other matters. Next time you come to Sioux City, I'll treat you. As his words fell, the girl winked at Jiang Tao, slightly tiptoeing to whisper in her ear, last time I missed hosting you both because I got into a fight at school. But next time, I'll prepare delicious food for you. He Yunqing cast a sidelong glance at her, a hint of fondness in his gaze. Jiang Tao smiled, sounds great, by the way, I love your hair color. It is beautiful. The girl's eyes sparkled with pride. If you like it, I can help you dye it next time. Many hairstylists can't achieve this color. Alright, it's a promise. After the two entered, Jiang Tao's gaze returned, softly exclaiming, this little sister is so cute and interesting. With a smile in his eyes, Mu Tingzhou gathered her into his embrace. My Tao Tao is also very cute and interesting. The entire wedding was imbued with a lively atmosphere, with the bridal stage bustling with excitement. Standing on the stage, Jiang Tao turned her back to the female guests, declaring, I'm about to toss the bouquet. 1 2 3 Jin Lin was pulled onto the stage by Yi Tingmian to catch the bouquet. They had known each other from Kyoto and shared a long-standing friendship. Noticing Jin Lin standing idly by, Yi Tingmian jumped lightly, and with a clap, the bouquet landed firmly in Jin Lin's arms. Still in a daze, the audience erupted in applause and cheers, and as she turned her gaze, she locked eyes with the man below, whose gaze was deep and profound. As the excitement faded, the night grew serene. In the newlywed villa, the bride sat on a wedding bed adorned with pink petals, while Mu Tingzhou knelt on one knee, gently placing her slightly swollen foot on his knee, tenderly massaging it. Gazing at the handsome man before her, Jiang Tao's eyes softened with warmth. Mu Tingzhou, getting married is exhausting, my feet are swollen. We must love each other until our hair turns white. Yes, I promise. Tao Tao. The man leaned closer, his gaze intense as he reached for the zipper of her wedding gown, pulling the metallic ring downwards, revealing her alluringly fair back. As the dress slid down, the view before him was entirely captivating. His voice grew husky, shall I carry you to take a bath? Yes, she obediently wrapped her arms around his neck, surrendering to his embrace. In the bathroom, a mist enveloped the air, her delicate hands pressed against the glass, leaving behind a trail of disordered fingerprints. A wall lamp illuminated a corner of the room, casting an orange glow as if it had witnessed something, heard something, and shyly retreated into the shadows, remaining still throughout the night. Chapter 91. Then shall we have a baby tonight? Sure you went into labor in the middle of the night. Having been arranged by the Fu family to enter a luxury maternity ward a week ahead of her due date. Fu Jinghan accompanied her throughout the entire process, awakening at the slightest sound. After a thorough examination, everything appeared normal, yet Shiryu was horrified at the thought of an incision made on her abdomen, prompting her decision for a natural delivery. To her astonishment, the process of giving birth turned out to be exceedingly arduous. As her cervix dilated to 5 centimeters, Shiryu could scarcely endure the pain. Her clothes drenched in sweat, she clutched Fu Jinghan's arm tightly, exclaiming, "You scoundrel, it's all your fault that I'm in such agony." Fu Jinghan, feeling a deep pang of sympathy, could do nothing to alleviate her suffering, but held her close, allowing her to vent her frustrations. Outside the door, the elder Fu and his wife exchanged anxious glances. Shrinking back at the sound of their granddaughter-in-law's cries. By the time the Mu family arrived in Kyoto, the baby had already been born, a girl weighing 6 pounds and 6 ounces, fair and tender. Utterly adorable, Jiang Tao crouched beside the stroller, gazing at the tiny being and gently touching her minuscule hands, her heart melting completely. On their way back to the Jiang family home, Mu Tingzhou drove. While Jiang Tao sat in the passenger seat, lightly tugging at his shirt sleeve. Mu Tingzhou turned to glance at her, finding her eyes sparkling as she looked at him, and chuckled, "What's the matter?" "Isn't the baby just adorable?" she replied. Mu Tingzhou nodded. "Then do you like the baby?" she inquired again. Standing beside Jiang Tao, Mu Tingzhou could see the light and affection in her gaze directed at him. He had initially thought that she was still young and that they could discuss having children in a couple of years. He had not anticipated her strong affection for children. After a brief silence, he said, "I'll answer that question when we get home." "All right," she replied. Although her inquiry had been quite direct, his nonchalant attitude left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Uncle Fu and Aunt Song had gone to the northeast for a relative's wedding. Leaving the old house in silence, Jiang Tao reached out to switch on the hallway light but was stopped mid-motion by Mu Tingzhou, who grasped her hand, enveloping it within his warm palm. Jiang Tao's eyes widened in surprise as she was pulled into his broad chest, with his other hand cradling her neck, compelling her to tilt her head back for a deep kiss. Their breaths intermingled. She braced herself against his chest, seizing a moment to catch her breath. "Mu Tingzhou," he held her tighter, almost as if wishing to meld their bodies together. "I dream of having a baby with you." Tao, his voice, tender and indulgent, brushed against her ear, igniting a tremor in every nerve. She wrapped her arms around his lean waist, tilting her head back with glistening eyes. "Then let us have a baby tonight." In their efforts to conceive, the couple had been diligently trying, with Jiang Tao even reducing her filming commitments to enhance her chances of a successful pregnancy. Mu Tingzhou's company had recently initiated a new project, requiring him to travel. Fortunately, it was only to Hong Kong, which was not far. One day, Jiang Tao returned to the villa early from work and discovered 2 silver suitcases placed in the living room. Just then, Mu Tingzhou descended the stairs, prompting Jiang Tao to ask, "Why do you have my suitcase? I remember you saying you would take a few days off after today's shoot," he replied. Jiang Tao looked at him. "So," Mu Tingzhou pulled her into his embrace, his eyes softening. Tao, accompany me on this business trip and let us have a baby on the side." "No," Jiang Tao protested, squirming out of his arms. "The last time I went with you to Germany, we agreed it would only be a few days, yet I ended up staying for over half a month. I'm not going, this time it's Hong Kong." "I promise it's only a few days," Mu Tingzhou insisted, reaching for her hand, but she evaded him. Jiang Tao pulled her suitcase behind her, distancing herself. "I don't want to go, I'll wait for you at home." Mu Tingzhou pinched the bridge of his nose, his expression one of helplessness. "Darling, with so many beautiful women in Hong Kong, what if someone steals my handsome husband away?" Jiang Tao, clutching her suitcase protectively, shot him an annoyed glance. "A husband who can be so easily whisked away isn't worth keeping." Mu Tingzhou clicked his tongue, standing silently for a moment before suddenly lifting her off the ground. "You'll beg for mercy later, and I know you'll agree." Mu Tingzhou, you villain. Chapter 92. A feeling of sorrow. Shiryu and Fu Jinghan returned to Donggang with their 4-month-old daughter. The baby, tender and fair, was affectionately nicknamed Xiang Bao, a name decided upon by the Fu family. Initially, Jiang Tao found it difficult to comprehend why the Fu family chose such a name for the child. But upon holding the little one, she understood. The scent of milk was delightful. She brought the tiny infant close to Mu Tingzhou, urging him, "Come closer and smell her. She smells so good." Mu Tingzhou looked at her skeptically. Such a small child is likely to be messy. How could she smell good? Despite his thoughts, he obediently leaned down to take a whiff, his eyebrows arched slightly. There was indeed a sweet, milky fragrance. "See, I wasn't lying," Jiang Tao said, unable to resist leaning down to sniff the baby again. At that moment, Xiang Bao began to whimper in Jiang Tao's arms, prompting her to turn to Shiryu. Is she hungry? Sure, you glanced over and reached out to take the baby, though Jiang Tao hesitated, noticing Jiang Tao's reluctance. Sure, you encouraged her, since you adore children so much, why not hurry up and have one with my little uncle? Your grandmother may not speak of it, but she is certainly eager. I want to. I've been trying hard these past few months, Jiang Tao confessed, her expression conflicted. Aside from her menstrual cycle, she and Mu Tingzhou were practically inseparable. And during a recent week-long business trip to Hong Kong, they had been intimate nearly every night, yet there was still no sign of pregnancy. She gazed at Shiryu enviously. Did you and Fu Jinghan really conceive on the first try? Shiryu furrowed her brow, recalling that night with little clarity. However, under her coaxing, Fu Jinghan later revealed that they had been intimate more than once that evening. Jiang Tao felt somewhat disheartened and secretly went to the hospital the next day for a checkup, only to find that aside from some irregularities in her menstrual cycle, everything else was normal. That evening, she subtly urged Mu Tingzhou to get checked as well, and although he understood her implication, he could only acquiesce upon seeing her eager expression. When Mu Tingzhou's results came back, Jiang Tao fell into silence. Since neither of us has any issues, why can't we have a baby? She lamented. Mu Tingzhou comforted her. Perhaps our fate with the baby just isn't here yet. Let nature take its course. Jiang Tao chose to believe him. A year later, after winning 2 photography awards and becoming a sought-after photographer among celebrities, Jiang Tao could no longer sit idly by when Haiyu, who had been married for 2 months, announced her pregnancy. Upon Mu Tingzhou's return from a business trip, he found her sulking on the sofa, unresponsive to his arrival. He placed his suitcase aside and called gently, Tao Tao. She seemed not to hear him, her eyelids half closed as she stared at her feet. In the past, she would have eagerly leaped into his arms. He approached and enveloped her in a warm embrace, prompting her to slowly lift her head. Her once clear eyes were now filled with sorrow. Furrowing his brows, he asked, "What's wrong, Tao Tao?" "Mu Tingzhou," she murmured, wrapping her arms around his waist, pressing her face against his chest. "Are we ever going to have children?" Having longed for a child for so long, each time hope fell short, leaving her heart heavy. Mu Tingzhou pondered for a moment. "Tomorrow, let us visit Sioux City. Are we going to see a traditional Chinese doctor?" Jiang Tao inquired. Mu Tingzhou nodded. "He is quite remarkable." The next day, upon learning of their trip to Sioux City SC Medical Clinic, the elder lady grasped Jiang Tao's hand, offering her comfort. The couple arrived in Sioux City around noon, and because they had called ahead, He Yunshan had intentionally cleared his schedule to accommodate them. As they saw several men exiting the clinic, Jiang Tao was somewhat taken aback to recognize one of them from the news, a prominent figure indeed. It was no wonder Mu Tingzhou had said his friend was extraordinary. The clinic was spacious, filled with the scent of traditional Chinese medicine, yet it was not unpleasant. Jiang Tao requested He Yunshan to check her pulse. "Your constitution is rather cold, leading to irregular menstruation. I'll prescribe some medicine. After taking a few doses, your menstruation will normalize, thereby increasing your chances of conception." He scribbled a prescription and instructed an elderly man to prepare the medicine personally, assuring them, "Rest assured, you two are destined to have both sons and daughters." Hearing this, Mu Tingzhou smiled. "Your words sound less like those of a doctor and more like a fortune teller. Don't forget to pay the fortune-telling fee before you leave." He Yunshan teased. Mu Tingzhou raised an eyebrow. "If I truly have both sons and daughters, I might set up a fortune-telling booth at the entrance." "That's a splendid idea. A dual income," Jiang Tao interjected, glancing around. "Where's your adorable little apprentice?" He Yunshan's expression softened. "She has gone to school." Just as he spoke, Uncle Fu hurried over, his face tense, whispering urgently in He Yunshan's ear, "Sir, the little miss. She got into a fight at school and even ripped her clothes." Upon hearing this, He Yunshan's demeanor darkened as he turned to the couple. "I'm sorry, but I cannot entertain you this time. I have urgent matters to attend to." With that, he quickly departed. Both Jiang Tao and Mu Tingzhou had overheard the exchange. How could such a beautiful and quirky girl get into a fight at school? Jiang Tao's curiosity only grew. After taking a few doses of the herbal medicine, Jiang Tao's menstruation indeed returned to normal. The Jian family jewelry had launched a new product line, set to feature in the magazine Fashion People. Jian Lin called Jiang Tao, hoping she could photograph this edition's jewelry. When Jiang Tao arrived at the Jian headquarters, Jian Lin was already waiting at the entrance. "Sister Jian," she greeted, embracing her. "Tao Tao, it's been a while." Jian Lin replied, leading her upstairs. The previous jewelry shoot had taken place at a store under the Jian brand, but this time it was at the Jian Group's headquarters. "Sister Jian, has the new jewelry collection not yet gone on sale?" Jiang Tao inquired. Jian Lin nodded, guiding her to the jewelry display room. Each series of jewelry had its thematic name. This time, it was titled Deep Love. Jian Lin remarked, "The jewelry in this Deep Love series is all designed by me." Each piece is a unique creation. Jiang Tao glanced back at her gaze landing on a beautifully crafted diamond ring, beside which a card bore the inscription, "You are the stars, and I am the sea." Forever gazing upwards, adjacent to it was a necklace with undulating wave patterns, its perfect curvature accentuating the elegance of a woman's neck, accompanied by the words, "You are a gust of wind." Leaving only the breath of knowledge. As Jiang Tao admired the array, she turned to the silent Jianlin, who was staring down at the floor. "Sister Jianlin, I sense a melancholic aura in this deep love design. It feels akin to a love that cannot be attained, or perhaps a deep affection, yet one dares not approach." Jianlin smiled. "No wonder you have been lauded in the fashion world as a photographer capable of telling stories." After the shoot concluded, Jiang Tao said, "Sister Jianlin, from what I gather, this new jewelry collection comprises more than just these pieces. I propose that the recent shoot be your personal keepsake. I will gladly present all of it to you. As for what appears in the magazine, it can be from another series I will photograph tomorrow." Jianlin escorted Jiang Tao to the entrance of the company, intending to invite her to lunch, only to discover He Xingchen standing not far away. Their eyes met. "Xingchen." Jiang Tao walked over and winked at him, then turned to Jianlin, saying, "My husband has come to pick me up. See you tomorrow, Sister Jianlin." Chapter 93, titled Pregnancy, a miniature version of Mu Tingzhou. Mu Tingzhou waited for her by the roadside. During the shoot, he had messaged her that he and He Xingchen had come to Kyoto, prompting Jiang Tao to send He Xingchen several pictures of the jewelry cards. She sensed that Xingchen harbored feelings for Sister Jianlin. Jianlin gazed at the man before her, momentarily distracted, then smiled and inquired, "Are you here on business in Kyoto?" "No." His response left Jianlin slightly taken aback, and with a smile, she shrugged, choosing not to press further, regardless of his reasons for being in Kyoto. It certainly was not because of her. Since the annulment of their engagement, she had lost the justification for seeing or contacting him. Jianlin contemplated inviting him to lunch but struggled to find the words, so she merely pointed towards the company, saying, "I need to head back." "Jianlin," He Xingchen interrupted her, "do you have time for lunch?" "I would like to invite you out." "Sure," Jianlin replied, her eyes sparkling with a smile. "You choose the place." He Xingchen. Jiang Tao sat in the passenger seat, observing the two standing opposite each other through the rearview mirror, and sighed softly. Is Xingchen trying to pursue Sister Jianlin again?" she asked Mu Tingzhou, explaining that she had simply taken pictures of the cards with text and sent them to He Xingchen, not anticipating his arrival at the Jian Corporation building. Mu Tingzhou ruffled her hair affectionately, stating that if he truly liked Jianlin, he would manage it himself, so she need not worry. At noon, the two returned to Jiang's home to have lunch with Uncle Fu and Aunt Song. Uncle Fu prepared many of Jiang Tao's favorite dishes, and she indulged heartily, ultimately feeling quite full yet unsatisfied. Aunt Song remarked, Tao, you have gained a bit of weight since your last visit. A bit of roundness makes you even prettier." Jiang Tao rested her chin on her hand, smiling with her eyes twinkling. "I've had quite the appetite lately. I'm in love with all kinds of food." "Child, being able to eat is a blessing." After lunch, Mu Tingzhou took Jiang Tao to the Fu family to see Xiang Baoyi or Dai in the car. Jiang Tao pinched the soft flesh on her waist and turned to Mu Tingzhou, asking, "Do you think I'd gained weight? There's so much more flesh on me." Mu Tingzhou chuckled and shot her a sidelong glance. "It's alright, just the right places have gained a little more." "Are you speaking in riddles?" Jiang Tao teased. "I'm being serious. I genuinely feel I've gained quite a bit, at least 5 or 6 pounds. It's not that exaggerated," Mu Tingzhou said, gradually slowing the car to a stop. Reaching out to pinch her fair cheek, "You were too thin before, you look great now." He smiled, his gaze drifting down momentarily before discreetly returning. "The feel is quite nice now." Jiang Tao did not miss his expression and the flicker in his eyes. She playfully punched his chest, exclaiming, "Oh, you're so annoying. Let us first go to the mall and pick a gift for Xiang Baoer." "Alright." He leaned in and placed a kiss on her forehead before restarting the car. Upon arriving at the Fu residence, as they were ushered in by the servant, they heard Shiryu's aggrieved voice, "Fu Jinghan, you don't love me at all, not even a little." Jiang Tao's heart sank, and she quickened her pace, only to hear Shiryu continue, "Right now, your heart is solely with Xiang Baoer. You have completely forgotten about me." Jiang Tao glanced at the composed Mu Tingzhou, then turned to the old servant leading them. "Uncle, what is going on?" The servant wore a helpless yet amused expression. "Madam, it seems that the young lady is feeling a bit jealous of the little Mississippi." "Jiang Tao, the little miss is particularly clingy, especially towards her father. Sometimes madam will throw a fit at him." Mu Tingzhou frowned slightly at this. "Shiryu is being unreasonable. If I had a daughter, I would cherish her dearly." Little Xiang Baoer adored clinging to handsome men, and with Mu Tingzhou's arrival, Fu Jinghan finally relaxed, embracing his wife and retreating to their room for a nap, due to her age. Grandma Fu could not endure the playful antics of little Xiang Baoer for long and soon grew fatigued, while Grandpa Fu, with his robust military physique, was able to play with his granddaughter a little longer. The two dined at the Fu residence before returning home the next day. The Jian Corporation jewelry shoot took place, and on the morning of the third day, they finally returned to Donggang. Upon landing, Jiang Tao saw a post from Jin Lin on social media. "Good morning, my Mr. He," accompanied by a picture of a breakfast spread. Excitedly, Jiang Tao showed the phone to Mu Tingzhou, exclaiming, "Sister Jin Lin has finally achieved her wish." In truth, Mu Tingzhou had already sensed that Xing Chen harbored feelings for Jin Lin. He was merely blinded by the weight of their arranged engagement the night Jiang Tao faced her predicament. Xing Chen had called him, stating he was going to rescue Jin Lin, and Mu Tingzhou understood then. Jiang Tao was pregnant, however, she experienced no nausea. Instead, her appetite had significantly improved, unbeknownst to everyone, including herself. The two traveled to Sioux City, but did not meet He Yin Chang and the little girl. Rather, an elderly white-haired man observed Jiang Tao's fullness with a smile, checking her pulse and repeatedly saying congratulations. Both were taken aback. Upon returning to Donggang, they immediately arranged for a doctor to conduct an examination, revealing she was 7 weeks pregnant. Jiang Tao had missed a menstrual cycle, assuming it was merely the result of traditional Chinese medicine treatment, and had not paid it any mind. Amidst his excitement, Mu Tingzhou felt a twinge of trepidation, as just the night before he had indulged without restraint, holding her in bed several times after returning from a business trip. Given the delicacy of pregnancy, Jiang Tao temporarily halted all photoshoots. Grandma Fu treated her like a precious gem, and by the 5th month of pregnancy, Jiang Tao had transformed into a little foodie. Her sole daily activity consisted of sitting in front of the television watching culinary shows, particularly those featuring Sichuan cuisine, which made her salivate just by watching. Though she craved food, Jiang Tao worried about her figure. Gazing into the mirror and failing to recognize her former self, Mu Tingzhou was also concerned that her current habits could be detrimental to her health, thus hiring a nutritionist to prepare healthy meals for her. After a period of bland eating, Jiang Tao found it unbearable and reverted to her previous habits. Due to her growing belly pressing against her stomach, her appetite diminished, and she did not gain additional weight. Jiang Tao had a small frame, while the baby was relatively large. The doctor recommended a cesarean section. After spending half an hour in the operating room, the baby was finally brought out, a boy weighing 7 pounds and 8 ounces. Delightfully plump. When the baby was 2 months old, his name was officially decided, Mu Zhiyang, with the nickname Guigui. His appearance was almost an exact miniature of Mu Tingzhou. In Chapter 94. Titled Your Future, I Will Shield, Jiang Tao's body recovered swiftly. After adhering to a month of confinement meals, her skin became plump and radiant, although her figure did not revert to its pre-pregnancy slenderness. It remained alluring and firm, devoid of any stretch marks or pregnancy lines. In fact, she appeared even more womanly than before, while Guigui bore a striking resemblance to his father, Mu Tingzhou. His temperament was quite different. He rarely cried or fussed, peacefully sleeping after being fed, and merely whimpering when hungry. Jiang Tao often leaned in to tease him, and as soon as she did, the little one would burst into giggles, amusing the adults around him. Guigui was both adorable and well-behaved, and Jiang Tao found it hard to be apart from him, often hovering nearby even when Grandma Fu or Mu Sirong held him. One time, sure you noticed this and laughed, "You're watching so closely, one would think someone is trying to snatch your son away." Jiang Tao had not returned to work, dedicating all her energy to her son. Even when Mu Tingzhou returned home from work or came back from a business trip, she barely reacted. When Mu Tingzhou requested a hug, Jiang Tao would evade him, saying she was already holding their son and couldn't manage both. At night, rather than letting Guigui sleep in the crib, Jiang Tao would hold him close. However, Mu Tingzhou yearned to embrace his wife as well, but she would turn away, offering him her cold back. At this moment, Mu Tingzhou fully understood why Yu felt jealous of her daughter, Xiang Baoer, and why she quarreled with Fu Jinghan. He too felt jealousy towards his son and wanted to tease Jiang Tao. Once Guigui fell asleep, Mu Tingzhou gently turned Jiang Tao towards him, saying, "Wife, let us cuddle and sleep." Jiang Tao furrowed her brow, turning away again to give him her back, murmuring that he could cuddle her from behind. Thus, Mu Tingzhou persevered through this situation for 6 months until Jiang Tao returned to work. Rediscovering her former self and no longer relying on her son, Jiang Tao became even more radiant and charming. Fan Xingzhe successfully broke into the international supermodel ranks and frequently collaborated with Jiang Tao. Considering the possibility that Jiang Tao might photograph the model's abs, Mu Tingzhou visited the set almost daily. squeezing in time whenever possible, even showing his face at the studio. After showering at night, he would wrap himself in a towel, exposing his bare torso in front of Jiang Tao. She understood his intentions. Each time, she would compliment his abs while touching them, only to find herself utterly exhausted thereafter. Whispers among Jiang Tao's colleagues reveal that the illustrious president of Jojo Group is rather attached to his wife. Only Haiwei and Aman are privy to the fact that Mr.Mu harbors concerns for his delicate spouse, fearing that she may be lured away by a youthful suitor. When Guogua turned one, He Xingqian and Jin Lin finally tied the knot. The ceremony was as grand as that of Jiang Tao and Mu Tingzhou. However, a minor incident marred the celebration when He Xingqian's stepmother, Xin Wenjing, caused a scene, uttering many unpleasant remarks in front of the guests, leaving He Xingqian in a precarious position. Clad in a long, trailing wedding gown, Jin Lin rushed forward, gripping her skirt, and delivered a resounding slap to Xin Wenjing, leaving her momentarily dazed. Upon regaining her composure, Xin Wenjing cried out in anguish, questioning how Jin Lin could treat an elder in such a manner. Asserting her status as a mother-in-law, Jin Lin retorted, stating that the slap was in honor of her late mother-in-law. Not one to hold back, she struck Xin Wenjing again, declaring that the second slap was for her husband, who had endured an unfortunate childhood due to her actions. She warned Xin Wenjing that had she not come to stir trouble today, perhaps she might have been spared. However, since she chose to confront them, Jin Lin intended to settle the score meticulously. She gestured for the bodyguards to escort Xin Wenjing away. He Xingqian observed Jin Lin quietly, unfazed by Xin Wenjing's venomous words, having grown accustomed to them over the years. Yet, he had not anticipated that his new bride would be the one to confront Xin Wenjing on his behalf. Jin Lin returned to the stage, grasping his hand, and vowed to He Xingqian that she would no longer allow anyone to mistreat him, although she had not been part of his troubled childhood. She promised to protect his future. Having inquired about He Xingqian's past from many, she learned that he bore new wounds nearly every day during those years. Had it not been for Mu's family's influence, He Qingfeng would have likely killed He Xingqian long ago. Her heart ached upon discovering this, and she finally understood why He Xingqian often appeared cold towards her. The shadows of his childhood rendered him hesitant to reveal his true feelings. Jiang Tao, seated in the audience, was moved to tears, having witnessed He Xingqian's suffering firsthand. In her youth, she had once asked Mu Tingzhou why brother Xingqian always bore injuries. Mu Tingzhou had replied that it was due to He Xingqian's unworthy father. She further questioned why they did not bring brother Xingqian to the Mu household. In truth, the Mu family had once sought custody of He Xingqian, with Grandma Mu nearly resorting to forceful measures. However, at that time, He Xingqian himself was unwilling, insisting on remaining with the He family to ensure that He Qingfeng lost everything. Now, He Xingqian had succeeded. Not only had he rendered He Qingfeng powerless, but he had also imprisoned another favored son. Presently, He Qingfeng languished in a nursing home, devoid of possessions and purpose, under constant scrutiny, akin to house arrest.